Chapter 381 Drug Testing. Elrin, what do you want to talk to me about? Ragna walked into the hall of the swamp castle in a dusty manner. Since Ronan's territory expanded, he has not rested much. In the past, he could still indulge in the mountains and rivers and walk around to see the sights. Although he is running around now and has seen countless mountains and rivers, he has gradually lost so much leisure time. There is no way. With the rise of Ronan's prestige, there are more and more knights in the territory, and the competition has also increased. Although he and Kurami are still calm, they are descendants of nobles after all, and have been following for a long time. If they are compared with those ordinary knights, they will be somewhat dissatisfied in their hearts. In addition, their elders and themselves have seen great potential in Ronan, and the future is full of infinite possibilities. As early followers of Ronan, they have more opportunities. But opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. If they do nothing, the opportunities will pass in vain. So, Ragna and Kurami have become more committed than before. Hey, Yusuf, Jenny, Irene, are you all here? At this time, several magicians led by Wu Bei were all present in the hall. They seemed to be waiting for something, their eyes full of expectation. Elrin laughed. Ragna, you are a senior knight. I called you here to let you try this potion for us. He took out a small glass test tube from the table beside him. The test tube contained a large tube of red liquid, and bubbles rose from the surface of the liquid from time to time, which looked poisonous. Ragna was stunned for a moment. In the past 6 months, Elrin often captured people to test drugs. This is something that many knights in Wu Bei territory know. Some potions are okay. There is no toxin, and some people even benefit from it. But some potions are hard to say. Damon didn't know what he ate a while ago and lay in bed for 3 days. Unexpectedly, the job of testing drugs fell on his head. What potion is this? Ragna held the test tube in his hand, and a pungent smell came to his face, making him frown. Will it kill people if you drink it? Elrin laughed. And Yusuf shouted beside him, Ragna, you are too timid. Even if there is a little toxin, you won't die with Teacher Elrin here. Ragna curled his lips. Why don't you try it? The two of them have known each other for a long time, and their friendship has deepened after following Ronan. Yusuf rolled his eyes. If I were a high-level knight, I would drink it without asking. Jenny explained, this is the latest auxiliary enhancement potion developed by Teacher Elrin. The one in your hand is just suitable for high-level knights. I heard that you are already at the peak of the high level. Maybe you can make a breakthrough with it. Ragna glared. There is actually a magic potion that can improve strength? He is also an acquaintance of the Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce. Although he has come into contact with many magic potions, he has never heard of a magic potion that can improve strength. Looking at the red liquid in the test tube, Ragna no longer hesitated and drank it in one gulp. Anyway, as Yusuf said, even if this potion fails, his life will not be in danger. Elrin immediately said, tell me what you feel. It will help me evaluate the effect of the potion. Ragna frowned, his face painful, very bitter, and from the throat to the stomach it feels like it was burned by fire. But after the burning, it feels cold again, which feels a bit uncomfortable. Aaron, who is in charge of recording, took notes seriously. The drug hasn't taken effect yet. Elrin said, when your blood seems to be boiling. Tell me. Ragna quietly sensed that the alternating cold and hot feeling in his stomach became more and more intense. Finally, a heat wave swept through his body. His breathing suddenly became heavy. His face flushed, and his fighting spirit was churning. But his mind was very clear. I feel my blood boiling. Elrin's eyes lit up. Very good. You can go outside to practice swordsmanship and use your fighting spirit. Ragna seemed unwilling to wait for a moment, drew out his long sword and flashed outside. As the sword light suddenly appeared, the fighting spirit in the yard became surging. Elrin and his 3 students stood on the steps and watched Ragna. 1 minute, 2 minutes, until Ragna's breath gradually subsided, until his fighting spirit stopped surging. Ragna was surprised. He felt his fighting spirit permeated every inch of his skin, every piece of flesh and blood, giving him a hearty feeling. At this moment, the bronze lines on his body flashed, and his momentum was greatly raised. Praise the Lord. Praise the great physician. I have broken through. Ragna shouted in surprise, as happy as a child. Then he looked at Elrin in disbelief. I really broke through. Elrin stroked his beard. Congratulations. Our Wubei territory has one more bronze knight from now on. Rodna used his fists and feet, feeling the growing power. It's incredible that such a small potion can help me break through smoothly, Elrin explained. Although auxiliary enhancement potions can indeed improve strength, it does not mean that people can break through after taking them. You can break through, which means that your strength is already on the edge of a high-level knight. Even if you don't take this potion, I believe you will break through in no time. Rodna shook his head. If I rely on myself, I estimate it will take at least a year. He looked at Elrin, his eyes flashing. If this potion is sold, how many gold coins will it cost? Elrin looked at the test tube and made a slight assessment. About 300 gold coins. After all, the cost is almost close to 100 gold coins. He only asked for twice the profit. And to be honest, this price is fair. Not too high, nor too low. The high-level knight gritted his teeth and still could buy it. After hearing Elrin's estimate, Rodna immediately felt that this drug test was not a loss at all. He had taken advantage of 300 gold coins in such a short time, and he thought that he could ask him for drug tests in the future. Are you going to sell this thing? During this period, Rodna transported the most supplies such as food and iron ore with him and the accompanying knights and cavalry for protection. Basically no one would rob them. But if it was to transport this special and expensive magic potion, it would be a different matter. He needed to improve the security specifications of the team. We have to wait until the Lord comes back before we can make a decision. Elrin shook his head. But before he left, he mentioned to me that he might give auxiliary enhancement potions as rewards in the future, and would give them to those who contribute to the territory for free. Your Excellency is so generous. Rodna sighed. How many lords can give away things worth 300 gold coins? He could foresee that once this news spread in Wubei territory, the senior knights in Wubei territory, Boulder City, and Shore City would go crazy. After all, who wouldn't want to get such a reward? But now there is no war. What should the knights do to make a free contribution to the territory? Okay. Sit here for an hour. Elrin ordered. Aaron, you stay here and observe. If he has any symptoms of discomfort, make a record and notify me immediately. Okay. Teacher, Aaron said seriously. Chapter 382 Disposal of Medicine. Shanlin Town. After several population migrations last year, the number of people living in this town now exceeds 10,000. Looking down from the air, the construction team has built a lot of large factory-like residences, which are temporary residences. Some people who have a stable life in Shanlin Town have applied to the village chiefs of various villages for homesteads to build their own houses. Compared with 2 years ago, the atmosphere of fireworks in this town has obviously increased. After Luo Ning flew over wobbling to Shanlin Town, he went directly to the Ironwood Workshop. After several expansions, the Ironwood Workshop now has a huge warehouse and several factories. Under Luo Ning's guidance, William allocated personnel to process and assemble ironwood in an assembly line manner, in order to make the Ironwood Workshop earn more money. Chahar discussed with Wilson and supplemented the personnel here in several batches. When Luo Ning came, he saw all busy figures. Although working here is tiring, you can earn relatively more. Now that the grain production in Wubei territory has increased, merchants occasionally come here. They have money in their pockets and can buy a lot of things. Lord. Seeing Roning appear in the Ironwood Workshop, the workers couldn't help but put down their work and worshipped enthusiastically. Thank you for your hard work. Roning waved to everyone, and after a simple greeting, he asked someone to call William over. Although William's level is not as good as that of Master Dean, they are responsible for different categories. One is in charge of ironwood production, and the other studies new things and organizes production. Now, there are more people in the Ironwood Workshop, and William, as a manager, is also living a happy life. He cherishes his current life very much, so he sincerely respects Ronan. Sir, if you have anything to say, just ask someone to summon me. He took Ronan to a relatively clean lounge. There is a lot of dust in the Ironwood Workshop. We are sorry that you, the noble one, came here in person. Ronan laughed. He first affirmed the other party's performance, and then told the purpose of his trip. Now, he has a batch of very good quality concave and convex mirrors. The next thing to do is to build the tubes of the objective lens and eyepiece to adapt and assemble the concave and convex mirrors to make a telescope. William had never done such a thing, so Ronan drew a rough schematic diagram and carefully explained the production process and the final effect. William was a craftsman after all. And this thing was not complicated, and he could understand it at once. Without the need to use ironwood. The processing was not difficult. And he immediately promised Ronan that the results would be produced within 7 days. Ronan left a pair of concave and convex mirrors, and got up and left. As soon as he returned to the swamp castle, he heard the good news of Ragnar's breakthrough. The effect of the auxiliary enhancement potion was so good that Ronan was a little surprised. My lord, Ragnar took one of the 10 bottles of advanced enhancement potion that were prepared. And there are 9 bottles left. All here. Elrin handed over the tray carrying the potion bottles. I wonder what you are going to do with the rest. Ronan picked up one of the bottles and took a look. The red liquid seemed a little ominous. It seems that the only senior knight in Wubei territory is the one named Damon. That was last year. My lord. Elrin smiled and shook his head. Recently, many people have come to join us. I asked Rig to select them, and left 2 senior knights. For intermediate, and 6 junior knights. He added, now there are 33 professional knights in Wubei territory. And we can soon form 3 knight teams. Although Ronan was surprised. He thought it was reasonable. His reputation has spread. And the sons of the 3 viscounts have all come to Wubei territory. In addition, this place not only accepts the children of nobles, but also many professional knights, who want to start a business will choose to come here to try. Although there are senior knights joining, Ronan does not want to give them these potions directly. These people's loyalty and abilities have not been verified in time. And it is a waste to give them a bottle of enhancement potion that costs hundreds of gold coins. Can the intermediate knights use it? Ronan asked. Yes, but it has to be diluted. 1 bottle of high-level potion can be diluted into about 3 bottles of potion suitable for intermediate knights. Then dilute it and give Tom, Horn, Kurami, Baburin and others several bottles each. As for the others, if they want, they can buy it with the remuneration I give them. For internal staff, give them a discount for the time being. 50% off. Ronan smiled and said, but you have to tell them in advance that if anyone dares to resell, not only will the stolen money be recovered, but they will also be held accountable, with minor punishments such as imprisonment, expulsion, and even serious punishments such as execution. Elrin nodded. Take high-level potions for example. Even at a 50% discount, it would cost more than 100 gold coins, which is not enough with the remuneration of high-level knights. They may have to raise some money from relatives and friends. But you can try it. After all, once you are promoted from advanced to bronze, your annual income will increase 4-fold, and you can get your money back in 1 year. Do you want to make potions suitable for bronze and silver knights? Generally speaking, 1 flame grass can make 10 bottles of advanced potions, but bronze and silver can only make 3 and 1 bottles respectively. The cost is different. The key is whether Ronan wants to train more middle-level people or make the top level stronger. Ronan pondered for a moment. He has no shortage of top combat power under his command. There are new people in the middle level, but the top level is a little bit lacking. The 2 discussed and decided to make potions of different levels in a ratio of 5 to 4 to 6 according to the number of flame grass. I will have an income of 500,000 gold coins soon. And the territory is not short of money. So we will try to digest this batch of potions internally. Elrin was shocked. He always thought that making money with magic potions was the fastest. But he didn't expect Ronan to make money faster than him. He only went out for a trip and earned 500,000 gold coins. This is the magic spring and star grass for making the awakening potion. Ronan threw the 2 materials to Elrin, whose eyes lit up immediately. Sir, your efficiency is so high that it makes me ashamed. He felt a little ashamed, although you brought the magic potion. I haven't succeeded in making the inscribed container for the awakening potion. The awakening potion not only requires the power of light, but also requires a container with special inscriptions. Elrin tried several times, consuming some magic crystals and some mithril, but failed. After all, this is a memory obtained only at the level of a magician. He had never done it in his previous life and had no experience to learn from. It's okay. Failure is the mother of success. I believe you will succeed. Ronan encouraged. You can take advantage of this time to let Rigdo select some people under the age of 19 with strong physical fitness for training, and select those who are suitable for using awakening potions. He plans to establish a promotion channel in Wubei territory so that ordinary people can also have a way to go in the field of force. However, The awakening potion is different from the improvement potion. It is destined not to be consumed too much in Wubei territory. After all, the cost is there, and only by selling it to the outside world can it not lose money. Ronan is neither a boy who spends money, nor a benevolent lord who does not ask for anything in return. Those who take the awakening potion and successfully awaken need to sign a contract with him. If nothing else, at least they are not allowed to leave Wubei territory to work for others. Chapter 383: A Fire in the Swamp. It is spring again, and Wubei territory welcomes spring plowing again. It is a busy and lively season, and this year it is even more so with the influx of a large number of workers to build the port. On the contrary, Ronan, as the Lord, has a relatively leisurely time. He spends most of his time learning magic and fighting skills. Sometimes he feels bored and walks around the territory. But the pale flame brings extremely high temperature, baking the whole courtyard like a hot summer. The pieces of wrought iron in the center of the flame turn red and soften at a speed visible to the naked eye under the burning of the flame, and then form a pool of molten iron. The temperature of the 7th level magic earth core fire is indeed not to be underestimated. Ronan once again sighed at the magic of extraordinary power. No fuel, no heating, only mental power and magic power can produce such a high temperature flame out of thin air, which is much more convenient than the iron smelting blast furnace in Qishan town. The only regret is that there are too few fire magicians, and it seems inappropriate to let the honorable magician come to smelt iron full-time. While thinking, the sound of hurried running came from outside, and then a tall figure appeared in the yard. Oh no! Lord Elrin. Something happened. The panicked voice made Ronan walk out of the inner courtyard. And at this time, Elrin and several other magicians also showed their heads from the castle laboratory. What's going on, Damon? Didn't I tell you not to make noise in the castle? Elrin frowned slightly. A quiet environment is very important for the production of magic potions. He didn't want to fail because of these things at a critical moment. Damon is a senior knight who has just joined the territory. He is also a captain-like figure. I'm sorry, sir. It's really too strange and urgent. Damon apologized and reported there was a big fire in the swamp. It not only engulfed more than a dozen farmers who were cultivating the fields, but the fire also spread rapidly. Captain Rigg and I tried our best to put out the fire, but we couldn't do it at all. Suddenly hearing such news, Elrin and others immediately changed their faces. This is indeed a big deal, not to mention whether it will threaten the town. Just say that the dozen farmers who have died. This is a catastrophic accident. Elrin did not hesitate. Let's go and take a look, he ordered Damon. Go and call the other knights and infantry. Okay. As they spoke, several people hurried away. When Ronan walked out, he could only see their backs. Fire in the swamp? There were also peat fires when the swamp was developed before, but each time it was well controlled and no casualties were caused. It was a bit unexpected that the fire was so big this time. I'll go take a look too. He quickly used the wings of wind to get into the air, and with a slight sweep, he saw thick black smoke in the northeast. The wings of wind trembled slightly, and he appeared above the flames at a very fast speed. The fire was very big, just like a wildfire in the mountains. It was difficult to put it out even for a professional fire brigade. If we really stop those people in Swamp Town who lack firefighting knowledge and are not professional enough from putting out the fire, it will undoubtedly bring greater casualties. It seems that we can only rely on you. Ronan no longer hesitated, and directly communicated with Carlos through his soul, asking him to come as quickly as possible. In the swamp, Rigg and his knights stood outside the fire. When the fire just started, he was thinking of summoning a group of earth walls to isolate the flames. But he didn't expect the fire to spread so quickly. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and Ronan landed beside Rigg. Rigg was startled by the Lord who fell from the sky. Looking at the thin wings on the ladder, he was in a trance. The Lord is not only a powerful knight, but also a powerful magician? The knights around him were all shocked. The Lord can fly? But the farmers standing not far away cheered loudly. In their eyes, the Lord is omnipotent, and it seems reasonable that he can fly. Now that the Lord is here, the fire can be extinguished. The relatives of the farmers who were engulfed by the flames wailed and prayed, hoping that Ronan would put out the fire quickly. What's the situation now? Ronan asked. I just saw from the air that there seems to be a huge pit collapsed over there? Yes, sir. Rigg came back to his senses. We were putting out the fire near the huge pit before, But we didn't expect the ground to suddenly tremble, then crack and collapse. If we hadn't run fast, we would have almost fallen into the pit. As he said, a lingering fear flashed across his face. Sir, what should we do? Use water to put out the fire. They don't have a container to hold water. The best way is to have a powerful water magician who controls the water flow to put out the fire. But there are only 2 water magicians in the territory, and the most powerful Jinny is only a high-level magician. She can't control much water. At this moment, the loud dragon roar came through the clouds. Rig felt his soul trembling, and a sense of oppression enveloped him. What is this? He looked in the direction of the sound. Terrified, he saw a huge black shadow falling from the sky, and its wings covered the view above like a black cloud. The huge body and ferocious head made people shudder. Oh my God! It's a monster! It's a monster! How can there be a monster in Swamp Town? Are we going to die? Run! 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 For a while, the crowd was in a panic, and some of the timid ones were directly scared to faint. To be honest, if the Lord hadn't stood next to him, Rig would have run away. This unknown monster was too terrifying. In front of it, he felt as weak as an ant and couldn't resist at all. Don't panic. This is my monster. Now Ronan can hide the dragon or not, in order to avoid greater casualties and losses caused by the fire. It seems not bad to pull it out to be a firefighter. He jumped up and landed on the dragon's back. Carlos, this fire depends on you. Carlos chirped happily. He was in a very happy mood at the moment. Finally, he didn't have to hide anymore and could appear in front of everyone and enjoy the worship and fear of mortals. Rig's eyes widened, looking at the Lord falling on the back of the monster, and his weak heart was greatly shocked. Those who were running away also stopped and looked at the Lord on the back of the dragon in the air in shock. They just reacted. Yes, the Lord is here. Why should they run? Long live the Lord. The Lord is invincible. Everyone knelt on the ground, shouting loudly, as if they were worshipping a god. Regardless of how everyone reacted, Carlos had already started working. Frost and earth breath fell from the sky, trying to put out the fire in the giant pit. But the breath did not work, and the flames exploded instead. This giant pit. Ronan frowned. His intuition told him that there was something wrong with this giant pit. Increased the intensity. Carlos was also angry, and a breath did not put out the fire, which made him lose face. If the fire could not be put out, the frost in its name of Frostfire Wings would be forgotten. The dragon raised its head, and the surrounding water elements fluctuated violently and gathered towards its mouth. As it lowered its head, a stream of frost fell from the sky, even if there was a raging fire below. When this breath was sprayed out, the surroundings felt cool, although the huge pit was burning fiercely. It was suppressed after only a few seconds of stalemate with the breath, and the flame soon went out. Ronan asked Carlos to put out the surrounding fire, and he flew down from the air to observe the huge pit closely. The area was about 200 square meters, and the depth was 20 to 30 meters. After being burned by the flames, the surroundings were pitch black. The upper layer is peat, which was burned to ashes. Ronan picked up a piece of black soil. What is this? He instantly cast a flame spell, and saw the black solid on the palm of his hand burning. This is coal. Ronan was shocked. Although there may be coal mines in the swamp, he didn't expect them to find coal mines. The pit collapsed just right, exposing the coal mine below. No wonder. No wonder there is such a big fire here. The importance of coal resources is self-evident. It can not only burn to bring high temperatures that firewood does not have, but also can be used to produce more chemical products. For wood boiling, Ronan can use it to smelt metals instead of making charcoal from firewood and using charcoal to get higher temperatures. Ronan twisted the burnt slag in his hand. If he really makes a steam engine in the future, this coal mine will solve the fuel problem for him. I'm so sleepy and someone gave me a pillow. God help me. Chapter 384 500,000 gold coins supplement. When Elrond, Wilson and others arrived one after another, the fire in the swamp had been extinguished by Carlos's ruthless output. The air was filled with the smell of fireworks. But people's awe of the giant in the sky had reached its peak. What kind of monster is this? Damon asked in shock. Elrond looked at Carlos in the sky. Since the Lord allowed the other party to show up in public, it meant that it was time to show it generously. This is the Lord's dragon. Dragon? Everyone suddenly realized that only the dragons in night novels could be compared with the thing in front of them. Ronan flew over. The huge pit contains very precious fuel. Rig. You arrange for people to guard it. Don't let anyone approach it at will. Remember to eliminate any fire source. Ronan said in a very serious tone. Anyone who brings the fire source here, whether it is a knight or an ordinary person, will be severely punished and sold to the slave house. Yes, sir. With the flying lord in front and the dragon in the back. Ronan's image in everyone's mind is as tall as an insurmountable mountain. Rig took such an order seriously. Wilson. Organize people. We are going to mine this coal mine. Ronan said to the political officer, I will write down the precautions for mining and transportation and give them to you later. In addition, this fire caused more than a dozen deaths. You and Chahar will provide pensions to their families on my behalf. He glanced at the huge pit. Although they died, they discovered a lot of resources for us. In addition to the pension, each family was awarded 10 acres of arable land and 10 gold coins. Your kindness will heal their pain. Wilson and Chahar immediately went to the crowd and counted the family information of the casualties. The matter was quickly settled. But from today, Swamp Town has one more professional miner. This huge pit has been transformed by Earth Attribute professional knights, such as Rig, into a relatively safe coal mine. Although there are still risks, the higher wages have attracted many people who go to mine for a living. Ronan recorded all the risks he could think of and promoted them to the newly formed mine management team, including Wilson. At present, the demand for the use of coal mines is not very large. The mining speed can be slowed down in the early stage to let managers and workers get more familiar with it. When the demand for iron smelting and other aspects increases in the later stage, the production capacity will be expanded. With the coal mine, Ronan wanted to build a steam engine more and more. For this reason, his need to become a magician became more urgent. When time passed quickly, and it was March in a blink of an eye. In the past month or so, Ronan has resumed his peaceful life. Although the appearance of the giant dragon made him famous in the territory, it became a bit weird when it was spread out, so that many people took it as a joke. He asked around and found out that it was the people in the territory who exaggerated and changed it when spreading it. For example, Carlos's body length was only a little over 10 meters. But in their mouths it became 100 meters long, as big as a mountain, and its wings spread out directly covered half of the swamp town. Some people also made a fuss about Carlos's identity, saying that it was not only a dragon, but also the mount of the 7 gods. With the power of a god, not only could it speak human language, but also could bring the dead back to life. In short, it became a night novel after being passed on. So much so that the caravans that came to the swamp town unconsciously regarded this matter as a folk joke after hearing it. And they even doubted whether there was a dragon. This situation made Ronan laugh and cry. He originally thought that many nobles would come to ask him if there was really a dragon. Rapids Island. Ronan passed by here on the way to Crystal City. And he stopped again. My lord, this is the gold coins earned from the last 2 ships of wood. In addition to the 2 months of remuneration totaling 213 gold coins, there are still 487 gold coins left. Ronan did not accept it. You are the governor here. These gold coins will be left on Rapids Island. You just need to arrange someone to keep a record. I will also send a financial specialist to help you deal with it later. As he spoke, he took out 2 pairs of telescopes from the space ring. Here, this is prepared for you. Try it. Karada put away the gold coins and quickly took it, with a puzzled look on his face. What is this? Ronan demonstrated it. Karada followed suit and looked into the distance through the eyepiece. This is... He suddenly put down the telescope in his hand, looked at the scenery in the distance, and then raised the telescope again to observe. After repeating it twice, he finally confirmed that the thing in his hand worked. My lord, this thing is amazing. It can see the scenery thousands of meters away so clearly. Karada's brain is quite sharp, and he immediately realized the value of the thing in his hand. Whether on land or at sea, especially in battle, its value is very great. Using it, it is completely possible to see the enemy's troop deployment and defense arrangements from a distance without anyone noticing. What's it called? Karada asked with burning eyes. Ronan smiled, slowly turned the eyepiece, and adjusted the length. It's called a telescope. You can try to slowly turn the lens barrel to adjust the distance. Karada hurriedly tried it, and found that 1,000 meters was not its limit. It could see farther. Telescope. He murmured the name and exclaimed, I admire your invention and your wisdom from the bottom of my heart. Ronan laughed. This is just the beginning. When he builds a steam ship and even combines it with Belola's magic ladder drive device, it will be even more surprising. This time, Ronan just had lunch on Rapids Island. Tasted the mashed potatoes, potato chips and potato strips here, and then left. Carlos rushed all the way, and soon crossed the howling sea and came to the sky above the crystal castle. Ha ha ha. I sensed your arrival a long time ago. The great magician Belola had been waiting in the air for a long time. And this time, he didn't know where he set the perception barrier. Mr. Belola, the remaining dragon scales are all here, Ronan said, throwing the backpack to him. Belola couldn't wait to open the backpack to check the goods. No more. No less. A full 15 dragon scales. Did you use up the 4 last time? How was the result of the production? Ronan asked. After hearing this question, Belola blushed even though he was more than 100 years old. He put away the backpack. Ronan found that the other party seemed to have a container with space attributes. Don't mention it. All failed, he said in annoyance. Making this potion requires a burst of magic power. And then it is controlled with the potion. If it is not done well, something will go wrong. So difficult? Ronan had no doubt about the other party's ability to make magic potions. The continuous failure must be due to the high difficulty of making them. Don't worry. I now have experience in handling these 2 stages, and I believe it will succeed soon. At this point, he unconsciously looked at the backpack in his hand. Are 15 dragon scales enough? Ronan, if Mr. Carlos has scales falling off again in the future, you have to sell me some more. Don't worry. You are probably the only one in the entire Orlant continent who can use dragon scales. If I don't sell it to you, who else can I sell it to? This made Belora happy. Let's not talk in the air. Let's go. I have prepared 500,000 gold coins for you. Haha. Good. Ronan used the wings of wind and followed the other party to the 9th floor of the Mage Tower. 500,000 gold coins sound a lot, but they can only be packed into a few large boxes. If they are stacked neatly, it is less than 3 cubic meters. Everything is here. Count them. Belora smiled and opened the box, and the golden light illuminated the room. I won't accompany you. If you need anything, you can ask someone to find Franz or my grandson Randall. The other party never mentioned his son all this time. It's not that his son is not in Crystal City, but that his son has passed away first. In the face of the long life of the Grand Mage of at least 200 years, it is normal for ordinary people or descendants of low-powered extraordinary people to die first. Ronan has seen the impatience on the other party's face, and knows what the other party wants to do. You are busy. You are busy. Belora was not vague at all, and went up to the top floor with his backpack and began his new round of retreat. This guy is also a research and development madman, and he is not afraid of me touching his things. He turned his eyes to the gold coins in front of him, and put them all into the space ring. The familiar words emerged. Chapter 385 Chapter 364 Promotion. With 500,000 gold coins taken away by Ronan, the last achievement of wealth and prosperity was also completed. He opened the attribute panel, and the attribute points and energy essence had increased unprecedentedly. And now the number reached 10,825 points, and 24,849 points respectively. It's enough for me to upgrade myself. Rydar and McKin. Ronan looked around, considering that there would be energy fluctuations during the upgrade. He left the Mage Tower and called Carlos to return without disturbing other people in the castle. In the sky, Ronan invested 3,133 attribute points in the magician level, and immediately the body wheel at the heart and the empty wheel of the spiritual sea of consciousness were opened. In an instant, Ronan seemed to break some kind of shackles, and the wind and fire elements in the surrounding heaven and earth surged into his body. Just like when Elrin was promoted, his whole temperament sublimated involuntarily. With a strong heartbeat, an invulnerable physique, and a strong mental power that can control physical objects, Ronan is stronger than ever before. As the only witness of all this, Carlos, who was flying, was affected by this momentum, and his timid heart was beating fast. Master, you are stronger again. Ronan smiled slightly, took out a small dagger from the ring, and rubbed it on his arm. Although the dagger was a bit sharp, it did not break his skin. If you want to hurt me, you have to increase your strength. The physical enhancement brought by the knight's breakthrough of the body wheel is very considerable. Then, Ronan's mental power extended and attached to the dagger. With a thought, He controlled the dagger to float in the air, and then shot it out, a bit like an arrow. The speed is a bit slower than the magic arrow, equivalent to the level of ordinary hunters. Although this kind of control power cannot threaten the strong, it is enough to deal with low-level extraordinary people. And as the mental power increases, this kind of control power will also increase, and the lethality will also increase in the future. But this is secondary. The key is that now Ronan can use the Earth's core fire and mental power to shape some steel products he wants, without CNC machine tools, relying on the keen observation and control brought by strong mental power. High-precision things can also be made. Ronan glanced at the attribute panel. Level 8 Silver Moon Knight 0/10,000. 8 Mage 0/15,000. Attribute points 7692. Seeing the conditions for breaking through from level 8 to level 9, he couldn't help but sigh. 25,000 points. This requires a lot of attribute points. Ronan thought about it for a while. Added 6,000 of the remaining attribute points to the Knight level, and the remaining 1692 points to the Magician level. This was done purely to increase the margin of error for the subsequent magic training and experiments. I am at the late Silver Moon level. Now, in terms of strength level, I am considered to be at the top level of the continent. Among the great magicians, Ronan only knew of Belwara. He had not heard of the Sun Knight yet, but he had heard of several Silver Moon Knights. But a Sun Knight was about to be born around him, and his strength allowed him to be open. Thinking of this, Ronan could not help but jump off the dragon's back, imitating Rydar's burst of fighting spirit and walking in the air. This completely different experience from the wings of wind made him laugh heartily. Carlos slowed down, with a burst of envy in his eyes. When he first met Ronan, he didn't even have a golden knight, but he became a Silver Moon level so quickly. Although it is a giant dragon, with defense and combat power far exceeding that of monsters of the same level, it is still inevitable to be bled in front of such a strong man. My long dragon life. When can I cross the level? After Ronan released the surging power in his body, he returned to the dragon's back. With the increase in strength, ambition naturally increases. But there is a lack of opportunities for expansion now. He can't just raise the banner of rebellion and declare that he wants to overthrow the royal family of Alduin. Right? That would only make him the public enemy of the kingdom. If the whole country comes to attack Wushan territory, even if the top strength is strong, there is a risk of being worn down. For me now, I have enough generals, but I lack soldiers and opportunities. Before the opportunity comes, keep a low profile. The main task is to turn Wubei territory into a granary and a base with a large population, with 2 professional levels of level 8. If nothing unexpected happens, Ronan is expected to live for 2 centuries. What he lacks the most is time, let alone 3 to 5 years. Waiting for more than 10 or 20 years is not a problem. The next day, in Shore City, both Rydar and McKinn were there. In more than 2 months, the knight squads under the two have been well trained and have a certain combat effectiveness. In addition, there are also new professional knights, and the team is still expanding. Sir, in recent times, the number of merchants from Moonlight Valley coming to Shore City has decreased. Rydar gave a brief report on the recent situation in Shore City. After several rounds of cleansing, the individuals and families in the city who were closely connected with the port thieves have been almost completely eliminated. Even if there are some who have slipped through the net, they are insignificant. I don't know if it is because of this move, and the killing of Ramsay and Angus a while ago, that Jesus wants to draw a clear line with the coast city and restrict trade. As long as that guy abides by the rules and stops coveting the territory of Wushan territory, we will ignore him for the time being. The interruption of trade will not kill anyone. And now the coast city has the 5th knights, plus so many knights and infantry in Cahill Town, Surrey Town, Boulder City and Red Mountain Town, which are enough to consume the meat and milk produced by the coast city. Coincidentally, the food that is lacking here can also be supplied from the north. The first thing I did this time was to bring you the auxiliary enhancement potion made by Elrond. Ronan handed the box with the potion bottles to Rydar. How to use it and who to give it to, you decide for yourself. Rydar took the potion and said with a smile, Elrond finally returned to his old business. In my memory, he is good at these things. The 3 of them were from the Flame Expedition. As his memory recovered, Rydar, as the head coach, also deepened his understanding of Elrond and McKinn. He can make a lot of things, Ronan said with a smile. The second thing is to improve your strength. he said, looking at McKen. The latter was stunned for a moment. Then his expression was happy. And he asked himself in his heart, is it finally my turn? McKen's current level progress is Silver Knight, 600/1500. Since he added a breakthrough point to it the year before last. He has grown to this point by practicing on his own. Although this training speed is indeed a bit slow, it is also normal. In his expectation, Ronin first consumed 3,400 energy essences to raise the opponent's strength to the peak level of the Golden Knight, and then used 1,000 energy essences to improve his qualifications. Thank you, sir. McKen felt the rapidly growing power in his body, and his memory told him that he now has a fighting power that exceeds that of his previous life. Ronin motioned the other party to stand up, but his attention was on the attribute panel. After consuming 4,400 energy essences, there were still 20,449 points left, and Rydar's level progress is at the Silver Moon level, 54/10,000, which means that less than 10,000 energy essences are needed to help him enter the sun. Then, can the remaining more than 10,000 energy essences allow McKen to be promoted to the Silver Moon Knight? Ronin can infer from the consumption of improving Elrond's qualifications that it should take 3,000 energy essences to help McKen improve his qualifications again. Will Wubei have another Silver Moon Knight? Chapter 386 The Road to Legend. The Shore Castle. Ronin's study. The huge elemental fluctuations surged like waves, not only sweeping the entire castle, but also spreading to the city. Ordinary people didn't feel anything. They were not sensitive to elemental power. But for extraordinary people, the stronger they were, the more they could feel the palpitations of this power. They all turned their eyes to the castle. What happened there? No one knew the answer. Even Joffrey could only guess from a distance. Could it be that the Lord was performing some magic? In the study, Ronin looked quietly at the two subordinates in front of him, who were concentrating on digesting the enhanced power, with satisfaction in his eyes. Rydar Main, Sun Knight Fire, 0/20,000, plus Macken Salatin, Silver Moon Knight Earth, 0/10,000, plus just as he thought. More than 20,000 energy essences not only helped Rydar successfully advance to Sun, but also helped Macken improve his qualifications twice. Now he has also become a Silver Moon Knight. But even with such consumption, there are still 3,503 energy essences left unused. The reward brought to him by the last level of the Fortune and Prosperity achievement is really impressive. However, from now on, whether it is Rydar, McKen or Elrond, every time they break through the level, they need to improve their qualifications. According to Ronin's preliminary estimate, if they want to improve McKen and Elrond's qualifications from level 8 to level 9, they will each consume tens of thousands of energy essences. And if they want to improve Rydar from the Sun qualification to the Legendary qualification, the energy essences required will be tens of thousands. Ronin thought about it, and then gave 3,000 points of the remaining energy essence to McKen, so that he would be at the middle level of the Silver Moon level, and the remaining 503 points to Rydar, to help him consolidate his strength. After a while, the two knights opened their eyes at the same time, and a red light seemed to flash in the room. McKen gave Ronin a good feeling. After all, they were both Silver Moon Knights. But he felt a little pressure from Rydal, Knight of the Prideful Sun. How do you feel? Rydal was in high spirits. Now I have surpassed the level of my previous life, and my mental power level has exceeded that of a high-level magician. From Silver Moon to Prideful Sun, the breakthrough is the wheel of consciousness. And after the breakthrough, you can become a magician. Knight of the Prideful Sun. What you cultivate is mental power. This is like Belwara. The great magician cultivates fighting spirit. But Ronin doesn't understand why. He raised his doubts to Rydal. Knight, why do you have to switch to mental power when you reach level 9? Rydal's memory has been restored to a great extent. That is to become a legend. The only condition for becoming a legend is to generate a kind of extreme yuan power in the body. He explained, for the Prideful Sun Knight, the purity of his fighting spirit has reached its limit. When the magic power in the mana space is liquefied, the fighting spirit in the chi can resonate with the magic power. And then the fighting spirit will undergo a qualitative transformation to form the fighting spirit extreme element. At this time, it will step from Prideful Sun to legend. Similarly, when the Grand Mage cultivates liquid fighting spirit and resonates with mana to produce the mana extreme element, there will be a legendary magician. Ronin understood. In other words, the legendary knight is at least a magician. And the legendary magician is at least a golden knight. Only for these two levels of extraordinary people, fighting spirit and magic power will be liquefied. This is the same as Franz mentioned and Bellora's instructions. Yes, sir, Rydar said. Many Sun Knights and great magisters have limited improvement in their spiritual power, or fighting spirit, so they will never break through in their lifetime. Ronan seemed to understand why Bellora valued Dragon Scale so much. Maybe his talent in fighting spirit cultivation was very limited. He noticed the word many in the other party's mouth and asked in surprise, "Were there many level 9 extraordinary people in your era?" "Indeed, there were many. Apart from me, the Flame Expeditionary Force I led also had a Sun-level deputy commander. A large army was actually led by 2 Sun Knights." Which surprised Ronan. Perhaps that era was really prosperous in terms of extraordinary people. "Who do you want to eliminate with your fiery expedition?" He became more and more curious. The army led by the 2 Sun Knights was completely wiped out in the Flame Canyon. How strong was the enemy? The enemy we encountered was Shadow Lord Elliot. But she was just a servant of the Void Demon Nightmare King. Rydar recalled the tragic scene of fighting with the enemy. As the commander, he felt ashamed that the team was completely wiped out. However, the number of enemies was too large, and their strength was not weaker than theirs. Died in battle. Quite helpless. Nightmare King? This was the first time Ronan heard of this name. The Void Demon. This name makes people feel powerful. What kind of existence is it? Rydar shook his head. I don't know. I haven't seen it. But I heard that 2 sages once joined forces to defeat it. But not only did they fail in the end, but one of the sages also died on the spot. Sage? That is a being above the legend. Rydar explained. Any sage has the power to destroy the world. In terms of combat power alone, 100 peak Sun Knights are not their opponents. Hiss. Ronan couldn't help but be shocked. Sage? Should he be considered the top person among the extraordinary? 2 sages like this joined forces. And not only could they not win, but one of them died. And a Sun Knight like Rydar didn't even have the chance to stand in front of the Demon King, which was enough to show how powerful and terrifying the opponent was. I don't know what the final outcome of that battle was. Ronan still believed that the world he was in was the same as the world where Rydar and his friends lived in their previous lives, combined with the backwardness and loss of many magic potions, magic knowledge, and history. He couldn't help but wonder if the battle was too tragic, which led to the Orlan continent entering a situation similar to the end of the Law era. Rydar shook his head on this question. There were several battlefields in the crusade against the demon god. The human race was defeated in the Flame Canyon battlefield where he was, but the results of the other battlefields were unknown. He speculated and said, perhaps the demon god has not been destroyed. Otherwise, why would the 7 gods arrange for me, Macken and Elrin, to live again? Maybe. Ronan discussed their past experiences with Retta and Macken again, and then turned his attention to the present. Whether the so-called Nightmare King is dead or not, it has nothing to do with the current situation. Now with the breakthrough of the 2, Wubei territory has a Sun Knight, a Silver Moon Knight, a mage, and Ronan, a transcendent who practices both magic and martial arts. Such luxurious top combat power is enough to daunt people. But whether it is to establish a country or to rule a country, in addition to top combat power, it is also necessary to have a team of talents in all aspects. The 2 Jiuyangs of the Flame Expeditionary Force will not be able to escape the fate of being annihilated. So Ronan's task for Rydar and Macken is to train more and stronger extraordinary people to deal with possible battles in the future. At the same time, if it is not necessary, there is no need to reveal their true strength to the outside world. The Marquis will also announce the news of recovery soon. By then, Wubei territory will probably win a long period of peace compared to previous years. Ronan said, this just gives us time to prepare. Population, equipment, weapons, and food are the top priorities of the next work. In previous years, the supported Polani Thieves group and the Black Gold Brotherhood would cause trouble. Now the former has been eliminated, and the latter has retreated to Black Pine Mountain and has no voice. So Ronan said that there was a period of peace. It's just that what happens in the real world will never be so accurately predicted. Wushan Town. Let's go. Bluffview. Miroslav got into the luxurious carriage. There was a cavalry squad around the carriage, led by his guard Captain Bluffview, the Golden Knight. Although the old dean did not ask for a fief, he could still attract followers with his honorary title and the identity of a great magician. He had the ability to pay for the cost of raising troops. As you wish. Master Mage. Bluffyu loudly informed everyone, asking them to cheer up and prepare to leave. This time their destination was the Black Python City east of Wushan Town, where it was said that there was a big business. Chapter 387 Home Treatment. After Ronan completed the promotion of Retta and Makin, he left the shore city and stayed in Chishan Town. The mining of Chishan Iron Mine has long been on track. Although the output is not much, it is stable enough. After being processed by several iron smelting blast furnaces in the back mountain of the mine, pickaxes, axes, sickles, etc. are produced at a very fast speed, which are much cheaper than those in the outside world. Originally, Ronan was thinking of finding someone to sell these tools. But since the last meeting with Philip and Thorstein, the transportation and sales have been handled by these two barons. Now Chishan Town has a stable income every month. It is estimated that it will not take long before Ronan does not have to worry about the finances here. The wasteland behind the mine. The blazing flames melt the iron ore into molten iron. This is the effect of the 7th level fire magic earth core fire. When the molten iron was generated, Luo Ning used his mental power to control it and gradually formed it into a tang sword. At Luo Ning's feet, there were already more than a dozen such swords. After this period of practice, Luo Ning's mental power control and the skills of forging swords with the magic of the Earth's core fire have made great progress. I believe that it will not be a problem to shape a more complex model in a short time. Soon, a new sword was successfully made. Luo Ning controlled the quenching and cooling, and then played with it in his hands. With the strengthening of mental power, the perception of things will also increase. Maybe in the future I can create high-carbon steel out of thin air. After collecting the materials and finished products on the ground, he prepared to find Feng Si to promote the sword. It's not that the sword is better than the sword, but for ordinary soldiers, the cost of learning the sword is relatively lower. Under the morning mist, Miroslav's convoy arrived outside the Black Python City. The old dean was quite powerful, but the physical fitness of a magician was not as good as that of a professional knight. If he had not slowed down a bit and had a special magic carriage, he would not have bothered to make a trip himself. Sometimes, he envied those great wind magicians who could fly in the air with the wind-wing magic. Unlike him, who was an earth element, if he wanted to fly in the air with his own strength, he could only wait until he became a magician and controlled props such as magic flying carpets with his mental power. Miroslav could buy flying mounts, such as griffins and dragon eagles, but he always had doubts about these tamed mounts. After all, he did not have the power of a knight. If these beasts suddenly went crazy in the air, a few bumps might have thrown him off. I hate coming to this city. The voice of his guard captain, Bluffyu, sounded outside the carriage. It always feels damp and wet here. Miroslav was in a good mood and said with a smile, "Soon, my guard officer. We will stay in Black Python City for at most one night and leave tomorrow." "Okay, sir," Bluffyu muttered softly. "It's better to leave early. I don't like the owner of this city very much. Black Python City covers a large area, and there are many manors around it. However, except for Golden Feather City, other cities don't seem to pay much attention to road infrastructure, and the road surface is always bumpy. Perhaps because it was early in the morning, there were not many people on the street. The castle of the Hyde family is located on a high mountain in the middle of the north of Black Python City. The magnificent castle is majestic, and the black giant python flags fluttering everywhere, symbolizing the glorious history of the Hyde family, make people feel the ancient and heavy atmosphere when they see it. For the arrival of Miroslav and others, Black Python Castle has long been prepared. As soon as the carriage arrived, the current head of the Hyde family appeared at the door. This tall and burly man with a pair of squinting eyes is Barrington, who welcomes warmly. "Nice to meet you, Viscount Barrington." Miroslav also greeted warmly. "How is your father now?" "Alas, I have been looking for a way to relieve it, but there has been no progress." Barrington looked sad. "My father has aged a lot. If you don't lend a hand this time, I don't know if he can hold on until Rulons dies." Miroslav raised his eyebrows and said nothing, but Bluffyu, who was following behind him, snorted. "As a vassal, it seems inappropriate to say this to your lord in public." "Right?" Barrington glanced at Bluffyu. "It was he who begged our Hyde family to join Wushan territory. Now not only does he not remember the favor, but he also abolished my father. Is there any lord who is so cruel to his vassal?" Bluffyu was about to argue a few more words, but was interrupted by Miroslav. Okay. We came here to relieve Earl Orson's pain, so there is no need to argue unnecessarily. He glanced at Blefeu. Watch your mouth, guard officer. Blefeu lowered his head and stopped arguing, so he had to shift his attention to the guards and servants around him. He frowned secretly. Why do people here look a little dull and wooden? Soon, several people came to the hall. Barrington said, Please wait here for a moment. I will bring my father here. Don't bother. Just take me to his bedroom. Miroslav smiled and said, This will save him from the hardship and discomfort. How can that be? Barrington was very determined. Father has long said that you are a distinguished guest of our Hyde family. He hopes to come out and see you. Not in that ward with a bad smell. Miroslav had no choice but to agree to Barrington's arrangement and sit on the sofa and wait quietly. Sir, why do I feel that this place is a little weird? Blefeu frowned and whispered. Weird? Miroslav looked around and sent out his mental power to sense it, but did not notice anything unusual. What do you think is weird? Blefeu shook his head. I can't tell. I always feel that the people here are a little strange. We should be careful. Miroslav smiled slightly. He knew that his guard officer had always disliked Orson and others, probably because of the psychological effect that made the other party hate this place. We have no grudge against them, and we are here to help them solve the problem. Will they deal with us? Behind him stood the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce, and with this status, no noble was willing to offend easily. Footsteps sounded, and 3 figures walked in. Orson, Barrington, and Negan, the leader of the Knights of Black Python City. The black-robed man walking in front was Count Orson, with a slightly raised corner of his mouth and a somewhat sinister smile. Miroslav's brows suddenly frowned, and at this moment he also noticed something wrong. Orson walked briskly, without any sign of being tortured by the soul-devouring surge. Barrington had said not long ago that Orson would not live long, which was clearly a lie. Long time no see, Dean Miroslav, Orson said cheerfully, and walked straight to the main seat and sat down. Barrington and Negan stayed at the door, although they did not close the door. They were like 2 doormen, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. Are you cured? Miroslav asked in a deep voice. Orson spread his hands. As you can see, I have not only gotten rid of the trouble now, but I have even become stronger than before. A bad premonition came to his mind, and Miroslav was secretly on guard, and at the same time gave Blef a look. However, his itinerary was public, and he did not believe that the other party had the courage to do anything out of line with him. Then I have to congratulate you. I wonder how you treated it. He asked, also, since you are already cured, why did you ask me to come and treat you in the letter? My stupid great wizard. If I didn't say that, would you come to my castle in person? Orson narrowed his eyes, his tone full of hatred. At the beginning, I wanted to kneel down and beg you, but you were only willing to give your magic potion to Rilans. I will never forget this hatred. Miroslav is a great wizard after all. He is respected wherever he goes. How could he be pointed at and called stupid? Oh, then what do you want? He said coldly, in your castle? Bet the future and even the lives of all the people in your Hyde family to kill me. Orson stood up suddenly, and the momentum of the meteor level burst out of his body. He grinned. You will know soon. Chapter 388 Earth Bear. In recent years, the relationship between Lulans and Orson has become increasingly unfavorable, which is a well-known fact. Although Miroslav is a longtime friend of Lulans, he is not worried about encountering any danger when he comes to Black Python Castle. On the one hand, as he said, he has no hatred with the Hyde family. On the other hand, he is confident enough in his identity and strength. The attack of the Hyde family on him is no different from an open attack on the nobles. At that time, not only will Wushan Castle come forward, but even the great magician Belola, who is far away in the Amethyst Earldom, will come to put pressure on him. And the most important thing is that you can neither get land nor population by dealing with him. Even the Silva Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce, which he manages, has an owner behind it. No family would be bored to come and provoke him. There is nothing wrong with Miroslav's ideas and reliance. But the bad thing is that he did not expect that some people would like his body. Huh? Orson's figure flashed, and he quickly pounced on the old dean. He opened his hands like claws, as if he wanted to grab the latter's shoulders and control him. Get out of here! Blefeu, who was already alert, drew out the knight's long sword. and the surging fighting spirit roared and drove the violent wind to slash at the opponent. The fierce airflow overturned all the sofas, tables and chairs in the living room. Orson sneered and quickly drew his sword and slashed. The two swords collided, and a fierce and sharp sound burst out. The huge force hit, and Bluffy only felt his arm numb. His knuckles were torn, and the blood stained the hilt red. He was also blown away by this force, and hit the wall hard. Puff! He coughed out a mouthful of blood. The impact just now was so great that the solid wall had hideous cracks. A mere golden knight dares to draw his sword in front of me. Orson laughed wildly and wanted to continue attacking Miroslav. But he saw the latter took out a spell scroll. And as the light burst, the ground shook. Roar, the ground cracked, and a huge monster 8 meters high rose from the ground. It waved its fists and directly tore the ceiling apart, revealing the blue sky outside. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth and roared, and the sound waves made everything around it tremble. Level 7 Earth Magic. Earth Bear. Orson, I didn't expect you to be so rampant, Miroslav said angrily while sitting on the shoulder of the Earth Bear. And the Earth Bear waved its fists and smashed at the other party. Orson did not dodge, and slashed the long sword in his hand horizontally. The sharp and cold sword light seemed to split the giant bear in front of him in two. Let me see how strong the 7th level magic is. But he obviously underestimated the strength of the Earth Bear. The huge fist with a force of tens of thousands of pounds directly smashed the sword light and hit the ground. Boom boom, the already damaged floor cracked again, and countless cracks spread around. The house began to shake and then collapsed. The dusty Orson spitted. Fortunately, he jumped away quickly. Otherwise, he would be seriously injured by this fist. At this moment, countless broken stones broke through the air, like arrows with sound whistling. Although the flying stone technique is a 2nd level magic, it is greatly increased when used by the great magician, and at the same time, it relies on a large number of people. Boring tricks? Orson is not afraid of these. He took a big step, and his breath surged, shaking off the dust on his body and isolating the flying stones outside the fighting armor. High-pressure water wave. This time, the fighting skill strengthened his attack. When he fought with the Earth Bear again, he chopped the opponent's fist with a sword, turning it into broken sand and scattering it all over the ground. But just when the Earth Bear's right hand was about to collapse, Miroslav's magic power immediately replenished it, not only stopping the collapse trend, but even restoring the chopped fist to its original shape. The Earth Bear seemed to be enraged, and it roared and swung its fists and smashed it. Bluffy, who had escaped from the battlefield long ago, saw the scene and shouted happily, "Good fight." Swoosh, swoosh. 2 figures rushed towards him. Is it too early to be happy? Barrington's voice was very cold. Today, neither you nor your master can escape. Uh-huh. Then you must not let us run away. Bluffy was still not afraid of fighting 1 against 2. Otherwise, the Hyde family will be extinct. In fact, when they chose to take action, they were ready to make sure that no one could escape. On the other side, Orson felt a little annoyed. If he had known that the Earth Bear was so troublesome, he should have stopped Miroslav from summoning it in the first place. He suddenly exuded a dark aura all over his body, and his momentum rose steadily. What is this? Orson laughed wildly. Try my secret skill, Dark Water Tide. Accompanied by his roar, with him as the center, the fighting spirit spread out like a wave, impacting the messy battlefield around him. Miroslav found that the wave was surging with darkness. Under the scouring of black and blue, the ground, bricks, wood and even the thigh of the Earth Bear were being corroded rapidly. I didn't expect you to have such a secret skill. The old dean no longer hesitated and began to cast a spell. When the Earth Bear's legs were about to collapse, a yellowish-brown halo completely enveloped it and him, temporarily blocking the erosion of the Dark Water Tide. This is a level 5 magic. Guardian Armor. Kill! Accompanied by this command, the Earth Bear rushed out. Every movement of its 8-meter-tall body made the earth tremble, and coupled with the earth-shaking magic used by the old dean, it was as if a major earthquake had occurred. Even the Meteor Knight had difficulty keeping his body steady. Swish, swish, swish. The level 3 magic ground spear array broke out of the ground, and the 3-meter-high sharp earth spears were extremely sharp. Orson dodged frantically, and when he couldn't dodge, he raised his sword to sweep away. But the whole earth seemed to have become Miroslav's tentacles, and the continuous attacks made Orson dizzy. Finally, Under the cover of the ground spear array, the huge fist swung by the earth bear accurately hit Orson's body. The incomparable force directly dented his chest, and the huge force tore him into the ruins. To bear the full force of the earth bear's punch head-on, even if you are physically strong, you can still be seriously injured? Miroslav said coldly, "This is the price you pay for your arrogance." The battle between the Meteor Knight and the Earth Magician was won by the latter? You want to seriously injure me like this? You think too highly of yourself. A blue light shot up into the sky, and Orson swept away the rubble, and with that buried him, and stood up again. His chest was dented, and blood hung from the corners of his mouth, but he was still able to move. Miroslav sneered. "If it doesn't work once, then try again." Orson seemed to know that it would be difficult to defeat the great magician with his own strength. So he shouted, "Stop watching the show." This made Miroslav feel bad. Sure enough, as the voice fell, a tall knight slowly walked into the battlefield, his expression as cold as ice for 10,000 years. "Orson, if the messenger knew that you only have this much strength, he would be disappointed." The person who came out was the Meteor Knight Blaxhang, who followed Mephisto. "Who are you?" Miroslav was alert. Blaxhang drew out his long sword, and the dark breath burst out. "The one who can kill you." He turned into a phantom, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Miroslav and slashed with a sword. The latter controlled the earth bear to block it, but the black light went upstream, not only breaking the defense of the guard armor, but also shattering the arm of the earth bear, and actually cut it in two with a sword. Oops. Miroslav fell from the shoulder of the earth bear, thinking to himself that it was not good. A black shadow flashed in, and Orson appeared at the right time, kicking the opponent's body, tearing Miroslav's body with great force, causing the latter to hunch over and fall to the ground in pain. The old Dean is not a professional knight, and he does not have such a strong physical fitness. This blow made him vomit 3 liters of blood, and the severe pain almost made him comatose. My lord, Blefeu, who was fighting over there, was anxious. With such a heavy blow, even if he didn't die, he was already seriously injured. But who would have thought that it was this anxious cry that made Blefeu reveal a huge flaw? And Barrington's long sword directly pierced his arm and cut his flesh. Poof! Blood flew. You're done. Barrington and Negan, one on the left and one on the right, knocked the sword out of Blefeu's hand almost instantly and escorted the latter to the ground. Miroslav, you're done too. Orson walked towards the old Dean, who was lying on the ground with his body bent, holding a long sword. Come on, Blaxhang, a great wizard of the abyss level. This is a strong fighting force. Blaxhang put away his long sword and took out a bead that was smaller than the black bead in Morphos's hand. If you can't reach the abyss level, you can only transform it into a frost level at most. Frost. Not bad. But just when one person was about to control Miroslav, and the other was about to perform a secret technique, Miroslav's figure disappeared directly on the spot. The expressions of Orson and Blaxhang froze. What's going on? Teleport? Impossible. A mere great wizard cannot master teleportation magic. He must have used the earth walking to escape. Although the earth-type great wizard cannot fly in the sky, he can run underground, and the magic he used is the earth walking. Realizing this, Heishang immediately punched the ground. The surging power rushed into the ground, turning everything around upside down, but still did not find Miroslav. Their faces darkened. Since they had taken action, they could not allow failure. He is seriously injured and should not be able to run far, Heishang ordered coldly. Orson, quickly arrange everyone to search the city, and don't let him get away. Chapter 389, Escape. The fierce battle destroyed several buildings in Black Python Castle, and the flying rubble and wood blocks were scattered all over the ground. However, no one has the mind to pay attention to the damage to the buildings now. Under the call of Negan, all the members of the Knights stationed around the castle dispersed in various directions, trying to find the escaped magician. 1 hour, 2 hours, until the sun set. They found nothing. Bang! The crystal cup was thrown heavily to the ground and smashed into pieces. Orson was so angry that his hair and beard stood up. This Miroslav actually hit a trick, and he actually mastered the ground-walking technique that is so difficult to learn. Lurking underground? Ordinary means really can't deal with it, and it is even very difficult to capture his forward direction. It's a pity that the Lord of God is not here. Otherwise, with his perception ability, He will definitely be able to sense the direction as soon as the other party escapes. As long as the direction of escape is determined, Black's hand can destroy the ground in a targeted manner and force the other party out of the land. Even if it is not possible, it can narrow the scope for the next search. Now this citywide search for one person is unlikely to be effective. After all, Black Python City is too big, and the knights are scattered, which is a bit like a drop in the bucket. Since there is no way to find him, we have to think about how to deal with the next situation. Miroslav's status is not low. He is not only on good terms with many nobles and organizations, but also an honorary vassal of Wushan Castle, and the dean of Wushan Supernatural Academy. He has brought up quite a few students. Orson and Haishong failed to kill each other, but let the other escape. Then they will have to bear the wrath of Miroslav. And this is the problem that bothers Haishong. According to Mephisto's plan, in addition to Moonlight Valley, they are also preparing to use the Hyde Earldom as a second base, infiltrating major forces while quietly accumulating strength. Miroslav's escape will definitely tell the situation in Black Python Castle. Orson's recovery and Haishong's existence will be exposed, and it will be a problem whether the Black Python Castle base can continue to exist. Send a message to the Lord of God. Things here have gone wrong. We need to ask him to come and make a decision. Orson hummed. Although he was transformed, he retained his original memory. Now he is like abandoning the first personality and opening the second personality. I know what you are worried about, but you can rest assured that Wushan Castle does not have the ability to launch an attack on us. Orson has a thorough understanding of Lu lands and the overall situation of Wushan territory. He sneered. If Rolands really brings all his knights to fight me, it will only make the Wushan family lose its dominance over this land faster. Orson has 2 knights, and if they are forced to join forces, they can get 3. Wushan Castle wants to destroy him. Even if it can win in the end, it will definitely suffer heavy losses. When the time comes, when the Polani thieves or the Black Gold Brotherhood come back, what will Wushan Castle do? I hope your guess is right. The Black Wound Knight nodded. It would be best to solve this problem through negotiation instead of war. If we really negotiate, let's see if we can get Lulans to come forward, so that we have a chance to pull him into the camp. If we succeed, Wushan territory will be ours. The reason why they came to Black Python City was that they learned about Orson's physical condition from Jesus. Based on Jesus' description, Mephisto guessed that the power that troubled Lulans and Orson was the purest witch soul power. So they came. Mephisto didn't know where such a pure witch soul power came from, but by combining the witch soul bead with the witch soul power in Orson's body, he easily completed the transformation of the latter. Orson's situation can be completely analogous to Lulans. This old marquis has been tortured for decades, and there must be more witch soul power in his body, which will definitely be more convenient for Mephisto to transform. At the beginning, after they dealt with Orson, they wanted Orson to send a visiting post to Wushan Castle to find an opportunity to get close to Lulans. But this proposal was rejected by Orson. On the one hand, he was very narrow-minded. He could not let go of the hatred that Lu Lanxi had tortured him. So he did not want Lu Lanxi to get rid of the pain so early. He hoped to see him being tortured all the time. He did not want Lu Lanxi to get rid of the trouble until the end. On the other hand, Wushan Castle was not so easy to enter. Even though the battle in Lu Lanxi was limited, there were many magic cannons, magic arrows, knights and high-level knights there. If they went there rashly, a battle like today would break out if they were not careful. Then not only would Wushan Castle be gone, but they would also lose themselves if they were not careful. But now, in order to avoid more trouble, it seems that it is not a bad idea to pull Lulans to his own camp. Orson thought for a while and said, when Wushanbeo asks us about Miroslav, I will see if I can find an opportunity to lure Lulans out of Wushanbeo. Haishong nodded in agreement. That's the best, he added, but before that, let's search every corner of Black Python City carefully. It's very good that a magician on the other side didn't die after being hit by such a heavy sword from me. With such a serious injury, he couldn't escape from Black Python City in one breath. It's likely that he is hiding somewhere. This is exactly the case. The moon is bright, and the stars are sparse. In the grass on a barren mountain in Black Python City, Miroslav, who is panting, is curled up to rest. He has fled all the way here, and the magic power in his body is exhausted. The severe fatigue keeps invading his nerves, trying to make him fall asleep, but he knows that it is not time to sleep yet. He needs to take advantage of the gap to meditate and refine his magic power, while being alert to the surroundings and taking measures in time. If he couldn't help but fall asleep and couldn't wake up and was found in his current state, even a silver knight would probably capture him. Fortunately, I mastered the earth walking technique. Otherwise, I would have died in Black Python Castle today. He was still in shock, and while he was glad that he had escaped, he thought of the guard officer Blefeu, who was still in the hands of the other party, and his life or death was uncertain. This golden knight had followed him for many years, and the master-servant relationship between the two was very deep. When Miroslav thought that Blefeu might be dead, his anger rose. Ah! As the anger surged, the old dean's chest injury began to tear with severe pain. In order not to reveal his flaws, he could only try his best to endure and not let the cough continue. Orson! He gritted his teeth and said, "This matter is not over." Miroslav knew that Lou Lance had recovered. He came to Black Python Castle after discussing with the other party. They wanted Orson to spend a huge amount of money to buy magic potions, so as to weaken the strength of Black Python Castle in disguise. But they didn't expect Orson to get rid of the erosion of the soul-devouring surge. Lou Lance was tortured by the soul-devouring surge for decades, and was only recently freed. How did Orson get free? Could it be that the people who helped Lou Lance turned around and helped Orson? The old dean shook his head. This matter was secondary. He was assassinated by the other party in Orson's castle, and Lou Lance would definitely stand up for him. Moreover, the other party probably just lacked an excuse to rectify the Black Python city that was gradually alienated from Wushang Castle. Chapter 390 Simple Wharf. The northern part of Hubei territory was originally a wilderness and quiet woodland. But with the arrival of the first batch of construction workers nearly 3 months ago, it has gradually changed. Rows of simple sheds have been built, enough for the workers who came here to build the port to rest. Not far from the outside of the sheds, there are several houses with slightly better conditions, which are prepared for the managers here. My lord, look over there. Led by Eamon, the person in charge of the port construction, Ronan came to the seaside. Following Eamon's guidance, he saw the simple wharf that was being built normally on the north side. At this time, someone was holding a rammer and working hard to tamp the wooden piles, letting them sink deeply into the soil. There were also carpenters splicing the wooden bridge deck and building a wooden bridge several meters high. After it was built, people could directly board the deck through the wooden bridge. Lord Rees has already checked the underwater situation with several people who are good at swimming. Everything is normal. There are no protruding reefs. There is no problem with sailing. A proud look flashed across Amon's face. He had taken a fancy to this place at first sight. Facts have proved that his vision is very good. Not long after, Ronan came under the wooden bridge, looking at the thick supporting pillars that one person could barely hug. He had no doubt about the load-bearing capacity of the wooden bridge. Sir Amon, how long do you think such a simple dock can be used? A long time. Amon was very confident. Sir, although we say we are building a simple dock, we dare not cut corners when building it, as long as it is properly protected. This simple dock can be used for at least 7 or 8 years. By that time, your port will have been built long ago. Ronan nodded. Just assume that the other party was exaggerating. Half the time should be available. Right? If it is shorter, it will be an engineering accident. Ronan will not pursue it, but Vittorino will hold these people accountable. The money of the nobles is not so easily wasted. How long do you think it will take to complete this dock? Ronan asked. I need to arrange for someone to send the ship here in advance. Eamon glanced at the dock under construction and smiled. It will be completed in 7 days at most. You can arrange it in advance. Although the length of the dock is limited and can only accommodate 2 ships at the same time, this area is enough to stop double-digit ships when it is anchored. This clearly means that Ronan can bring as many ships as he wants. 7 days? It takes 7 days to sail all the way from Rapids Island to here. Right? That is to say, Karada and the others can be notified to prepare now. My lord, you are here. Rees, who was training the navy, came over. Now this knight often has a smile on his face, and I don't know if it is a real smile or a fake smile. Lisbon is a more focused person, and his style of doing things has always been to strive for perfection. After more than a month of training, the 30 strong young men recruited from the swamp town have all overcome their fear of the sea. Offshore diving and diving are no longer a problem. The next step is to strengthen their physical fitness. Now that the awakening potion has been made by Elrin, Ronan is preparing to catch a few potential guys from the Navy, infantry, and archers to train them, set up typical benchmarks, and stimulate their potential. After inspecting the port, Ronan went to Gilia Island and informed Karada that the simple wharf of Wubei port was about to be completed. Karada and others were very happy to hear about this. Karada and others were ambitious, and staying on Gilia Island was not their goal. The route between Wubei territory and Gilia Island was connected, which would be their first step out of the island. In this era, there was no satellite positioning and navigation, and sufficient sailing experience was needed to grasp the direction and reach the destination on the vast ocean. Although Captain Vic had a lot of sailing experience, his experience was concentrated in the Howling Sea, and he did not go south across the North Sea. Under normal circumstances, it would take a certain amount of time to explore the route trial. However, Ronan had already made Carlos familiar with the nearby waters, and let it act as a beacon after the ship set sail to guide the sailing direction in real time. When Ronan returned to the swamp castle again, it was March 21st. Master, 4 days ago, a letter came from Wushan Fort. Lord Elrin asked Tom to go to Wubei port to inform you, but found that you had already left. As soon as Ronan came back, the butler Galen reported the news to him. What's in the letter? Ronan asked. Galen shook his head. I don't know. No one opened it to read it. It's still on your desk now. Ronan was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that he had indeed not allowed anyone to read his letters privately. It seems that the letter should be classified. It's okay not to open the letter sent to me, but if it's other things, you still have to allow others to read it. If the player's letter sent by Wushan Fort did not initiate action because Ronan was not there, it might be too late when he came back. Ronan went straight back to the study, opened the letter on the table, and started reading. He frowned slightly. The letter only asked him to return to Washenbeo as soon as possible, but did not specify what the specific matter was. But according to Lulin's character, something should have happened. Could it be that the old man broke through to become a Silver Moon Knight and wanted me to go back to celebrate? Thinking of this, Ronan put down the letter and walked out. Master, are you going out again? Galen asked. Ronan nodded. I'm going to Washenbeo. It's time for lunch now. Why don't you have lunch before leaving? Galen whispered. Mrs. Bandler has learned the dishes you requested, but it's a pity that you haven't eaten in Wubei territory in the past month. As the vegetables and meat in the territory became richer, Ronan also made a lot of requests for the cuisine. In addition to barbecue and bread, he wanted to eat some vegetables fried with lard, braised pork and the like. After a period of research and preparation of ingredients, Mrs. Bandler is now able to make dishes that meet Ronan's requirements. It's a pity that Ronan has spent most of his time in Chishan town since March. After returning, he immediately went to Wubei territory, and then went to Gilia Island to stay for a few days. He has no time to try new dishes. Give it to Elrin and the others. Ronan smiled and said, just treat it as a reward for their recent hard work. After saying these words, his figure disappeared around the corner, and soon Carlos soared into the sky and flew towards Wushan Castle. Galen hung his head and sighed deeply. The master is getting busier and busier now, and he doesn't even have time to eat a meal. As a personal servant, he didn't even have the chance to help the other party dress. In desperation, he could only focus on taking care of the castle. More than an hour later, Ronan came to Lulin's study. After 3 months, Lulin's has gotten rid of the state of dying soon. Now his complexion is very rosy, and his mental state is very good. Grandpa, what's the matter with you writing to ask me to come to Wushan Castle? Ronan asked with a smile. Guessing. Could it be that you have successfully broken through? Lulin smiled and shook his head. Although I feel that I will break through in the next 2 days. I haven't yet. He paused, and the expression on his face suddenly became a little solemn. Dean Miroslav may have an accident. Chapter 391 Lulin's plan. Lulin's words surprised Ronan. A 7th level great wizard. Even Elrin has strong combat power. Under normal circumstances, who can threaten such a person? What happened? Was he attacked by a monster when he went into the mountains to collect herbs? He didn't know that Miroslav and Lulin's had discussed selling the magic potion that relieved the soul-devouring surge to Black Python City. If he had this information, he would guess that it was related to the High family. A while ago, on the morning of the 9th, Orson's castle was attacked violently. Although there were no civilians around the castle, many people heard a huge roar. Then all the knights of Black Python City were dispatched to search the whole city, although it was unknown who was being searched. This matter was known to everyone, and from that day on, the entire Black Python City was only allowed to enter, not leave. The reason why Lowlands had this information was because he had spies in Black Python City. However, his spies could only bring this information, and no more detailed information was known. Did the old dean go to Black Python Castle? Lowlands nodded. Yes. He went to resell the magic potions he had sold to me to Orson. I asked Malonica to find out. And Miroslav did leave Wushan town in early March, accompanied by his guards Bleffu and others, and went to Black Python City. Calculating the time, he arrived around the 9th. Ronan sat down, and to be honest, he still didn't quite believe it was true. Even if Orson was so crazy, he wouldn't attack the old dean. Right? Is this information true? Whether it is a noble or a commoner, there is always a purpose for attacking others. What can Orson get by attacking Miroslav? Land? Money? Miroslav has no land. And as for money, he can't carry much on him. And the Hyde family is not poor, so they won't offend the old dean for tens of thousands of gold coins. As for pure revenge, it seems even more impossible. I can't understand it either. In Lowlands' opinion, Miroslav can sell the magic potion that relieves the soul-devouring surge to Orson, which is very good news for the latter. After all, although this potion cannot eradicate the pain, it does relieve some symptoms. Even if it is a bit expensive, Orson should be very happy. Why would he attack Miroslav in turn? And this action is clearly an excuse to hold Wushanbeo accountable. This action is too abnormal. Grandpa, what are you going to do? Lowlands obviously called him over not just to tell him this information. Otherwise, he would just say it directly in the letter. Malonica sent someone to Black Python City to deliver my letter. In name, she was concerned about the situation in Black Python Castle. But in fact, she asked Barrington to come to Wushan Castle instead of Orson to explain the matter. Ronan nodded slightly. In theory, vassals need to come to Wushan Castle to work for a period of time every year. For example, some earls will specially serve as grooms for the lord for a period of time every year. This is not absolute. Some vassals do not have time or do not want to work hard, and they can also exchange gold coins or other valuable things to replace service. But when the lord asks a vassal to come by name, the other party must respond. Barrington is not a vassal of Lowlands, but he will inherit the title of earl in the future. At the same time, Lowlands has come in the name of replacing Orson, so there is no reason for him not to come. Barrington has not been to Wushan Castle in these years. I wonder how he will respond. Ronan was a little curious. Lowlands said, I have asked Malonica to gather the third knights. And at the same time, Kabir's second knights are also ready. Ronan was shocked. Is this going to attack Black Python City? He looked at the map on the wall behind him. Wushan town is adjacent to Brilliant City, and Black Python City can be reached from the east. Lowlands arranged the second and third knights in this place, and arranged people who are absolutely trusted. It seems that the old man has long seen that Orson is a commodity that needs to be beaten. Do you really want to take action? Ronan asked. If we do, 2 knight groups don't seem to be enough. Right? For the time being, we are just putting pressure on the other party, and we don't intend to take action immediately. Roland explained. If Barrington doesn't come to Wushan Castle, and I find evidence that Miroslav was attacked in Black Python City, then it's time for me to take action. There seemed to be thunder flashing in his eyes, and he seemed to use this battle to announce to the outside world that the former Thunder Marquis is back. There are 2 knight groups in Black Python City, plus the vassals under Orson. It is estimated that they can also form a knight group. A total of 3. Roland smiled and said, in addition to the 5 existing knight groups in Wushan Castle, 3 new ones have been formed. Although the newly built ones do not have much combat power, they are enough to guard the territory. Ronan heard the meaning of the other party's words. So if we really want to go to war, are you going to send out all 5 old knights? No. Not only will your 5th knights not move, I will also station the newly formed 8th knights in the shore city, which needs to be defended. Ronan nodded. This is to prepare for the new generation of the Polish thieves group to start an uprising. 3 against 3. Even if we win, there will be heavy casualties. Ronan said. Don't you issue a conscription order? In his opinion, if you want to fight, you have to fight with surplus troops. and it is not advisable to be evenly matched. What's more, the old dean's accident is not his Wushanbeo's only business. Lu Lancy naturally thought of this. He laughed and said, "Don't forget. The main purpose of sending troops, this time, is to help Miroslav. He is not only the dean of Wushan Supernatural College and my honorary earl, but also the honorary viscount of the kingdom, and the spokesperson of Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce in Wushan territory. If something really happens to him, whether the kingdom will send troops or not is another matter. But Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce will definitely not stand idly by. If the manager of a region is attacked, if Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce does not stand up, its prestige will be severely suppressed. And it is not guaranteed that such things will happen frequently in the future. This is a serious negative impact on such a large magic chamber of commerce." Lu Lands continued, "They have more than a dozen branches in our Wushan territory, each of which is managed by a great magician or even a chief magician, and is also equipped with a special knight squad. When this group of people join the battle, their power is not inferior to that of the knights. Ronan has some understanding of this. The Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce in the horse-ragging city has been doing business with the Wubei territory. Every time they send magic materials to Elrin, there is a knight team escorting them. At the beginning, the materials purchased were small and of low value, and the team was led by a senior knight. Later, when the transaction amount increased, it became the Bronze Knight Robinson who led the team. The Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce has such a team in the branch of the horse-ragging city, and other places are probably similar. If they are mobilized, it is indeed a strong force, as Lu Lan said. Then the time for mobilization is long enough." Roning said, "We are not in a hurry." Lu Lan stroked his white beard, looking calm. "What I want is that the land in the Black Python City will obey the orders of Wushan Castle again. If Orson and the others do not want to go to war and destroy the High family, they can use their lives or freedom in exchange for the continuation of the High family. If they really fight, no matter who wins or loses, there will be damage. If Orson and Barrington are willing to plead guilty and be punished, relying on the marriage relationship between the Wushan family and the High family, they can also leave a way out for the descendants of the other family. Of course, no matter what, the Hyde family will no longer be the master of Black Python City." Roning approved of Lulan's approach. "It is a more appropriate choice to take back Black Python City with relatively peaceful means and abolish the earldom of the Hyde family from the perspective of Wushan territory facing the surrounding powerful forces. I just don't know what choice Black Python City will make when Wushan Castle mobilizes. Will Barrington come to Wushan Castle?" Chapter 392, The Choice of Black Python Castle. Lanfang Territory. "Father, what does the Marquis's transfer order mean?" Gelel asked in confusion. "Is he going to go to war with someone again?" Toru was somewhat suspicious. At the annual banquet, they all thought that now that the Bolant bandits had been destroyed and the Black Gold Brotherhood had retreated to the border, this year would be a peaceful year. But they did not expect that Wushan Castle had received another letter asking him to lead the knights to prepare for war. But the key point is that this letter not only did not specify who the enemy was this time, but did not even mention any clues, which made people feel that the war was approaching. But they were confused. What surprised Toru the most was that this letter was no longer written by Wiggins, but was written by the Marquis himself. This was enough to show that the preparations for war this time were unusual. "Wait for me to go to Wushan Castle." Since the Marquis wrote the letter himself, it means that he attaches great importance to this matter. Toru folded the letter and put it away. "You stay in Langia territory to preside over this year's spring plowing. When there are signs of war, I will notify you to come." "Okay, Father." In fact, it was not only Toru who received the letter. The leaders of several other knight groups also received letters to prepare for war. They all had similar doubts. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. In addition, Lu Lands did not say that this was a secret operation. So the mobilization of several major knight groups soon attracted the attention of the major nobles in Wushan territory. The 8 knight groups in Wushan Castle have all taken action, but their vassals have not received the conscription order. This is strange. Could it be that the Marquis wants to win a war alone? Could it be against Black Python City? Marvin thought to himself. However, this thought was strangled by him again. Although he hated Orson, Wushan Castle and Black Python Castle were in a marriage relationship after all. Diane was not only living well in the castle, but was even invited by Ronan to help. In this case, it was impossible for the two families to fight suddenly. Are they going to uproot the Black Gold Brotherhood in Black Pine Mountain? Marvin thought of another possibility. No. I have to ask the old man what the specific situation is. Why don't we have to participate in the war now? Last time, many people gained substantial benefits from the battle of the Polish bandits. Toru, Philip and Thorstein became barons and obtained land, which made many people envious. If there is another war, actively participating in it may also benefit. Black Python City. Barrington held a letter in his hand, staring at the knight who was delivering the letter from Wushan Town standing beside him with cold eyes. If eyes could kill, the other party would have died many times. In the end, reason prevailed. Wait here. I'll ask the Earl, and then I'll give you an answer. The forehead of the knight delivering the letter was covered with sweat. He had already written the suicide note before he came to deliver the letter. Everything is as you wish. Barrington snorted, turned and left the hall, and went straight to the backyard. At this time, there were not only Orson and Haeshan in the Black Python Castle, but also the so-called god Mephisto. You two are meteor knights, facing a great wizard. You actually failed. Mephisto's tone was full of anger. You disappoint me so much. His plan was to develop well with Moonlight Valley and Black Python City as bases. But he never expected that Black Python City would be exposed so soon. The escaped Miroslav has not been found yet, and it is estimated that he has been found. My lord, although we made mistakes in this matter, Miroslav is indeed very capable. We did not expect that he mastered the art of walking on the ground, Orson said defensively, in front of Mephisto. He did not have the arrogance he had when facing Roland's. Instead, he really looked like a follower, or even a servant. Haeshan did not say anything. His mistake that day was to believe Orson's lies, and believe that the latter could easily take down Miroslav alone. So he did not act immediately. Okay. I don't want to listen to your quibbling. Wait until Miroslav tells Washenbeo about this matter, and think about how to deal with the possible war. At this moment, Barrington knocked on the door and walked in. My lord, and my father, the Marquis Malonica has sent an order. He handed the letter to Orson. Let me go to Wushan Castle on your behalf. Everyone was stunned. They were just talking about the upcoming war, but they didn't expect that Wushan Castle would send a letter the next second. Has Miroslav fled back to Wushan Town? Or did he go directly to Wushan Castle? Orson took the letter and read it. Barrington guessed Miroslav was injured and should not have returned to Wushan Town yet. The letter only mentioned that Roland was concerned about the battle in Black Python Castle, and wanted to know the specific situation. Orson took a quick look, and then handed the letter respectfully to Mephisto. Based on my understanding of Roland, even if Miroslav hasn't escaped yet, this old guy has definitely guessed something. He sneered. He doesn't dare to fight us. But he has to give an explanation to Miroslav for this matter. So he wants to trick you over and imprison you to force us to give an explanation. Roland didn't want to start a head-on conflict with Black Python City, which was not good for the dying Wushan fort. If you can give an explanation to Miroslav in this way, it would be really good. After reading the letter, Mephisto thought silently for a while, and then said after a while, Barrington, tell the messenger who delivered the letter to tell Roland to go back and tell him that Black Python City has many affairs, and you will leave for Wushan Fort in May after you finish your work next month. Really going? Although Barrington couldn't resist Mephisto's order, going to Wushan Fort was very uncertain, and there was even the possibility of death. To be honest, he didn't want to go. Mephisto smiled and said, Of course not. I'm just trying to delay time. He looked at Orson and said, Since Roland is dying, let's make Wushan territory completely chaotic. Don't you have the contact information of the Black Gold Brotherhood? Go and tell them. Let them prepare as soon as possible. The perfect opportunity to invade Wushan territory has come. Orson's mouth curled up slightly. As you wish, Lord God. He was a vassal of Wushan territory. But that was a thing of the past. Now he is Mephisto's minion and servant. In the past, the order of the nobles made him dare not rebel openly. But now that he is broken free from this bondage, there is nothing he dare not do. Moreover, this is not a road to death. If the Principality of Vera can secretly support them, maybe even if Wushan Castle is dragged down, Black Python City will still be alive. Watching Orson and Barrington leave, Haeshan asked, My lord, do you need to cooperate with Moonlight Valley? Mephisto pondered slightly. Some of the people left by Jesus in the shore city have basically been cleared out. If they want to make a big move, they must let Moonlight Valley go out head-on. But doing so will undoubtedly expose Jesus. The current Moonlight Valley is hatched very well, and he doesn't want to be exposed so soon. It's enough to let Black Python City charge in front. And Moonlight Valley doesn't need to get involved for the time being. Mephisto narrowed his eyes, and there was a hint of conspirator in his eyes. It is said that this Lowland was very powerful when he was young. If we can take advantage of this chaos to pull him to our side, then even if we lose Orson and Black Python City, it won't matter. In his heart, although Black Python City and Orson's group of people have a certain value, it is not high. Chapter 393 Setting Sail. Although there was no need for Ronan to support troops or food in Lowland's operation, Ronan did not have to do nothing. The defense of the shore city should be strengthened in the near future to prevent premeditated sabotage by new bandit groups and the like. However, with Rydar and McKinn there, and the newly formed 8th Knights transferred there should be no problem. So, after conveying this message to the two, he returned to Wubei territory. It was approaching April, and spring plowing was a critical moment. With the successful planting of potatoes and rice, a batch of seeds of these two types of grains will be harvested this year, and they will be able to be planted on a large scale next year. Nowadays, there are more and more people in Wubei territory, and more capable people of all kinds. Ronan has asked Wilson to publicly select those skilled farmers to join the ranks of Wubei territory officials, serve as agricultural assistants, and set up agricultural officer positions. This selection method that does not value class, but only ability makes all civilians more or less hopeful. Although officials are not nobles, they are at least higher than freemen. My lord, the chief is presiding over government affairs in Haida Town, and has specially asked me to submit the list of this batch of personnel to you. A young man in linen clothes stood in front of Roning's desk and handed over a stack of papers very stiffly. It recorded the list of people that Lowlands asked Wiggins to transfer to Wubei after the New Year celebration. This time Roning did not ask Wilson to count, but the latter had developed a habit and did it involuntarily. To be honest, Wilson didn't know why the Lord wanted such a list. Roning took the list with a smile and checked the numbers. This time, more than 20,000 people were added. At the same time, words popped up in front of him. Prosperous population achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 1,500. Energy essence plus 3,000. With the completion of this level of achievement, it indicates that the registered population in Ronan's territory has exceeded 100,000. He took a look and found that the 7th level of the prosperous population achievement required 300,000 people. I don't think I have seen you before. What's your name? Ronan asked casually. Now there are indeed many political assistants, knights and other characters that he doesn't recognize. Sir, my name is Oma. The young man was a little excited. Although the lord sitting in front of him was younger than him, the other party's momentum made him feel very restrained. Ronan nodded. Tell Wilson for me that in addition to registering new people joining the territory, the newly born population in the territory should also be registered, and the dead should be eliminated. Let him look for relevant personnel, and set up officials specifically responsible for population work in the future. Oma's eyes lit up. There is another new position, which means they have more opportunities. Yes, sir. I will go and inform the person in charge. Roning turned his eyes to the attribute panel. The attribute points were 1776, and the energy essence was 3,225. He invested all the attribute points in the night level. Currently, the progress has reached the silver moon level, 7776/10,000. There are still more than 2,000 attribute points away from perfection, and more than 15,000 points away from breakthrough. It seems that Roning needs to work hard to become a Sun Knight and a great mage. Early the next morning, Roning set off for Rapids Island. High in the sky, Carlos flapped his wings and flew. Ronan looked at the opponent's strength progress. Frostfire Wings Carlos, level 6, 68/12500, plus as the descendant of a legendary creature. Carlos also only needs 2 hit points, without improving his qualifications. But it is undeniable that the opponent's demand for energy essence is too great. At only level 6, the energy essence required has exceeded that of the Silver Moon Knight. It is also undeniable that the level 6 dragon is not the same as the Golden Knight. With Rydar, McKinn, and Elrin relatively limited, Ronan invested all the existing 3,225 energy essences into Carlos. In an instant, the elements of heaven and earth around the dragon under him became abnormally chaotic, and its body grew in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it expanded a full circle. And now its body length is close to 13 meters. "Oh, whoa!" Carlos roared excitedly. "Master, my power has become stronger." Ronan did not clearly perceive how much it had increased, but he could feel that Carlos's scales became tighter and harder, and the flying speed increased significantly in an instant. It was just a pity that no scales fell off during this upgrade. Under normal circumstances, the dragon's scales would only fall off naturally when it broke through the level. "Who do you think is stronger, you or Mackin?" Carlos was in a very good mood and was very proud. "Little Mackin. I can kill him with just one dragon claw." "Okay. When we go back, I'll let him practice with you." Ronan really wanted to know what level of combat power the dragon had reached. "Aw? Forget it." Carlos felt a little guilty. After all, Mackin was a Silver Moon Knight. If this dragon, the only one in the world, lost, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? When Ronan rode the dragon to the sky above the Rapids Island, Kurata and others were already preparing to set sail at the port. There were 2 ships going to Wubei territory this time. One passenger ship snatched from the White Whale pirates, and the other cargo ship purchased from the Screaming Island and loaded with wood. Ronan let the dragon stop in the air, and he used the wind wing magic to fly down and landed on the warship. "Kurata, how are you ready?" Faced with the sudden arrival of the Lord, everyone was obviously stunned. Fortunately, Kurata and Lucen knew that the Lord had a dragon, and they reacted quickly. "My lord, everything is ready. Just waiting for you to come and set sail." Ronan looked at the 2 ships and nodded with satisfaction. "Have you arranged the accompanying personnel and the remaining personnel?" The deputy Lucen saluted, and then said loudly, "My lord, this time I, Keen, will accompany 2 intermediate knights and 3 junior knights." Kurata added, "I and the rest of the people will stay on Rapids Island." Ronan did not interfere too much with such arrangements. Rapids Island was not stable enough, and it was indeed safer for the stronger Kurata to stay. "These things are for you, as strategic reserves for Rapids Island." Ronan threw a package to the other party, which contained various spell scrolls such as Fire Dragon Swallowing the Sky, Fireball, Explosive Flame, and Healing. In addition, there were several bottles of auxiliary enhancement potions and awakening potions, which were distributed and used by Kurata. Kurata knew what was inside, which was what Ronan had said last time. "Thank you, sir. I will definitely distribute it reasonably." Ronan nodded and looked at Vic. "Captain, get ready and set sail when you are hungry." "As you wish, sir." Vic struck the gong, and the crisp sound resounded throughout the dock. "Set sail." The crew and sailors also echoed. Some of them put away the anchor, some put away the pedals, and raised the sails. Soon, the ship slowly moved and sailed away from the Rapids Island in the direction indicated by Ronan. Kurata looked at the ship getting farther and farther away, and he also wanted to go over to see what the Ubi territory looked like. But when he left, Lucen stayed behind. The latter's strength was at the same level as Lane, and he might not be able to suppress the other party. Although Kurata got Ronan's support and could deal with Lane, he always left room for the other party in the consideration that keeping the other party would strengthen the combat power of the Rapids Island. Although the other party gave him face, he always had disputes with Lucen, Eden and others. "I've given you enough chances. If you don't behave this time, don't blame me." Chapter 394 Ghost Tide. The sailboat can sail out of the Howling Sea by heading northeast from the Rapids Island. The land that can be seen in the south is the northwest of the Wushan Mountains. Using this land as a reference and heading east, you will reach the northern part of Wubei territory. In terms of the overall voyage, even without Carlos's guidance, with the help of the telescope, the probability of deviation is not high. Ronan chose to follow this time. On the one hand, considering that this is the first time and has commemorative value, and on the other hand, it is also for safety reasons. After giving several suggestions on the direction, he went into the room of the passenger ship to study the design of the steam engine and a steam engine manufacturing plan based on the 4th level flame light column magic. Recently, as he has mastered the core fire, he has been able to shape slightly larger iron devices. Moreover, as he becomes more and more proficient in operation, the strength of the device is gradually increasing. Presumably, it will be a while before he can carry out experiments on small steam engines. Now that Wubei has coal mines, there is no shortage of resources. But magic has the characteristics of releasing more heat faster and in a shorter time. Combining the two methods may not be a bad idea. On the second day of sailing, perhaps because of the favorable wind, they have already left the howling sea. My lord. Listen knocked on Ronan's door. There is something going on outside. Ronan put away all the manuscripts on the small table and walked out of the room. What's going on? Listen reported. I just checked the sea area ahead with a telescope and found that there are 2 ships approaching us in the northwest of the direction. From the map, there is no continent or island in that direction, so there should be no ships. Ronan frowned slightly. Come on. Take me to see. The 2 came to the deck. Ronan took out the telescope, adjusted the distance of the eyepiece, and saw the appearance of the approaching ship a little more clearly. They were 2 ships similar to the passenger ship they were on, flying white flags with a black skull painted on them. Vic. Sir. Your order? Captain Vic ran over immediately. White flag and black skull. What kind of flag is it? Ronan asked. Blood sail or ghost tide? The only thing he could think of when flying such a flag was an island group active in the howling sea. Vic was shocked when he heard it. Sir, this is the flag of the ghost tide pirates. He looked at the approaching ship in front of him. But the distance between the 2 sides was still a little far, so he couldn't see the specific content of the flag. Although he was born in the White Whale Pirates, he was still afraid of pirates. Ronan's mouth curled up slightly. Interesting. He put away the telescope. Listen. Tell the people on the ship to be alert. I'll go meet them. My lord. Listen was about to ask the Lord to act with them, so it would be safer. But he thought of the giant dragon in the sky and that the Lord himself was a great magician. So he held back the words that he hadn't said. Ronan used the wings of wind, and then instantly cast a speed magic on himself. As his mind moved, the whole person flew out like an arrow from a string. Listen and the crew who saw this scene all showed envy and admiration. If they could also fly, would they be as cool as the Lord? Ronan chose to take the initiative, mainly because he didn't want the pirates to get close to his ship. After all, once the distance is close, a carelessness will allow the other party to blow a hole in his passenger ship or cargo ship. Just like Dennis number 3. Then Ronan's loss will be too great. This pirate group is also a good person. Knowing that I don't have enough ships, they insist on giving me such a heavy gift in this vast ocean. At this moment, on the 2 ships of the Ghost Tide Pirates, the person in charge was looking at the ships on the sea in the distance. Everyone, get ready. Wait until you get close to 100 meters, and directly use magic cannons to bombard their ships. A big bearded man shouted loudly. We don't need to board the ship to rob. We just need to blow a hole in their ship and sink it. Sink it. Sink it. Sink it. It seems to be an exciting thing. And the knights and sailors on the ship are cheering happily. Several knights have pushed out the magic cannon. The magic cannon on one ship can release ice cones, just like the magic cannon of the White Whale Pirates that attacked Ronan. The magic cannon on another ship can release the 4th level wind magic tear, which is used on the sails of enemy ships. As they shouted loudly, Ronan's figure slowly landed on the deck. Suddenly, everyone's throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand. Ronan's face was faintly smiling. Do you mind if I watch how you blow up the ship? Big, big, big. Dick, the leader of the Ghost Tide Pirates, pointed at Ronan and said in shock, like a stutter. Yes, I am the great magician. Ronan said, I want to know. Whose orders did you follow to intercept my ship here? Dick finally straightened his tongue. My lord, this is all a misunderstanding. We just happened to pass by here. Swoosh. A wind blade flashed across Dick's face. He felt his cheeks heat up. He couldn't help but touch it. It was bloody. He touched it again. His left ear was cut off. I don't want to talk nonsense with you, Ronan said coldly. Who told you to intercept the ship from Rapid Island here? Myron Fleming? He didn't believe that the Ghost Tide Pirates would appear here by chance. I'll fight you. Dick drew the long sword from his waist. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he didn't care and tried to get close to Ronan. In his opinion, as long as he got close, even if the other party was a great wizard, he would have a chance to be killed by the Golden Knight. Swoosh. Dick was very fast, but Ronan's reaction was faster. He quickly dodged the opponent's sword, then quickly raised his leg and hit the opponent's abdomen with his knee. At the same time, he swung his right fist on the opponent's chin, breaking the opponent's jaw directly. Dick didn't know what happened, so he fell on the deck, blood flowing out of his mouth. A golden knight rushed towards the silver moon knight in a panic, which was no different from seeking death. Run! Seeing this situation, Nasi, the deputy leader on another ship, dared not stay any longer, and immediately shouted to the captain to turn around and evacuate. But at this moment, he seemed to have a giant beast roaring in his ears, and the hot breath made him stiff. Ah! Warcraft! Flying warcraft! The panicked roar conveyed their panic, and the crew did not even dare to control the ship. They looked at the behemoth in the air with fear. Nashi slowly twisted his stiff neck and looked back, only to see a giant creature of more than 10 meters in the air staring at him with extremely cold eyes. Oh, God! What the hell is this? Nashi rolled his eyes and fainted on the deck. Carlos spit out a breath of icy earth, letting the other party die quietly in the freezing. The public appearance of the dragon not only panicked the ghost-tide pirates, but also shocked the people on the 2 ships of the Rapids Island. Don't panic. This is the Lord's monster. Listen, shouted, it won't hurt us. The panicked shouts of the crowd gradually stopped, and turned into an unbelievable look. Oh my God! This thing actually belongs to the Lord! Someone shouted. Everyone was glad, and in addition to being shocked, their eyes were full of awe for Ronan. Ronan bent down and picked up the long sword that Dick had dropped, and put it on his neck. Tell me the answer, or I'll turn you into dragon shit. Dick was so nervous that he almost cried. If he had known that this would be the result, he would never leave the howling sea. Sir, please spare me. Sir, please spare me. Joss made me do all this. Joss? Ronan frowned. He was not familiar with this name. Chapter 395 Traitor. Carlos spread his wings, and a huge shadow enveloped the ship below. Even if no one boarded the ship, and even if most of the pirates' actions were not restricted, they did not even have the courage to resist in front of Ronan and the dragon. Ronan put his sword against Dick's throat. Who is Joss? He is the honorary knight of Viscount Melon, the knight of Screaming Island. Dick did not dare to hide anything and confessed everything. Last November, Lord Joss gave the order. We will let go of all the ships that come out of Rapids Island and go south. As long as we see any ships that go to other directions from Rapids Island, we will destroy them with magic cannons. Ronan sneered. It's him. At this moment, he also had an impression of Joss. If the guess is correct, this person is the knight who always stands on the side of Viscount Melon. You sold me ships, bought cheap wood from me, and ordered people to destroy my ships so that I could continue to buy from you. Myron has a good business mind. Ronan only earned more than 700 gold coins from Screaming Island, but he had to lose 2 ships, a loss of nearly 10,000. If he buys from Screaming Island again, he will have to pay almost 10,000 gold coins. All in all, it is equivalent to a loss of 20,000 gold. Myron's operation is to make Ronan earn money from Screaming Island and spend it on Screaming Island, not allowing him to take a penny out. No, he clearly wants to make Rapids Island a bottomless pit and empty all of Ronan's assets. What is the relationship between the 3 major pirate groups in the Screaming Sea? Bloodsail, Ghost Tide and White Whale? Ronan asked. We were all trained on Screaming Island. Dick confessed. I heard of the White Whale pirates, and Sirkin of the Bloodsail pirates are all knights secretly trained on Screaming Island. You can think of us as a whole, but we hang different flags when we act. Just like the Knights of the Marquette also have numbers. You are very careful. Ronan smiled and said, I am very curious. How do you know that there are ships passing by here from Rapids Island recently? Don't tell me that you have nothing to do every day and drive your boat on the sea. Yes, it is the message from the messenger bird of Crescent Island. Ronan had heard of the name of this island, mainly because the owner of the island, Patridge, was a meteor knight, and he was a vassal of the Earl of Screaming Island. He frowned. The distance between Crescent Island and Rapids Island is not close. How did the other party accurately grasp the movements of Rapids Island? Who sent the message to Crescent Island? Ronan narrowed his eyes, and the aura on his body was released. The powerful fighting spirit pressure made Dick feel very uneasy. It's Larn. Larn from Rapids, Dick said in panic. As far as I know, Larn has been in contact with Lord Partridge for a long time. Only he can pass on the information. Hearing this name, Ronan was a little annoyed. When he led the team to pacify Rapids, Larn was not as excessive as the White Flower Society. So Ronan wanted to recruit him for his own use, which allowed Larn to escape the trial and save his life. I didn't expect this guy to be a traitor and get involved with the people from Screaming Island. No wonder the other party was identified as a thorn by Kurata. He was probably hoping that Kurata and others would die at sea, and he would take over the management of Rapids. Right? If that's the case, you don't have to live. This scared Dick so much that he pissed himself. He begged for mercy and fear. Ronan explained, I said that to Larn just now. Dick felt a little relieved after hearing this. My lord, you scared me. As long as you can spare my life, I will definitely follow you to the death. Ronan shook his head. I don't like you pirates. And I don't like traitors even more. Larn doesn't need to live. And the same goes for you. The sword flashed. Blood flew. And Dick's head rolled on the deck. It's not that the enemy can't be used for one's own use. Such as Tom and Joffrey. But some people are very complicated. And they have committed too many things like burning, killing and looting. I'm afraid that such people don't have the word loyalty in their minds. It's okay for Larn to betray. After all, he is just a bronze knight. But Dick is a golden knight. If he suddenly rebels, the loss will be huge. Larn's betrayal came first. And Ronan didn't want the loyalty of such people. As Dick was killed, the breath of death enveloped everyone on the ship. They wanted to escape. But they couldn't. Even if some people thought they were good at swimming. Jumping into the sea here would only lead to death. With a few flashes of sword light, Ronan used Dick's long sword to end the lives of several knights nearby. But he did not touch the captains and crew members. The ship of Rapids Island approached. And Lucen and several of his knights boarded the ship. They looked at the bodies of a group of pirate knights lying in a pool of blood on the deck. Among these people, there were gold knights and silver knights. But they were killed without any resistance in front of the Lord, standing next to Ronan at this time. Even though the other party did not release any pressure, they still felt a lot of pressure. Lucen mustered up the courage and asked, Sir, what should we do with the remaining people? Order them to sail back to Wubei territory with us. Ronan said, the construction of Wubei port needs more laborers. And they are very suitable. Yes. After some reorganization, the two pirate ships and the ship of Gilia Island sailed towards Wubei territory together. And the knights also ended the search of the ship. Sir, except for more than 120 gold coins found on the ship, no other valuable things were found. Ronan waved his hand. These gold coins. You and the knights and Vic can share them. Lucen was stunned for a moment. And then saluted happily. Thank you. Sir. Ronan looked down on these gold coins. But people of ordinary origin like Lucen were quite rare. For Ronan, these two ships and the two magic cannons in front of him were much more valuable than these gold coins. Now he has 4 magic cannons, the strongest of which is the fire dragon swallowing the sky given to him by Rollans. And the remaining 3 are all snatched from the pirates. Now that Rydar is already a Sun Knight, and with McKenn's assistance, the value of this 6th level magic cannon is dispensable. Ronan is going to take it to Rapids Island and give it to Kurata. When we return, I will let Reese take people with you to clear the base of the Ghost Tide pirates. It is our honor to fight for you. Lucen didn't expect that they could fight for the Lord on the sea so soon. Which is a good thing. My lord. What about Larn? Lucen asked, are we going to deal with the pirate group after we have extinguished them? Carlos has taken my letter to Kurata. I don't need to give the betrayer a chance. Lucen looked up at the sky. No wonder the dragon had disappeared. It turned out that it had gone to deliver the letter. Lucen felt relieved when he thought of the fate of Larn. He had long been fed up with that guy who had disobeyed his orders several times and liked to be special. Now, the entire Rapids Island is considered to be one of our own. And the implementation of the Lord's plan will become smoother. Lord, will we go to war with Screaming Island? Since Lucen and Kurata knew that the Lord had a dragon, they guessed that the Lord would never be willing to be ordinary. And they would have a broad space to display their talents in the future. But they didn't know what Ronan thought. Today, they were calculated by Screaming Island. Although they annihilated the other pirate group, the mastermind did not suffer any harm. Ronan asked with a smile, do you think I should start a war? Yes, Lucen said immediately. But he seemed to realize that it was not appropriate to say this. So he lowered his head and changed his words. I just think that the other party dared to attack you and wanted to kill you on the sea. This revenge must be avenged. Of course, everything depends on your choice. And our swords will only swing because of you. Ronan laughed. Don't be so restrained. In fact, he asked Carlos to take Retta and McKenn to attack Screaming Island. But according to the principle that every grievance has its perpetrator, he can only kill Joss and Melon at best. And it is not appropriate to attack the entire Fleming family. In other words, the territory of Screaming Island still has an owner. And even if the Fleming family died, those lands would eventually belong to the royal family of Alduin. For a moment, Ronan suddenly understood why some people always wanted to make the world chaotic. Sometimes peace can indeed become a stumbling block for ambitious people. He shook his head and thought, I am not an ambitious person. I am just a farmer. Ronan patted Lucen on the shoulder. Work hard to improve yourself. There will always be a day when you can show your value. Lucen's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. And he patted his chest heavily. Yes, sir. Chapter 396 Rulon's Breakthrough. In Wishan Town, Melonica frowned as she listened to the report from her subordinates. Although Barrington did not refuse Rulon's summons, he set the time for a month later, which was clearly a delay. How badly were the buildings in Black Python Castle destroyed? Melonica asked. I didn't have a chance to get close, but from a distance, I estimated that at least 4 or 5 buildings were destroyed, including the building in the center. The messenger knight reported what he had seen and added his guess. There was definitely a big battle in Black Python Castle. Melonica nodded. It was difficult for the Battle of the Golden Knights to cause such great destruction. So the participants in this battle were either meteor knights or at least wizards. Dean Miroslav was probably in danger. At this time, a guard came to the hall. Sir, the steward Dak of the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce wants to see you. Melonica was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, Please come in. Earlier, Steward Dak had expressed his concern to him, and this time, he came here most likely to convey the intention of the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce. This time, the power of the Chamber of Commerce is indispensable to put pressure on Black Python City. Baron! Dak walked in quickly, without even doing the polite etiquette, and said directly, The Lord is back. He asked me to come and invite you to come. Huh? Melonica widened her eyes. The Dean is back? He subconsciously thought that Miroslav should have been killed, and the news brought by Dak made him both surprised and unexpected. How is the Dean? The two walked out quickly while talking. His chest injury is a bit serious, and the situation is not very good. We used several healing scrolls on him, and now the injury has stabilized. I'm glad you can come back. By the way, is it just the Dean? Where is Knight Blef? Dak shook his head and said in a low voice, My lord said that Blef may have been killed by Barrington and his men. Melonica paused. Although she had guessed it in her heart, she still felt unbelievable when she heard it with her own ears. What are the people of the Hyde family thinking? How dare they do that? He has keenly realized that the conflict between Wishan Castle and Black Python City will be exposed. Wishan territory is about to usher in a war, and the scale is much larger than that of the Polani Thieves and the Black Gold Brotherhood. Let's go! Led by Dak, the two soon came to Miroslav's room. This old man, who was always energetic despite his age, now had a vicissitudes of life on his face, with hair as dry as hay and cracked lips. In order to escape successfully, he did not even dare to stay at the night manors along the way, and stayed overnight. He slept in the open air with his injuries for so many days, and finally saved his life. How do you feel? Melonica asked with concern. Miroslav opened his eyes, raised his hand, and grabbed Melonica's arm. Quick! Tell Rollans that Orson's injuries have recovered, and there is another meteor knight in his castle, and they want to kill me. Melonica took a breath. The Marquis was tortured by the strange energy for 30 years. But Orson recovered? Could it be that the second-hand energy effect is not long enough? But this is not a big deal. The key is that the opponent has not only recovered his strength, but also has a meteor knight helper. Is this the reason why Orson dared to attack Miroslav? They probably didn't expect the old Dean to escape. Okay. Don't worry. I will tell the Marquis about this matter right away. Melonica comforted. Before you came back, the Knights of Wishan Castle had already begun to mobilize, and Lord Lullans was ready to put pressure on Black Python City. Miroslav nodded. As a great magician, he has been respected wherever he went over the years. When has he ever experienced such an embarrassing thing? If he hadn't carried the spell scroll of the Earth Bear this time, if he hadn't known the Earth Walking technique, he would have died there. They openly assassinated me and killed Blefew. I will not let this vengeance go easily. He looked at Dak. Take paper and pen, and send a message to the Chamber of Commerce headquarters and the royal family in my name. The Hyde family openly violated the laws of the kingdom and the noble convention. I demand their trial. Yes, sir. Molonica did not stop them. To be precise, he had no reason to stop them. And he could not stop them. After greeting them twice, he quickly left the mansion. On the one hand, he arranged for the night team to patrol and guard Miroslav's manor. And on the other hand, he returned to the study and took out paper and pen to write a letter to Wishon Castle. There are 2 meteor knights in Black Python City, plus a number of gold and silver knights. Miroslav in Wishon territory is seriously injured and cannot go to the battlefield. I am the only meteor knight left. Once the war starts, even if Wishon territory wins, I am afraid there will be huge losses. Molonica didn't know the situation of Lulans and Ronan. In his opinion, the top combat power was indeed a disadvantage for Wishon territory. The gap in top combat power can only be filled by magic weapons and heads, and the losses will definitely not be small. However, since Miroslav reported this matter to the royal family and the Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce, they should send people to support. Wishon Castle. Wiggins, sitting in a wheelchair, was receiving Viscount Marvin of the horse-herding city and Viscount Vittorino of the pointed city in the hall. I say, Wiggins, just give us a straight answer. Marvin's voice was full of impatience. He wanted to see the Marquis, but was stopped outside the door. This was the first time in all these years that Lulans didn't see his disciple. This made Marvin have a bad association. Could it be that the Marquis is dying? Yes, Wiggins. Now the several major knights in Wishon Castle are being mobilized, which makes us nobles feel uneasy. Vittorino didn't understand what was going on. Either you tell me the truth, what happened to the Marquis, or you let us in. If the Lord blames, Marvin and I will take the responsibility. Wiggins looked helpless. If he knew the reason why Roland suddenly stopped seeing guests, he would have told it long ago. The key is that he didn't know. And he didn't even know why the knights were mobilized. Now everyone in Wishon Castle seems to be very busy. And even Dai Annie has traveled thousands of miles to help in the remote area of Wubbling. After counting, it seems that he is the only one who is a little free. There is no way. After all, he has a broken leg and is inconvenient to move. Otherwise, he has to run to Roland's to ask what the other party wants to do. You ask me. I don't know. He spread his hands. Anyway, the old man refuses to see anyone. Even if you get past me, there is still Toru guarding the backyard. And you can't get in. Marvin and Vittorino looked helpless. They knew that Toru was guarding, so they asked Wiggins to do some work. But it seems that this road is not feasible at present. But just as the three were talking, a strong momentum swept across the entire Wishon fort. They could feel that the elemental power around them seemed to be stirred and pulled towards the backyard. What is this? Marvin and Vittorino stood up suddenly and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. They stopped talking to Wiggins and rushed directly to the backyard. Hey, wait for me. Wiggins frantically turned the wheels on both sides of the wheelchair. What are you waiting for? Hallward, push me over. At the bottom of the back mountain, Toru looked at the top of the mountain in shock. Because of the close distance, he could feel the strong pressure. Unfortunately, the jungle blocked his view, and he couldn't see what was happening up there. Toru, what's going on? Marvin and Vittorino rushed over and asked anxiously. I don't know. Toru shook his head. But the Marquis is on the mountain. Could it be? The three of them had a bold guess in their hearts. At this time, a hearty laugh came from the mountain, as if to clear away all the unpleasantness. Then Lulans, dressed in a black robe, walked in the air and landed in front of everyone. My lord! Toru and others' eyes were wide open. Walking in the air. This is the symbol of the Silver Moon Knight. For a moment, their brains seemed to have crashed and couldn't work. Chapter 397 Threatening Black Python City. The construction of Wubbling Port is in full swing. On this calm sea, for ships appeared in everyone's sight and slowly sailed towards the dock. As the person in charge of the defense of this area, Reese became alert, because according to the previous agreement, there were only 2 ships coming from Gilia Island. But now there are 4. He came to the dock, took out the telescope given to him by Roning, and tried to adjust the eyepiece to observe. Every time he used this thing, he felt very incredible. And at the same time, he admired Roning. He didn't understand what kind of brain could think of such a heaven-defying thing. However, the scene he saw next scared him. Ghost Head Flag. Ghost Tide Pirate Group. Reese was startled and immediately shouted loudly, "Everyone! Alert!" This sudden shout made the atmosphere at the construction site very tense. Although some timid people ran to the back, the soldiers who had been trained recently all stood up with weapons. "Reese, what's going on?" Hammett, who had sent a new batch of workers to Wubei port, also came over and asked about the situation. "There are ships of the Ghost Tide pirates over there." Hammett was startled and quickly drew his sword. How dare pirates harm and attack the noble's territory? They thought of many possibilities. Could it be that someone didn't want Wubei port to be built successfully? However, a figure flew out of the ship quickly and landed on the dock. Count Ronan. Seeing that the person coming was Ronan, everyone's nervous hearts were relieved, and the workers who were ready to hide away for refuge were also called back to continue working. "Sir, why are those two ships flying the flags of the Ghost Tide pirates?" Reese asked, puzzled. Ronan briefly recounted what happened at sea, and finally said, "I plan to let you lead the team with Lucen to the base of the Ghost Tide pirates to eliminate them." Reese was stunned, and then his face showed joy. "Fighting is what he likes. Everything is up to you." Soon, four ships sailed to the shore. Under Eamon's command, they docked one after another. But due to the length of the dock, only 2 ships were allowed to dock at the same time, which was a bit slow. "By the way, my lord, there is something I need to report to you." "You say?" Reese said, "Tom came here 2 days ago and said that Wishan Castle sent you a letter, asking you to go to Wishan Town when you come back." Ronan's attention was away from the ship's anchorage. Since the last incident, Ronan allowed Elrin to check some letters sent to the territory when he was away. "Are you going to Wishan Town? Not Wishan Castle?" "Yes." I subconsciously thought Tom was wrong at the time, but the other party confirmed that the letter asked you to go to Wishan Town. Reese replied, "In addition, Elrin also asked Tom to tell you to go back to Swamp Castle before going to Wishan Town to bring the powerful healing spell scroll. It is said that Lord Miroslav was injured." Ronan understood that Lu Lands might have been in Wishan Town, so the other party asked him to go to Wishan Town as well. It seems that the old dean should have been attacked. Ronan learned from Lu Lands not long ago that the old dean might have been attacked by Black Python City. At that time, due to the lack of direct evidence, Lu Lands could only take the opportunity to put pressure on Black Python City. Now that Miroslav has returned with injuries, this indirectly confirms that Lu Lands' guess is likely to be correct. If Orson and others really openly attack Miroslav, now that the person involved is here, the Hyde family cannot escape the blame. You know, the identity of the old dean is not comparable to that of Ronan, who was originally arranged to be a baron in Shanlin Town. The other party's identity, strength, background and energy that can be mobilized are much stronger than Ronan at that time. Therefore, the same assassination, the way of handling is different. And the most important thing is that Lulans has recovered from his injuries, and he wants to move the Hyde family. In this case, if Orson and others do not make the choice of abandoning the car to save the general, or even openly confront, then the Earl position of the Hyde family may be dismissed. "My lord, it's not very peaceful outside recently. Is there going to be another war in Wishan territory?" Reese asked. "Maybe." Ronan did not give a definite answer. After all, it is not clear whether the fight will be fought in the end. "I'll leave the work here to you. The wood on the ship will be given to Amon. Let the workers who are capable of building ships start working." Carlos's dragon roar shook the sky, and Ronan flew up and rushed towards the swamp castle. Reese looked at the black spot gradually disappearing in the sky, and suddenly felt fascinated. It's good to have a flying mount. He came back to his senses. Regardless of whether there will be a war in Wishan territory, Ronan has made arrangements. His battlefield is on the sea, Wishan Town. Today, this town welcomed a special guest, the owner of Wishan territory, Lulansi. To be honest, when the Marquis rode the Thunder Chaser beast to Wishan Town, Malonica was extremely surprised. When Wishan Supernormal Academy was established, Lulansi did not come to witness it. Now Miroslav was seriously injured. But the Marquis was alarmed? Is the friendship between the two very high? Or did Miroslav's safety affect the Marquis? The answer is none. "Sir, are you really healed?" Malonica, who has always been calm, was a little excited. He seemed to see the once powerful Marquis of Thunder coming back. Lulansi nodded. "How is the night's preparation?" Malonica immediately reported, "At present, the food and grass have been prepared, and the location of the garrison has been chosen at the border of the earldom. As long as you give the order, we can attack at any time. Lelancy nodded slightly. It's still early to attack. Although the Knights Order of Malonica and Kabir are ready, Toru and Sandro's team has not arrived yet. Most importantly, the magicians of the Silva Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce have not arrived in Wishan Town yet. Sir, will we really fight with Black Python City? Malonica asked. It is rare for a lord and a vassal to go to war. Lulans narrowed his eyes. It depends on the choice of Orson and Barrington. They must have heard about your and Kabir's actions, and the mobilization of the Wishan Territory Knights. Before we take action, they have enough time to think about how to face it and make a choice. But until now, they have not made a positive response. He snorted unhappily. Do you really think that you are invincible with 2 Meteor Knights after recovering from your injuries? Even if I and the people of the Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce did not participate in this battle, his Black Python City is still not the opponent of Wushan Castle. Ronan and his knights are Lulin's biggest trump card. You have been kind enough to Orson, Malonica said. I hope they will not live up to the time you gave them. Let's not talk about them. Lulans habitually leaned on his crutches. Come on. Take me to see Miroslav, and see how badly this old man is injured. Chapter 398 Diane's Request. Ronan returned to the Swamp Castle. In theory, after Elrin checked the letter, he could have someone send the spell scroll of the powerful healing spell to Wushan Town. However, considering the high value of the spell scroll, he did not make a private decision. Anyway, it would take 2 or 3 days to get to Wushan Town even if he rushed there. It would be better to wait for Ronan to come back and bring it there in person in the next 2 days. It is estimated that the latter will be faster. Ronan got the spell scroll, and also learned from Elrond about the results of the Territory Knights taking magic potions recently. After Ronan was successfully promoted, his wife Kurami also successfully became a senior knight. In addition, Data became an intermediate knight based on his own level. Reese paid a little money to buy 2 bottles of bronze-level auxiliary promotion potions, and the specific effect is still unknown. However, judging from the encounter at the dock, Ronan estimated that the other party had not yet been promoted. Sir, now the outside world knows that we have potions that can improve strength, and many people hope to buy some. There is no impenetrable wall in this world, and Ronan did not keep it secret. It is normal for outsiders to know about the potion for improvement and awakening. According to our previous discussion, a batch of awakening potions can be sold to the outside world. As for the potion for improvement, it depends on the situation. If the buyer has a good relationship with us, we can sell some at that time. The main reason is that the production capacity is too low. If the supply of magic materials is sufficient, and Wubei has enough magicians, the production will increase, and any potion can be sold to the outside world. While the two were talking, there was a knock on the door, and it was Galen who came to report, Master, Madame Diane heard that you are back and wants to see you. Ronan was a little surprised. Was the other party looking for him for the porcelain of Wubei territory or for Black Python City? Take her to the living room for a while. I will be there soon. Okay, sir. Next, Ronan told Elrin about the things between Wushan territory and Black Python City. Facing the upcoming war, Wubei territory does not need to raise troops to participate this time. But as a descendant of the Wushan family, Ronan himself still has to participate in the war. So during his absence, Elrin had to take care of the affairs of the territory. Of course, general matters were handled by Wilson, Chahar, Rig and others, and there were not many things that Elrin could personally come forward for. After the explanation, Ronan came to the living room. Diani was sitting in a chair flipping through the drawing paper in her hand. Since she promised to improve the painting level of Ronan's porcelain, she has been busy with this matter. Are you used to living in Swamp Town? Madam? Ronan greeted. Diani put down the drawing paper in her hand and smiled gently. It's okay. I live a much more fulfilling life here than in Washinbeo. Now she is with some people in Swamp Town and has opened a painting class to teach skills to the painters who will work in the porcelain workshop. The painter's skills are just SOSO, so she can't ask too much. She can only start teaching from the simplest flowers, plants, animals and the like. Moreover, painting on porcelain blanks is different from their artistic pursuits. After all, this is a commodity. To mass produce, the key is to practice until you are proficient. Luo Ning, I have seen a lot of novel things in your territory. She patted the drawing paper in her hand. Take this kind of paper for example. Although it is not as exquisite as parchment, It feels very good to use. And I heard that it is also simpler to make. If you can sell this kind of paper, I think I can make a lot of gold coins. She had a brief understanding that although Wubei territory had just been developed, there were too many commodities with great potential. Ironwood, porcelain, silk, paper. These are all new things. And compared with the Black Buffalo and some aquatic products in Swamp Castle, their value is many times greater. This place is destined to become a rich place. The current output is not much, but I believe it will be sold soon. Danny nodded. She knew that Ronan would not miss this business opportunity, which was also very reasonable. I heard from your political affairs director Wilson that you are improving the quality of this paper. I am very optimistic. I believe it can catch up with parchment. Ronan responded with a smile. And he corrected the topic. I wonder what you came to see me about. Danny hesitated for a moment, but still made up her mind to say it. I know the recent actions of the Wushan Castle Knights. They are heading for Black Python City. It seems that a war is inevitable. As the Countess of Wushan City, she knew about this matter. And Ronan was not surprised at all. Sorry, madam. If you want me to mediate this battle, I can't do it. He shook his head. Your father, Count Orson, did too much this time. The assassination of Dean Miroslav is not a crime that we can easily mediate. Danny opened her mouth, and her beautiful lips highlighted her surprise. She guessed that something big had happened, but she didn't expect it to be so serious. She couldn't understand her father and brother. How could they do anything like crazy? Diane looked bitter. I don't want you to mediate for me. They should pay for their recklessness and crimes. She paused and slowly said her request. If it really comes to that, I hope you can spare the lives of Kalima and Tomris. I know you have a bad relationship with the High family, but it has nothing to do with them. Kalima and Tomris are Orson's granddaughter and grandson, especially the latter, who is not very old. Speaking of which, Orson and Barrington's crimes do not involve these two people. I heard that you want Kalima and Breton to get married, Ronan asked, then shook his head. I advise you not to do this. Close relatives marrying is not good for future generations. Diane was stunned. She understood what Ronan meant. In short, Ronan opposed such a marriage. That was my previous thought. I won't interfere too much in Breton's marriage now. I just want to leave some blood for the High family. That would be the best. Breton would be happy too. But I can't decide how to deal with the people of the High family. Ronan thought about it. Since Rollans had arrived in Wushan town, it meant that he had revealed the information of recovery to the outside world. And he didn't need to hide it from Diane. You may not know yet. Grandpa has recovered. And now, he has the final say in Wushan County. Diane's eyes widened. At this moment, she understood why the Knights of Wushan Castle were mobilized on such a large scale. It turned out that Rollans was cured. This is really a great joy. Diane was glad that the Marquis had recovered. But she was a little confused. With the return of Lilans, the prestige of Wushanbao will be re-established. At this time, what should Black Python City do? I am afraid it will really go the way she least wants to see. She was a little confused. Although Barrington expelled her, she grew up there after all. And she missed it a little. Although that's what I said. I believe your words can still work. She looked at Ronan pitifully. Can you help me? Ronan looked into the other person's eyes. As a middleman, Diane was indeed a little embarrassed. But at least for now, she was considering it from the perspective of Wushanbao, and did not make any excuses for Black Python City. And this pitiful look really makes it hard to refuse. I'll help you. Ronan comforted, but I believe that with Grandpa's character, he will not kill the Hyde family. Kalima and Tomris should be fine. Diane stood up, smiled, and bowed to Ronan. Thank you so much. We are all family. No need to be so polite. Ronan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At first, he thought that he would eventually have a fierce conflict with Diane. But he didn't expect that after Orson was crippled by Lu Lan's, the other party's temperament took a 180-degree turn. Such a change is undoubtedly a great determination. If this woman can have a strong qualification like her brother Barrington, I'm afraid she will stir up a storm. Chapter 399 Battle Plan. The bright light illuminated the entire room. Bathed in the golden light, Miroslav felt comfortable all over. The fatigue of the past few days gradually melted away like winter snow in the sun. I have heard of the power of powerful healing. Even if the limbs are amputated, it can heal the wound. But I didn't expect it to have extraordinary effects on internal injuries. Miroslav smiled and sat up. Ronan. Thank you this time. You have taken good care of my grandfather over the years. You are welcome to do this little thing. General powerful healing has limited effect on internal injuries. But Elrond is now a magician. The power of the magic he uses is increased. And the corresponding spell scrolls are also produced. So it will be effective when used by the old Dean. Miroslav stood up and stretched his muscles. Except for a little weakness due to excessive blood loss. The pain was gone. Roland. Sometimes, I really envy you for having such an excellent grandson. The old man beside him stroked his beard and smiled. Or, let your son have another one. Suddenly, a cheerful laughter came from the room. After the laughter, there was a brief silence. Roland said, Yesterday I asked Orson's grandson Thomas to go back to Black Python Castle to bring a letter to Orson. Until now, Black Python City has not responded at all. It seems that Orson is ready to go to war, and has no intention of negotiating. Thomas is studying at Wushan Supernormal College. Rollans did not imprison him, but released him directly. It's not that Rollans is kind. But for him, an underage child is not taken seriously by him. And he disdains to use the other party as a hostage. You don't have to give him another chance. Now whenever Black Python City is mentioned, Miroslav is in a very bad mood. You and I both know what Orson is like. He is the kind of person who dares to do anything when he gets crazy. Now that I am lucky enough to survive, he knows that what awaits him will be the deprivation of his title and territory. Instead of surrendering, it is better to take a chance and bet that you can't do anything to him. Lou Lancey nodded slightly. Orson is indeed such a person. But Miroslav said one thing wrong. Lou Lancey never thought of giving Orson a chance. In his opinion, if the other party suddenly kneels down to admit his mistake, it would be a shame for him to make such a big scene. Toru's first knights are expected to arrive in Wushan town in about 10 days. Sandro's fourth knights are far away, and I arranged for him to go to the Brilliant City, so it will probably take more than half a month to get in place. Lou Lance asked, What about your team? How many people does the Chamber of Commerce plan to send this time? Most of the centaurs of the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce in Wushan will participate in this war. Preliminary estimates include 1 wizard, 6 great magicians, and 6 chief magicians. In addition, there are more than 200 knights and cavalry. Miroslav said, I don't have infantry here, so it's faster to travel. It's estimated that all of them can be assembled in about 10 days. His team is not large, but there are many top combat forces, especially high-level magicians. With this group of magicians, even if the Black Python Castle is strong and the walls are thick, they can rely on a bunch of magic to blast a gap. Then according to this time calculation, we expect to enter the Earl of Hyde around April 20th, Lillian said, looking at Roning. Roning, when the time comes, you will lead the team of Marvin, Vittorino and others to join Kabir's team in Brilliant City. Although that side is not the main attack, it is currently lacking experts. Miroslav looked at Roning with some suspicion, thinking, could it be that this kid is stronger than Kabir? He didn't know Roning's specific situation yet. Grandpa, didn't you say before that you wouldn't issue a conscription order for the time being? Roning was a little surprised. Why did Marvin and Vittorino also participate? In response, Lillians could only say helplessly, they know that I have recovered, and they insist on participating. And I can't do anything about it. Roning suddenly realized. I am afraid that for other nobles, Lillians has recovered, and the victory of this war will only belong to Washenbeo. It would be a waste of opportunity to give up the merits of war that were picked up for free. In this way, the general arrangement has been decided, and the next step is to wait for the troops to gather and start. Golden Feather Palace. King Alduin V. Bruno frowned as he read the letter in his hand. He did not expect that Wushan territory would suddenly make such a farce. Orson dared to openly attack such an important nobleman as Miroslav. Is there any conspiracy behind this? Mel, if I remember correctly, this border Earl of Orson in Wushan territory seems to have a close relationship with the Principality of Vera. Right? Bruno asked his intelligence officer Mel. Yes, Your Majesty. Mel bowed and replied. If Orson had not lost the bet due to his failure in the competition with Rollans, he would probably have become Andrea's follower. So, do you think Andrea was behind Orson's action this time? Mel was concentrating on thinking, and after a while, he shook his head slightly. This possibility should not be high. Orson attacked and killed Miroslav, which is a serious crime. Even if Andrea wanted to create some chaos, It would not make the Hyde family pay such a heavy price. Bruno rubbed his eyebrows. With the once-in-a-decade founding ceremony approaching, he was always worried that someone would cause some damage. So he linked Orson and Andrea together. You have a point. But no matter what the specific situation is, Miroslav is the honorary viscount of the kingdom. He was assassinated and almost died. As the king, I must pay attention to this matter. He thought for a while and said, Brawl, you are familiar with Wushan territory. You need to go there for this matter, and bring a few Griffin Knights. As you wish. Your Majesty. Bruno thought for a while, and remember to tell Rollins and Ronan for me that no matter when the dispute in Wushan territory ends, Ronan must come to Golden Feather City before June 14th. If Ronan is not there that day, the news of the marriage cannot be announced. This is not a good thing for the royal family. There will even be rumors that the princess's marriage will be ruined again. Bruno does not want to encounter such a bad thing that could have been avoided on the day of the grand event. At the same time, in Belwara and Crystal City, during the rest time after finishing the production of magic potions, his grandson Randall brought a letter from Miroslav. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in this matter. But when he heard that it was Wushan territory's matter, and thought that it might be related to Luo Ning, he asked a few questions. You did the right thing, Randall. The vice president of the Chamber of Commerce was assassinated. We must make our attitude clear and show our strength in this matter. Randall was very happy. He hadn't received his grandfather's affirmation for a long time. Bellola thought for a while and said, write a letter to Don in Jinyu City and ask him to go to Wushan town on my behalf to help Miroslav get revenge. Don Box is the head of the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce in Jinyu City. Like Miroslav, he is a great magician and one of the vice presidents of the Chamber of Commerce. Randall was shocked. Grandpa, it's not necessary. Right? We have a lot of people in Wushan. Not to mention the several major knights of Wushan Castle and Miroslav, which should be more than enough for a count. We must make our attitude clear. Bellola looked serious. We must tell outsiders that there is a price to pay for assassinating the vice president of our Magic Chamber of Commerce. He thought to himself, with the support this time, the number of dragon scales obtained from Ronan should be a little more next time. Right? Chapter 400. A shocking scene. Time passed quickly, and the two knights of Wushan Castle had arrived in Wushan Town and Brilliant City respectively. Those nobles who learned from Martin and Vittorino that Rollins had recovered also sent out their own troops. One by one, clamoring to fight alongside the Marquis. Ronan felt that this scene was quite interesting. When Wiggins issued the conscription order, many nobles were reluctant. Even last year, when the Polish bandits were conquered, many people were just joining in the fun. Now Rollins has not issued a conscription order, and has not even said a word to the outside world. But this group of people volunteered to join the army to conquer Black Python City. There are probably two main reasons. One is of course that Rollins has recovered, and the Thunder Marquis has returned strongly, so they need to show their loyalty. The second is Black Python City, which is a large earldom. If Orson is deprived of his earl title and territory, then his vassals will theoretically lose their land and rights. In this way, other people will have a chance to fight for the vacant land. For these two reasons, the nobles are very active. Compared with the bustle of Wushan Town and Brilliant City, Black Python City seems to be very deserted. In the past half-month, Orson not only did not send anyone to negotiate, but also did not send scouts to inquire about the news. As if Wushan Castle's troops were not targeting Black Python City. This kind of behavior, Ronan couldn't understand for a while. He could only guess whether the other party had something to rely on. So he rode the dragon to see if Orson had any preparations. The Border Earl's territory has a large plain, which is rich in horses, and ranks third in grain production in Wushan territory. Ronan could clearly see many people working in the fields, and also saw horse farms of all sizes. These people did not seem to realize that the war was coming, and did not show any panic. However, as Ronan came to the sky above Black Python City, the scene he saw changed. All the people in the city gathered around the castle, and they were like devout believers looking up at the gods they believed in. Ronan frowned. Are you going to drag all the civilians to the battlefield? The Lord does have the right to drag civilians to the battlefield, but these untrained militiamen have a very limited role to play on the battlefield. Especially this time Black Python City is facing the Knights of Wushan Castle, the magicians of the Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce, and the knight squads of various nobles. With so many militiamen in this situation, Ronan's first feeling was that Orson was desperate and trying all kinds of methods. "Master, there is a smell here that I hate," Carlos sent a voice through his soul, and his tone was full of disgust. Ronan was stunned. His dragon thought most about eating and sleeping every day, and rarely expressed his opinions on his affairs. Today was the first time. "The smell you hate." Ronan immediately thought of the mysterious valley in Wubei territory, and then his heart was shocked. "You mean, there is the smell of Natalia here?" "Yes, Master. This smell makes me sick. I don't want to stay here for a moment." The time of imprisonment was a nightmare that Carlos could never escape. Every time he recalled it, his dragon body and dragon heart were very uncomfortable. After receiving a positive answer, Ronan thought about Orson's recovery. Roland and Miroslav both thought that it was because the second-hand soul-devouring surge had a duration that caused Orson to recover on his own. But now, after Carlos's reminder, Ronan thought that it might be Natalia, who could control the power of the witch soul. Who cured Orson? The witch soul clan. The power of the witch soul. Could it be that the remnants of the witch soul clan are hidden in the Black Python Castle? According to the memories of Retta, Elrond and McKin, the soul-devouring surge on Natalia and Roland's was the manifestation of the witch soul clan and the witch soul power. It was the so-called Shadow Lord Elliot who annihilated Retta's Flame Expeditionary Army in the Flame Canyon. But in that battle, Retta and others also destroyed the opponent, and it was considered a mutual destruction. If there are really people from the Wuhuan clan in the Black Python Castle, where did they come from? Let's go down and take a look. Although Carlos was reluctant, he still folded his wings slightly and lowered his altitude. The light-bending magic also covered his whole body, and the civilians below could not find its trace at all. As the altitude dropped, Ronan saw the expressions of the people surrounding the Black Python Castle. They all had dull eyes, as if they had lost their souls. Although there was no specific number of these people, they did not communicate with each other at all, except for the hoarse sound coming from their throats. There was no sound of talking. Ronan's heart suddenly tightened, and his face turned ugly. Could these people all become Wuhuan clan? He thought of Rydar's introduction. Although the Wuhuan clan is exactly the same as the human race, their characteristic is that they will surge with strange dark energy, and the mental power is strong enough to sense it at the level of magicians. Ronan quickly closed his eyes, and his mental power spread outward to cover the crowd below. At this moment, his perspective was like the wind of exploration. In his perception, this group of people were all wrapped in a special dark energy, connected into one piece, like a dark sea of ink. No wonder Carlos could sense the smell that he hated. With so many Natalia, it would be difficult for him not to sense it even if he wanted to. Ronan opened his eyes and looked at the many people surrounding the castle, and his eyes flashed with pity. They were all civilians, but they were transformed into something that was neither human nor ghost and lost itself. How crazy is the person behind it? The pity in Ronan's eyes turned into anger. But then he realized something, and he became more flustered. Rydar said that Shadow Lord Elliot has the ability to transform ordinary people into the Witch Soul clan. Is there a so-called Shadow Lord in Black Python City? As soon as this thought emerged, his expression changed drastically. Shadow Lord. That is a legendary magician. At that time, Rydar and his fellow Sun Knights, plus several Silver Moon Knights, killed Elliot and her subordinates at the cost of their own death. If such a person appeared in Black Python City, what would happen? The legendary magician has extremely strong mental power. If there is such a person here, he should have discovered Carlos and me. There is no movement in the castle now. I must have thought too much. Ronan suppressed the reluctance, anger and panic in his heart and regained a slightly calm mind. If there is really a legendary strongman here, he and Carlos should be exposed with the other party's super perception. Now that they are not exposed, it means that there are no legendary strongmen here. However, although Ronan's worries are a bit redundant, it is undeniable that the situation in Black Python City is beyond his expectations. He thought of the scene of killing Natalia and others in Wubei territory. The Wuhuan tribe is like zombies and is not afraid of ordinary sword damage. To kill them, either behead them to make them unable to move, or inject excessive magic power or fighting spirit into the opponent's body, triggering the violent rush of elemental power and Wuhuan power, so that the opponent can kill them. There are all ways to win, but it is obvious that the difficulty of the war has increased. No, I need to inform everyone of this matter in time. Ronan signaled Carlos to take off. In addition, Just in case, we have to let Rydar come. As the only Sun Knight, Rydar's presence can bring Ronan a full sense of security. In the castle, Mephisto frowned slightly. He seemed to sense a hidden energy fluctuation just now, but when he carefully sensed it, the fluctuation disappeared. Why go? He rubbed his brows. He had been busy for more than 20 days. Even he was a little exhausted. Fortunately, everything was ready. Mephisto smiled faintly. Let me give the noble coalition of Wushan territory a little shock. Chapter 401 Take the Initiative. Black Python Castle. Barrington. Why did things suddenly become like this? Viscount Tiny Zile looked distressed, and questioned his son-in-law. Your sister is still Wigan's wife, and your nephew is still the heir to Wushan Castle. Even if we want to control more territory, or even become the master behind Wushan territory, we have a simpler way. Not to go to war with Wushan Castle. Barrington looked indifferent. Viscount Tiny. Don't you know that old guy Rollins has recovered? Wait for him to die. Then wait for Wiggins to die. And then my nephew will inherit the title of Marquis. How long will it take? Even if you win, will Wushan territory be yours? Tiny shook his head bitterly, knowing that no matter how much he said, it would be useless. Since the attack on Miroslav, the Hyde family has no way back, and the earldom nobles, who depend on them, are also finished. Teeny, stop talking nonsense. As the founder of the Skull and Bones Society, you also sent people to assassinate Lulin's beloved grandson Ronan. You are not expecting Wushanbeo to forgive you alone after committing such a crime. Right? Orson sneered, not giving his relative any face at all. What you can do now is to lead your troops and other nobles to fight for me, so that you may still have a chance to survive. He clenched his fists. To tell you the truth, I am very strong now. Teeny took a deep breath and suppressed his unhappiness. Okay, Orson. I will support you and pray that you are doing the right thing. This time, the Principality of Vera did not send the Black Gold Brotherhood to support, and it was impossible to disperse the troops of Wushan Castle. Without external aid, it was impossible for an earldom to compete with Wushan Castle and the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce. Orson's arrogance made Tiny speechless. Where was their chance of winning? The group of militiamen wearing coarse, linen clothes outside the castle? In fact, Barrington had sent a message to Duke Andrea, but the other party considered that this matter was caused by Miroslav, and at the same time knew that the royal family had arranged for Brawl, the deputy leader of the Griffin Knights, to come to assist. Andrea did not want to be too ostentatious, nor did he want to offend the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce and the royal family, so he did not let the Black Gold Brotherhood attack. But he did not do nothing. At least he strengthened his troops in Black Pine Mountain, making this point firmly rooted in the land of Wushan territory like a nail. Of course my approach is accurate. Haha. Chaos will spread across the land of Wushan territory, since Rollins has been preparing for so many days, and still hasn't taken action. Let's take the initiative and take action first. Orson stood up. Barrington, you should lead the team and Viscount Tiny to raid Brilliant City now. Tiny was shocked. He didn't expect that Orson would divide his troops and take the initiative to attack under such circumstances. Before he could make a suggestion, Barrington gladly accepted the order. As you wish. I believe we will soon be able to let fear and death spread across Brilliant City. Go! Orson had a smile on his face, as if victory was already waiting to him. In fact, since following Mephisto, they have gradually lost their original thoughts. Becoming the Lord of Wushan territory and strengthening the Hyde family were their goals in the past. Now, what they have to do is to implement Mephisto's plan and bring the greatest trauma and chaos to the nobles of Wushan territory. On the other hand, when Ronan passed over Wushan town, he asked Carlos to fly to the shore city to inform Rydar to come, and McKen was temporarily in charge of that place. He himself used the wings of wind to come to the Baron's castle of Malonica. Griffin? Ronan landed on the ground and saw the Griffin not far away at a glance. Knowing that the royal family had finally arrived, he came to the living room and saw Brawl congratulating Rollins on his recovery. In addition to the two of them, there were also Miroslav, Malonica, and a white-haired old man. Haha. Ronan is back. Rollins saw Ronan coming in and hurriedly introduced him with a smile. Brawl, you know him. This is Mr. Don Box. Like Miroslav, he is not only one of the vice presidents of the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce and the head of the Golden Feather City branch, but also a powerful great magician. Ronan greeted them one by one. Dawn said with a pleasant face. Mr. Bellola asked me to come and help. Not only because he was angry about Miroslav's assassination, but also because of his friendship with you, Ronin. Although he said so, Dawn himself was also very surprised. What kind of friendship could Ronin and Bellola have? One is less than 20 years old, and the other is more than 100 years old. They actually know each other? Lou Lancy was also a little surprised. It seemed that his grandson had experienced something he didn't know. Ronin shook hands with Dawn. After this, please convey my regards to Mr. Bellola. Brawl also said at this time, Ronin, His Majesty also has something to say to you and the Marquis. No matter how things go with Black Python City, you must appear in Golden Feather City before June 14th. He looked at Roland. Of course. It would be best if you could accompany me. Roland stroked his white beard, knowing that His Majesty the King was worried that the postponement of the marriage would affect the reputation of the royal family. Don't worry. Even if I can't leave at that time, Ronin will go to Golden Feather City with you. That's the best. The few of them chatted for a few more sentences, and Ronin interrupted. Everyone. I took the time to observe Black Python City, and found something very important. The difficulty of this war will increase. The last sentence immediately attracted everyone's attention. In their opinion, with 3 meteor knights, Roland, Malonica, and Brawl, plus 2 great magicians, Miroslav and Dawn, Black Python City should have no chance to fight back. What happened that would increase the difficulty of the war? Dawn asked in confusion. Could it be that Orson has new experts to help? Next, Ronin told what he saw and heard in Black Python City, and also told about the characteristics of the Wuhuan clan that were difficult to kill. Everyone was silent after hearing this. Whether it was the Wuhuan clan's unkillable characteristics or the fact that they transformed ordinary people into puppets, they all subverted their cognition. The 2 knowledgeable magicians, Dawn and Miroslav, frowned. They had never heard of this tribe. If it's true as you said, then this Witch Soul tribe is the servant of the devil. Dawn frowned, looking through the phenomenon to the essence. If this kind of servant thing expands to other places, the adverse impact will be unprecedented. Brawl nodded. I'll let my Griffin Knight confirm it later. He looked at Roland's. If this is true, Lord Marquis, we need to act as soon as possible. Witch Soul clan. Roland's murmured the name, and the resentment and anger in his heart gradually rose. He has been tortured by the power of Witch Souls for many years. Now he not only found the existence of the so-called Witch Soul tribe, but also attacked thousands of innocent civilians. Such behavior made him very angry. He trusted Ronin's intelligence very much, whether Brawl went to investigate or not. This war must be started as soon as possible. We don't need to wait for the noble team that is far away. Malonica, you should inform the captain and the knights now, and let them prepare to set off tomorrow. Malonica said in a deep voice, Yes, sir. The Griffin Knight was very efficient, and returned with the news he had found before sunset in the afternoon. There were no people outside the Black Python Castle as Ronin said, but they found that a large group of people were heading towards Wishan town in the southeast. At the same time, another group of soldiers was crossing the plain in the north. Orson actually took the initiative to attack the team in the north. Lou Lancy looked at the map behind him, and squinted his eyes. He wants to raid the Brilliant City. Chapter 402 Stabilizing the Morale of the Army. A surprise attack is not terrible. The camp of the Second Knights of Kabir was originally located on the side close to the earldom, and as the war approached, the patrol work became more rigorous. In addition, many noble teams also arrived in Brilliant City one after another. As the commander, Ronin settled them on the mountain on one side of the camp, and selected some people to be deployed as scouts on the road leading to Black Python City, under the double guarantee. Even if Orson wanted to launch a surprise attack, Brilliant City could react immediately. Lu Lan said, Ronin, don't hang around in Wishan town anymore. Brilliant City needs your help. Brawl frowned slightly. He felt that this arrangement was a bit inappropriate. There are 2 Meteor Knights in Black Python Castle, but as far as I know, the strongest manpower in Brilliant City is only the Golden Knight. Right? Isn't it too risky for Ronin to go there with such a lineup? He came to Wushan territory this time to send a message to Bruno, so that Ronin could go to Golden Feather City on time. And for this, he needed to ensure the latter's safety. To be honest, Ronin's death in battle is more terrifying than his failure to arrive at Golden Feather City on time. Because then Princess Blanche's reputation as a husband killer will be thoroughly established. which will have a huge impact on His Majesty's reputation and the prestige of the royal family. He paused and said, "How about this? I and my Griffin Knights will accompany Ronan." Rulons nodded slightly. Although he knew Ronan's strength, for the latter's safety, it would be safer for Brawl to go. However, Ronan felt that it was unnecessary. "It's better for Lord Brawl to stay in the front," he advised. "The number of top warriors on the other side is uncertain. Maybe there are other warriors besides the Meteor Knight mentioned by Orson and the old Dean. It would be safer for you and Mr. Dawn to stay in the front. Although in addition to the Silver Moon Knight, Lilans, there are 3 level 7 Transcendents, Malonica, Dawn and Miroslav. But the opponent's lineup is still unknown. If there are 2 more Meteor Knights, they don't have many top warriors on the front. As for the Brilliant City, Ronan has asked Carlos to pick up Retta, with the Knight of the Sun and him, the Mage, the Silver Moon Knight. The other side can't make any waves." Seeing that Brawl was about to say something, Ronan blinked and said mysteriously, "Don't worry, sir. We have made arrangements for the Brilliant City." Brawl raised his eyebrows. Ronan's words were interesting. Could it be that there were Meteor Knights in Wushan territory that he didn't know about? Faces flashed through his mind, but he couldn't find the possible person. However, facing Ronan's insistence, he could only nod helplessly. "Okay. Then you must remember to act cautiously. Don't worry." Ronan left the hall and flew towards the Brilliant City using the wings of wind. The Knights of Wushan Town and the Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce soon received the notice of the war. The war between the Lord and the vassal has occurred many times in history, but it is the first time that it has happened to everyone in such a direct conflict. Once the Black Python City loses, the Hyde family's title, territory, etc. will all be gone. The distance between Wushan Town and Brilliant City is not too far, but Ronan's flying speed cannot be compared with Carlos. More than half an hour later, he finally arrived at the Brilliant Castle and landed in the small courtyard arranged by McKinney. He sensed that Carlos was on his way back and would probably be back soon. "Ronan!" A surprised female voice came from the house. It was his sister McKinney with his little nephew Martin. "Where have you been? Everyone is looking for you." Ronan was surprised. "What's wrong? Is there anything?" McKinney looked a little nervous. "Your subordinates Rigg and Baron Talon went deep into the earldom and found that the army of Black Python City was marching towards us. There were a lot of them. They suspected that Orson wanted to raid Brilliant City. The nobles left the team, and Ronan had to join in the fun and let Rigg from Wubei territory bring a team of knights to join the battle. This is also good. After experiencing the baptism of war, the effect is better than training at home all the time. I just came back from Wushan Town. I already know about this matter." "Where are you?" "I just happened to find them for something. In the fortress hall of the castle." McKinney said quickly, "You should go there quickly. We are discussing whether to notify Wushan Town and let Earl Brawl bring 2 strong men here with a griffin." Hearing this, Ronan hurried to the fortress. "Uncle!" Little Martin's childish voice stopped Ronan. "What's wrong?" Martin glanced at McKinney, and then said, "My mother said that the enemy may break into the Brilliant City. Will we be defeated?" Ronan couldn't help laughing. "Don't listen to your mother's nonsense. With Uncle here, the enemy can't even reach the gate of Brilliant City. Hee. Uncle is so awesome." Ronan couldn't help but walk up and touch the other's little face, and said with a smile, "Don't scare the child." McKinney nodded embarrassedly. She was also anxious before. Ronan then walked quickly into the fortress hall. With his appearance, the voices of heated discussions quieted down for a while. Although Kabir and Sandro are the leaders, they all value Ronan. And Marvin, Vittorino and others are even more so. "Ronan, you are finally here. Come on. Tell me, do you think we should let the Marquis arrange a Meteor Knight to come?" Marvin pushed Ronan to the main seat carelessly. "There are indeed many people coming from Black Python City, and Orson definitely wants to capture Brilliant City." "Yes, sir," Reg added. "Baron Terran and I have observed for a long time, and the initial estimate is that there are no less than 5,000 people coming. A knight group has nearly 1,200 people, and the other side has 4 knight groups. In everyone's opinion, Black Python City is definitely going all out to attack Brilliant City. Don't panic. They are only a small group." Ronan said, "Not long ago, Brawl's Griffin Knights have already investigated Orson's earldom, and their main force is heading towards Wushan Town." "Ah? No way. Where did Orson get so many people?" Did he drag all the people in the earldom to the battlefield? One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and everyone started to discuss. Ronan then told the story of the Wuhuan clan. Although it sounded a bit unbelievable, if it was still hidden at this time, it would only cause greater casualties. This group of lovely nobles all support Wushanbao. Preserving their strength is also preserving the strength of Wushanbao. After the explanation, the hall was silent. They thought it was an ordinary battle, but they didn't expect that it involved a foreign race. And this foreign race was the culprit who tortured Lilans for 30 years. Ronan, do you think we can beat them? Or, let's invite a meteor knight over. Compared with the high morale and discussions before, the hall seemed a little quiet at this time. Ronan smiled slightly. Why? Viscount Marvin and Viscount Vittorino are afraid. Marvin glared. I didn't say I was afraid. But the Witch Soul clan you mentioned is a bit evil. Vittorino would naturally not admit his cowardice in public. I just think that with the meteor knight, even if there is an accident at that time, we can deal with it easily. Kabir and Sandro also nodded. Yes, Ronan. We are either silver or gold. If the other side has a meteor knight, the risk is too great. Ronan smiled and stood up. Why? Do you think we don't have a meteor knight here? Everyone looked at me. I looked at you. Is there a meteor knight here? They finally turned their eyes to Ronan. Could it be this young man in front of them? At this moment, a low voice resounded through the sky, with extreme penetrating power, pouring into the ears of everyone in the castle. Then, a gust of wind whistled down, and everyone only felt a black shadow flash by the window. What is this? Marvin and others were startled and ran out quickly, only to see a huge monster landing on the open space in front of the fortress. The terrifying power had frightened the guards around and made them collapse on the ground. Is this a dragon? Marvin's eyes widened. He suddenly thought of the rumor in Wubei that Ronan had a dragon. He thought it was an exaggerated joke. Do you really have a dragon? The others had similar expressions and questions. Ronan nodded. Does this make you feel more at ease? Everyone swallowed. If a dragon is an enemy, they are afraid of it. But as a teammate, it makes them feel at ease. There's someone on the dragon's back. With a cry of surprise, Rydell jumped off the dragon's back and landed on the steps in front of the fortress gate. He knelt on one knee. My lord, Rydell reports to you. Get up. Rydell, the enemy is on the way, and our battle is about to begin. Rydell stood up and said loudly, I'm ready to fight for you at any time. Everyone then remembered the meteor knight that Ronan had just mentioned. Could it be the red-haired man in front of them? If that's the case, then they have both dragons and meteor knights. Although they are facing the so-called Witch Soul tribe, it doesn't seem so scary. Fight! The fighting spirit in everyone's eyes burned again. Let the traitor pay the price. Yes, let these bastards never come back. Chapter 403 Barrington's Immortality. The wind brought by the giant dragon not only blew into the hearts of the nobles present, but also spread to the entire noble coalition and the two knights at a very fast speed. For a time, the morale of the army, which was affected by the news that the Black Python City army was approaching, was greatly boosted. In addition, the arrival of Rydar made everyone more confident. Ronan felt that if Rydar directly revealed his strength as the Sun Knight, this group of people would probably be so excited that they couldn't sleep. However, the meteor level was almost enough, and there was no need to reveal the matter of the Sun Knight. After all, the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. It is better to keep a low profile at the moment, so as not to repeat the mistakes of Lu Lands 30 years ago. After everyone's confidence was doubled, the next step was to discuss the battle plan, because Ronan won honors with many people in the battle with the Polish thieves group. Today he is not only the commander of the noble coalition, but also has a giant dragon and powerful followers. Naturally, he was pushed to the front and became the commander-in-chief of the brilliant city. The two captains, Kabir and Sandro, had no objection at all, and they even temporarily handed over the command of the knights to Ronan. However, Ronan handed over the command of the noble coalition to Rydar, and he did not intervene in the two knights. All he could do was to decide the approximate location of the battlefield. The terrain at the junction of Brilliant City and Black Python City was relatively flat. Even if there were hillsides, they were all inconspicuous hills, and most of them were plains. There was no good terrain under this terrain. In the end, Ronan chose the location of the battlefield at the foot of a hill, with a fairly wide plain in front. In comparison, It was easier for his team to arrive here, and the other team had to travel a longer distance. After the agreement, Ronan asked Marvin and others to first publicize to each soldier how to completely cut off the vitality of the Wuhuan clan. Fortunately, the soldiers had training on weekdays, and they were familiar with finishing off the enemy. After all, sometimes the military merit was judged by the number of heads, and it was easy to accept the fact that they cut off the enemy's head on the battlefield. As for some intermediate and advanced knights, it was much simpler. As long as a large amount of fighting spirit was injected into the enemy's body, the enemy would be turned into powder. The next morning, before dawn, the army set out. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, the team arrived at the designated location, set up camp, and rested temporarily. Rig used the telescope given by Ronan to send back the enemy's intelligence from time to time. "Sir, the enemy is already under the small hill in front of the grassland. I don't think they seem to have any intention of resting, and I guess they will come soon." Rig ended the intelligence exploration because the enemy was approaching. Ronan looked ahead. Although the small hill was really small, it blocked his view. "Everyone has eaten and drunk enough. Let's prepare to meet the enemy," Ronan ordered. On the other side, the Black Python City team led by Barrington and Tiny had already arrived at the foot of the hill. "Barrington, we should stop and rest first," Teeny strongly suggested. "The enemy's scouts have discovered us, and our scouts have also discovered that they have set up camp opposite this hill. If we go directly over without resting and reorganizing, the enemy's physical strength will definitely be better, which is not good for us." Barrington laughed. "Do you think my soldiers need to rest, father-in-law?" Tiny looked at the soldiers around him, who gave him a feeling of numbness. He was getting more and more confused. What was wrong with this group of people? What he didn't understand even more was that Barrington now made him feel very strange. In the past, although his son-in-law was narrow-minded and irritable, he could still listen to suggestions that were beneficial to him. But now, no matter what suggestions he made along the way, he didn't listen at all, and even denied his suggestions everywhere. "Barrington, what's wrong with you?" Tiny shook his beard. "When did you become so arrogant that you didn't even take the enemy seriously?" Barrington frowned. If Tiny hadn't been a little powerful and had a lot of people under him, such questioning would have been enough to kill the other party. Now he didn't give him face just because he was his father-in-law. "Tinny, I'm very powerful now." Barrington drew out the dagger from his waist and stabbed it into his heart. This scene made Tiny's scalp numb and his hair stand on end. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" He thought Barrington was hurting himself. But the next scene shattered his cognition. Barrington pulled out the dagger, and the wound not only did not bleed, but was fine. "See, I am immortal, and my endurance is better than others," Barrington asked proudly. "With such a body, who can kill me on the battlefield?" he said, pointing to the soldiers next to him. "Many of them are like me, and ordinary swords can't kill them at all. You say, do we still need to fear enemies who are just mortal bodies?" Barrington knew the weaknesses of the Wuhuan clan, but it was not possible to kill him by injecting a little foreign supernatural power into his body. On the contrary, he is a knight of the Golden Peak. If you want to turn him into dust, you need to inject a lot of extraordinary power, facing people who are not as strong as him. He said that he is immortal, which seems to make some sense. Tiny looked at his son-in-law as if he were a monster. It turned out that this was Barrington's reliance. What kind of ability is this? He was puzzled, a little afraid, and a little yearning. "Do you want it too?" Barrington smiled, his tone full of temptation. "After this war is won, I will ask Mephisto, the envoy of God, to give you a gift, and then you will be the same as me." "Mephisto? Envoy?" Tiny asked puzzledly. Barrington did not answer this question. He patted Tiny on the shoulder. "Let's go. Let's fight quickly." Tiny took a deep breath and did not continue to ask. He understood where Barrington's confidence and reliance came from. With such ability, he does have the capital to be arrogant. "Okay. As you wish." Teeny shouted loudly. "Keep going." Soon, the army of Black Python City climbed the hillside and was at a high place. They saw at a glance that many soldiers and horses were setting up camp and resting on the other side of the plain. Enjoy the last peaceful time. On the other side, when the enemy appeared, Ronan and others also noticed it at the first time. Without his command, all the noble coalition and the two knights had taken out their shields and swords, and dispersed under the arrangement of their captains and commanders. forming 3 square formations to form a battle formation. Ronan and others stood in front of the team, quietly waiting for the other side to walk down the hillside and slowly approach. 1,000 meters. 800 meters. 600 meters. When the distance between the two sides was about to reach the 500 meters required for the charge, a huge black shadow passed by at low altitude. A whoop! The sound of the dragon's roar resounded throughout the plain. The confident and arrogant Barrington's heart suddenly sank, and he felt an unprecedented crisis and fear in his soul. He seemed to be very afraid of this sound. What is that? Teeny and other normal people looked up at the sky and saw the dragon spread its huge wings and flew towards them. Archers, get ready. Teeny was worthy of being a veteran of the battlefield, and immediately made arrangements. Knights, prepare to use fighting skills to attack. Although the dragon was powerful, he did not explain too much at this time, and could not think too much, so he could only treat Carlos as an ordinary flying monster. Those archers and knights were afraid, but they subconsciously took action after hearing the order. Huh? Carlos slightly increased his altitude, and then spit out a breath of fire, pouring down from the air, like water poured out. Damn it. There's a dragon. Barrington also reacted and quickly used his fighting skills, joining forces with other knights to fight against the fire breath. Boom! The collision of fighting spirit and flames made a huge explosion. Although Carlos's breath was not weak, the knights' fighting skills combined still consumed most of the breath in the air, leaving only a small part leaking down and falling on the Wuhuan soldiers. In an instant, those soldiers wailed and roared, and were burned into powder by the fire breath. Shoot! Tiny shouted loudly. Swish! 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 Dense arrows shot into the air, some of which fell halfway due to lack of power, and some missed due to poor accuracy. However, some still hit Carlos's scales, leaving no white spots. However, several magic arrows bombarded its scales, and although they did not hurt it, they rubbed out violent sparks, which made Carlos feel a little shocked. He shook his head, circled back, and this time he exhaled a breath of icy air. Tiny and others used the same trick again to resist again, but more than a dozen soldiers died as a result, and the huge airflow knocked many people to the ground. Want to kill us here? Barrington sensed the dragon's intention, and he roared angrily, all knights, cavalry, charge. I don't believe this beast will attack its own people. He thought, well, once the two sides came into close combat, if Carlos used his breath again at this time, he might accidentally hurt his own side. Barrington's operation did limit Carlos's performance. However, when the people on Ronan's side saw the dragon's mighty power disrupting the enemy, their morale was high. At this time, they were not at all weak in charging. Retta, Marvin, the Torino, Kabir and others all mounted their horses and drew their swords. For the glory of Wushan Fort, everyone charge. Chapter 404, Destroying with Overwhelming Force. A gust of killing intent swept the entire battlefield. The shouts of the soldiers were deafening, as if they were going to tear the whole world apart. The weapons in their hands flashed with cold light, and every swing brought a splash of blood. The nobles were the first to rush to the front, and their figures looked particularly brave and fearless under the reflection of the flames of war. Puff! A soldier's sword pierced the enemy's chest. But this time, there was no familiar scene of blood spurting. The stabbed enemy not only did not have any painful expression, but even raised his sword to stab back, and blood flew, taking away a living life. From yesterday to today, Kabir, Sandro and others have publicized Ronan's intelligence about killing the Wuhuan tribe. Just knowing it is one thing, but there are too many influencing factors on the battlefield, and casualties are inevitable. However, Ronan's intelligence was also effective. At least many people reacted and cooperated to chop off the opponent's head. Too many. The flame sword slashed with scorching flames, and a row of enemies fell down with one strike. But Ronan keenly discovered that the first wave of people rushing up were cannon fodder, and Barrington and others consciously slowed down and avoided the momentum of the first wave. Want to use these people to consume our physical strength? Ronan's fighting spirit burst out to form a strong wind to disperse the soldiers rushing up, and then quickly carved the spell pattern. Buzz! The air trembled, and the power of the wind element condensed into a translucent arrow, which shot out at a very fast speed. Puff! 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 Like a string of candied haws, the piercing wave directly penetrated the bodies of all the enemies in front, and killed Barrington in the battle group. Those enemies who were hit, if they were humans, would fall to the ground with heavy injuries. And if they were cannon fodder of the Wuhuan tribe, they would be directly turned into powder. Huh? Barrington had already observed Ronan. And now he saw the soldiers in front suddenly turned into ashes. And immediately realized that the other party had used magic. 7th level magic piercing wave. He shouted loudly. And the breath of darkness and fire enveloped his body, condensing into a fighting spirit armor. And the great sword in his hand also slashed at the translucent arrow. With a bang, the two forces exploded and produced a huge impact, directly knocking Barrington off the horse. Ronan frowned slightly. The piercing wave penetrated many enemies along the way, so that the power was weakened. Otherwise the opponent would not be able to take this magic attack in a hurry. At this moment, a knight wielded a great sword and killed Ronan. He sensed that there was no strange black energy on the other party, which meant that the other party was a normal human. Ronan swept the long sword in the other party's hand and kicked him with great force. The other party was kicked and smashed on the crowd behind him, and a large group of people fell down immediately. In front of him, there was no one who could fight. However, Kabir and others were not as relaxed as him when they were besieged, especially the Bronze Knight Rig, as the current representative of Hubei territory's combat power, was a little passive when he was surrounded by 2 senior knights and a group of cannon fodder. Fortunately, the knight team members of Hubei territory were nearby, and they had a sense of each other. On the other hand, Barrington, who was still frightened, commanded the cannon fodder to charge while retreating. He couldn't believe that there was a great magician on this battlefield. And he couldn't believe that this great magician was the former waste Ronan. Tiny followed and asked loudly, "What's going on? Aren't they immortal? How did they die?" Barrington looked at Tiny like an idiot. Will the immortal really not die? You? Tiny felt that he was fooled. But it was too late to say anything at this time. Watching his subordinates fighting fiercely with Vittorino, Marvin and others, he had no choice but to draw his sword and move forward. Unfortunately, a sharp red light passed through the crowd and sank into Tiny's eyebrows. The power of the compressed fire flash fighting technique seemed to be stronger than the heart-piercing wave. Tiny only had time to utter a syllable with his throat, and then he fell straight to the ground with a bang. Rydar appeared at the right time. The Sun Knight was like a wolf among sheep in such a battlefield, eating whatever he wanted. Barrington trembled all over, and he roared in his heart, "What the hell is going on? Shouldn't he have an advantage with this hard-to-kill army? How come the people on the opposite side broke through the defense line so quickly and killed him?" Rydar swept Barrington with a cold look. Those who surrendered to the Wuhuan tribe should die. He was about to take action. And Ronan, who relied on the wind to move and charge on the battlefield, also came over. "Rydar, leave this man to me." Rydar stopped. "Yes, sir." After that, he turned around and joined the new battle. "Ronan?" Barrington's tone was full of doubt. "No, you are not Ronan. I am Ronan, the grandson of Lilans." Ronan turned into a phantom, came to Barrington, and slashed with a sword. Barrington raised his sword to block. Even if he held the hilt with both hands, the huge force made him breathless. Ronan withdrew his strength in this attack. Otherwise the opponent would probably be scratched by his sword. "Before you die, I want to ask you, how did Selena die?" Barrington laughed strangely. "Why? You still miss this dead fiancé now?" "She was." "Humph." Ronan kicked the opponent in the stomach without the opponent having room to fight back. "Forget it. I'm just a little curious what the truth is. It doesn't matter to me now." Barrington, who fell heavily to the ground, only felt the gap in absolute strength. Such a big gap could not be made up by his body of the Wuhuan clan. This is definitely not the power and speed that an ordinary meteor knight can possess. How old is he? How could he have such a strong strength? Barrington saw that the situation was not good and turned to flee. As he fled, he reached out from his pocket and took out a green wooden horn, put it in his mouth and blew it violently. The strange sound spread throughout the battlefield, as if some kind of mechanism was opened. Those Wuhuan clan's lowest shadow mist level soldiers howled to the sky one by one, and substantial black mist emanated from their mouths. In an instant, they became extremely irritable and crazy, and their speed, strength and cruelty increased accordingly. It was like an ordinary person became a warrior who did not care about life and death in an instant, and his combat power increased greatly. Whoosh, a strong wind swept across the earth, and Carlos's huge figure fell from the sky, and his claws directly pinched Barrington in his hand. "Let me go!" Barrington roared wildly. He forgot that there was a dragon in the sky after he left the battle group. Carlos not only did not let go, but also increased his strength. I hate this sound. I hate it so much. Poof! The dragon's claws suddenly exerted force, and it actually crushed the bones of the Golden Knight directly, and then squeezed the opponent's internal organs. But even so, Barrington still did not die. Carlos was very unhappy and smashed the opponent to the ground. And then he opened his bloody mouth and breathed out fierce flames to completely cover the opponent. Burn you to death. The guy who disgusted the dragon. The flames went out, and Barrington had turned into ashes. From the moment he led his troops to the battle, he fantasized about entering the brilliant city and fighting. But he didn't expect that he would die like Tiny before he had time to play in this battle. Ronan walked over, leaving a human figure on the ground. The black horn was also burned by the flames, leaving only charcoal. It's not that Carlos's fire breath is too hot, but that the horn is made of ordinary wood. If this horn can control the soldiers of the Wuhuan tribe. Ronan looked at the battlefield. Although Barrington was dead, the fighting power of those cannon fodders had not diminished. During this short period of time, the Noble Coalition and the Knights Infantry were in great trouble. Let's end this war first. Chapter 405: The Power of Corrosion. Although the enemy's main general had been killed by Rydar and Carlos, the battle still lasted for quite a while. After all, the enemy was outnumbered, and it would take a lot of effort to kill so many chickens, let alone humans. The battle was not over until the sun was slanting. Except for Tiny's men and some normal humans who dropped their weapons and knelt down to surrender after seeing that the situation was hopeless and were not killed. All other Wuhuan soldiers fought to the end and were killed. This group of crazy things. Marvin cursed angrily. Although he won, he was still chilled by this enemy who didn't care about life and death and was like a beast without mind. He secretly thanked that most of these people were just ordinary people, not professional knights. If all these people were replaced by knights, let alone bronze level, even if they were just intermediate and advanced knights, they would rush over desperately. And he, a silver knight, would not be able to resist. How is it? Is the loss heavy? Ronan came over to ask. Marvin hummed. The knights above the middle and high levels are fine, but the infantry have suffered more casualties. The Hyde family is really a bastard, actually cooperating with such an inhuman guy. They all thought that there must be an unknown strong man from the Wuhuan clan standing behind Orson. Ronan sighed. He had just asked Rig, and the knight squad of Wubbling was basically in this situation. 60 infantrymen. The casualties reached double digits. Ronan! Kabir ran over in a panic. Ronan was startled. What's wrong? Go and see Sandro. He was cut by Omar's sword in the battle just now. Not only can the bleeding not stop, but it is also getting worse. Everyone was shocked. There is such a situation? Ronan had some understanding. I am afraid that Sandro was corroded by the power of the Witch Soul clan just like Retta did in the past. At this moment, Sandro was sitting on the ground with his teeth gritted. His knights bandaged his wounds, but it seemed to have no effect. Sir, it should be similar to my previous situation, Retta reported. I am afraid we have to ask Elrin to come. No need. Ronan took out a spell scroll. I have the purification scroll here. As the light of purification fell, the corrosive power near the wound on Sandro's arm was immediately removed. The injury was quickly relieved, and the bleeding stopped. Thank you, Ronan. I owe you a favor, Sandro said gratefully. We are all comrades. Don't be so polite. Ronan looked at many injured people. They also had wounds, but there was no corrosion. He secretly guessed that perhaps only those who have reached a certain level of strength in the Wuhuan clan would have this corrosive power. For example, the cannon fodder soldiers. These people do not have the corrosive power. And that Omer, the Silver Knight, has this ability. The actual situation is somewhat different from Ronan's guess. Among the 3 levels of Mephisto's transformation, only the Wuhuan clan who have reached the 2nd level Frost have the corrosive power. This time is limited, and it is very good that he can get so many Wuhuan clan soldiers of the Shadow Mist level. And there are only a few people of the Frost level. For example, Omer, and Alan Hyde and Loron, 3 high-ranking knights of Black Python City. Ronan, what should we do next? Sandro asked with concern. The wound on his arm was quite deep. If there were any more battles, he might not be able to participate. Rest here tonight, and start heading to Black Python City tomorrow. now that the Black Python City team has basically been dispatched to the front. The guards of this castle must be very weak. Ronan will definitely be able to take down the castle with this group of people. After making a plan, Ronan asked Retta to lead the team tomorrow, and he himself rode Carlos to Lulin's camp before night fell. The battle in Brilliant City has ended, but the front battlefield where Lulin's and his team are located has not yet touched the enemy. According to the speed of the march, the two sides will meet in the wilderness tomorrow afternoon, and the specific location may be close to the plain wilderness where Wiggins was attacked and lost a leg. Who? Ronan did not let Carlos hide this time. After all, he had been completely exposed in the Brilliant City, so it was unnecessary to use refraction to cover it up. So, as soon as he let Carlos land in the camp, he was greeted by the shouts of Brawl, Dawn and Miroslav. They had sharper senses, and could feel the faint pressure brought by Carlos's arrival. They thought it was an enemy attack at night. Ronan jumped off the dragon's back. Don't be nervous. It's me. He couldn't help but look at Brawl. Dawn and Miroslav were magicians with strong mental power. And Brawl, a meteor knight, unexpectedly also had good perception ability. It seemed that the opponent was not a simple meteor level. Ronan? Brawl walked forward cautiously, observing the huge creature in front of him with surprise. What is this? He was shocked and curious. This is a dragon. Dawn and Miroslav were more knowledgeable and recognized Carlos's identity at a glance. I didn't expect that there would be such a legendary creature. Ronan, how did you tame it to become your Warcraft? Do you have a Warcraft contract scroll? Ronan smiled. Carlos is indeed a dragon, but it is still a young dragon. It was purely an accident that I was able to meet and tame it. Brawl secretly compared Carlos with his griffin, whether in terms of size or appearance. It seems that the dragon is better. How strong is it? He couldn't help asking. The dragons in the Night novels all have the power to destroy the world. Is your dragon, Carlos, a legendary creature? How is that possible? The other party really dared to think that he could not subdue a legendary dragon? Carlos is still a young dragon. It has only reached level 6 in the past few hundred years. With its own training speed, it may not become a level 7 monster in another 100 years, let alone a legendary level. Dawn nodded on the side. Dragons are indeed creatures with a long lifespan, but they grow relatively slowly. Brawl breathed a sigh of relief. This time in Wushan territory was really eye-opening. Not only did he see the special Witch Soul clan, but he even saw a dragon. Thinking that Wushan territory now has 2 meteor knights. If this dragon reaches level 7 or higher, the top combat power of Wushan territory can rank among the first-class families in the kingdom. Wushan will be feared again. Fortunately, this is just a young dragon with limited strength. Probably not much stronger than a griffin. Lu Lanxi then walked out of the tent. Since Ronan is here, it means that the war in Brilliant City is over. Right? Everyone's attention slowly shifted from the dragon, but they still looked at it from time to time. It's over, Grandpa. We won a great victory. Now I let them rest where they are and set off to attack Black Python Castle tomorrow. Ronan continued, Barrington, Tiny, Omer and many knights of Black Python City and its subordinates died in this battle. Everyone looked relieved after hearing this. Well done. Lu Lanxi patted Ronan on the shoulder. Very pleased. But thinking of the dead people, he couldn't help but sigh. He had heard the names of these people, and even met them earlier. For example, Tiny. He had a deep impression of this person. He was also a well-known character on the battlefield. Now these people are dead, and I'm afraid they didn't expect their lives to end so hastily. I came here mainly for some information. Ronan told everyone about Barrington blowing the horn to stimulate the potential of ordinary soldiers. This immediately aroused everyone's vigilance. This is an evil creature, Dawn commented. Miroslav nodded in agreement. It is indeed an evil creature. And there is also the Wuhuan tribe. Such a tribe should not exist in the world. He is a threat to us. Mr. Marquis, the person behind the Black Python City Orson. This time we must catch him, he said firmly. Their existence is a serious threat to all nobles, and even our Alduin kingdom. This ability to transform normal people into puppets is disgusting and fearful. Not to mention that the other party can mass-produce them on such a large scale, and use evil things to strengthen them. If such a person is allowed to develop at will, the consequences will be chilling. I understand. Rulans is more worried than Brawl, because the mastermind behind the scenes is in his Wushan territory. If he doesn't catch him this time, he doesn't know which noble will be the next victim. If he catches more, Wushan territory will be finished. We must capture Orson alive tomorrow, and make him explain everything clearly. Chapter 406, The Second Battle Between Lulins and Orson. The wilderness plains at the end of April are full of vitality. And the green grass is a good pasture. At this time of year in previous years, no matter whether it is Wushan Town or Black Python City, herders would choose to graze here. But now, due to the influence of the war, at a glance, there are continuous hills in the distance, outlining a soft outline on the horizon. While in the near distance, there are war horses neighing and iron cavalry trampling, dust flying, and no cattle or sheep. After noon, the teams of Wushan Castle and Black Python City finally met on this wilderness plain, and they lined up in a row without any arrangement of troops. In the sky, Ronan, riding on Carlos, saw everything below clearly. In terms of numbers, Black Python City has a very large advantage. The knights under Orson, plus the troops of his vassals, and the vast number of converted Wuhuan soldiers, are a black mass of at least 20,000 to 30,000 people. After the knights of Wushan Fort were fully staffed, the two teams of Toru and Malonica, plus the magicians of the Chamber of Commerce, many knight teams and some militia, estimated to be about 5,000 people. Although there was a big difference in numbers, the quality of Wushan Fort's team was very high. Not only were there many top-level fighters, but there were also many level 4 and 5 extraordinary people. Lu Lands, wearing armor and riding a thunder chaser, stood at the front of the team. Behind him were 4 powerful men: Malonica, Brawl, Miroslav and Dawn. Orson, I really want to know, how did you heal your injuries? His voice rolled away like a wave, spreading to every corner of the battlefield. As soon as he came up, he asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. 200 or 300 meters away, Orson, who was also standing in front of the battle formation, was calm and composed. Haha. Lu Lanzi, you used such a despicable method to seriously injure me. Why? Are you disappointed that I am healed now? I would not care if you recovered through normal means. But now you have transformed so many innocent people in Black Python City into monsters that are neither human nor ghost. This is to associate with the devil. No one will forgive you for such a sin. Lu Lanzi shouted loudly, Tell me, who is the hand of you and your group of Wuhuan soldiers? Before Orson could refute, Mephisto's eyes behind him suddenly condensed and focused on Lu Lanzi. To be honest, when he determined that the Wuhuan power in Orson came from Lu Lanzi, he really wanted to transform Lu Lanzi as well. But unfortunately time did not allow it. How did he know about the Wuhuan clan? Mephisto frowned, thinking back to the series of experiences after entering the kingdom of Alduin. He was sure that he had never revealed the Wuhuan clan to the outside world. Could it be that those guys are here too? No, they shouldn't. They can't cross the storm sea. Mephisto whispered, Orson, kill Lulins. As you wish. Orson obeyed respectfully, and then roared at Lulins, I've had enough of your face. Lulins, today I will make you succumb to my power. He jumped off the horse's back, and with just a jump, he crossed a distance of more than 100 meters. The surging fighting spirit rushed towards Lulins like a surging wave. I'm not seriously injured now, and this method can't affect me. Lulins lightly lifted the reins, and the thunder chaser opened its mouth, condensed a thunder cannon and blasted out, directly piercing Orson's attack. Then he stepped out of the air, slashed with a sword from a high position. An endless thunder raged. Brawl's pupils shrank violently, and he was shocked. Silver Moon Knight. Lulins broke through so quickly after recovering. The former Thunder Marquis not only came back, but also went a step further. This old guy. Miroslav laughed and scolded, You still want to compete with me after breaking through? You really want me to lose? Right? Although Orson resolved the thunder, the close combat that followed was suppressed by Lulins from the beginning. Lulins, who was not tortured, could use his fighting spirit at will, with both a strong attack and a sophisticated defense. And he pulled every detail of the battle to the fullest. However, Orson's strength seemed to have been strengthened in some way. Otherwise a person who had just stepped into the meteoric level and was sealed for a year could only barely resist so many moves. The collision between the two brought the residual power of fighting spirit to the surroundings, and even the remaining arcs could cut the grass on the ground. If there were other soldiers around the two at this time, they would probably be seriously injured. Fortunately, neither side let the team charge, but tacitly waited for the contest to be decided. With a clang, the long swords of the two collided with each other, and then began to wrestle. Suddenly, the dark power surged in Orson's body, and he seemed to split into two people. One continued to wrestle with Lu Lan's, and the other raised his sword to stab Lu Lan's throat. This is the 7th level dark attribute fighting skill Shadow Chaser. Die! The sudden change at close range made everyone tense. Melonica and Brawl were ready to rush forward, but saw a brilliant thunderstorm erupting from Lu Lan's body. Enough of the fun. Lalansi was just warming up. Now he suddenly increased his strength, directly forcing the opponent to retreat, and at the same time blocked the attack of the opponent's incarnation with a sword, and turned it into nothingness under the thunder. Don't you always regret that you can't learn my secret skills in front of me? By saying this in front of the injured, who can't use fighting spirit easily. Orson is exposing Lalance's scar. Today I will satisfy you. I saw two kinds of energy, thunder and fire, appearing on Lalance's body. They radiated huge power, causing the surrounding green grass to wither and burn, and then burn into ash. Fire dance, thunder slash. Lalanci jumped into the air and slashed with a sword. This secret skill he created was like a flood that broke the dam and vowed to break the opponent. Secret skills? I also have it. During this period, Orson was not idle. Relying on Mephisto's teaching, he mastered the secret skill of the blending of the power of the witch soul and the water attribute fighting spirit. Dark water tide. The blue-black energy surged out, swallowing up part of Lulanza's secret technique. Unfortunately, this phenomenon only lasted for a breath. And then the fire dance lightning slash broke through the dark water tide with overwhelming force and bombarded Orson. Ah! Orson screamed in pain, and his whole body was torn apart by the huge force. The flames and thunder acted on his body, making every pore and every cell of his body in pain. No. Go! Mephisto shot a dark energy at Orson, maintaining his body from collapse. At the same time, the black wound beside him rushed out quickly, and the extremely fast speed produced a sonic boom, which made the battlefield atmosphere more solemn. Kill! Melonica's voice spread to everyone's ears, and he took a step forward to Roland's and took the initiative to meet Heishang. Let you see my earth bear again. Miroslav cast a magic spell, and the earth trembled, and an 8-meter-tall giant bear made entirely of rock and soil appeared on the battlefield. The earth bear ran and directly knocked a group of people away and crushed them. Dawn laughed and cast a magic spell to summon a 5 or 6-meter-tall fire element. It can fight close to the enemy and spit out fireballs from a distance. It is very powerful. In addition, the magicians all cast their own magic, such as flying stones, wind blades, ice arrows, etc., all at once. Even the magic cannons brought by Roland's were used, and the colorful magic attacks were launched before the cavalry and infantry rushed up. Brawl sighed, it's been a long time since I fought side by side with magicians. The lethality of these human-shaped turrets is still so huge. He stopped being a spectator and drew his long sword. Griffin Knight. Charge. The griffins in the air made a loud cry and swooped down. But the dragon was faster and more powerful. Carlos came to the rear of the enemy and began the baptism of fire and frost. Faced with so many attacks, even if Orson's people also brought a few magic cannons, even if his daughter-in-law Danica Zile and others were also magicians, they were not good enough. Not good enough at all. Boom! 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 In the sound of explosions, the soldiers of the Witch Soul clan lost a large number of them. It's a dragon. Mephisto stared at Carlos. It's the imprisoned dragon mentioned by Lord Salonas. He didn't expect to see the figure of a dragon on this battlefield. And he didn't expect that this first fire wing was exactly what he was looking for. Woo! Mephisto no longer hesitated, took out the horn in his arms and blew it. As the strange sound spread, all the members of the Wuhuan tribe, including Orson and Heishang, went crazy. Even Carlos, who killed the Wuhuan tribe to vent his anger, was greatly affected. Dense black lines appeared on its scales, like a huge net that kept tightening. Carlos couldn't help but stumble and fell to the ground. Chapter 407 Coverage. The connection in soul allowed Ronan to sense Carlos's pain at this moment. He scanned the entire battlefield and soon locked his eyes on the black-robed man who blew the horn. Are you the culprit? Ronan kicked the ground with his legs, and the huge force directly splashed the soil under his feet. He shot out at a very fast speed and killed Mephisto. It's really an enslaved dragon. Mephisto laughed. In addition to disrupting the kingdom of Alduin, he also followed the order of Shadow Lord Salonas to find the dragon that was sealed in the Shadow's secret realm more than 1,000 years ago by the previous Shadow Lord Elliot. The individuals transformed by the witch soul or basically cut off the normal channels for improving their strength. But Elliot's special method, although time-consuming, labor-intensive and mentally taxing, can allow the dragon to grow while being enslaved, and at the same time, it can assist in growth through special channels. Originally, he thought this was an impossible task. After all, so much time had passed, and this continent had changed a lot. Even Jesus, a member of the royal family, didn't know the past history. It was too difficult to find valuable clues. But he never expected it to be so fast. And he even encountered a dragon on the battlefield. But to his surprise, the dragon seemed to have not been completely conquered by the power of the witch soul. Otherwise it should obey his orders when he blew the horn. But it doesn't matter. As long as he finds the dragon, he can report to Lord Salonas. A strong wind came, and Mephisto was in awe. It was the human on the dragon's back just now. What is their relationship? Ronan's sword fell, and Mephisto suddenly softened and merged into his shadow, and then disappeared in front of Ronan. Where did you go? The instantaneous wind of exploration brought Ronan the opponent's position. He jumped forward and punched a group of black shadows running fast on the ground. Boom! The fire fist bombardment blasted cracks in the ground, and the sneaking Mephisto was helplessly exposed. If I'm not mistaken, you are the one behind the transformation of Orson and the people of Black Python City into the Wuhuan clan. Right? Ronan asked. Who are you? He. Mephisto laughed strangely. In the laughter, he opened the dark door in front, behind, left and right, and 4 fully armed golden skeleton warriors jumped out and killed Ronan together. This is similar to Blanche's skeleton summoning technique, but the skeletons in front of him are of a higher level and stronger. However, no matter how strong they are not Ronan's opponents now. He used a wind flash to dodge the attacks of 2 skeletons, and the flame sword slashed out a sharp sword light to hit the remaining 2 skeletons and sent them flying backwards. In less than 5 seconds, he broke through the defense line of 4 skeletons. But just these few seconds were enough for Mephisto to take out the soul horn and blow it. With a strange sound had a special penetrating power and entered the ears of the Wuhuan clan members, who were still fighting fiercely. At this moment, all members including Orson, Heishang and others became more crazy, and some even pounced on an infantryman and lay on him to eat him. The scene was very bloody and brutal. But at this time, Lu Lans took out the black horn that Ronan gave him, and he mobilized the dark energy that was fed in the Sea of Qi and poured it into the horn. The horn that Ronan couldn't blow was successfully blown by Lulansi at this moment. As the low voice spread throughout the battlefield, the entire battlefield became strangely quiet. The members of the Wuhuan tribe, who should have gone crazy, stood in place. They were like puppets that suddenly lost their target and didn't know who to listen to for a while. Lulansi was also shocked by this scene. When he blew the horn just now, he was thinking about stopping the battle. But he didn't expect that the soldiers of the Wuhuan tribe would really stop attacking. The enemy's action stopped, but the attacks of the knights and others did not mean to stop. In an instant, many people were killed, and even Brawl captured Orson alive. At the same time, Melonica pierced through the body of Heishang with a sword. Under the thunderous roar, the knight who followed Mephisto turned into dust. Mephisto's face turned black. It was obvious that these people had snatched the dragon and took the soul horn from Elliot's subordinates. It was just difficult for him to understand that only those who had the power of the witch soul could blow the horn. Why can Lulansi blow the horn even though he doesn't have the power of the witch soul? He does have a way to override the most basic command of the horn, but he can't do it in his current form. Ronan glanced at the battlefield and curled his lips slightly. He thought of this when he saw Barrington using the horn yesterday, but he didn't expect that Lulansi could really blow it after trying. Today, he also had the attitude of giving it a try, but he didn't expect that it would actually succeed. Is it surprising? Ronan dodged the golden skeleton that rushed over, and came to Mephisto's side with a wind flash step, piercing the opponent's heart with a sword. Poof! The long sword passed through the body without a drop of blood. With the stimulation of Ronan's fighting spirit, it seemed to tear the opponent apart. I'm not like them. With an evil smile on his lips, Mephisto split into 2, turning into 2 black lights that passed through the battlefield at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to capture, and all hit Orson. Boom, the strange dark aura surged. And Orson instantly turned into the eye of the storm. The huge gust of wind even required Brawl to use fighting spirit to resist. And the people around who didn't react were directly blown into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. During this process, Orson's body gradually grew bigger and bigger like a balloon being blown up. Is it going to explode? Brawl was startled and jumped away quickly. Retreat. Everyone retreated. Orson roared to the sky, as if he was in endless pain, and waves of black ripples came out of his mouth. At the same time, the members of the Wuhuan tribe seemed to echo Orson, and roared with their heads raised. Balls of dark energy flew out of their mouths, and all sank into Orson's body. Losing the dark energy, they fell to the ground one after another, completely losing their lives. After absorbing the energy, Orson continued to grow larger. 3 meters, 5 meters, 7 meters. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a monster of more than 10 meters. Where was the human form? Is it going to explode? Luo Ning also retreated to his original position. But at this moment, Orson's huge body shrank at a very fast speed, and instantly restored his original human form. But his clothes were torn, and now he was naked. Ronin was shocked. The opponent did not explode, but absorbed the energy of all the members of the Wuhuan clan. His power has become stronger. Orson slowly opened his eyes, chuckled, laughed, and then laughed wildly. He looked at his hands. This is the powerful power that Mephisto said. I finally got it. He clenched his fists, and the scattered fighting spirit overturned the ground. Orson looked directly at Brawl, who was blocking the front, and he turned into a phantom and rushed out. Brawl snorted coldly. I want to see how strong you have become. The two fists collided with each other, and Brawl felt a heartbreaking force. And then the whole person was shocked and retreated wildly. His face sank. Silver Moon level. And not an ordinary Silver Moon level. Chapter 408 Killing. All members of the Wuhuan tribe fell to the ground and died after paying their own energy. In the blink of an eye, Awesome was the only enemy left on the battlefield except for the people of Wushan Fort. Toru, take everyone back. Lulins ordered. The remaining battle is no longer something you can participate in. Toru took the order and led a group of knights and infantrymen to retreat to the periphery, leaving the central area of the battlefield to the Marquis and others. From now on, they will only be spectators. The battle between the Silver Moon class is exciting just to think about it. Ronin came to Carlos's side, cast the light body technique and speed magic on him, and at the same time added more than 300 points of energy essence to him. Go to Swamp Town as quickly as possible to bring Elrin over, and also let him dispel the mark on your body for you. For so long, not only Ronin didn't notice it, but even Carlos himself ignored the power of the Wuhuan in him. Otherwise he could have asked Elrin to help purify it. Okay, Master. Carlos flew into the air impatiently. He didn't want to be covered in dirt anymore. He had to find Elrin to clean it off as soon as possible. Asen looked up at the flying dragon and laughed contemptuously. Are you going to find help? I hope you can wait until the rescue arrives. Ronin asked Elrin to come over, not because he wanted combat support. Even if Orson gained the power of the late Silver Moon, Ronin's current Silver Moon level, 8196/10,000, meant that he was also in the late Silver Moon level. What's more, he was not fighting alone. Lulins came forward. You have given up yourself in pursuit of power. Can I still call you Orson Hyde now? Orson ignored this sentence. You should be thankful that if it weren't for the insufficient preparation, Lord Mephisto would not have had time to convert more witch souls. Otherwise you would not be facing me at the late Silver Moon stage, but me at the Sun level. Mephisto. This name appeared in everyone's ears for the first time. They could also guess that the black-robed man who just transformed into energy and flew into Orson's body should be Mephisto. How sad. Lulins laughed contemptuously. Since you lost to me and became a vassal of Wushan Fort, you have never called me Lord once. But now you call a demon Lord. Orson, you are so disappointing. Orson did not feel unhappy at all. On the contrary, he was willing to call Mephisto Lord from the bottom of his heart. This was the taming effect brought by the witch soul bead. Stop talking nonsense. Violent undercurrents. He roared, and his naked body suddenly grew stronger. All the muscles on his body were activated, and his speed and strength reached a new level. Whoosh! Orson turned into a phantom, and in the blink of an eye, he came behind Lulins, wanting to cut off Lulin's head from behind with a sword. Ding! The piercing sound was that Lulin swung his sword in time to block the attack. under the effect of the recoil force. He took a few steps back. "Uh-huh. Is this your strength?" Orson laughed wildly and attacked crazily. "Now try using the fire dance lightning strike again." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Orson's attacks became faster and faster, making Lulins dazzled. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had signs of being suppressed. "We'll go too." Malonica saw that the Marquis was at a disadvantage, and immediately stepped forward to join the battle. Brawl did the same. Only Dawn and Miroslav were left unable to attack immediately. They were all magicians, and they had to seize the opportunity to attack. If they didn't use magic well and caused interference to their teammates, it would be a loss. 3 versus 1. Rolanza's fiery sword energy was accompanied by purple thunder. He was responsible for attacking the main position, while Malonica and Brawl attacked from both sides. The three of them surrounded Orson in the middle in a triangular formation. Orson focused his main energy on Roland's, while resolving the opponent's attack and avoiding Brawl's attack, but was cut by Malonica's sword. He snorted coldly, and his whole body of fighting spirit burst out instantly. He swung his long sword, and a huge black sword energy rushed into the sky, defeating Malonica, who vomited blood and flew back. The aftermath of the sword energy scattered, cutting deep marks on the surrounding ground. One hand supported Malonica's back, allowing him to stand steadily. "You heal your wounds first." He dodged and joined the battle. "Uh-huh. Ants dare to get involved in our battle, overestimating their own abilities." When Orson saw Ronin coming, his eyes were full of murderous intent. "Doesn't Lulins think highly of you? I will kill you first today." He actually rushed towards Ronin. Ronin was calm, and while applying a buff to himself, he fought him from the front. As the two's attacks collided, the recoil force actually made them stagger back at the same time. Orson's face changed. "What's going on? How can a young kid have such great power?" A gust of wind came from behind. Orson thought it was bad, and quickly dodged to the side. But he still didn't have time to completely avoid the sword. With a swoosh, Rolanza's long sword cut off one of the opponent's arms. "You? Die!" Brawl's voice sounded beside Orson, and the blue sword pierced the latter's heart. At the critical moment, Orson was split into two. It was the Shadow Chaser fighting skill he had used before. He narrowly avoided this move, and took the opportunity to distance himself. Although he luckily escaped the death blow, he felt that his whole body was losing strength after losing an arm. He overestimated his strength again and again, and put himself in a passive position again and again. It's a pity that it's a little short. If there are 7 or 8 more days, this power will be enough for me to become a Sun Knight for a short time. Orson looked around at the powerful enemies around him with his gloomy eyes. "Since I'm going to die, I'll take someone with me." He ignored Roland's and Brawl who came to kill him, and rushed straight to Ronin. "Die!" The surging dark aura, mixed with the surging tidal force, seemed to dim the brightness between heaven and earth. The earth was lifted up wherever the expanding force passed, and the green grass seemed to be drained of life in an instant, turning extremely withered and yellow. Luo Ning felt the cold and bone-biting aura enveloping his whole body. Heaven-burning flame. The Do Chi in his body was operated according to the method of the heaven-burning secret book, and the fire-attributed Do Chi was extremely purified. These Do Chi surged out of his body, and condensed into a huge red cloud above his head. "Cut!" With Luo Ning's roar, the red cloud turned into a 30-meter-long red sword shadow. The extreme speed seemed to leave a blood mark in the sky, as if it had also cut the sky apart. Puff! Like a needle piercing a balloon, the burning sky flame pierced through Orson's attack and his body. Rumble, the uncontrolled dark power suddenly exploded in all directions, forming a violent storm. Ronin, who used this move, felt his body hollowed out. He didn't have time to dodge in time, and was blown away. Miroslav was quick-witted, and controlled the earth bear to catch Ronin steadily, and retreated to the edge of the storm. At this time, Orson in the storm looked down at his chest in disbelief. There was a huge hole there, and there was a flame burning around the hole. Ah! His eyes were wide open, and the piercing pain seemed to come from his soul. His body grew cracks inch by inch. Flames came out, and then it exploded into ashes with a bang. For the last blow, Orson could pick Brawl and Malonica, or even risk his life to die with Dawn and Miroslav. But he chose Ronin, the strongest one on the scene, and ended up dying without any results. With the death of Orson, the knights who had been watching the battle with bated breath finally cheered violently. Although the Black Python Castle had not been captured, they knew that the war had been won. At the same time, a familiar line of text appeared in front of Ronin's eyes. King of Killing achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 3,000. Energy essence plus 6,000. Chapter 409 Brawl's Shock. During the war to eliminate the Bolant bandits last year, Ronin killed Amicus, who had broken through to become a Meteor Knight on the spot, and completed the 8th level of the King of Killing achievement. That is, killing a level 7 extraordinary unit. Today's situation is somewhat similar to that day. There were no level 8 units on the battlefield at the beginning, until Orson absorbed the energy of all the Wuhuan soldiers and broke through forcefully, and then became a Silver Moon Knight. Ronin opened the attribute panel and consumed all the 3,000 attribute points he obtained, not only allowing the Knight level to reach the Silver Moon level, but also allowing his Magician level to reach the Mage, 3496/15,000. I am still 11,504 attribute points away from becoming a Sun Knight and a Grand Mage. Despite this, Ronin now has absolutely powerful strength. At least, he has not heard of Sun Knights in the Kingdom of Alduin and the Kingdom of Trisha. To put it another way, even if there is a Sun Knight, it is not easy to kill him, not to mention the existence of Rydar. With Ronin's own strength, he can fight with the Sun level for a while. The difference between the two levels is mental strength. The difference in strength is not big, and the difference in fighting spirit is only the amount. So in the battle just now, Ronin used the secret skill of Burning Sky Flame unscrupulously. The great magician Miroslav controlled the Earth Bear to put Ronin on the ground, and then dispelled the spell. He came to Ronin with a complicated look. Ronin, your strength. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at the moment. He just felt that the person standing in front of him was not a young man under 20 years old, but an old monster who had regained his youth. Brawl walked over quickly and directly expressed his doubts. Are you the Silver Moon Knight? Although the 30-meter-long red sword shadow just pierced Orson's body, it also stung his eyeballs. Brawl asked himself, even if he faced this attack, he would probably find it difficult to resist. But such an attack was actually launched by Ronin. You know, in last year's Knight tournament, the opponent was only a Silver Knight. In less than a year, he broke through from Silver to Silver Moon. At this time, Lu Lanz also came over and asked with concern, how is the situation? The old man was not surprised by Ronin's strength. After all, with a so-called artifact, he could accept becoming a meteor or a Silver Moon. Ronin smiled slightly and said, I didn't suffer any injuries, but the secret technique just now almost drained the fighting spirit in my body, and the consumption was too great. Toru! Lu Lan shouted. Toru ran over quickly. My lord. Your order? Pull the carriage carrying the magic cannon over here, so that Ronin can have a good rest. Are you old and confused? Miroslav smiled and said, that kind of carriage doesn't even have a cushion. How can it be comfortable to sit on? Go and pull my magic carriage over here. Lulansi laughed. Okay. You old man finally showed some generosity. In fact, although Ronin's fighting spirit was consumed a lot, it was not to the point where he needed to rest. But since Lulansi arranged it this way, he couldn't refuse the other party's face. At that moment, he got on the carriage with the help of Toru. The knights watching looked at Ronin with warm eyes. They didn't expect that the grandson of the Marquis had grown to this point. Toru. Ronin shouted. You order? Toru said respectfully, even using honorifics to address him. My dragon will bring Elrond here later. Let him treat Malonica first. He seems to have been seriously injured. Also, if a knight is seriously injured, Elrond can also help. Toru thought of the magician who appeared in Wushan Castle during the annual celebration. This Elrond seemed to be quite powerful. You have a good rest. Leave these small matters to me. On the other side, Brawl watched Toru help Ronin away. Rolanza's intervention prevented his question from being answered. Ronin is too competitive, and it's a bit difficult for him to use secret skills across levels. Brawl laughed. You mean, he's only at the gold level? He roared in his heart. You're kidding. Lulansi shrugged, spread his hands, and changed the subject. Although Orson was killed by us, the Mephisto he mentioned should not be dead. What entered Orson's body should be just a special power. Everyone nodded slightly. Dawn said, I heard that the wind-attributed Sun Knight can learn a fighting skill called Doppelganger Shadow Technique, which can use fighting spirit to condense a clone and keep it for a period of time without dissipating. Don't talk about the Sun Knight. Orson just split into two in the battle. But the time he existed was too short. Brawl was also attracted by the discussion of several people. Well, the abilities of these witch souls are a bit weird. And I agree with what Lelancy said. The mastermind Mephisto should still be alive. He may be in Black Python City. Or hiding somewhere else. At this point, everyone's face became solemn. Although they won this battle, they still felt the horror of the Wuhuan tribe. First of all, they can violently recruit soldiers. Whether men, women, old or young. All of them can be transformed into combat power. And they can also use horns to stimulate potential, causing casualties to the noble's army in a way of mutual destruction. Secondly, they can also absorb the energy of Wuhuan members to forcibly enhance their own strength, which is more terrifying than the first point. What if Silver Moon Knights can be mass-produced? Brawl, when you go back, tell His Majesty about this matter, and let him inform other nobles that if there are large-scale deaths or strange events in the territory, they must report to the local nobles or the royal family. The Wuhuan tribe is a foreign race, and letting them go will only allow them to expand rapidly. In less than 2 months, Black Python City has tens of thousands of Wuhuan soldiers. If they are left alone for a year, the number is chilling. I will. With the death of Orson and other main forces, it will not be difficult to occupy Black Python City next. After a discussion, Miroslav and Dawn prepared to evacuate with the people of the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce, because the next thing was the internal affairs of Roland's territory, and they were not vassals, so they would not participate much. Brawl was even more so. The battle was basically over, and Ronan and Roland would definitely arrive at Golden Feather City on time in June, so he could also return to Golden Feather City to report. Next, some people prepared to evacuate, and the Knights of Wushan Castle were counting the losses and cleaning up the battlefield. Huck Carlos flew back happily and landed on an open space in the battlefield. It is in a very good mood now. Elrin has completely eradicated the witch soul power in it, and it is completely free. Elrin glanced around the battlefield. The witch soul power around him made him frown. He didn't expect that after rebirth, he would still encounter such a large-scale alien race. It seems that the war in the previous life will continue in this life. Haha. Mr. Elrin, you are here. Roland came forward and greeted him warmly. He was very grateful to this magician. Mr. Marquis. Elrin saluted and greeted. Where is Lord Ronan? He is resting in the carriage. The battle just now consumed a lot of energy. Tori came forward and said respectfully, Mr. Magician, Count Ronan wants you to treat Melonica and some people who are seriously injured. Elrin nodded. Please gather those who need treatment. As Melonica and others gathered together, Elrin performed the purification spell. Although this is a single target spell, Elrond, who is already a mage, can expand the range and effect of the spell. After purification, he treated them and helped them recover quickly. Melonica stood up and moved his fists and feet. The erosion on his chest was not strong. He could suppress it with his fighting spirit, and he was confident that he could pull it out within 3 days. But the effect of the spell was immediate, and he felt relieved. Thank you, Elrond. It's my duty. Brawl's eyes stayed on Elrond. The spell just now was definitely not ordinary. Is the magician in front of him a great mage? Suddenly, he was shocked. When did Wushling become so strong? Chapter 410 Conquering Black Python Castle. In recent years, the Lord of Wushan territory has been seriously ill and has not left the castle. The first heir, Wiggins, is a senior knight with no strength and no brains. And the eldest grandson is a useless person who has no knowledge. So in the past 10 or 20 years, almost all the nobles of the kingdom of Alduin have felt that the Wushan family is going to be ruined. But before everyone had time to react, or even in the blink of an eye, this ruined family actually made Brawl feel a strong momentum. The Thunder Marquis is no longer tortured by illness. Not only has he regained his former glory, he has even gone a step further and become one of the few Silver Moon Knights in the kingdom of Alduin. His useless grandson, who has no knowledge, is now at least a meteor knight. And a meteor knight who is less than 20 years old. Such qualifications cannot be compared even with the crown prince. In addition, Wushan territory also has 2 7th level extraordinary people, Melonica and Elrond. Such a top is extraordinary. As for the middle and lower levels, Roland no longer has to spend any gold coins for his illness. With the good population base of the Marquisate, his knights can be quickly formed. The Howling Island, Moonlight Valley and the Principality of Vera have always been interested in the declining Wushan territory. And they have never stopped for these years. Now that Wushan Castle has risen again, I am afraid it will give them a headache. Brawl thinks that if he brings this news to Bruno, the latter should be happy. Although the strength of Wushan Castle cannot be underestimated. There are 3 nobles around, which is not easy to deal with. Now there are pressures both inside and outside the kingdom. It is a good thing for Bruno to let these nobles check and balance each other instead of targeting the royal family. Brawl's idea was good, but he missed 3 people. No, to be more precise, 2 people and 1 dragon. If he knew that Retta was a sun level and McKen was a silver moon level, I wonder what he would think. On the other hand, Retta and Kabir had already led the noble coalition and the 2 knights of Wushan Castle to the Black Python Castle, the which Soul clan is so scary. Before entering the Black Python city, Calby, Marvin, Vittorino and others subconsciously thought that they would be ambushed. But the actual situation is that they did not encounter any ambushes from the grassland all the way to the castle. Not to mention ambushes since entering the Black Python city. Except for a lot of fleeing figures outside the city. The closer to the castle, the more empty it is. There is no doubt that all these people were transformed into the Witch Soul clan by the Black Python Castle. This kind of crazy practice made the nobles feel uneasy. And they could only pray that on the front battlefield, Lu Lands and others could wipe out all these cruel aliens in one fell swoop. Rydar was also very sad. He remembered that he had encountered this situation in his previous life. The Wuhuan clan's characteristic of violent soldiers, and their ability to devour the souls and energy of their own people to force themselves to break through a level gave them a headache. The way to avoid this situation is to strengthen surveillance, and make sure that the Wuhuan clan's high-ranking officials have no humans to convert. It seems that no one is defending the Black Python Castle. Rydar looked around, and didn't take the Wuhuan clan guards, who stayed behind seriously. Go in. Rydar waved his sword and jumped directly across the wide moat. After dealing with the guards in a few moves, he lowered the drawbridge, and the knights poured into the castle like a tide. There was no one in the huge castle anymore, and the silence made people feel like they were in a ghost town. But this made the knights who came in very excited. This is the Earl's castle, and there must be a lot of wealth hidden, although most of it had to be handed over. Hiding some was tacitly allowed. For a while, everyone was busy. You can go too. Retta asked Rig to bring the knights to join the search team. Yes, sir. Since joining Wubei territory, Rig often heard the name of Retta, and knew that there was a powerful commander stationed in the shore city in the territory. But he had not seen the other party's strength with his own eyes. He had learned a lot from the 2 days of getting along. Those who can be favored and trusted by the Lord are indeed not ordinary people. Now Rig feels more and more that joining Wubei territory so early and following Ronan is the most correct decision he has made in his life. If it was a year or 2 later, he might not be qualified to be the captain of one of the teams in Wubei territory. After this war, more and more people will join Lord Ronan, and the competition will become more and more fierce. I will also grit my teeth when I go back and buy the upgrade potion from Mr. Elrin. If I become silver soon, I will achieve greater success in the future. Thinking of the price of the upgrade potion, Rig became excited. Quick! Everyone search carefully. Don't let your teammates get a bargain, he shouted loudly. Searching for property is also one of their ways to make extra money. Yesterday on the battlefield, he found a lot of gold coins, as well as some knight swords and armor. The Lord said that these things can be disposed of by themselves, so they are naturally their own wealth. Ronan is not short of money now. He has hundreds of thousands of gold coins in his hand. It doesn't matter if this small fortune is lost, and doing so will let the people of the territory know that it is profitable to fight with the Lord, which can increase their enthusiasm for participating in the battle. Wubei Port, the oak ship from the Rapids Island has been unloaded long ago, and Captains Lucen and Vic have already left the port, leaving with them Reese's ship. The purpose of their trip is not only to train the Navy, but also to take the opportunity to remove the base of the Ghost Tide pirate group on the northern island. This is the task assigned by Ronan. On this day, Eamon was in charge of the construction of the port, and the digging of canals and docks as usual. Suddenly, he saw a ship vaguely appearing on the sea in the northeast. But it was too far away to see clearly. Damn my eyesight. I think I should pray to the Honorable Lord Ronan to give me a tool like Reese's. Foreman. That's called a telescope. The person next to him reminded. Eamon rolled his eyes. Hit your rock well. Lime. No one will think you're dumb if you don't speak. He cursed. And when he looked up again, the outline of the ship gradually became clear. This ship is quite fast. As the distance between the two sides got closer and closer, Eamon had seen the appearance of the ship clearly. There was no sail on the ship. To be precise, it seemed that the mast was broken, and there seemed to be holes and many potholes on the hull. But what surprised Eamon was that even without sails and scarred, it was sailing not slow at all. He is coming to the port. Eamon was shocked. Go. Call Hammett over. Now that Reese is not here. The strongest fighter here is Baron Hammett, who often sends people here. What's wrong? Eamon? When Hammett came over, the injured ship had already docked at the simple dock. He was startled and subconsciously thought that Master Reese had returned from injury. But after carefully looking at the hull, he found that it was different from the previous ship. What is this? Eamon ignored Hammett and stared at the uninvited guest. Oh my God! Is this ship made of iron? His brain was a little short-circuited. He knew that iron was used to reinforce certain structures on the ship, but it was impossible to use iron to build an entire ship. Even if the blacksmith welded the two pieces of iron together in a special way, facing the strong winds and waves on the sea, it would break directly into two pieces if it was not done well. But the surface of the ship in front of him seemed to be really iron. Be alert, Hammett shouted. And the 2 knights and 7 or 8 cavalrymen accompanying him were alert. To be honest, if he encountered an enemy, his manpower would not be enough. Don't be so nervous, my strange friend. A clear voice came, and 5 figures appeared on the deck of the ship one after another. The lady in the lead was polite and modest. Please rest assured that we have no hostility. Chapter 411 Uninvited Guests from Wubei Territory. Hammett thought he had seen many beautiful women, including elegant ladies and charming singers. But the woman leading the deck still caught his eye. Her face was like the latest exquisite porcelain from Huitu village. Fair and delicate, revealing an innate noble temperament. Her eyes were deep and bright, like the brightest stars in the night sky, flashing with wisdom and friendliness. And the gorgeous sky blue robe outlined her delicate figure very beautifully. Hammett thought of Princess Blanche, whom he saw at the banquet in Wishon Castle. She was also very beautiful, but she was gentle and immature. The one in front of him looked more mature. The woman who spoke was not angry because of Hammett's eyes. Brave knight, we are lost at sea. Don't know where this is? Hammett came back to his senses, realized his own gaffe, and quickly adjusted his expression. Beautiful lady, this is the territory of Earl Ronan. I am Baron Hammett of Thorntown, who is temporarily in charge of the security here. He introduced politely and asked, Where are you from? While speaking, he looked at the 4 people next to the woman. Among them, another woman was wearing light armor. Although she was not as beautiful as the woman who was speaking, she looked neat and tidy, and had a heroic aura. There were 3 people left, and Hammett was secretly shocked. The physiques of these 3 men were very tall. Although their expressions were a little sluggish due to the voyage, they still revealed the momentum of not ordinary people. With such a team, and this ship that he had never seen before, Hammett judged that these people must be from a big family. The 5 people on the deck discussed quietly for a while, and then the woman continued, It's nice to meet you, Baron Hammett. You can call me Sophia. She introduced herself. I wonder if you can introduce the 5 of us to meet your lord, Count Ronan? We want to replenish supplies in his territory, and at the same time hope to buy some materials to repair our ship. Hammett was stunned for a moment. He was just helping Vittorino work here, but he was not Ronan's follower. However, it was not a big deal to take a few people around the territory. Wubei territory welcomed people from all directions, and never issued a ban on strangers. What's more, these people still have to consume, which is something that can generate income for Wubei territory. I can take you there, Hammett said. But Earl Ronan is not in the territory at the moment. You can meet Lord Elrin first. He is one of the leaders of Wubei territory. He will decide whether to take you to see Earl Ronan. Thank you very much. After that, 4 of them got off the boat, leaving the darker-skinned knight to guard the boat. It's not close from here to Swamp Town, and walking is too slow. I'll have someone bring 4 horses for you, so it's faster. Hammett's cavalry will stay here for a few days, so it's not a problem to borrow these horses. But before he gave the order, the woman raised her hand and refused. No, Baron Hammett. Let's take the flying carpet. What? Hammett asked subconsciously. and then realized that the other party was talking about the flying carpet. But what is a flying carpet? A flying blanket? Sophia had a long scroll-like thing in her hand. As the magic power surged, the rolled-up flying carpet floated in the air, and then it unfolded with a whoosh. With an area of more than 10 square meters, Hammett and everyone else widened their eyes, watching the flying carpet slowly descending to everyone's feet, and were so shocked that they couldn't speak. "Let's go," Sophia said, and took the lead in getting on the flying carpet, followed by her personal guard, and then the 2 accompanying knights. After they got on the flying carpet, they found a place to sit cross-legged. Hammett was a little nervous, but in order not to lose face, he still took a step and walked on it. It looked like a blanket, but stepping on it was like stepping on flat ground. "It's amazing," he thought to himself, and then followed suit and found a place to sit down. Whoosh, the flying carpet suddenly rose into the air, and Hammett subconsciously clenched his fists nervously. He tilted his head to look at the ground, and Wubei was getting smaller and smaller. Such a high altitude made him dizzy. Hammett's performance was seen by Sophia and the other 4. They didn't understand why they were so nervous about a magic carpet, which was a common flying tool. "Baron Hammett, please show me the way." "Oh, okay. Hammett came back to his senses. "Let's just go southwest first." The speed of the flying carpet is naturally not as fast as the dragon, but it is still much faster than the horses running on the ground. Not long after, they arrived at the swamp town and walked towards the swamp castle. "Is this a count's territory?" Sophia's tone was a little unbelievable. It was hard for him and her to associate such a dilapidated place with the count. The female knight next to him commented, "It feels like we have come to a small town outside Darkmoon City." "Don't talk nonsense, Anil. My home is in the swamp town outside Darkmoon City, and the houses there are much neater and newer than here. This place is at best like a wild fortress." Hammett walked and listened, searching for information about Darkmoon City and Swamp Town in his mind. But unfortunately, he couldn't find anything. Maybe this group of people came from the distant principality of Gistana? Although he didn't know where Darkmoon City was, Hammett heard that these people were saying that Ronan's territory was relatively dilapidated. Dilapidated? It seems a bit, but it's not bad. At least better than his territory. Thorntown. You don't know that 2 years ago, Ronan was just a baron of a small town in the forest. Now he is not only the Earl of Wushan territory, but also the Baron of Rapid Island, canonized by His Majesty the Kingdom, and the Flame Knight who won the Knight Tournament. He has only been the Earl for less than a year, and his time and energy have been spent on land reclamation. How can he have so much time and energy to renovate these buildings? Oh! Sophia looked surprised. With so many achievements in 2 years, this Ronan must be very extraordinary. They need to meet each other even more. Can you tell us more about Ronan? Haha. It's my honor, Miss Sophia. Hammett opened the conversation box, starting from Ronan's ignorance, to how to enter Layson, how to kill the leader of the Polandi thieves, etc. Sophia frowned when she heard it. When Hammett entered the swamp castle to report, she whispered, in 2 years, he became a silver knight from an ordinary person. This speed of improvement cannot be achieved even with magic potions. Yes, this Ronan is a bit weird. Idolin nodded. As far as I know, those who can improve their strength level so quickly are very similar to the abilities of the Wuhuan clan. When they heard this, everyone was shocked. You mean, this Ronan is already a member of the Wuhuan clan? The reason they went to see this time was because they got the news that the enemy had come to this continent. If Ronan became a Wuhuan clan 2 years ago, then their actions would be at least 2 years slower. It's possible, Sophia nodded. When we meet Ronan, we should be careful. Chapter 412 Report. Sophia and the others not only did not see Ronan, but even the manager Elrin was not in the swamp castle. Helplessly, they decided to stay in the town first, waiting for Ronan to come back and getting familiar with the situation of this continent. 2 days later, they returned to the ship after replenishing food. I didn't expect that the Star Continent. Oh no. That is, the Orlan Continent they call it, is so bad. Such a big swamp town. There are not even a few decent extraordinary people. Harmon from Darkmoon City said in disbelief. If this is placed in the Crescent Continent, any small town should have at least silver knights. Not to mention gold knights. Knight Petro, who had been silent, also nodded. We came here hoping to use the power of the Star Continent to help us eradicate the demons on the Crescent Continent. But we didn't expect. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "There's not even a golden night here, let alone the silver moon, the sun, or even the legend and the sage. Simon, you should fix the boat quickly so we can go back." The dark-skinned Simon grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "The power of the pearl has been exhausted. When we go back, we won't be able to safely cross the storm sea without the power of the legend." Hearing this, Petro sighed helplessly. "It's over. We can't go back. You just came here, and you want to go back?" Sophia's eyes swept over the few people, with a hint of majesty. "Don't forget, we have another purpose for coming here. That is to get rid of the messenger of God who came here. Since we can't bring the strong back, then they can't either." Petro laughed. "I'm joking, princess. If we really go back like this, even if we can return to Dawn City safely, how can we face the families of Bart and others who died on the way?" Sophia nodded. "Just wait. Hammett said that Count Ronan's battle is almost over. Let's wait for him to come back and see what's going on, and then decide on the next move. The information people in Swamp Town know is too limited. Many things can only be known by asking nobles, and they are not ordinary low-level nobles like Hammett. Obviously, Ronan has seen a lot of the world and knows a lot, so he is a very good channel." Golden Feather Palace. 2 days are enough for Brawl to return to the capital from Wushan territory with his Griffin Knights. At this time, he has reported the matter to His Majesty the King. Bruno was naturally happy to hear that Roland's recovered and that the unrest in Wushan territory was quelled so quickly. But he didn't expect that Ronan would make such a big move. "Are you sure Ronan really has the strength to kill the Silver Moon Knight?" he asked in disbelief. Brawl was somewhat helpless. "Your Majesty, this is the 3rd time you have asked. Asen, who broke through to the Silver Moon level, died at the hands of Ronan. Although Lolan said that Ronan used secret skills beyond his level, this is a lie. According to my guess, Ronan is either a Silver Moon Knight himself, or he is a meteor-level mid to late knight who can use super secret skills. I prefer the former." He paused and added, "Anyway, it is beyond doubt that Wushan has 2 Silver Moon levels." Lulancy. Bruno's mood was a bit complicated at the moment. Happy and a little worried. What made him happy was that Wushan territory became stronger. In addition to Lulancy and Ronan, there were Malonica, Elrin and half of Miloslav. Such Wushan territory was already qualified to contain the surrounding feudal nobles, which could help him relieve some pressure. But that was what he was worried about. He was afraid that Wushan territory would become a group with those people. Fortunately, Ronan and Blanche are about to get engaged. Bruno couldn't help but curl up his lips when he thought of this. The marriage made the relationship between the two parties more solid. No matter how talented the other party was, he would not come to attack his father-in-law. Right. Now it seems that he made a wise decision to let Blanche and Ronan get married. Who would have thought that the waste of the past would grow into one of the top strong men on the continent so quickly? I'm afraid that Ronan's evildoer Lilans knew about it long ago. But he made Ronan hide his talent just to prevent him from repeating his son's path. Bruno guessed, it's really hard for the grandfather and grandson to act so realistically. 10 or 20 years later, Ronan may become a Knight of the Sun. If he joins hands with my son at that time, the precarious Trisha kingdom may not be able to stop him. This king, who is less than 60 years old and still young, is fantasizing about unifying the Orient continent and establishing a huge empire. At that time, he will be the founding emperor and have an extremely high status. But then again, the Witch Soul clan makes Bruno a little uneasy. The Trisha kingdom has been very uneasy recently, and it is estimated that an internal war will soon start. The force against Tamriel seems a bit strange. I wonder if it has any connection with the Witch Soul clan. Although the two countries have been in a delicate state of peace and have trade exchanges over the years, it is far from being harmonious and close. So, even if Bruno's intelligence officer tried hard to investigate, it would take him a while to get accurate information. Philemon, tell Arsino to inform the nobles about the Witch Soul clan and let them report it immediately if they find anything. After listening to Brawl's introduction, His Majesty the King was very wary of the Witch Soul clan. Once you don't pay attention, the speed of the other party's expansion can make everyone's scalp numb. If you find it, you must destroy it. As you wish, Your Majesty the King. At the same time, in the Black Python Castle in Orson, now Lilland, Toru, Ronan and others have entered the castle. Ronan got accurate news from Rydell and Rig. All the valuable things in the entire Black Python castle have been moved away, and the remaining ones are basically some broken copper and iron. Some knights or nobles who have a little capital are even too lazy to spend time picking them up. Rig and others don't mind, even if it's broken copper and iron. You can buy some money, not to mention that if you search carefully, you can still get something. In the afternoon, Liu Lanz and Roning were resting in the yard. You have made a lot of contributions in this battle. What are you going to order? Asked the old man. Roning thought about it seriously. It is definitely impossible to be conferred a Marquisate. Liu Lanz himself is a Marquisate, and he cannot be conferred a Marquisate. Apart from this, what he wants is to accumulate attribute points as soon as possible. Nowadays, the only relatively simple game tasks are probably population, prosperity, and siege. These two achievement tasks require a population of 300,000 people, and the other requires a population of more than 100,000 people. In summary, both require people. So Roning smiled and said, Grandpa, what my territory needs most is population. If possible, I hope to get enough population resources. No problem. Liu Lanz nodded and said, Why? You only want this one. Roning laughed. If you are going to seal Black Python City as an enclave of mine, I am also very happy. Liu Lanz also laughed and gave his evaluation. You think a lot. He paused and said, Don't worry. I have thought about it for you. Chapter 413 New Enclave. After the capture of Black Python City, the takeover work was handed over to the three knights. Malonica, Kabir and Sandro. The knight teams under other nobles will also help search for suspicious people. After all, the threat of Mephisto is still there. Lulansi and Ronan, the grandfather and grandson, strolled around the castle, discussing the distribution of military merits after the war. Looking back on the past and the present, the war did not last long, and the consumption was not as great as imagined. Although the nobles who came to help suffered losses, they were not too much. What's more, the three knights of Wushan Castle were the main force, and the key to the victory or defeat of the battle was also the credit of Ronan and others. So this time, Lulansi was going to give rewards such as money or resources to the noble coalition, and he needed to focus on rewarding the people in the three knights. For the time being, only Kabir was given a title. After all, Sandro was already a viscount, and Malonica had just become a baron, although he did not give them a promotion. Lulansi would slightly expand their territory. For example, Malonica could give him some of the territory of the Earl of Hyde near Wushan town as his territory. In addition to the captain, he would also select several people with good performance in the knights to be canonized as honorary knights, which is also what many people pursue. As for Ronan, he must be treated specially, because he is the grandson that Liu Lanz favors. Your Wubei territory is large enough, and you also have Giant Stone City and Red Mountain Town as territories. Shore City is also guarded by your knights. If I give you the Earl of Hyde, it would be a bit inappropriate. Luo Ning couldn't help but smile. It was indeed not appropriate. If he continued to give it like this, his territory would occupy 1/3 of Wushan territory, which was larger than the land directly governed by Wushan Castle. Although I won't give you the Earl territory, I will still give you a piece of land. Luo Ning was stunned. If you really want to give me land, which piece? Lu Lanzi said, Zilei territory. Its former owner was Tini Zilei. You may know this person. He is Barrington's father-in-law. Luo Ning nodded. Both Tini and Barrington died on the battlefield outside the Brilliant City. Now this territory should be inherited by his son. However, Orson would be deprived of his territory for committing such a serious crime, and his vassals would naturally lose their land. Hyde Earl territory is not only the third largest grain-producing area in Wushan territory, but also has a horse supply comparable to that of the horse-herding city, although most of them are in the hands of the Hyde family. As the only Viscount territory under Orson, the Zilei family also has a lot of horses and food in their territory. Luo Ning's eyes lit up. Horses are strategic resources, and he will need a lot of them to form a knight squad and a knight group later, although he has no shortage of money to buy them now. How can he produce them himself? In addition to food and horses, Zilei territory also has a lot of people, although it has not reached 100,000. As far as I know, there should be 70,000 or 80,000. And this war is far away from Zilei territory, and there should be no other losses except the losses of the team brought by Tini. horses, food, and population. These three are the resources that Ronan needs. Lu Lands gave Zile territory to him, which was obviously well thought out. Although the old man has recovered, it can be seen that the resource tilt towards Ronan has not changed. Ronan couldn't help but say sincerely, "Grandpa, you are so nice." Ha ha ha. Lelancy stroked his beard and laughed. "I haven't finished talking yet. Don't be too happy too early." "Huh?" Ronan scratched his head. "What else? The geographical location of Zile territory is not very good." Lelancy walked to the side and picked up a branch and drew on the ground. Its left side faces the Earl territory, and its right side is backed by the Black Pine Mountains. Like the Wushan Mountains, this mountain range separates Wushan territory and the Principality of Vera. He simply drew the diagonal line of the mountain range with a branch, and then drew a circle at the southernmost position of the mountain range. It is located at the bottom of the mountain range, and the road in the south can lead directly to the Principality of Vera. Ronan suddenly realized. He thought that the bad location mentioned by Lelancy was because of the Black Pine Mountains. If that was the case, he would not be afraid. But he didn't understand until he heard the last sentence. The reason for the bad location mentioned by the other party came from the Principality of Vera, the neighbor of Zile territory. When Orson was here, he and Andrea were friends, and the relationship between the two sides was quite harmonious. So Tiny naturally didn't have to worry about the threat from the Principality of Vera. But now it's different. The hatred between the Wushan family and the Vera family is not small. In other words, if I become the Lord of the Purple Thunder territory, will I be invaded by the Principality of Vera? Lu Lan shook his head. He won't openly invade you, but he might do some despicable little tricks. For example, there will be thieves harassing the border, etc. Haven't they been doing this all these years? I understand. Ronan held his chin and pondered. He was thinking about whether it would be better to arrange for Retta or McKin to come after taking over the Purple Thunder territory. Since it is his own territory, the guards must naturally be his own people. Although he is the leader of the Fifth Knights, he cannot use the official car for personal use. So if Retta is transferred here, the Knights still need to stay in the Shore City. The Stone territory is in the hinterland. There is no risk. Joffrey is also forming a Knight team, so it is more appropriate to let him take charge. After some thought, Ronan decided to let McKin come. McKin is now also a knight in the middle of Silver Moon. This strength is also at the top level, which is enough to protect the Purple Thunder territory. Why? You dare not take over? Lu Lands asked with a smile. Ronan came back to his senses. Ha. Grandpa, you are really a joke. As long as you dare to give it, I dare to take it. I will not dislike the small territory. You are quite arrogant. Lu Lands laughed and scolded, but your strength is worthy of such words. Looking at the entire Wushan territory, the Purple Thunder territory will only be safe if it is handed over to Ronan, and the chaos on the border will be reduced. You have too few knights under your command, he said. We have to hurry up and build it. At the beginning, you don't need to carefully select the knights who join. Just follow your orders. Arm them with combat power, and then test their background and character to eliminate unsuitable people. I have asked people to form them. The formation work has been going on. To be honest, he is not sure about the number of knight teams now. By the way, Grandpa, I have something to tell you. Lu Lands turned his head and looked at Ronan. The other party took the initiative to bring it up, so it should not be a trivial matter. Diane came to me and hoped that we could give the Hyde family a way out. I remember that Barrington's son and daughter are still in the Extraordinary Academy in Wushan Town. How about letting them go? It was unfortunate for the siblings, as they escaped the fate of being transformed by Mephisto in Wushan Town. It was unfortunate for them, as they were no longer nobles from now on, and had lost almost all their families. Lu Lancy smiled slightly, as he had thought something else would happen. You killed Barrington. Aren't you afraid that they will seek revenge on you in the future? Ronan shrugged. Giving them time, they couldn't catch up with their own strength, and there was no way to talk about revenge. Don't worry. Even if you don't say it, I will make appropriate arrangements for them. Lu Lancy thought of Diane, whose recent performance was still qualified. After all, the Hyde family was Diane's mother's family, and he still needed to give his daughter-in-law some face. Ronan would speak for Diane, which he had not expected. It seemed that the relationship between the members of the Wushan family was quite harmonious. Thinking of this, Lu Lancy smiled and patted Ronan on the shoulder. Well, you've been tired recently. You can have a good rest for 2 days, and then prepare to receive the Purple Thunder territory. Chapter 4:14, Surrender. The next day, Lowlands gathered all the nobles and the knights, and told them about the distribution of benefits in this war in the fortress hall of Black Python Castle. As the only one who was granted a title, Kabir was naturally excited. He was born a commoner, and even though he married McKinney with his appearance and strength, he did not have enough military merits in these years, so he was only an honorary knight. Now he was finally granted a title and had his own territory. Although the other nobles got money and materials, they were also quite satisfied. After all, they took the initiative to participate in this war, and Wushan Castle did not issue a conscription order. Since then, Black Python City has returned to the management of Wushan Castle. Lowlands will arrange officials to come and take charge of the government affairs here, and at the same time, a knight group will be stationed here. The Purple Thunder territory was also publicly distributed to Ronan, and even if there was an emergency, Lowlands gave him the right to mobilize the knights of Black Python City. The nobles had no objection to Lowlands' arrangement. In addition to shock, Ronan's performance also gradually made them look up to him, admire him, and respect him. He was less than 20 years old, and he was either a meteor or a silver moon knight. Who wouldn't respect him? In their eyes, the future Wushan territory would definitely belong to Ronan. So now, let alone Lu Lan's handing over Zile territory to Ronan. Even if he handed over Black Python City to Ronan, they would not be surprised. It was just a transfer from the left hand to the right hand. And when they heard that Lu Lands was mobilizing the power of the knights to Ronan, they keenly realized the other intention of the Marquis' arrangement. They were all people who had experienced the past, and knew the conflict between Rollans and Andrea. In the past, the Marquis was ill, and didn't even leave the castle, let alone deal with these conflicts. It's different now. The Marquis has not only fully recovered, but has even become a Silver Moon Knight. In the future, there may be friction with the Principality of Vera. Thinking of this, the nobles began to think that they should hurry up to improve their strength. So, after the banquet, the nobles stopped Roning directly, and insisted on buying the enhancement potion from Roning. Out of consideration, Roning still promised some, about 1/10 of the amount. This Count Marvin and others still hoped to give more, and Roning could only shirk the excuse of insufficient medicinal materials. At the same time, they gave conditions that if they could collect enough magic medicinal materials and increase the output, they would have extra quantity to sell. So, everyone joined the ranks of collecting magic medicinal materials. Of course, Roning only proposed a lot of magic medicinal materials like he did to Miroslav, and did not give the specific formula of the enhancement potion. After getting rid of these nobles, Ronan did not continue to rest for 2 days as Lowland said. He asked Carlos to send Retta back to the shore city, and the latter notified Joffrey to take over the Giant Stone City and Red Mountain Town, and asked Mackin to take his knight team to the Purple Thunder territory immediately. On the other hand, he rushed to the Purple Thunder territory with Elrin, Rig and the knight team of Wubei. Before Mackin's knight team came, Rig and others would be responsible for the security and defense of the Purple Thunder territory. The news of Orson's defeat and Tiny's death spread to the Purple Thunder territory when Retta and others entered the city and occupied the castle. Although Tiny's son Gernot has the right to inherit, as the price of following the betrayer, they will also lose their existing noble titles and territories after losing the title of Lord of Black Python Castle. So Gernot carried out his father Tiny's instructions to him before he went to war as soon as he heard the news. Once Black Python Castle was defeated, and he was defeated, Gernot could take the main members of the family and the family wealth to the Principality of Vera for refuge as soon as he heard the news. So that night, Gernot quickly escaped from the Purple Thunder territory under the cover of night and the escort of the guards and entered the Principality of Vera. People with resources and connections can flee to other countries for refuge, but some people are unwilling to run away, or they do not have the conditions to seek asylum, such as the Reed family. As the only Baron under Tini, the head of the Reed family, Nige, followed Tini to the battlefield without exception, and also died on the battlefield without exception. His son Simon became the head of the family as a matter of course, but he didn't know what to do. If he didn't run away, he would even risk becoming a slave if he stayed here. But if he ran away and went to the Principality of Vera, he might end up in the same situation, as they didn't have strong enough connections there. After thinking about it, He could only choose to be loyal to the new lord of Purple Thunder territory. And how to make the new lord accept him was another matter that needed careful consideration. As the sun set, a huge black shadow crossed the sky and came above Purple Thunder territory. From a high vantage point, Ronan saw the city, the Black Pine Mountains, and even the territory of the Principality of Vera to the east. Carlos, you should also move around in this mountain range in the future, so that the monsters in the mountains know the power of the Purple Thunder territory and dare not approach rashly. Don't worry, Master. I promise that no monster will attack your territory. Ronan once again put the energy essence into the dragon, and its level progress reached 9648/12500, and it was about to break through to become a level 7 monster. Carlos, who experienced the surge in strength hormones, was very submissive to Ronan in his heart. Now, let alone letting it go to the mountains to hunt, it would be very willing to be a porter. Let's go. Let's go to Tiny's castle. Ronan rode Carlos in the air and observed the territory. As night fell, he saw many farmers returning from the fields. Everything seemed to be the same as usual, and there was no chaos and disorder here. Let's go to the castle. Ronan felt something was wrong, but he was not afraid at all, because he had not only Elrin, but also Carlos by his side. The castle is easy to find, covers a large area, is well maintained, and has a relatively magnificent building. This is the biggest feature of the castle. Carlos folded his huge wings and swooped down with the dragon. The huge speed caused a violent sound of air friction, and the momentum startled the people in the castle to come out. What is this? Simon, who was guarding the castle, was stunned. For a moment, he even thought that it was the huge monster in the Black Pine Mountains that was attacking Zile City. But when he looked closely, there was a person standing on the back of the flying monster. Silver white hair. A member of the Wushan family. His mind was like lightning, and he immediately suppressed the fear in his heart and walked forward. It was time to bet. Excuse me. Sir, are you Count Ronan? Ronan jumped off the dragon's back and looked at the castle. There were not many guards here. Not even a few servants. Then he turned his gaze to Simon and asked, Are you Gernot? Simon leaned over to the dragon. Sir, I am Simon from the Reed family. The Gernot you mentioned has fled the Purple Thunder territory with his family and wealth and went to the Principality of Vera for refuge. Ronan frowned. He came fast enough, but he didn't expect to be half a beat slower. If he had known that the Purple Thunder territory was his territory, he would have come here that night. The Reed family. Ronan muttered to himself. He had no impression of this family in his mind, so he had to ask. He ran away. Why didn't you run away? Hearing this, Simon knelt on one knee, rather than running away. I would rather surrender to you. The great Wushan family. The Earl of Wubei territory. Ronan Wushan. He raised his head and looked earnestly. My lord, please accept my loyalty. Chapter 415 Allegiance. Ronan looked at the young man kneeling on one knee in front of him. Not only did he not run away, but he took the initiative to come to him and offer his allegiance. This was a very courageous thing, because the other party could not be sure whether the new lord would accept this allegiance or hand over his sword. You are very courageous. Ronan looked at the guards, who also knelt down around him. Are these soldiers from the Reed family? Yes. Sir. Simon kept kneeling on one knee. For the stability of the city in the past 2 days, I led people to appease and suppress some people who made trouble, and also prevented many people from escaping from the Purple Thunder territory. Oh! Ronan raised his eyebrows. He remembered the scene he had just seen in the sky. The entire Purple Thunder territory did seem to be relatively calm and not in a state of chaos and disorder. How did you do it? Simon was still very nervous. He still didn't know what the other party's attitude was, so he could only answer seriously. I arrested the troublemakers. For those who wanted to flee, I told them that even if they went to the Principality of Vera, they would be reduced to serfs. Or even worse, without land, houses, or anything else. It would be better to stay in the Purple Thunder territory. After all, there are a lot of fields and people who need to be taken care of here. Even if the Marquis takes back the earldom, he will not massacre the people here. In short, if you flee your hometown, you are likely to have a bad life. And if you stay in your hometown, you still have a chance of survival. Ronan nodded slightly. Although people in the land of the defeated lord are likely to become slaves, this is not always the case. Moreover, The population of Earl Hyde is so large that it is not easy to handle hundreds of thousands of slaves at once. Simon was able to realize this and did two key things. Although it was a bit self-willed, it was enough to show his ability and decisiveness and prove his value. This can be regarded as his pledge of allegiance to the new Lord of Purple Thunder Territory. I have never heard of the Reed family, and you. Please introduce yourself. Hearing this, Simon's tense heartstrings relaxed a bit. When someone wants to know you, things are not too bad. After the other party's introduction, Roning had a certain understanding of the Reed family. This family is the only Baron family under Viscount Tiny, because Simon's father, Baron Nig, has a Silver Peak Knight. When he awarded the territory, Tiny allocated the northeast corner of Purple Thunder Territory to the Reed family, letting them guard the foot of the mountain to prevent the monsters from going down the mountain and endangering the safety of the territory. Although Baron Nig died in this battle, Simon's strength is still good. He is a high-level Peak Knight and an intermediate magician. At the same time, his mother is also a high-level magician. If Viscount Tiny had not been defeated, Simon would have inherited the Baron's position, and the Reed family would not have declined. Ronan was quite satisfied with Simon and his mother Julia, especially the former, with the latter assisting McKen in managing the Purple Thunder Territory. It should be twice the result with half the effort. But Ronan was the enemy who killed Simon's father. Would the latter be loyal to him wholeheartedly? Ronan pondered for a long time before speaking. I can accept your loyalty, but you must accept my conditions. Simon raised his head. Please speak. First, I will confiscate the territory of the Reed family. Ronan has so many followers. Even Retta, McKen and others are only governors, and they have not been granted land or titles. He can't let a defeated person who surrenders to him become the first Baron of Wubei territory. Simon's eyes flickered. He knew it would be like this. Just thinking that the territory belonging to his family was suddenly gone. He was still very sad. But he knew that he had no right to refuse. But your family follows me as a transcendent. According to the talent introduction policy of Wubei territory, I will leave you a part of the land according to the rules. Hearing this, Simon felt a little better. Second, I value your ability very much. My Silver Moon Knight McKen will become the governor of Zile territory, and I will arrange for you to assist him in handling the affairs of Zile territory. Hearing this, Simon's eyes shrank suddenly. Silver Moon level? He has never seen a Silver Moon Knight since he was born. But now, he is asked to assist such a strong man? Ronan's mouth curled up slightly, letting the other party know McKen's strength. This is a deterrent. In the face of absolute strength, even if the other party is a local snake or has some intentions, he must restrain himself. And the third point. The swamp town in Wubei territory is my magic base. I like your mother's strength. If she is willing, I hope she can live and work in the swamp town. Ronan said, in the swamp town, she can get in touch with more magic knowledge, master the method of making magic potions, and have the opportunity to get guidance from Elrin Magister in her practice. This, Simon was stunned. Is he right? Ronan has a Silver Moon Knight under his command, which is already very powerful. Now there is another magician? 2 level 8 extraordinary people. No, more than that. Simon looked at Ronan, and then looked at Carlos, who brought him great pressure in the yard. He knew that the man and the beast in front of him were also very powerful. This Count Ronan was really amazing. Perhaps following him is a very good choice. But Ronan's request for Julia to go to Wubei territory made Simon feel troubled. Although he roughly knew what Ronan meant. Wubei territory was too far after all. And he didn't know how long it would take to see her there. He asked carefully, My lord, can I go to Wubei territory to visit my mother? Ronan smiled slightly. Of course. Not only can you go to Wubei territory, your mother can also return to Zile territory. I don't restrict your freedom. Simon breathed a sigh of relief. As he thought before, he actually didn't have any other choice. Agreeing can preserve the normal life of the family. At least better than ordinary free people. And refusing, what will happen is unknown. Anyway, it will not be a good result. Sir, I can accept the first 2 points of yours. The third point requires me to accept it on behalf of my mother. But please allow me to go home and tell her before giving you a reply. Ronan nodded slightly. And it can be seen that the other party is a person who cares about his family. I think your mother will agree. He took out a bottle of advanced enhancement potion from the space ring and handed it to Simon. Drink it. Simon took the potion bottle. He did not understand that it contained enhancement potion, and subconsciously associated it with poison that controls people. Use poison to force his mother to agree? Could it be that the people of the Wushan family would use such a despicable method? This was a thought that flashed through his mind. But he didn't dare to say it out loud. Simon had no other choice at this point. He quickly unscrewed the bottle cap, and then drank the potion in one gulp. As the feeling of heat came over him, the fighting spirit in his body also surged. He subconsciously thought that the poison was about to take effect. But this feeling lasted for a moment. But it didn't bring him any pain. And as the power of the medicine was about to disappear, a flash of green light flashed on his body. I broke through. Simon felt the power of becoming stronger in disbelief. And then looked at Ronan in confusion. My lord. Your potion? Ronan heard that the other party was a high-level peak knight. So he thought of using a bottle of enhancement potion to try it. But he didn't expect to successfully help the other party break through. He smiled and said, "This is the magic potion that I need your mother to help make to improve the knight's cultivation." Simon was shocked at first. He didn't expect there would be such a magic potion with such a heaven-defying ability. Then he blushed. He first thought that the request to his mother to make magic potions was fake. And then he thought that the other party gave him poison. Now the facts have proved that Ronan did not deceive him. But he had been speculating with a mean heart. Simon sincerely performed the knight's salute. "Thank you for your gift. From today on, your orders will be my direction of progress." Chapter 416 Return. Time passed quickly. And it was the end of May in a blink of an eye. Ronan spent his second birthday in Zilei territory after crossing here. "Sir, you are looking for us." Mackin and Simon walked in from outside, exhausted. On the third day after Ronan came to Zilei territory, Mackin rode a griffin and arrived first. And the two night teams he had recently formed arrived slowly with their respective captains. In the past few days, with the help of Simon, Mackin has become familiar with the situation here and taken over the main affairs here. Ronan could see that Mackin was very interested in being the governor independently, and he was very motivated in all aspects. By his side, Simon, as an assistant, was already shocked by Mackin's strength. And because both of them were earth attributes, he also received a lot of guidance from Mackin. After a series of shocks, Simon was more convinced that his gamble was right. And it was right. It's almost June. I'm going to go to Jinyu City. And I'm going to return to Wubei territory today. June 14th is the founding ceremony of the Kingdom of Ajuan, which is held once every 10 years. He and Lowland will go to Jinyu City. The population of Purple Thunder territory is more than 78,000. In addition to maintaining the original production and horse breeding, more young and strong people should be selected for training. The number of permanent knights in Purple Thunder territory must reach 3. And you are still far from this distance. Although the number 3 is small, the pressure he feels is not small at all. Now he has only 3 small knight teams under his command, which is still 7 short of a knight team. Fortunately, Lord Ronan's reputation has been established. Recently, there have been many professional knights coming from other cities in Earl Hyde's territory. He has asked Simon to select them. Simon wrote down this number on the side. In terms of protecting the safety of Purple Thunder territory, 2 or 3 knight teams are enough. Why do we need a knight group? Ronan deployed such a heavy force in this place, not targeting the monsters in the Black Pine Mountains, nor the other nobles in Earl Hyde's territory, but the Principality of Vera in the east. Simon guessed this, but he didn't know whether Ronan was only thinking about defense, or would he find an opportunity to go east. In any case, the Lord has great ambitions. This is a good opportunity for him to make achievements, thinking that he might regain the territory in the future. Simon is full of energy. Ronan gave some instructions, and at the same time said that he would let Wilson bring some experienced people to guide the planting work, and then called Carlos to fly away from Purple Thunder territory. "Master, there are no powerful monsters in the Black Pine Mountains, which are much worse than the Wushan Monster Mountains," Carlos said in a muffled voice. Since his strength was raised to the late 6th level, he has become a little bolder than before. When the Purple Thunder territory develops, we can expand to the Black Pine Mountains. Ronan smiled and opened the attribute panel. After more than a month of accumulation, he had invested all 645 attribute points in the Magician level. He added 555 energy essences to Carlos again, and his level progress reached the 6th level, 10203/12500. This time he went to Jinyu City to bring a dragon. So the stronger Carlos's strength was, the better. Ah! Feeling that his master was improving his strength again, Carlos let out a joyful roar, and was so happy that he was flying in the air at high speed like a child. Ronan smiled and lay on the dragon's back, crossing his legs and looking at the sky. There is no achievement to be completed for the time being. If Carlos wants to become a level 7 monster, he still needs 7 months. And he wants to break through to become a Sun Knight and a Grand Mage, which will be even slower. And it will take more than 2 years. The monthly sign and reward corresponding to the Earl is a bit too little for the current experience bar. If I can become a Marquis. Ronan frowned slightly. It might take more than 2 or 3 years to become a Marquis. After all, he is only the Baron of Rapid Island in the kingdom. Baron of the kingdom. Viscount of the kingdom. Earl of the kingdom. This tedious process corresponds to a huge amount of military exploits. I heard that the kingdom of Trisha has been in a bit of chaos recently, and the troops on the border defense line have changed. I'm afraid that the war between the two countries will break out again in the near future. This is good news for Ronan. After all, you can fish in troubled waters. But for him, there are other ways to become a marquis or a duke, such as becoming a king. If conditions permit, he can establish a principality and be crowned king. However, this kind of thing can only be thought of in dreams. In reality, I'm afraid that if you become a king today, you will be surrounded and crushed by all sides tomorrow. The next main focus will be on preparing food and expanding the army. According to Ronan's initial plan, he wants to deploy 4 night groups in the direction of Shore City, 3 in Purple Thunder territory, 3 each in Wubei territory and Giant Stone City, and 4 in Rapids Island. There are 8 knights in total. With such a force, it is called tough. Carlos flew very smoothly, and Ronan fell asleep easily while thinking about it. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at the swamp town, and even Galen and Bella, who heard the noise, had rushed to greet him. This month, the news of Wushan Castle's triumphant return has spread to all cities in Wushan territory. And Wilson, Chahar and others in Swamp Castle naturally know about it. While they cheered for the Lord, they also hoped that the Lord could come back earlier. After enjoying lunch at home, Ronan began his busy time. He first asked Wilson about the spring plowing situation, and then inspected the growth of rice fields and potatoes. He found that the growth was very good, and he thought that a lot of rice seeds and potato seeds could be harvested this time. My lord, Lord Elrin is here, Galen reported. Elrin did not come here to report on the progress of potion research and development, but brought a message to Ronan. Sir, a ship for making a living is docked at Wubei port. Elrin reported, the leader is a woman named Sophia. According to my observation, the spiritual power she exudes should be at the same level as mine. Ronan put down the statistical report in his hand and looked at Elrin in disbelief. Are you sure? Yes. Elrin said, she came to me and said she wanted to see you and talk to you. And I looked at the 3 knights around her, and they didn't seem to be ordinary people either. Ronan frowned. Wubei brought a strange ship, and the people who came were so terrifying. Who could the magician be? He couldn't figure it out. Where are they now? They came to ask about it 2 days ago, and then took the magic carpet back to the ship in Wubei port. They said they would send someone to inform her when you come, and they would come to visit. Ronan looked sideways. What did you say? Magic carpet? It was the first time he heard this word. He had only seen it in games before. Elrin nodded. Yes, sir. Magic carpet. He added, it is very similar to the magic carpet in my memory. I suspect. Ronan took a breath. Could it be that the people from that continent came to find me? He frowned and thought for a while, then said, since they want to talk to me, then send someone to inform them that I'm back. Chapter 417 Meeting. Wubei Port. In the past 6 months, Lowlands has sent 50,000 people to Ronan one after another. With the support of Vitorino, a small town has long been formed near Wubei Port. However, most of the houses are simple residences built by construction teams, and they look no different from refugee camps. Life here is really bad. Sophia's personal female guard, Inalu, stood on the deck, looking at the laborers, who were working hard to build the port not far away. The noisy environment made her frown. Uncle Simon, please fix the boat quickly, and we can go out for a walk. Be patient, Inalu. Uncle Simon has good shipbuilding skills, but he can't repair it without oar. Knight Petro, who has many years of sea navigation experience and is also the captain of the Windbreaker. said helplessly. Wubei territory has no iron ore to sell to us. They are so stingy. Idolu complained. Knight Harmon, who was leaning against the fence and writing something in a small notebook with a pen, spoke. According to the intelligence I have collected in the past month, they are relatively backward here. Iron ore is scarce, and it is not enough for agriculture and port construction. Harmon closed the notebook and sighed quietly. This month, he not only visited Wubei territory, but also went to the big city next to it, Trojan City. To be honest, he was quite disappointed. This place is too backward, and some places are even primitive. We regard this place as the land of hope, but it is hard to say whether there is hope or not. They want to find strong people to help the New Moon continent, but even the Silver Moon Knight is rarely heard of here, let alone the legendary figures. Don't be too pessimistic. A clear female voice came from inside, and it was Sophia, who was wearing a sky blue magic robe, who walked out of the cabin and onto the deck. This place is not so backward. At least the porcelain, curved plow, and this kind of paper we saw are very interesting. The three people who were talking nodded, and they did not deny this. Idolu walked to Sophia's side. I heard from Harmon that the Battle of Ronin has been over for almost a month, and he has not returned yet. Your Highness, why don't we go find him directly? Sophia was also in a dilemma when it came to this matter. They had just arrived in a strange place, so they naturally wanted to stand firm. Walking around without thinking like this might cause unnecessary trouble. This is also the reason why they are waiting for Ronin to come back here. But the waiting time is too long. If Ronin doesn't come back in the next 2 days, we won't wait any longer. Sophia said. Harmon has already bought the sea chart, and Petro has also asked the people in Wubei port for the general direction. Let's go directly north through the Howling Sea to the capital. They came here to find support, and the first thing they thought of was to contact a stronger force. The reason why they stayed in this place for so long was mainly to obtain the most basic intelligence. Idolu and others relaxed and were finally going to take action. Just as they were talking, a burst of hurried horse hoofs came. After several battles, Tom's face also became more mature and steady. He came to the side of the dock and said respectfully, Dear guests, my lord has returned to Swamp Town. If you want to see him, you can go now. Idolu whispered, This lord is so arrogant. Sophia chuckled. If she was in her hometown, she would usually be greeted by others in person. Don't worry about it. She nodded to Tom. Thank you for informing the knight. We will set off now. After that, she showed the flying carpet and flew towards the direction of the swamp town. It's so convenient. Tom couldn't help but sigh, looking at the port that was beginning to take shape, and couldn't help feeling a sense of pride in his heart. He also witnessed the rise of Ronin, and saw many changes in Wubei territory. He also believed that this place will be more brilliant in the future. Ronin was waiting in the yard of the swamp castle. He wanted to see what the flying carpet looked like. Elrin said that the other party's overall strength was not bad. So this time, in addition to letting Elrin accompany him, Ronin also let Carlos stay in the castle, and let Rig lead the night team to patrol near the castle. Not long after, a black dot appeared on the horizon. The black spot slowly expanded. Judging from its speed, it was slower than the dragon and the griffin, but it was definitely much faster than the horse, and it would be much more comfortable. Soon, Ronin saw the flying carpet clearly, although it looked like a blanket from the outside. If you look closely, you can see that there are complex patterns on it, which seem to be some kind of magic patterns. Basically, the moment Ronin saw the magic flying carpet, he was sure that this group of people did not belong to the Orient continent. The flying carpet slowly fell in the yard, and 5 figures walked down from it. This time when she came to Swamp Town, Sophia called Simon, who had been staying on the boat. Are you the master of Wubei territory? Count Ronin? Ronin nodded and looked at the other party. The magic fluctuations on this woman are indeed not weak, especially when she just put away the magic carpet. If he guessed correctly, the other party should be a magician. The 3 men and 1 woman behind her did not show their strength, but they did look extraordinary. Wherever these 5 people go, they can probably overturn a castle. Right? Ronin smiled slightly. I am very happy to meet you, the distinguished guests. I am the Count of Wubei territory, Ronin Wushan. It's nice to meet you. I am Sophia Sears from the City of Dawn. The 2 shook hands, and Sophia smiled and said, I didn't expect you to look so young. She added in her heart, not only young, but also strong. Ronan glanced at Elrin. I don't know if the latter has heard of the name of the City of Dawn. But Elrin did not respond. Perhaps there was no such city in that era. The City of Dawn in the Crescent Continent? He asked directly. Now it was Sophia, and the others turned to be surprised. Because of the Sea of Storms, the two continents had almost no contact in recent years. How did Ronan get the information about the Crescent Continent? Could it be that the history here is not as extinct as Harmon had investigated? Or, Sophia thought of another possibility, and quickly covered it with her mental power, but did not find any fluctuations in the power of the witch soul. Ronan frowned slightly. What was the other party investigating just now? Sorry. I just want to confirm something. Sophia withdrew her hand. Since the other party had already guessed it, she had no need to hide it. I didn't expect you to know about the Crescent Continent. Yes. We are from here. I have seen the Crescent Moon Continent in 3 ancient books. It is said that it is a place full of magic and fighting spirit. So after seeing your magic carpet, I had a guess. Ronan sighed. I didn't expect you to actually come from there. Elrin muttered in his heart. These 3 ancient books could be talking about him. Right, R. and McKin. Right? I admire your knowledge. Sophia praised politely. Then made way and introduced. This is my companion. Guardian Analu Wit. Meteor Knight. Chief Magician. Analu, who likes to mutter, nodded to Ronan. Ronan nodded in response, secretly surprised in his heart. This guard officer is not weak. This is Uncle Simon Hawkins. Silver Moon Knight. Good at casting. The ship we are on depends on him to maintain and repair it. Simon grinned. His dark skin set off his teeth that were particularly white. Ronan also smiled. This honest old man was actually a Silver Moon Knight. And he was also good at casting and shipbuilding. This is a great talent. This is Petro Prius, who is in charge of navigation. And my liaison officer Harmon Marcello. They are both Meteor Knights. Petro spread his hands, introducing me and Harmon together. It seems that I am not strong enough. Why? Does being with me make you uncomfortable? Although the two cursed, they were all joking. Ronan greeted them. But the strength of this group of people shocked and feared him. Silver Moon Knight, led by the magician, plus 3 Meteor Knights. Such a team is too powerful. Moreover, Sophia's straightforward introduction was quite shocking. I am shocked by your strength, Ronan said with a smile. Any castle in Wishon territory can probably be easily destroyed by you. You misunderstood Earl Ronan, Sophia said with a smile. We are provoking a dispute. So I also ask you to put aside your hostility. The monster in the backyard makes us uneasy. Chapter 418 Crescent Moon Continent. Sophia felt a sense of pressure as soon as she arrived at the swamp castle. Not only her, but Simon and others also felt the pressure. According to Simon's many years of experience, this pressure should come from a high-level bloodline monster. But when they slowly descended from the sky, they did not find anything unusual. So they subconsciously thought that Ronan had ambushed the monster to deal with them. So, Sophia took the initiative to introduce their strength so that Ronan would give up such an idea. After all, they came to this continent to seek help, not to make enemies. Especially when they first arrived. Ronan was stunned for a moment. And then, he was relieved. He didn't expect that his defense would be regarded as hostility by others. I think you may have misunderstood. He explained publicly. This is my monster living in the castle. Not deliberately targeting you. Carlos, come out and say hello to everyone. As Ronan called, the sound of a giant dragon roared from behind. Carlos flapped his wings, hovered in the air, and then suddenly landed beside Ronan. The huge gust of wind made Sophia and others squint their eyes, and their heartbeats slowed down when they saw the dragon. They just thought that it was a high-level blood beast lurking in the dark. But they didn't expect it to be a dragon. Even in the Crescent Moon Continent, it is still very difficult to become the master of a dragon. How did this person who is much younger than them do it? Sophia retracted her gaze, re-examined Ronan, and said apologetically, It seems that I misunderstood you. Please forgive me. After all, we are new here. Although our team is not bad, it is always right to be careful. After the two sides talked, the atmosphere returned to a relaxed state, and Ronan invited several people to enter the hall. Ancient books say that a long time ago, a world-shaking battle took place in the Crescent Continent. For example, in the Flame Canyon, the Human Flame Expeditionary Force killed the Shadow Lord Elliot at the cost of annihilation. Ronan could tell this history, and Sophia subconsciously thought that there was such an ancient book. There is such a thing. She also did not experience this long ago thing. But she learned from history books. That battle was an epic battle of the sun's challenge to the legend. The two heroes, Retta and Nicholas, led tens of thousands of fearless soldiers to create a miracle. Ronan's heart jumped, and he looked at Elrin, who was indeed shocked. Now, their origins have finally been truly confirmed. I wonder what the war was like in the Crescent Continent after the destruction of the Flame Expeditionary Force. Sophia sighed. It was a war that lasted for hundreds of years. After her narration, Ronan had a general understanding of what happened 1,000 years ago. In short, more than 1,000 years ago, the Star Continent, which is now the Orlant Continent, had communication with the Crescent Continent. But the appearance of the Demon King of Nightmares triggered a war that lasted for hundreds of years. This war involved all humans. In order to defeat the Demon King, all the extraordinary people joined in, and the casualties were even less than 1 in 100. In this war, the Great Sage Arian and the Storm Demon King Bagdana fought on the west coast of the Crescent Continent, and the battle range covered a vast sea area. Although the Great Sage Arian finally killed the Storm King, his remains fell to the bottom of the sea. The special nightmare aura polluted the vast sea area, not only forming a strong storm area, but also inflicting mental torture on those who passed by, causing serious injuries or death on the spot. If you want to get through, you must have a legendary magician to escort you throughout the journey. But in that battle, all the legendary magicians died. So far, the Star Continent and the Crescent Continent have completely lost contact. In view of this information, Ronan made a reasonable guess that it was that war that caused the gap in this world, so that this place is so backward. In addition, the people here have no habit of recording history, let alone 1,000 years. They will probably forget such a war of gods in just 2 or 3 generations. Are you escorted by a legendary strongman this time? Sophia shook her head. No. We just used the magic orb made by the sage. But even so, for companions were still buried in the Storm Sea. The Storm Sea is really terrible, and the protection of the sage cannot make it through safely. Why did you risk your life to come here? Luo Ning asked puzzledly. And they all have sages making orbs. Why don't the sages send them off? The demon subordinates have made a comeback, and now we are barely in opposition to them, and the sages can't leave for a long time. In addition, we got intelligence that Stormlord Ceres has found a way to restrain the power of the Storm Sea and sent a group of minions here. So, in order to prevent them from destroying this land of hope, we can only try to cross the Storm Sea with all our lives. As long as one person arrives alive and sends the information, you will be prepared. Sophia began to reveal the purpose of this trip. In addition, we also hope that the sages and legends here can go to the New Moon Continent as soon as possible to help us put an end to the war between humans and demons that has lasted for nearly 2,000 years. Sending information and looking for reinforcements is the purpose of Sophia and others. The idea is good, but the reality is cruel. Ronan shook his head secretly. As far as I know, there are no legends or sages on the Orlant Continent, which is what you call the Star Continent. I am afraid I will disappoint you. The most powerful magician is probably the Amethyst Count Barala Silva, a 9th-level great magician. The expressions of Sophia and others dimmed. Although the lord in front of him is young, his strength is very high and his status is probably not ordinary. Such people say that there are no legends and sages here, so it is probably true. So they not only did not find reinforcements this time, but they couldn't even return to the New Moon Continent. After all, the magic orb can only be used once. Without it, they will definitely die if they cross the Storm Sea again. Also, there is something I must tell you. Sophia and the others came out of their respective lost moods. Please speak. Perhaps, the minions of the demon god you mentioned have already arrived on this land and have begun to act. Ronan told what he saw and heard during this battle, mainly about Orson, Barrington and others becoming members of the Wuhuan clan. Sophia and the other 4 were stunned and shocked after hearing this. It was obvious that the Mephisto mentioned by Ronan was the servant of the Shadow Lord Salonas. Ayla reminded worriedly, give them time. The Wuhuan clan is expanding very fast. Your Highness, we should find the king of the kingdom of Alduin and persuade him to search the whole country. His Majesty the King has already issued such an order, Ronan said, but the kingdom of Alduin is very large. If Mephisto really hides and does not show up, it will be difficult for us to find him. At least so far, no place has reported any abnormalities. Sophia frowned. You are right. But in addition to the minions of the Shadow Lord, the minions of the Storm Lord series, and the Flame Lord Phoenix should also come. We still need to inform these things to the Supreme Ruler here. Let him be on guard and seek cooperation with him. Speaking of this, she looked at Ronan, as if asking him if he could help introduce. Of course Ronan can help. It's just that he wants these people to help him more than to assist His Majesty Bruno. Chapter 419, Winning Over. What are high-quality talents? Ronan felt that the 5 people in front of him were all high-level talents. Each of them was not only powerful, but also had their own strengths. Some could build ships, some could sail, and some were good at intelligence work. Even Sophia, who didn't introduce herself much, as the leader of the team, was also called Your Highness. So she must have some outstanding qualities. Now this group of people came to the Orland continent to seek support and want cooperation. So is there a possibility that the object of their cooperation would become Wubbling and Ronan? Imagine that such a strong 5-member team joined Wubbling, which would be a great help to Ronan. It's just that Sophia's purpose was very clear. They didn't want to meet the Earl of Wubbling, but the King of the Kingdom of Alduin. They waited for Ronan to have someone familiar to introduce him. You've come at the right time, Ronan smiled and said. In a dozen days, the Kingdom of Alduin will hold its founding ceremony every 10 years. I will also go there. If you want to go to Golden Feather City, you can go with me. Of course. I will also introduce you to meet His Majesty Bruno. He spread his hands, a little embarrassed. To be honest, my future wife is His Majesty's youngest daughter, Princess Blanche. But this matter has not been revealed to the outside world. So please keep it secret. Sophia and others were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that the lord they happened to meet at the dock where they accidentally docked had such a powerful background. It seems that their long wait was worth it. Thank you so much, Earl Ronan. This is just a side thing. You don't have to be so polite. Ronan smiled and said, You just mentioned that you want to cooperate with the king. I wonder how you plan to cooperate. This question made Sophia's smile slowly fade, replaced by a thoughtful look. She was considering whether to tell Ronan about the cooperation. After all, their ultimate goal is to find reinforcements from the Star Continent. And the more the better. So this goal does not need to be concealed. It's just that the situation is different now. There are no legendary magicians in the Star Continent. In this case, even if they find reinforcements from the Star Continent, they can't go back to the Crescent Continent. If they can't go back, everything will be in vain. So, what Sophia is thinking about now is what they can cooperate with the Kingdom of Alduin. As you said, Mephisto is hiding in the Kingdom of Alduin now. We can help the king eliminate Salona's minions. She paused and added, not only limited to Mephisto, but also the minions of the other 2 lords. We can also provide intelligence support and combat support. Then instead of cooperating with the king, why don't you cooperate with me? You? Sophia frowned. She looked up and down at Ronan, and she was already alert in her heart. Anella beside her directly said what Sophia was not convenient to say, Mr. Earl, we want to cooperate with the strongest force. Is your territory stronger than the Kingdom of Alduin? Ronan smiled slightly. The royal family does not have a legendary magician. Sophia's eyes lit up. You mean? Wube has it? Ronan shook his head. He glanced at Enel and others. Sophia, if it's convenient, I want to talk to you alone next. Sophia hesitated for a while. Enel quickly stopped. Your Highness, this is not appropriate. Others probably had the same idea. Obviously they didn't trust Ronan enough. Sophia hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, You all go out. I believe it's very safe here. Enel and the other 4 didn't say much when they saw this, and left the room directly. From this, it can be seen that Sophia has an absolute leadership position. As long as she makes a decision, others will not question it. Elrin, you go out too. Okay. Sir. Elrin bowed and left. Your subordinate seems to be a powerful magician. Yes. He is a magician of light attribute. My grandfather was cured because of Elrin's evil purification magic. Sophia was a little surprised. The information Harmon collected from the horse herder city was that there were few strong men above the level of Meteor Knight and Grand Mage. How could an earldom have an 8th level mage? And he was also a follower of the young man in front of him. The light attribute does restrain the power of the witch soul. Although Sophia was a little puzzled, she was not shocked. After all, she was a mage herself. If there was a legendary light attribute magician, we might be able to pass through the storm sea more easily and avoid the erosion of the nightmare. If there was a sage-level light magician, he might be able to completely solve the pollution of the storm sea for us. Oh! Ronan quietly recorded this information and said with a smile, then Elrin must work hard. Sophia brought the topic back, so, does Wubei have a legendary magician? Of course not. Ronan shook his head. Then I'm curious. What do you want to talk to me about alone? You just introduced the situation of the Crescent Continent. The human race and the servants of the demon god have been at war for many years. Now you are in a clearly weak position. You need not only top-level strongmen, but also more middle and lower-level personnel. To put it simply, there are not enough human beings. Sophia nodded and motioned Ronan to continue. And the Orlan continent, which is the star continent you mentioned, is divided into two kings. And there are constant disputes. If our people go to the Crescent Continent, then the kingdom of Trisha will definitely take advantage of the situation to attack. He paused and continued, according to the intelligence I have recently obtained. The kingdom of Trisha is in chaos because of an organization called Sacred Storm. This mysterious organization that suddenly appeared is likely to be the minions of the other two lords you mentioned. Sophia understood a little. So you want us to help you conquer the kingdom of Trisha, so that you can not only eliminate the minions of the Storm Lord and the Flame Lord, but also help you gain military merits and even expand your territory? She knew very well how attractive her team was in a continent with poor combat power. It was reasonable for Ronan to want them to cooperate with him. It's just that it's better to cooperate with the kingdom of Alduin than to cooperate with you. At least they are stronger. Ronan shook his head. But they can't give you what you want. The royal family doesn't have a legendary magician. But you don't either. Right? Sophia was very curious about what the young earl wanted to say. Ronan no longer held back. And his mental power was completely released. As a magician, Sophia felt Ronan's huge mental power in an instant. Are you a magician? She was very surprised. According to the information, she knew that the young earl in front of her had just turned 19. 19 years old. An 8th level magician? This talent is the best of the best even in the city of Dawn. More than that. Ronan stood up with a smile, stepped into the air, and through the control of his fighting spirit, he walked in the air in the living room. Silver Moon level. Sophia showed a look of shock for the first time. You are not only a magician, but also a Silver Moon Knight. Although magic and martial arts are rare, there are some. Her guard officer Ainula is a magic and martial arts practitioner. But even if Ainula is very talented, she is only a meteor knight and chief magician at the age of 31. At the age of 19, Ronan was already much better than Ainul. Ronan smiled and said, although there is no legendary magician in Wubei territory, I am absolutely sure that I can become one within 10 years at the latest. He looked directly at Sophia. If you can help me, this time will be shorter. Chapter 420 Extreme Power. Facing this group of outstanding people, you can't attract them without showing your real ability. So Ronan chose to show his strength in front of outsiders. From a magician to a legend within 10 years? Regarding Ronan's confidence, Sophia smiled helplessly. Young people are too arrogant. There are also geniuses like you in the New Moon continent. But they can only become legends at the age of 40. You will be 29 in 10 years. At this point, she shook her head. With your talent, I suggest that you cultivate both magic power and fighting spirit to the peak of level 9 at the same time, and produce the extreme element of law and the extreme element of fighting in one fell swoop, so that you can become stronger in the future. If you only want to break through quickly and become a legend, then it is a waste of such talent. Ronan's attention was immediately attracted by her words. He knew about the extreme power from Bellora, but he didn't know that the two extreme powers would make people stronger. What are the benefits of cultivating two extreme powers at the same time? Sophia was puzzled. You don't know? As soon as she said this, she thought of the reason. There is not even a legendary strongman in the Star Continent. How did Luo Ning know about the extreme power? The extreme power is a special power. Once it appears in your body, it means that you have the key to become a legend. When you have the extreme power of fighting and the extreme power of law at the same time, you have two different keys, which can open two treasure houses at the same time and obtain two treasures. Luo Ning asked puzzledly, what treasure? The treasure given by heaven and earth. Sophia explained, becoming a legend will be branded with the plain mark, which will strengthen your mental power, fighting spirit, body, etc. And the number of times this is strengthened involves the power of the extreme element. Ronan understood. When a magician only has the extreme element of law, he can only be strengthened once. And the same is true for knights. But when a magician and martial arts practitioner obtains both the extreme element of fighting and the extreme element of law, he will be strengthened twice. So even though they are both legends, there are huge differences in their starting points. More than that, since Sophia has said it, she might as well say more. Legendary knights devour the plane mark in the Sea of Chi, and legendary magicians devour the plane mark in the mana space. After devouring them, the heaven and earth will bring down the power of will, allowing knights and magicians to be strengthened again, thereby igniting the fire of their hearts and making them sages. She stretched out 2 fingers. You have 2 marks, so you can get 2 blessings. Ronan understood. This benefit will continue in the future. Therefore, those who pursue power are likely to cultivate both fighting spirit and magic to the peak of level 9, so that they can resonate with each other and produce 2 kinds of extreme elements. It's too difficult for you to cultivate 2 kinds of extreme elements within 10 years. Sophia brought the topic back. But I believe that you are indeed qualified to become a legend, and I may need your help in the future. Thank you for your guidance, Sophia. I have a more detailed understanding of the practice of knights and magicians, Ronan said with a smile. But I still firmly believe that I can become a legendary with dual polar element power in less than 10 years. And if I can get your help, this time will be shorter. Sophia frowned and thought, if Ronan can really do it, then there is no problem in cooperating with him. They can even use this time to unify the voices of the Star Continent. At least there will be no situation where people from the Kingdom of Alduin go to the Crescent Continent to help, and their hometown is overturned by the enemy. If we cooperate, what do you need me to do for you? She asked. Ronan's eyes lit up. It looks very promising. I need Uncle Simon to help me build warships, whether it is to deal with the enemy, or when we return to the Crescent Continent in the future. Sophia nodded secretly. What Ronan said was true, and it seemed more convenient to be near Wubei port. Ronan continued, in addition, I may need your help in many aspects such as the construction of the territory, the leadership of the army, the research of potions, etc. These are some more reasonable and reliable directions. Sophia did not reject them. What will you pay? She asked. I will provide you with land, wages, and many conveniences here. Sophie shook her head. None of these are what I need. Of course, Ronan said, when I become a legend, I will bring my men back to the New Moon continent with you to destroy the demon. I forgot to tell you that in addition to Elrond, the 8th level mage, my followers also include a Silver Moon Knight, a Sun Knight, and a dragon that is about to become a 7th level dragon. Sophia looked at Ronan deeply. If even Sun Knights are rare in this continent, then Ronan, who has such a lineup, will definitely not be willing to be just a count, let alone the kingdom of Trisha. I'm afraid that the kingdom of Alduin may be swallowed up by then. Oh, by the way, the other party is the king's son-in-law, and in a sense, he also has the right to inherit the throne. If the other party becomes the master of the Star Continent and is willing to use the power of the entire continent to destroy the demon god together with the Crescent Continent, it would be a very good thing. I will consider it. Sophia pondered and said, if possible, I still hope you can take us to the capital. I want to see what the customs here are like. The most important thing is that she wants to see if there is really no legend here, as Ronan and the intelligence said. Of course. It's my honor. Ronan did not refuse. If it were him, he would definitely not listen to one person's one-sided words and make things final. Next, Sophia asked Ronan about the pattern of the Star Continent. Ronan also told the general situation he had mastered, such as what kingdom, what duchy territory, etc. Sophia didn't expect that the people on the Crescent Continent would form an alliance to jointly resist the invasion of the demon god. And the Star Continent had fought for so many years without the interference of the demon god, and even fought to the point of forgetting history. She couldn't help but shake her head and sigh in her heart. If humans don't have a common strong enemy, then they themselves are each other's strong enemies. This sentence really makes sense. The two discussed for a long time, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Ronan also asked Galen to inform the kitchen that the castle would hold a banquet for these distinguished guests today. The next morning, Ronan went to Wubei port. Understanding the progress of the port construction was only one of his purposes. He mainly wanted to see what the ships from the other side of the sea were like. It's actually an iron main structure. Ronan knew at a glance that the ship was not simple. Just from the outside, he knew that this ship was definitely better than the ships produced by Screaming Island. If Wu-Bei territory can also equip such a ship, it will definitely become the overlord of the sea in the future. Ronan thought to himself, Uncle Simon is a talent that cannot be missed. Chapter 421 Moonlight Valley Ship. Although Sophia's ship still has sails, the power of the ship was steel, as the main structure does not rely solely on the sails. There is something similar to a propeller at the bottom of the iron ship. After Sophia's introduction, the principle is the assumption made by Ronan before, which uses magic power to propel. The other party said frankly that this kind of power consumes too much magic power. Unless it is an emergency, they rely on the power brought by the sails to sail most of the time. And occasionally they will manually input magic power or fighting spirit to drive, saving the consumption of magic crystals. For this technology, Sophia is very generous. As long as Ronan can provide enough iron or for Simon to repair their ship, Simon will build a magic-powered ship for Ronan free of charge. This is what Ronan wants. He immediately wrote to Salin, the political officer of Giant Stone City, asking him to increase the mining of the iron ore in Chishan town and strive to double or quadruple the annual output. The more the better. In addition, Ronan could see that even the Crescent Continent, where fighting spirit and magic were relatively developed, still had no steam engines. During this period of time, his ability to use the fire of the Earth's core and mental power to smelt steel had also improved. So when Simon started to build a ship for him, Ronan would consider asking him to reserve a place for the steam engine on the ship structure. At that time, his ship could be driven by steam and magic energy, thus completely getting rid of the constraints of the sails. Although Ronan reached the sage level, he could destroy a country without top combat power by himself. Destruction can be done by one person, but ruling still requires enough manpower. With such a large territory, it is impossible for Ronan to personally go out if there is a little rebellion anywhere. At any time, it is necessary to form a night group and arm oneself. The power at sea is naturally equally important. What's more, the enemy is not only in the Orlan continent, but also in the Crescent continent, since the demon god has set his sights on this side. If the Crescent continent is gone, this side will naturally not be spared. Ronan, who has already had the idea of becoming the king, will naturally not sit idly by. Time passed in a flash, and it was June 10th in a blink of an eye. There were large and small ships anchored at the Nyojibei port, with various flags hanging on them. Dennis No. 1 slowly anchored at the port with the Golden Mountain flag of the Wushan family. Roland, dressed in a black robe, stood on the deck, looking at the prosperous and lively port, with a sigh on his face. Nyojibei was not so big and so lively back then. Lalansi said with a smile, I didn't expect that after 30 years. It has developed into this. Yes, sir. The trade between the two sides of the Howling Sea has been very frequent in recent years. This time, Vittorino personally led the escort. You have to take care of my port, Dennis. Lalansi laughed. You can discuss this matter with Ronan. I want to enjoy more good times in the rest of my life. Vittorino scratched his head awkwardly. He originally wanted to let Lalansi come forward to talk to the Fleming family before the Navy of Rapids Island was formed. However, it seems that the Marquis does not want to ask too much now. Some things were handed over to Wiggins, but many major matters were discussed with Ronan. The Marquis is still there, but the one in charge has become the Earl of Wu-Bei territory. This grandfather-grandson pair's operation has also set a precedent in history. At this time, Ronan was observing the size of the ships of the major families anchored in the port and evaluating their strength. He originally wanted to ride Carlos directly to bring Lulans, Sophia and others to Golden Feather City, but Lulans wanted to see the scenery along the way. So he flew to the Pointed Corner City, and then took a boat here. Hey, is that ship with the moonlight flag from Moonlight Valley? Ronan pointed to the ship on one side of the port and asked in surprise. I remember that Moonlight Valley doesn't seem to have a port. Right? And it seems that he also has a griffin. Lulans and Vittorino both looked over. It is indeed the flag of Moonlight Valley. Vittorino frowned and said, recently, I heard that Jesus and Viscount Lucio of Langtao Fortress reached a cooperation. Moonlight Valley rented Langtao Port. This ship may have sailed from there. Lulans laughed. He hadn't heard of this news yet. This guy Jesus has always been dissatisfied with being just a count. He wants to expand his territory and get promoted. I don't know what he paid to make Milk willing to lend the port to such an ambitious person. Ronan also said, it's strange that this time when Count Orson of Black Python City was in turmoil, Moonlight Valley was able to keep calm and didn't make any noise near the shore city. It must have been shocked by several knights of Wushan Fortress. Vittorino said, as a matter of course, if Jesus wants to occupy the shore city under the hands of 2 knights, he has to mobilize the elite knights. This is not something that can be covered up by using the excuse of the thieves group or the brotherhood. Ronan nodded slowly, and he agreed with this statement. Standing not far away, Sophia listened quietly to the conversation between the 3. This continent is not troubled by the demon god. But whether it is the kingdom, or Alduin and Tricia, it is full of the atmosphere of war. It is difficult to gather the people on the star continent and concentrate on participating in the extermination of the demon god. In recent days, Ronan said to her, you must first stabilize the country before fighting against foreign enemies. And she felt more and more that it made sense. If this is really the case, it involves the issue of their 5-member team standing. Should they stand on the side of Ronan, who has potential, or on the side of the larger Alduin royal family? If they choose the latter, they will inevitably oppose Ronan one day, because she can feel that what this young man wants is definitely not just a fight for the Alduin royal family. Moreover, the Marquis of Wushan territory is also a Silver Moon Knight, and he also has a Meteor Knight and a great wizard-level friend under his command. The top combat power of Wushan territory is very strong. She whispered Harmon. This time when you come to Jinyu City, you must find out the strength of the nobles and their relationship with each other. He wanted to know how unstable this place was. Woo! Dennis No. 1 successfully docked at the port with the sound of a low horn. Lu Lancy raised his eyebrows and looked at the people waiting in line at the port, with a smile on his face. Ronan, come with me to get off the ship. In front of the welcoming team was Blanche. It seems that you have a good relationship with His Majesty. Grandpa. He actually asked Blanche to come and greet him. Ronan sighed with a smile. I didn't get this treatment last time I came here. Ha ha ha. Bruno often came to my tent to eat when he was young, and he also received my guidance. But unfortunately his talent is very ordinary. The 2 got off the boat while talking. Blanche's eyes turned from Lillian's to Ronan. To be honest, when she heard that the civil war broke out in Wushan territory a while ago, she subconsciously thought that Ronan and Lillian's would not be able to come, and she was worried about it for a long time and couldn't sleep. Fortunately, the civil war ended so quickly. Now seeing that her lover arrived as scheduled, she finally put down her hanging heart. Dear Marquis, please allow me to welcome you here on behalf of my father, His Majesty the King. She first said a very official welcome, and then changed to a more relaxed tone. It's great that you can recover. Lillian's nodded with satisfaction. Putting aside Blanche's not-so-glorious experience and rumors, he was still very satisfied with this granddaughter-in-law. Moreover, if there is any situation in the future, Wushan Castle is also considered a royal family, and any choice they make is justified. Long time no see, Blanche. His Majesty asked you to come here in person. It really gives me an old man face. Blanche smiled slightly. Not only have you recovered, but you have also broken through to the Silver Moon level, which is a happy event for the entire Alduin kingdom. Father is waiting for you in the Golden Feather Palace, and I hope to meet you soon. I am also looking forward to meeting him, Lu Lancy said, and made a gesture of invitation. Blanche nodded, smiled and winked at Ronan, and then led everyone away from the dock. Chapter 422 Crown Prince Garrett. Greetings, Father! In Bruno's study, Crown Prince Garrett knelt on one knee and greeted his father. This prince has golden brown hair and purple pupils, which are unique to the royal family of Alduin. However, because of the practice of the special Dochi secret book, his hair color is mixed with some purple, which is the same as his pupils. Garrett's figure is very tall, especially under the background of a set of golden armor. Ordinary people can feel a full sense of oppression in front of him. Ha, my son, get up quickly. Bruno smiled and walked forward to help the kneeling Garrett up. The king in gorgeous clothes looked so petite in front of his son. But Bruno did not feel any oppression, and his eyes were full of love and praise. Yes, the outside world criticized his lack of strength, and he was afraid that he could only stop at silver for life. But his son made up for his lack of strength. Bruno has always regarded Garrett as his pride. We haven't seen each other for more than 3 years. Right? Bruno grabbed Garrett's arm and led him to sit on the sofa nearby. How is life at the border? Is it good? Garrett smiled. But it can be seen that he seems to be a serious person. My life over there is fine. Father, don't worry too much, he said, but the kingdom of Tricia has not been very peaceful recently. The sudden appearance of the Sacred Storm organization has occupied an area of nearly a duchy at a very fast speed. And Tamriel seems unable to resist. This is a good thing. Bruno's smile never stopped. The great turmoil in the kingdom of Tricia gave Alduin a chance. However, the founding celebration is coming soon. Before that, we should enjoy the excitement of the celebration. Regarding the actions against the kingdom of Tricia, we will discuss with several dukes and Marquis Rolands after the celebration. The 3 dukes plus the Marquis of Wushan territory are the top nobles of Alduin. Garrett hesitated. According to his character, such things should be discussed and determined first. How can the celebration be more important than defeating the enemy? But since his father has made a decision, he can only obey the arrangement. Anyway, it will only take a few days. And it will pass in a few days. I heard that Marquis Rolands has recovered and has broken through to become a Silver Moon Knight. Garrett said, I have heard about the bravery and strength of the former Marquis of Thunder for a long time. It seems that this time, I have a chance to experience it. Bruno knows his son. He is gifted and likes to compete with the strong. It depends on whether Rolands gives you a chance to challenge. Bruno said with a smile, however, I think you can challenge his grandson, who is also your future brother-in-law. Ronan Wushan? Brother-in-law? Garrett was not aware of this matter. You mean Blanche? Bruno nodded. Today, he can reveal this marriage. During this celebration, I will announce the engagement between your sister Blanche and Ronan. Garrett nodded. Over the years, the rumors about Blanche have had some negative impact on you and the royal family. Now that she can get married, it is a good thing for everyone. The Wushan family is the top noble family in the kingdom, but it has never married into the royal family. It is a good choice to let Blanche marry into the Wushan family. He is not interested in what kind of person Ronan is, as long as Blanche can marry without losing face for the royal family. However, Bruno's words just now made him confused. Father, you asked me to challenge Ronan. Roland's grandson should be about 20 years old. Is someone of this age worthy of being my opponent? Bruno laughed. Ronan. It's not simple. He turned around and sat on the sofa next to him. Brawl saw with his own eyes that Ronan used a secret technique to kill Orson, who became a Silver Moon Knight through abnormal channels. He guessed that your brother-in-law, who is less than 20 years old, has the strength of the late meteor level or even the Silver Moon level. Garrett frowned and looked convinced. Silver Moon level less than 20 years old. Are you sure? Bruno nodded. Brawl, you know, his judgment will not be too wrong. Garrett frowned even more deeply. The Lord of Wushan territory. Rolands is a Silver Moon Knight, and his fighting power is extraordinary. His grandson actually has such strength at the age of 19. He looked at Bruno. If we don't count the strength of followers, and only consider the fighting power level of a single family, the Wushan family ranks at the top. Even in the Alduin family, only Garrett has reached the meteor level. If Duke Ferens, who changed his name to Gregor, is also counted, then there are 2 people. But compared with a 19-year-old Silver Moon Knight, these people are far behind. This Ronan. Garrett was in a heavy mood. Although the other party was his brother-in-law, he was a little uneasy about his potential. Bruno seemed to know what his son wanted to say. The current environment is not very good. Screaming Island, Moonlight Valley, the Principality of Vera, and even your Uncle Ferens. These people are very close. A powerful Wushan territory is what we need. Garrett narrowed his eyes slightly, and a faint hostility emerged on his body. These restless people should be suppressed. Although he said so, he knew that it was not the right time yet. Now that the kingdom of Tricia is in chaos, it is time for Alduin to take advantage of the situation. Once the armistice agreement is torn up, the continent of Orlant will set off a full-scale war. The royal family cannot fight all at once. They need to rely on the power of all forces such as the Principality of Vera and the Principality of Ferensburg. When the continent is unified in the future like the first generation of Emperor Orlant, if this group of people restrain themselves, it will be fine. If they still collude with each other with ill intentions, it will not be too late to suppress them at that time. Although Ronan is excellent, he will not have any impact in the short term, even if the opponent is promoted to Jiayang before Garrett. The latter is confident that he can deal with it. All the strong men on the royal side combined, Jiayang alone cannot defeat the sky. There are only the 2 of them in the study, so there is no need to worry about what to say. Bruno said, I asked you to try to challenge Ronan just to see how strong he is. In this way, we will have a bottom line in our hearts. Garrett thought for a while and said, I understand. When he arrives in Jinyu City, I will go to him privately to try. To be honest, such strength at the age of 19 sounds incredible. There is a magic potion in Wubei that can improve the strength of knights. Bruno expressed his guess. Perhaps Ronin's natural capital is extraordinary. And with the help of magic potions, he has grown so fast. Oh, there is such a magic potion? Garrett's eyes lit up. Strength is what the Crown Prince has been pursuing since he was a child. It's not that he hasn't tried various magic potions over the years. But to be honest, the results are minimal. If Ronin's strength improvement depends on magic potions, then this potion will definitely help him go further. In this case, I have to have a good talk with him. Chapter 423 Garrett's Challenge. As June 14th approaches, Golden Feather City becomes very lively. Nobles of all sizes gather here to participate in this grand event held every 10 years. Under Blanche's reception, Rollans and his party came to the Golden Feather Palace and met His Majesty the King, Marquis of Thunder. It has been nearly 30 years since we last met. Right? Bruno was very enthusiastic about Rollans's arrival. He even walked down from the throne and took the Marquis' hand to sit on a chair beside him. Yes, Your Majesty. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to step into Golden Feather City again and enter the Hall of Alduin. Haha. Your recovery is a blessing for the entire kingdom. You don't know how happy I was when I heard the news of your recovery. The two chatted for a few words. And then Bruno looked at Ronin standing aside. I heard about your performance from Brawl. He looked Ronin up and down. The latter's appearance did not change much. He seemed to be a little taller than before. But the biggest change was his strength. Brawl patted Ronin on the shoulder. You did a good job. I am happy that Blanche has a partner like you. He did not ask how Ronin practiced, because this might involve some secrets that cannot be told. And he probably would not get a truthful answer if he asked. Thank you for your compliment. Your Majesty. Ronin bowed slightly, showing great humility. Okay. Let Blanche take you to relax. And I will talk about the past with your grandfather. Bruno had long been prepared to have an in-depth exchange with Rollans about the geography around Wushan territory. And this time was just the opportunity. Ronin did not bother him, and politely withdrew from the Hall of Alduin. Ronin, you are amazing. Along the way, Blanche, who represented the royal family, was a little restrained in front of Rollans, and did not have many intimate actions with Ronin. It was not until now that she took Ronin's arm intimately. I am only a senior magician now. But I heard that you are already a Silver Moon Knight. Compared with Bruno and Garrett, her mind was much simpler. Blanche only knew that her future husband would be a powerful knight. She had never thought about what Ronin's age and strength would mean in the eyes of the royal family. Ronin felt the softness coming from his arm, and he turned his head to look at the side face close at hand, and saw the latter looking up at him. If it were not outside the Hall of Alduin, surrounded by many knights and guards, he really wouldn't mind a suffocating kiss. Ronin looked forward and said with a smile, You are already very good to become a senior magician before the age of 20. Blanche chuckled. I recently released the original skeleton knight and caught a stronger one. As she said this, she cast the undead summoning magic as if offering a treasure, and summoned a tall and mighty skeleton knight. Ronin couldn't help but laugh. When others meet, they either enjoy the scenery, or look at treasures or some interesting things. But Blanche couldn't wait to let him appreciate the skeleton. In fact, since Blanche knew that Ronin said he didn't mind her special undead magic, she felt much less psychological pressure. And she also loved to strengthen her magic strength, and no longer thought it was an ominous curse. Come, let him cut me with a sword, Ronin said. Blanche was a little worried. Is it okay? Don't worry. It's okay. Ronin is now at the peak of Silver Moon, and his body has been strengthened unprecedentedly. Ordinary arrows and ordinary things can't hurt him. Not to mention that he uses fighting spirit to defend. Then you be careful. Blanche's mind moved, and the skeleton knight suddenly raised the long sword, leaped up and slashed down angrily. Ronin couldn't help nodding at this set of actions. He didn't expect the skeleton's actions to be so natural. With a loud clang, the long sword slashed on Ronin's blocking arm, without breaking the armor formed by the fighting spirit on it. He nodded and praised. This skeleton should have the strength comparable to that of a high-level peak knight. Very good. After receiving the praise, Blanche felt happier than ever before, and the smile on her face was as sweet as eating honey. When I become a great magician, I will catch another bronze-level skeleton. Ronin couldn't help but give a thumbs up In the future, Wu Bei may be able to form a team of skeleton knights. Don't say it. Blanche really looks forward to this scene. Hey, Blanche. Long time no see. The scene of the two laughing and joking was broken by this hearty voice. Ronan looked over and saw a tall and mighty man coming over. Judging from the other's purple pupils and golden brown hair, he should be a member of the royal family of Alduin. He immediately thought of Crown Prince Garrett. Blanche shrank towards Ronan subconsciously like a frightened bird, but seemed to feel that it was inappropriate. So she had to stand up. Garrett smiled and said, "Why? After not seeing you for a few years, my dear sister doesn't have anything to say to me?" Blanche forced out a smile. Brother. Long time no see." Ronan felt the great power coming from his arm. He felt Blanche's uneasiness and nervousness when facing Garrett. It seemed that the relationship between the two siblings was not very good. He let go of Blanche's arm and saluted respectfully. "Baron of Rapids Island. Earl of Wu Bei Territory. Ronan Wushan. Glad to meet you. His Highness Garrett." Garrett turned his attention away from Blanche. When he looked at Ronan, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "I heard about your deeds from my father. You are very good." He looked at him as he spoke. "How about it? Are you interested in competing with me?" Ronan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the second sentence his brother-in-law said to him was to compete with him. From the information obtained from the outside world, the Crown Prince has a very good talent. He was a meteor knight many years ago. Now it is estimated that he is very likely to be a Silver Moon level. Otherwise, he would not want to compete with him after hearing that he might be a Silver Moon knight. Ronan was still thinking whether to agree or not. But Blanche subconsciously stopped him. "No. Don't." Garrett looked at her. Blanche shrank her head and grabbed Ronan's arm again. Although she was a little afraid, she still said what she wanted to say. "Ronan has been running around for several days, and just arrived at Jinyu City today. You should take a good rest first." Garrett chuckled. "In the past, you didn't even have the courage to talk to me. But today you can speak for others. It seems that my brother-in-law has given you a lot of courage," he said, looking at Ronan, as if to say Blanche's words don't count. "It depends on your choice." Ronan patted her hands, signaling that she didn't need to worry, and then glanced around. "Which place do you think is more suitable?" He also wanted to see how powerful the legendary Crown Prince was. Garrett laughed. "Okay, I recognize your courage. Let's go to the training ground in the back." He took a big step and left here first. Ronan. Garrett is very aggressive. Blanche was very worried. When he was in the palace, he often sparred with others, and many people were beaten to death by him. Ronan frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the Crown Prince would have such a side. He thought that the other party was a cheerful person. "I will be careful." He followed and thought of something, and asked, "You and your brother don't seem to have a good relationship?" Blanche hummed, hesitated for a moment, but thought about it and said it. "He always felt that I embarrassed him and his father, so he didn't like me very much." Chapter 424. You win. Although a princess is still a princess no matter how miserable she is, Blanche is under great pressure from being accused and slandered by others every day. Those who accused and slandered her include not only the nobles outside, but also her father and Garrett. Especially Garrett. As the Crown Prince, he always regarded himself as the next king and valued the honor of the royal family and himself very much. Any black spot could cause his displeasure. In the past few years, when Garrett had not left Golden Feather City, whenever he heard people talking about Blanche from outside, he would go to Moon Shadow Palace to scold Blanche after returning to Golden Feather Palace. Although he did not take action, the mental torture was also a kind of pain. Hearing about Blanche's experience, he felt very distressed. Rumors kill people. It was also thanks to her that she was a girl with strong psychological endurance. If she was replaced by someone with weak stress resistance, even if she did not commit suicide, she would be forced to become depressed or even crazy. If the princess goes crazy, it will be even more embarrassing for Bruno and Garrett. In order to maintain the dignity of the royal family, they might even kill her and then say that she died of illness. Of course, this is just Ronan's imagination. Bruno should not do such a thing. "I understand why you were so scared just now." Ronan held his hand tightly. "Don't worry. No one will bully you after you are with me." Originally, Blanche was in a low mood when talking about the sad past, and her tears were rolling. After hearing Ronan's words, she couldn't help crying with joy. "Well, I believe you." She wiped away her tears. I feel that Garrett has a tendency to violence. You must be extra careful when fighting with him later. If you really can't do it, call a halt in time. Don't worry. I know my limits. When Roning agreed to the competition, he thought about giving his brother-in-law a chance to lose. However, after hearing about Blanche's experience, he changed his mind. He didn't seek victory, but he wouldn't let the other party win easily. Although it was a private competition, this matter would definitely be known to the outside world. If Roning defeated Garrett in one fell swoop, it would break the myth of the Crown Prince is the best in the world for many years, and it would hit the face of the royal family. What's more, this private competition was not a big deal. Not only would he not get any benefits if he won, but it might bring him a lot of trouble. Losing is the best result. In the huge training ground, some knights were training at this time. They were the personal guard knight team of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. German! Garrett called out. All the knights in training stopped their movements, and one of the tall and strong knights ran over quickly. He looked ordinary, but there was a long, hideous scar on his face, which was left by Garrett when he was sparring with him many years ago. Your Highness, what do you want? Gibbon said respectfully. Garrett stretched out his hand. Lend me your sword. Although Gibbon was puzzled because he saw that the sword guard Moody following the Crown Prince was holding the long sword of His Highness, he did not hesitate and handed the sword in his hand over. Your sword is not bad. You spent a lot of gold coins. Right? Gman nodded and said, this was forged by the Black Jade family. Although it is not an enchanted extraordinary weapon, it is very strong. I spent most of my life savings to buy it. Garrett nodded and looked in the direction he came from. He saw Roning and Blanche talking intimately. Looks like a lustful person. He looked down on Roning. Even if such a person has strength, he can still be controlled as long as he is given a beautiful woman. When Roning approached, Garrett threw German's sword to the former and said, knights should carry swords with them wherever they go. If you are attacked with nothing in your hands, you will inevitably be at a disadvantage. Roning took the sword. Its weight was about the same as the Luyan sword. Although the quality was not as good, it should not be low. The Crown Prince is right. I will keep your teachings in mind in the future, Roning said with a smile. He would not say that he had a space ring. Okay. Everyone disperse. Garrett walked to one end of the training ground. German, you say start later. Okay. Your Highness. German couldn't help licking his lips. Since the Crown Prince was promoted to Silver Moon, he has almost stopped sparring with others. He didn't expect to have the honor of meeting him today. Although he didn't know Roning, he might be able to guess a thing or two from Blanche. He also wanted to know what kind of strength this young man, who was said to have more talent than the Crown Prince, had. Hey, if it's a fake, he'll be miserable today, German thought to himself. Roning signaled Blanche to step back, and asked Gammon and others to take care of her, so as not to be affected by the aftermath. For such a request, Gammon still did it. After all, she is the princess. And now she is about to get married. It's not good if she gets hurt. Soon, Roning and Garrett stood on both sides of the training ground. About 400 or 500 meters away, Gammon picked up a stone and said loudly, the stone fell to the ground. And the fight begins. As he said that, he threw the stone high up. Everyone stared at the stone. The knights were excited. They wanted to see the Crown Prince beat his opponent. Although the scene was bloody and violent, it was very shocking. In contrast, Blanche put her hands together and prayed silently. Duh! The stone thrown high fell to the ground, making a crisp sound, and everyone heard it. Hiss! Almost the next second after the stone fell to the ground, Garrett's body flashed with thunder. His body activity was stimulated at this moment. The whole person seemed to have turned into a purple lightning across the battlefield and rushed towards Ronin. There was no defense in Garrett's dictionary. His fighting style was to attack and take the initiative to attack. Is it a fighting skill with thunder attribute to enhance speed? Ronin was not afraid at all. He took a step forward, and the surrounding wind surged. His speed was not inferior to that of the opponent. In almost 1 second, the two crossed a distance of 400 or 500 meters and met in the center of the training ground. Hey, not slow, Garrett laughed, and slashed at Ronin with a sword. The thunder on the sword seemed to devour everything around. Ronin's eyes flashed with a sharpness. He did not choose to take the blow head-on, but twisted his body and cleverly avoided Garrett's thunder sword. With a bang, The thunder hit the ground, and the earth suddenly exploded with deep scars. Ronan waved the long sword in his hand, and a sharp sword light streaked through the air like a meteor, going straight to the opponent's throat. Garrett's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Ronan not only to be as fast as him, but also to be so superb in body movement and swordsmanship. He quickly adjusted his posture, with the tip of the sword facing up, colliding with Ronan's long sword. Ding! The sound of metal collision echoed in the training ground. The swords of the two did not weaken, but became more fierce. They fought back and forth. The swords flashed, and every confrontation seemed to tear the air apart. The knights watching the battle were stunned. They all thought that Ronan would be defeated quickly, but they didn't expect that the opponent would take the move and fight back and forth. German's eyes widened. He hadn't seen anyone who could compete with His Highness Garrett in swordsmanship for a long time. Blanche clenched her hands and looked at the two people in the field nervously. Whether Ronan wins or loses, I just hope he won't get hurt. Very good. You have successfully aroused my fighting spirit. The close combat that lasted for a long time had no effect. Garrett retreated with the force, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at Ronan, with dark purple lighting condensed on it. Thunder flash. Ronan changed his moves at the same time, and the flame fighting spirit was compressed to the extreme on the long sword, and then burst out. Fire flash. The two level 6 fighting skills collided in the air, shaking the earth and mountains. The huge momentum was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. Be careful. German's fighting spirit was surging all over his body. He stood in front of Blanche and blocked the strong wind. ZZ. The power of thunder swallowed up the fire flash, and then rushed towards Ronan with the remaining power, without the amplification of the flowing flame sword. The power of fire flash is a little smaller. He casually swung out the flame slash to digest the remaining power. Swoosh. Garrett took advantage of this slight advantage and fought back again. Ronan wanted to fight back strongly, but when he took the attack, he withdrew 2 points of strength. In this collision, the huge recoil force hit Ronan back rapidly, and he seemed to be at a disadvantage. Ha ha. Garrett smiled like a winner. He quickly followed up when Ronan was suppressed, and rushed left and right with his huge sword, trying to defeat Ronan completely. But although the latter was at a disadvantage, he could barely hold off every move, which made it impossible for Garrett, who was in an advantageous position, to end the battle. The more this happened, the stronger the anger and hostility in Garrett's heart became. Thunderstorm. In an instant, with him as the center, the surrounding area of 10 meters was plunged into a thunderstorm. The purple arc was extremely violent, whipping the ground, and huge holes were blown out of the ground, and those edges showed signs of being scorched. Ronan looked solemn, swung his long sword, and a huge fire snake flew out, surrounding his body, resisting the invasion of thunder. Crackling, the roar of thunder, and the explosion of flames brought an unprecedented visual feast. No one expected that the battle would last to this extent. Bang! The powerful thunder finally blasted the flame snake apart, and with its residual power, it struck Ronan's Do-Chi armor. But when the Do-Chi armor was hit and dissipated, Ronan had already dodged out of the range of the thunderstorm. He patted a pure sleeve and said with a smile, "Your Highness. Such a strong attack. You won this battle." Garrett, who wanted to continue rushing forward, stopped abruptly, and he suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. This kind of discomfort is like being frightened and stopped abruptly when he was peeing happily. Just a sleeve pierced. You are scared? Ronan nodded firmly. A sleeve pierced is already very telling. Garrett looked at Ronan deeply, with some displeasure in his eyes, but he still nodded, then turned and left. Did he win? He did have the upper hand, but it was too early to say he won, and he could feel that Ronan did not exert his full strength. At least the secret technique was not used, although he also mastered the secret technique. If he used it, he would have a more comprehensive view of Ronan's true level. But now the opponent took the initiative to admit defeat. If he continued to fight, it would be reported that he bullied his brother-in-law who had surrendered voluntarily, which would have a bad impact on his image. After all, Ronan was not a subordinate knight who was sparring with him. This battle was not without gain. Garrett looked back at Ronan, who was returning the long sword to Gammon. This guy is definitely not a Meteor Peak knight, but a real Silver Moon level. Chapter 425, Bruno's Concerns. In the Hall of Alduin, Roland and Bruno talked for a long time before leaving. They mainly discussed the mining of large iron mines, and the marriage between Ronan and Blanche. Father, how was your conversation? Garrett walked into the hall. Bruno nodded. It's okay. There is no problem with the cooperation between Alduin and the Wuxian family. Although Roland's character has been restrained a lot. Not as sharp as before. I can still feel his anger when he mentioned the Principality of Vera. Garrett is not very interested in what happened in the past. He only cares about the present. I just had a sparring match with Ronan. Oh! Bruno showed curiosity. I didn't expect you to act so quickly. What was the result? Although he was suppressed by me in the sparring match just now, and finally admitted defeat. Garrett said affirmatively, but I am sure that he is definitely a Silver Moon Knight. Bruno nodded with a heavy heart. The 19-year-old Silver Moon Knight. Such talent gave him a headache. Father, don't worry too much. Garrett didn't feel as difficult about Ronan as Bruno did. I can defeat him now. And I will definitely be able to suppress him in the future. I don't doubt your strength. But Ronan's training speed is too fast. Then talk to him about improving the potion. Whether it is making it together or buying it. We need him to provide a certain amount of magic potion every year. Garrett said, with it. I believe my strength will also improve faster. Bruno nodded slightly after pondering. Thinking of his previous promise to Ronan. He said, I promised Ronan that I would give him a few griffins after he got engaged to Blanche. Now that Wubei territory also has such valuable things, we can consider talking to him about the number of griffins. Well, it would be best if we could obtain the right to sell the potion to the outside world. Garrett added. If such a rare thing could be monopolized by the royal family, it would undoubtedly increase the cohesion of the royal family. However, the magic potion was produced by Wubei territory, and the possibility of monopolizing the right to sell it to the outside world was low. Bruno rubbed his eyebrows. Now I can finally understand why my father acquiesced, and even secretly helped them when they framed Roland's and Graham's. Before the royal family had a Sun Knight. It was indeed a major hidden danger for other high-ranking nobles to produce a Sun Knight. Fortunately, Wubbling is now under attack from all sides. And it's not easy. Bruno thought for a while and said, Garrett, ask someone to tell Mel about today's competition with Ronan. And let him tell the outside world. Especially the Villa family. Fleming, and your Uncle Jesus. He didn't want Wubbling to be too weak. Nor did he want Wubbling to be too strong. The best situation for them was for the nobles below to consume each other. Garrett's mouth curled up slightly. In fact, before coming here, I had already asked German to find Mel. Bruno was stunned. Then laughed. You are worthy of being my child. Ronan couldn't stop these conspiracies. All he could do was to enhance Wubbling's influence and strengthen his own strength and power. When the fist is hard, any conspiracy can be solved. The day before the founding ceremony, all the nobles arrived at Jinyu City. Last year, Blanche strongly recommended the silk of Wubbling at her birthday party, which allowed Ronan to get the first large order. The agreed delivery date was mid-June. So Ronan entrusted Blanche to send invitations to these ladies, asking them to come to Yuing Palace to pick up the goods the day before the founding ceremony. At this time, in the huge hall of Yuing Palace, rows of wooden racks supported the silk dresses brought by Ronan, making it seem like a large dress store. Although the owner of each dress was marked. Before picking up the goods, these ladies looked at them in a cursory manner. Faced with these silk dresses with soft and smooth texture, excellent touch, bright color and luster, they had no resistance and wanted every one of them. But unfortunately, the quantity of goods was limited. In fact, it was okay for the ladies who had already placed orders. After all, they at least bought one set. But it was more cruel for the ladies who came to join in the fun. They could only see the dresses they liked passing by. But they could not have them. The regret in their hearts was beyond words. Some ladies had a gleam of desire in their eyes, and asked the maids beside them about the details of these dresses from time to time. Some stood silently by, gently stroking rows of dresses with their hands, as if to remember this touch in their hearts. And some ran directly to the side hall to find Luo Ning. At this moment, Luo Ning was surrounded by many ladies. Mr. Luo Ning, these silk dresses of yours are amazing. I feel 10 years younger when I wear them. Yes, yes, the weather is getting hotter now, and it brings me a cool feeling. It's really wonderful. Silk dresses are a must-have for summer banquets. These are all bought, and those who haven't bought them are shouting, Mr. Luo Ning. I wonder if there are still such dresses in Wubbling. I also want to buy one. No, I want to buy a few sets. The price is negotiable. Surrounded by these enthusiastic ladies, Luo Ning smelled all kinds of perfumes, which didn't feel very good. But thinking of the upcoming big order, Luo Ning was still willing to endure it. In fact, in his opinion, the quality of this batch of dresses is not very good. After all, the sericulture base of Zigua Village has just been initially established, and the dressmaking workshop headed by Leah Taylor has also been initially formed. Although they are all good at making clothes, their craftsmanship is not uniform. In addition, they are aristocratic dresses that they are not very familiar with, so there are some flaws in the finished products. However, in the face of the rare attribute, these flaws can be ignored. This kind of thing that has never appeared before. The sooner you have it, the more it can satisfy the vanity of these idle ladies. Don't worry. The output of wobbling will increase several times this year. By this time next year, everyone can wear silk dresses. And I can guarantee that there will be more styles of dresses at that time than now. And they will be more exquisite. This is true. Under Horn's leadership, the mulberry land in Zigua Village has expanded several times. And the reserved amount of silkworm seeds is much more than last year. The amount of silk produced this year will definitely increase several times compared to last year. At the same time, after a year of hard work, and with the guidance of the famous craftsman that Dai Annie helped to find, the craftsmanship of the textile workshop has been greatly improved. And the goods next year will definitely be more exquisite. After hearing Roning's introduction, the ladies couldn't wait any longer and immediately clamored to order a few sets. Unfortunately, Roning didn't want to deliver the goods, because his space ring might not be able to hold so many. And he also hoped that more caravans would come to Wubei territory. So he persuaded the ladies to go to Wubei territory to choose the styles they wanted, using the excuse of on-site selection and tourism. Although the journey was long, don't underestimate the ladies' love of beauty. Several people agreed. After a lively time, the ladies left the Moon Shadow Palace one after another. Blanche changed into a blue silk dress, holding the hem of the dress and turning around in front of Roning. Does it look good? Roning smiled slightly and praised. It looks good. You look good in anything. Blanche smiled shyly, but suddenly became a little nervous. Tomorrow my father will announce your marriage to me. Are you nervous? Roning embraced the beauty in his arms and said softly, I'm not nervous, but I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 426 The Dark Aura of Jesus. Sophia's room at the Golden Rose Inn in Golden Feather City. Since arriving in Golden Feather City, Ronan has arranged for them to stay in this most luxurious aristocratic inn. Harmon, how is the intelligence collection these days? Sophia asked. Harmon took out the small notebook he bought from Wilson and reported, Your Highness, I have been hanging out in the mercenary union these days, and also visited 2 colleges, and met some noble children with good strength. At present, it seems that it is indeed as Ronan said. There are no legendary figures in the Orient continent. He paused and continued. Some people even only know Jiayong and the Great Mage, and don't know that there are legends above them. Petro also echoed. The shipbuilding technology here is very ordinary. I am sure that none of the ships anchored in Yojio Bay can cross the storm sea. Simon, who is good at shipbuilding, raised his hand. I agree with this very much. If we want to return, it is best to rebuild it. I am afraid that even if our ship is repaired, there will be defects. Inalu sighed. There is no legend. How can we go back? Sophia looked out the window with some sorrow. She did not tell Inalu and others what Ronan said to her. It's not that she doesn't trust Inal and the others. On the contrary, these 4 people were carefully selected by the Alliance, and they would not betray her. She didn't reveal it. She just kept her promise. There's no rush to go back. The Alliance has persisted for so many years, so it shouldn't be a problem to persist for another 10 years. Sophia said. Ronan said that Amethyst Count Barales Silva is a great mage. Maybe he can become a legendary mage in 10 years. When the time comes, Ronan should ask him to help. Although there is hope. They are in a heavy mood. When they came, they thought they could return in 1 or 2 years at most. But now they might have to wait here for 10 years. Your Highness, what should we do next? Petro asked. Will we find a place to live in seclusion for 10 years? I might be suffocated to death. No. Sophia shook her head. The Shadow Lord and his people have come. Our goal in the future is to completely crush these minions of the demon god and make Orient the land of hope in our hearts again. As the few people were talking, there were deafening cheers and pleasant musical instruments outside. Inalu ran to the window and looked outside. She saw countless people walking on the wide Golden Feather Avenue. surrounding the noble team marching in the middle of the road, and cheering with extreme joy. "Your Highness, come and see. Their founding celebration has begun." Sophia also walked over curiously and looked outside. One of the celebration forms is that the king, his wife, nobles, knights, and soldiers organized an unprecedented parade on the street. There will be large-scale acrobatic performances and competitive events on the way of the parade. The nobles will choose their favorite events to stop and watch, focusing on having fun with the people. In addition, the night competition performance is also one of the highlights. Unlike the last martial arts competition, this time the night competition is open to the public, and the content also includes equestrianism, archery, lance, close combat and other events, attracting a large number of spectators. In addition, music performances, drama performances, and even art exhibits that showcase culture are also part of the celebration. As a noble, Ronin's silver moon level strength has been spread, so he is naturally not suitable to participate in the night competition. So he can only accompany Rollins to walk around and take a look. "That one over there is Duke Andrea." Rollins pointed to the red-haired old man and said, "It is said that he became a silver moon knight a few years ago, and now it seems to be true." Ronin nodded. Although the other party looked old, he was in good spirits. "The one over there, who looks smart, is Myron Fleming. His father, Count Alfonso, did not come this time." Ronin chuckled and said, "I bought a few ships from him. This man is indeed a businessman." Rollins pointed to some nobles for Ronin to see. Some of them the latter knew, and some were the first time he saw them. Suddenly, Ronin's eyes focused and fell on a familiar person. Jesus. Rollins did not find anything unusual, but hummed, "You have seen Jesus. He has been very busy recently, making contacts everywhere. I am afraid he may be targeting us." Ronin frowned. He felt an ominous breath from Jesus. When he closed his eyes and used his mental power to investigate, a shocking scene appeared. The other party was actually surging with strange dark energy, which could only be sensed by those with strong mental power to the level of magician. So Rollins did not notice it. How is it possible? How did Jesus become a witch soul? Ronin was shocked. When did this happen? Before Orson? For a moment, Ronin felt horrified. If this is true, the entire Moonlight Valley will also fall. Right? His mental power swept through the guards around Jesus like a whirlwind, and the result made him feel heavy-hearted. As expected, they were all Wuhuan people, although Ronin had no good feelings for Jesus. After learning that he was forced to become a Wuhuan, he not only did not feel the slightest bit of gloating in his heart, but instead felt a little more sympathy, and was highly alert to Mephisto. "Grandpa," Ronin called in a low voice. Rollins wanted to go up and talk to Duke Varghese, but after hearing Ronin shout, he walked back. "What's wrong?" Ronin leaned in and whispered, "Jesus, like Orson, has become a witch soul." Roland's body shook violently, stared at Jesus with wide eyes, and then looked at Ronin. "Are you sure?" Ronin nodded. The magician can sense this energy. He pondered, "Should we go up and reveal it?" It must be revealed. But in such a festive situation, coupled with a lively crowd, suddenly revealing such a thing, and the other party is the king's younger brother, it is undoubtedly a loss of face for the royal family. Rollins frowned and shook his head after a while. "It must be revealed. But this matter cannot be revealed by you." He pulled Ronin aside and explained, "If you reveal it, others will definitely ask how you know it. Will you admit that you are a magician at that time?" Ronin shook his head. The point mentioned by Rollins was exactly the second point he was concerned about. After the celebration, there will be a high-class noble banquet tomorrow. You can bring Sophia with you then, Rollins said. Let her reveal it. That's a good idea. Ronin nodded in agreement. I'm going to introduce Sophia to His Majesty today, and we can just use tomorrow's banquet to let them meet. He never thought of stopping Sophia from meeting Bruno and forcing the former to join the Wu-Bei territory. This method is not glorious. Over there, Jesus didn't realize that his identity had been discovered by others, and he was watching the song and dance performance happily. That Mephisto was really brave, and he dared to let Jesus come to a place where so many people gathered openly. He was really not afraid of being discovered. Thinking about it, he might think that no one knows how to tell whether a person is a witch soul, so he is not afraid of being discovered. But what he didn't expect was that Retta had revealed the characteristics of the witch soul to Ronin. What Mephisto didn't expect was that the people of the Crescent Continent had come to Orlant. Chapter 427 Negotiation of Interests. Various lively performances continued in the Golden Feather City, and the king and a group of nobles returned to the magnificently decorated Golden Feather Palace after having fun with the people. Led by King Bruno, the nobles paid homage to the shrine of Emperor Orlant, and then to the shrine of the first king of Alduin. At first, Ronan was a little surprised why the shrine of Emperor Orlant was paid homage. He understood it after thinking carefully. When the empire split, Alduin and Trisha stood out. Although they established their own kingdoms in the end, they both claimed to be the blood of the Orlant Empire and had legal inheritance rights. It was natural for them to pay homage to Emperor Orlant. After Lulan's private introduction, there were no remains or anything like that in the Emperor's shrine. The first king only found some clothes and other things of the Orlant family and put them in it. It was more appropriate to say that it was a cenotaph. In Ronan's opinion, it didn't matter whether they were descendants of the Emperor or not. What mattered was that they all had rationality in that environment. It seems that no matter which world you are in, if you want to establish yourself as a king, you'd better use a more appropriate banner. After going through these tedious procedures, the royal family and nobles officially started their celebration banquet. Although the content of the event is somewhat similar to that outside, it is undoubtedly more advanced here. Whether it is food, drink, or watching and playing, they are all top-notch. After a busy half-day of bathing and changing clothes, Bruno summoned Roland and Ronan separately. Although it was summoned separately, in addition to the three of them, the royal family also had crowned Prince Garrett, deputy leader of the Griffin Knights Brawl, and many ministers of finance and government affairs. Lulan's brought along Albert, the political officer, and Curry, the financial officer. The topic of the discussion was nothing else but the marriage between the royal family and the Wuxian family. Such an occasion was not as high class as imagined, but more like a blind date to discuss marriage. For example, Wuxian territory gave up part of the mining rights of a large iron mine, strengthened Wuxian territory's support for the royal family in military operations, strengthened the mutual visits and settlement of the two sides' merchant groups, provided more convenient, fast and preferential port trade, etc. The negotiations lasted from the afternoon until the sun was setting, and the content involved almost covered multiple aspects such as politics, economy, military, culture, and family interests. In addition to these, I heard that the light attribute magician under Ronan can make two special magic potions. One is the awakening potion, and the other is the strength enhancement potion. I hope Ronan can allow the royal family to participate in the production of magic potions, so as to obtain a certain share. On the throne, Bruno spoke up and put forward the final cooperation expectations. Since the beginning of the negotiation, the two parties involved were basically the royal family and Wuxian Castle. Unexpectedly, Bruno suddenly turned the topic to Wubei territory, and the sleepy Ronan perked up. Of these two potions, he only planned to sell the awakening potion, and the auxiliary enhancement potion was mostly kept for internal consumption, and only a little bit would flow out at most. He didn't expect that the royal family would actually set their sights on magic potions, and it was the kingdom that proposed it personally, which clearly did not give him a chance to refuse. Ronan thought for a while, and then said, "Your Majesty, whether it is the enhancement potion or the awakening potion, the cost is very high." Bruno smiled and said, "Don't worry. I won't take it for nothing. As long as you agree to transfer 50% of the shares to the royal family, I can give Wubei territory 15 adult griffins and 5 young griffins, and provide you with professional breeders and trainers for free." Ronan's eyes lit up. Bruno had promised to give Ronan griffins at the beginning, but the number would definitely not be so many. Each griffin is very valuable. He gave so many at one time, and the total price is estimated to reach 700,000 or 800,000 gold coins. But it is still not enough to use these 700,000 or 800,000 gold coins to buy 50% of the future shares. Not to mention, Ronan is going to set the price of the awakening potion at 1,000 gold coins. 700,000 or 800,000 can only buy 700 or 800 bottles. Your Majesty, you don't know that the materials used to make the awakening potion are very expensive. The water of the magic spring is priced at 100 gold coins per milliliter, and the star grass is 200 gold coins per plant. Add other auxiliary magic potions, and the cost is close to 400 gold coins. The fury grass needed for the enhancement potion is also very expensive. One plant costs 400 gold coins. Ronan was not afraid of being stolen when he mentioned these materials. Take the awakening potion for example. It must be made by a magician with light attributes, and it is useless if others know the method. As for the auxiliary enhancement potion, it also involves Monroe flowers, magic crystal dust and pure water essence, and incomplete materials will only lead to production failure. It is worth mentioning that after searching on Rapids Island for several months, Karada found Monroe flowers in a valley, and Elrin planned to establish a breeding nursery for Monroe flowers there. Garrett, the Minister of Finance, and others recorded this information calmly. Bruno smiled slightly, and he could hear that Ronan was saying that the value of 20 griffins was not enough. Then tell me, what do you want in exchange for selling 50% of your share? Garrett added, Ronan, these 2 magic potions are strategic resources. The war is about to start, and I hope our knights will be stronger. This is not only about interests, but also about the strength of the kingdom. Ronan smiled and said, as a vassal, I will naturally do my part for the strength of the kingdom. He pondered for a while. Well, I can give up 50% of my share, but your majesty needs to provide me with the potions I just mentioned for free. In addition, if possible, I hope your majesty can arrange for the kingdom civilians to immigrate to my territory. As you know, I am very short of people there. Bruno frowned slightly. Immigration is easy to talk about. It's just that the royal family has to pay for these costs. The Minister of Finance Luther Cox beside him smiled and said, Baron, these costs are very high. If all the materials are provided by us, wouldn't you make a net profit of half? That's not right. Ronan smiled and shook his head. First of all, Wubei territory provided indispensable manpower. Without my light magician, these potions could not be made. Secondly, Lord Luther, you don't think that these 2 potions only need these few potions, right? The cost of the remaining potions is about the same as the ones just mentioned. That is to say, your majesty provides half of the materials, and I will be responsible for the remaining half. Roland stroked his crutches on the side. Your majesty, this is your future son-in-law. You can't let him provide both manpower and labor and still lose money, right? Bruno laughed. Of course not. He believed what Ronan said. After all, no one would be stupid enough to say all the materials needed for magic potions. What is missing may be more critical things, and the price must be high. In that case, let's make a tentative decision. If we find it inappropriate later, we will discuss and revise it. Bruno made the final decision. As for the immigration mentioned by Ronan, it's simple. Many cities are overloaded with people, and famine is inevitable. Arzino, you can go to various cities to recruit a group of people and send them to Ronan according to the standards of big cities. Ronan smiled brightly. The standard of a big city is 100,000 people. Bruno is going to send him 100,000 people. After obtaining the Purple Thunder territory a while ago, Ronan's registered population was close to 300,000. It is estimated that when he returns this time, the last batch of Lulans will be almost transported to Wubei territory. At that time, the achievement of prosperous population can be completed, if Bruno's group of people are added. Although I don't know whether it can reach the next stage of achievement, it can at least make Wubei territory have a big city with a population of 100,000. With a big city, the achievement of conquering cities and territories can be completed. Thank you for the gift, Your Majesty. Ronan stood up to thank him. Earlier, he was already satisfied with his current personal strength. After all, he was already at the top of the Orient continent. But since Sophia came, he knew that not only Silver Moon, the magician, was not good enough, but even Jiayang, the great magician, was not good enough. He had a more urgent need to become a legend, and therefore attribute points and energy essence became more important. Chapter 428 Announcement of Marriage. The moonlight fell gently, and the gorgeous golden feather palace looked unusually lively in the night. The bright and dazzling magic lamps were like stars, illuminating every corner. Tonight, the nobles of the kingdom, big and small, gathered here. It was not only a celebration of the founding of the country, but also a grand event for communication and exchange between each other. There are many people who come here purely for the excitement and to enjoy the wine and singing and dancing here. But most people are here to make profits for their own territories. Ronan, long time no see. Merlin, the acting patriarch of the Fleming family, came to Ronan with a half glass of wine. Screaming Island has received several batches of wood shipped from Rapids Island, and the quality is very good. He raised his glass. Cheers to our cooperation. looking at the other party's attitude and expression. How could he be the one who secretly asked the Ghost-Tide pirates to attack the ships of Rapids Island? Ronan smiled slightly. The other party should know that the Ghost-Tide pirates had been destroyed. But he was still very friendly like this, which really required some acting skills. He also raised his glass. Cheers. The two clinked their glasses and took a sip. Myron smiled and said, "Today, many people are wearing silk dresses produced by wobbling. I have had the honor of experiencing the special features of this material. In the future, it will definitely dominate the entire dress industry. How about it? Do you want to cooperate with me? The ships of Screaming Island can only bring your goods to any place on the mainland." It turned out that this man came here to get silk. Ronan shook his glass slightly and said with a smile, "Currently, wobbling's production is limited. Even if there are sales channels to various parts of the mainland, I can't provide so many silk fabrics. But when the production volume increases, maybe we can cooperate." What he said was the truth, but he also meant to decline. The original cooperation with Screaming Island in the timber business was just to stabilize the sea route to the south of Rapids Island. And Ronan lost a lot of money for this. Now the other party wants to take advantage of silk, which is simply too much. "Ronan!" When the two were negotiating, someone else came over. "I've been looking for you for a while. Why are you here so late?" "Mr. Randall, long time no see." The gray-haired middle-aged man who came over was Randall Silva, the grandson of Belola. Because Belola's son has passed away, he only focused on practicing and making magic potions. Now Randall is managing the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce. Grandpa asked me to congratulate you, and I wish the 7 gods' blessings accompany you and Blanche. And may your engagement become a good story that will be passed down through the ages. Ronan touched his nose awkwardly. Bruno hadn't even announced it yet, and these people had already given their blessings. In fact, many people knew about this matter and were watching the final result. It seemed that there would be no mistakes at the moment. Ronan could only laugh and clink glasses with the other party. "Thank you for your blessings." Myron was also congratulating him, but he was surprised that Randall would come to talk to Ronan in person. You know, the descendants of the Silva family are very arrogant, and sometimes they don't even give the king face. He frowned slightly. Randall just said Grandpa's congratulations. Ronan and Belwara have a very close relationship? The music slowly became quieter, and the melody became gentle and elegant. Bruno walked into the banquet hall. Beside him was the queen, who was wearing a golden crown and looked mature and elegant. Behind them were Garrett and Blanche, who was wearing a gorgeous white cord dress. The appearance of the 4 people immediately attracted the cheers of the nobles. Bruno cleared his throat, with a joyful smile on his face, and said loudly, "Dear lords, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely thank you all for gathering together today to celebrate the 230th anniversary of the establishment of our great kingdom. Looking back on the history of our kingdom." Luo Ning listened quietly, as if he had returned to the junior high school years on Earth. This is what the principal said at every large-scale event such as the school sports meeting. After a long time, Bruno's voice suddenly became 2 points higher, at the same time, taking advantage of this celebration. "I am here to convey to you a major royal good news." Luo Ning's expression was lifted, and it was time to get to the business related to him. Bruno walked to the front holding Blanche's hand. "Today I am pleased to announce that my daughter, the princess of the kingdom, Blanche Ajuin, will enter into a marriage contract with the kingdom's Flame Knight, the Baron of Rapids Island, the Earl of Wubei Territory, the eldest grandson of the Wushan family, and the powerful Silver Moon Knight Ronan Wushan." Suddenly, warm applause and various blessings rang out in the banquet hall. Ronan walked forward, took Blanche's hand, and stood to one side. Roland's was also clapping, with a light of pampering and expectation in his eyes. There would be no changes in announcing the marriage contract on such an occasion. More importantly, apart from the exchange of interests between the two families, Ronan and Blanche have a very good relationship. Unlike some family marriages that are completely forced, Lowlands didn't expect that the preservation method he had thought of for Ronan would be realized after the latter became stronger. "How do you feel?" Ronan asked in a low voice. Blanche smiled happily. "Nervous, but very happy. I didn't expect this moment to really come." Ronan took Blanche's hand and walked into the banquet. They accepted the congratulations of familiar or unfamiliar nobles and became the protagonists of the scene for a while. When the banquet was over, Ronan sent Blanche back to the Moon Shadow Palace. Although the marriage had been announced, according to customs, They could not sleep together now. Ronan could only kiss Blanche goodbye, and then set off for the Golden Rose Inn. Ronan. Knocking on a woman's door in the middle of the night is not a polite thing. Sophia opened the door. At this moment, she was wearing pajamas that she didn't know she had bought recently or carried in the space ring. She looked a little sleepy. But Sophia was not the only one in the room. Anil was also there. I'm sorry, Sophia. I'm too busy today and don't have time to come. Ronan apologized. There will be a meeting of the kingdom's high-ranking nobles tomorrow morning. I have asked the king for permission to bring a friend to attend. You can go with me then. The sleepiness on Sophia's face immediately disappeared. I understand. Your Highness can only go alone? Ailu hesitated. Can we bring one more person? Ronan shook his head. Don't worry. There is no danger. Even if something unexpected happens, I promise to bring your Highness back safely. Sophia was not worried at all. Don't worry. Even if something unexpected happens, don't forget that I am a magician. Okay. Ailu stopped talking. Speaking of which, Sophia had a lot of life-saving items on her body. But there is one thing I need to tell you in advance. Ronan said. Please go ahead. There will be a member of the Wuhuan tribe at the venue tomorrow. His name is Jesus. He is the Earl of Moonlight Valley, and the younger brother of His Majesty the King. Sophia and Ailu were stunned. The king's younger brother has also become a Wuhuan tribe member? What do you want me to do? Sophia asked. Ronan smiled and said, whether to identify him on the spot or find an opportunity to settle accounts later. It all depends on your choice. I won't interfere too much. He changed the subject, but no matter what you choose, my grandfather and I will not allow Wuhuan tribe members to exist next to Wushan territory. Sophia concentrated on thinking, and nodded after pondering. I will make a choice. Chapter 429 Noble Meeting. When Ronan and Roland were discussing with Bruno yesterday, they received an invitation from Bruno to hold a meeting of high nobles. So the next morning, they took Sophia to the Aduan Palace. Although the founding celebration has ended, the lively atmosphere on the street will continue for a while, and has not subsided immediately. Ronan, His Majesty the King has called us to a meeting alone. What do you think he wants to say? Roland asked. Ever since Bruno announced the meeting but did not specify the agenda, Ronan has been thinking about this question. Recently, I heard that there was a turmoil in the kingdom of Trisha, and His Majesty has called either a great noble who ruled one side or a knight who is so powerful that he cannot be ignored. I guess it may be related to the affairs of the kingdom of Trisha. Roland nodded with relief. I think the same as you. Perhaps 30 years of peace is coming to an end, and Aduan and Trisha will start a war again. He did not expect that the war stopped after he was injured. And now that he has just recovered, the war has shown signs of rekindling. Sophia, who was originally resting her chin on the window and looking at the scenery on both sides of the Golden Feather Avenue, came back to her senses. Will the kingdom of Aduan take advantage of the chaos in the kingdom of Trisha to attack? Ronan nodded. Very likely. Lowlands added, even if they want to declare war, there will be a long preparation time, and the war will not start immediately. Sophia sighed leisurely. In our place, although there will be fights between human races, internal offensive wars with large-scale casualties are not allowed to occur. She looked out the window. There is no interference from the demons and their minions here. We should have developed vigorously to restore the glory of 1,000 years ago. But we didn't expect that the fighting between them would make Orlante stagnate. Sophia looked at Lowlands and Ronan seriously. Do you have any way to stop this war? Lowlands shook his head. The conflict and hatred between the two families of Aduan and Trisha has lasted for more than 200 years. Although there is a short period of peace, as long as there is a chance to swallow each other, they will not give up. Ronan also said, the unrest in the Trisha kingdom originated from the Sacred Storm organization, which is likely to be established by the demon's minions. Attacking the Trisha kingdom could also eliminate the demon's minions. Harmon also collected this information in the past few days. So Sophia also guessed that the Sacred Storm originated from several Dark Lords in the Crescent Continent. She also knew that if Aduan attacked Trisha, he would definitely confront the Sacred Storm organization in the end. But before that, she was worried that when the two kingdoms fought each other, the Sacred Storm would take the opportunity to rise. The best situation is to let Aduan and Trisha join hands to find out the minions of the demon and eliminate them first. And then the two countries will sign a peace treaty, so that the knights and magicians can practice with peace of mind, and more strong people can go to support the new moon continent. However, Sophia knew that her idea was very naive. As long as the demon did not come to the Orient continent, the people here would not regard the demon as the biggest threat, and they would only eliminate the enemy in front of them first. Not long after, the carriage arrived in front of the Golden Feather Palace. Under the guidance of the knight, Ronan and the other two came to the Ajuan Hall. At this moment, there were already several nobles in the hall. They were Count Jesus of Moonlight Valley, Duke Ferenc Gregor of the Principality of Ferensburg, and Viscount Melon, who came on behalf of Count Alfonso Fleming of Screaming Island. Is it him? Sophia, who stepped into the hall, immediately focused her attention on Jesus. She had studied the Wuhuan clan and was very familiar with their aura. She knew that Jesus was problematic even though she hadn't released her mental power to perceive it just now. Ronan nodded secretly. Yes, it's him. Sophia took a deep breath. If she wasn't in a foreign country, she would have taken action long ago. Now she could only suppress the urge to take action. The three of them walked to the designated position and sat down. In the following period of time, other nobles came one after another. There was Brol, who Ronan was familiar with, Randall of the Amethyst Earldom, and Duke Varghese of the Principality of Gistana, etc. Duke Andrea of the Principality of Vera arrived last. Andrea's seat was right next to Lulin's, and the two looked at each other with indifference. You can actually recover. That's great. Lulin's. Heh. Why? I'm healed and have a breakthrough. And you're unhappy? Andrea sneered, and did not continue to mock, but looked at Ronan. That look seemed to have the meaning of scrutiny and warning. Anyway, there was no kindness. Ronan remained calm, did not greet the other party, and did not even maintain basic noble etiquette. He could foresee that if the kingdom of Ajuan really wanted to attack the kingdom of Trisha, then Wushan territory and the Principality of Vera might break out in the meantime. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Bruno's hearty laughter first spread into the hall, and then he was seen walking in with big strides, followed by Crown Prince Garrett. Ronan counted the high-level combat power in the hall, except for the Wushan territory. The known Silver Moon Knights are Garrett, Andrea, and Varghese. As for the unknown, Ronan glanced at the nobles' left and right guard knights, wondering if there were such powerful knights among them. Bruno sat on the throne. I originally wanted Ivan, Willis and others to come, but unfortunately the border is not peaceful, so they can't get away to come. Ivan is his eldest son-in-law, a Silver Moon Knight. Willis is the patriarch of the Black Jade family, a Meteor Peak Knight. I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. Let's get straight to the point. He looked at his son Garrett, who took a step forward and said, When I left the border and came back, a large area of Trisha Kingdom had been occupied by the Sacred Storm organization, and this area is gradually expanding. Our opponents are sinking deeper into the quagmire. Garrett's voice suddenly became low, and he seemed a little excited. Everyone, this is our chance. Our Ajuan Kingdom is the legitimate heir to the Orland Empire. Today we can use this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to defeat Trisha, the robber, in one fell swoop. Bruno continued. I'm going to attack Trisha Kingdom. The Ajuan Hall fell silent. Although everyone had roughly guessed this matter, no one immediately expressed their opinions. After a while, Duke Ferenc spoke first. Brother, you are dedicated to planning for the kingdom, so we will naturally follow and support you sincerely. He changed the subject, but before that, we must grasp the recent situation of the kingdom of Trisha, obtain detailed information about the Holy Storm organization mentioned by them and Garrett, and take advantage of the situation when they are fighting fiercely. Theron seemed to agree, but in fact he was stalling for time. But others could not find any faults. After all, what he said was reasonable. Andrea nodded and said, Your Majesty, I agree with Duke Ferenc's proposal. Collecting more specific intelligence is the most important step at present. But actively prepare for war, and even arrange the team to the front line, so that we can raid as soon as the time comes. This is what we need to do. Roland interrupted the other party and looked at Bruno. I agree with your Majesty's proposal to go to war with the kingdom of Trisha, and the nobles should start to act immediately. It's not that Roland wanted to say this. This is just a clause in the strengthening military assistance agreed last night. He couldn't have said it yesterday and remained silent today. Lulancy, you haven't been on the battlefield for so many years. Are you confused? Andrea sneered. I don't have any accurate information about the so-called Holy Storm organization. Blindly attacking will only fall into someone else's trap. A debate competition began. Ronan could see that Duke Varghese belonged to the neutral faction. And the three nobles, Ferens, Andrea and Melon, had some similarities. In fact, collecting intelligence and arranging teams to prepare for war on the front line were not contradictory. But they had to do them separately, which involved a game between them and Bruno. Getting Bruno to agree to their plan was one of the ways to weaken the royal authority. Moreover, for them, they could take advantage of the civil strife in the kingdom of Trisha to do something. But these things did not necessarily have to be to take advantage of the situation to attack the kingdom of Trisha. Chapter 430 Identification. Although the Duke is also a vassal of the king, no matter where the vassal is, there is a possibility that he will refuse to execute a certain order of the Lord, especially when the vassal is particularly powerful. For example, Count Orson of Wushan territory, and Duke Ferens in the hall at this time. They are thorns. After arguing for a long time, Bruno rubbed his eyebrows. He looked at Jesus, who had been silent all the time, and asked in surprise, "Why? My dear brother, you are particularly quiet today?" "I'm just thinking about your proposal, Your Majesty." Jesus was just thinking about how to mess up the kingdom of Ajuin instead of attacking Trisha. He was not helping the kingdom of Trisha. He just wanted to muddy the waters and fish in troubled waters. Jesus smiled slightly. "Of course, I agree with Ferens's proposal. We can't rush the attack." Moonlight Valley was originally on the side of Ferensburg. Bruno was not surprised by this. He looked at Randall Silva, who also did not speak. "I wonder what the Amethyst Earl's attitude is." Randall said, "The Amethyst Earldom will continue to fulfill our duties and provide enough magic arrows, magic cannons, and other weapons for the kingdom's war. The Silva family loves to sell these things. Who would buy them if there is no war? It is my honor to get the support of Mr. Bellola." Bruno was very respectful to the Silva family with a great magician. Looking around, only Wushan County and Amethyst Earldom clearly supported it. But Bruno did not think it was unacceptable, because the barons and viscounts below will unconditionally obey his call. And there are also the Count of Schwampfing territory and the Viscount of Haiwan in the south, who will also support the attack. Once the battle starts, it will be a full-scale war. Don't look at Ferens and others shirking their responsibilities now. When the enemy invades their territory, they can only passively join the battle. Ronan, you are also a Silver Moon Knight, enough to influence the situation. What do you choose? Bruno asked. As the future son-in-law, Ronan had an agreement yesterday, so he naturally made the same choice as Roland's. Your will is the direction of the Rapids Island. Yes. Bruno smiled and nodded. His eyes swept over Ronan and stopped on Sophia. In fact, he noticed Sophia at the beginning, but the occasion was not suitable for him to ask actively. Is this beautiful lady the distinguished guest you mentioned that you wanted to meet? At this time, the time is ripe. Ronan stood up. Yes, Your Majesty. Her name is Sophia. She does not belong to the Orlan continent, but from the Crescent continent across the sea. Everyone was attracted by this sentence and forgot the previous argument. There is a continent across the sea? Varghese was surprised. Melon of Screaming Island denied it firmly. Impossible. My Fleming family has hundreds of years of sailing experience. There is only our Orlan continent in this world, and there can't be other continents. Ronan, you lied to everyone. What are you doing? Jesus, on the other hand, had a flash of panic in his eyes, and felt a little uneasy. He wanted to leave here, but now he couldn't leave. Ronan asked with a smile, Why? Are the Fleming family so confident that your ships have traveled to all corners of the world? Merlin looked proud. Over the years, we have sent fleets to the east and west for months, and finally arrived at a sea filled with endless storms and a soul-shaking atmosphere. We think that is the end of the world. That is the Sea of Storms. Sophia stood up and said, More than 1,000 years ago, the great sage Arian killed the Storm King Firion on the sea. The remains and blood of the Demon King spilled into the sea, forming the current Sea of Storms. As he said, he saluted Bruno. Sophia Sears, the daughter of the King of Dawn City, meets His Majesty King Ajuin. Bruno was a king, and he was a little confused for a while. He didn't expect that the information brought by the person introduced by Ronan was beyond the scope. Is there really a crescent continent? He wanted to find the answer from the other party's expression. Sophia nodded. Yes, although the people on the Orlan continent have forgotten our existence. In the crescent continent, Orlan has always been known by us as the Star Continent. Merlin laughed. If the Crescent Continent is in that forbidden sea, I really want to know how you got out. The Fleming family of Screaming Island has always symbolized the hegemony of the sea. The appearance of Sophia brought about a series of problems, which challenged the authority of the Fleming family. So Myron has been fussing about this issue. We have a dragon bone bead made by a legendary magician, and we can use its power to forcefully pass through the storm sea. But even so, we still lost a lot of partners. Legend? Sage. These two words caught Garrett's eye. What is a sage? Above legend is a sage. And a sage's ability can destroy the world. Garrett was shocked. He was a prince, but he didn't know what realm was above legend. Now that he knew it was sage level, he realized that his strength was far from enough. Why did you risk your life to cross the storm sea? Myron still didn't give up. Don't say you want to do business with us. Sophia took a deep breath and told him about the minions of the demon god coming to the Orient continent. Mephisto of Wushan territory is the messenger of Shadow Lord Salonas, and the Black Python city of Wushan territory is his masterpiece. At this point, her tone became firm. Although Orson was destroyed, but Mephisto is still alive, and his subordinates are now in this hall, among our crowd. What? Everyone was shocked. Bruno has conveyed some things and seriousness of the Wuhuan clan to every noble. They know the danger and fear of the Wuhuan clan, and have strengthened the patrol of the territory. But now, this beautiful woman actually said that the Wuhuan clan has been mixed among the high-ranking nobles of the kingdom. Even Bruno was a little surprised. Who is it? Bruno asked quickly. Sophia looked at Jesus, and she chose to identify it on the spot. She wanted to see how Bruno would deal with this matter, so as to decide whether she would take Simon and others to help Ajuin eliminate the minions of the demon god in the future, or agree to Ronan's previous proposal and join Wushan territory. She raised her hand and pointed at Jesus with her long, slender index finger. It's you, Count Jesus of Moonlight Valley. Impossible. Farrens, Andrea and others shouted immediately. They have been meeting Jesus these 2 days, and did not find any abnormality in the latter. Are you sure that my brother, Jesus Ajuin, is a member of the Wuhuan tribe? Bruno frowned, his eyes wandering around Sophia, Ronan, and Lilins, wondering if there was an unknown conspiracy in this matter. Jesus was very panicked, but on the surface, he was very calm. Ridiculous accusation. He sneered. Let's not talk about the authenticity of the New Moon continent. Just the fact that you accuse me of being a Wuhuan tribe is ridiculous enough, Jesus said as his mind raced. And finally, he looked at Lilins and Ronan. He had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and seemed to have found a reason to excuse himself. Chapter 431. Each has his own plans. The expected scene of His Majesty the King ordering people to arrest Jesus once he was accused did not happen. Sophia could accept this. After all, she was just a stranger who claimed to be from another unknown continent, and the one she accused was a member of the royal family of the Kingdom of Aljuin, a high-ranking noble here. Imagine, when a stranger said that your brother was a demon. Would you choose to believe this stranger? Or would you choose to believe your own brother who grew up with you? Especially when Jesus did not show any panic at all. Everyone knows that Wushanbeo has attributed the Boland Bandits group to my behind-the-scenes support over the years, and has always been strongly hostile to Moonlight Valley. It turned out that Lulansi was ill, and Wushanbeo chose to endure it. Why? Now your strength has not only recovered, but also improved. So you think it's time to retaliate against me? But don't forget that I am the Earl of the Kingdom, the younger brother of His Majesty. You just pulled a stranger to put a devil's hat on me, and want to sentence me to death? Jesus sneered. Lulansi, you are at least the Marquis of Thunder solemnly canonized by my father, King Aljuin IV. How come you are getting simpler as you get older? He was going to turn this accusation into a conflict between Moonlight Valley and Wushan territory, so as to extricate himself. Lulansi glanced at him lightly. After so many years, your unreasonable skills have not changed at all. But I'm sorry. Sophia's accusation against you is entirely her own business, and has nothing to do with me, Ronan, and Wushanbeo. You want to use our conflict to accuse Sophia of being framed by me. That's too simple. As he said that, he glanced at Sophia. Since she dares to openly identify you as a member of the Wuhuan clan, she naturally has sufficient reasons and evidence. Oh! Bruno's eyes moved around Roland's and Jesus twice, and then looked at Sophia. So, what is your evidence? The magician can sense the surging and strange dark energy on Jesus with his mental power. This is the symbol of the Wuhuan clan. Sophia said, quickly carving a mysterious spell pattern. 7 or 8 seconds later, the water elements between heaven and earth suddenly gathered into the hall. And a thumb-thick, but extremely sharp and fierce water line shot out from in front of her, cutting through a distance of 100 meters and rushing out of the hall and into the air. This is the 8th level magic water cutting technique. Randall, who had the most experience at the scene, stood up in shock and looked at Sophia in disbelief. This young woman who looked no more than 30 years old was actually a powerful magician? The magic had dissipated, but the chill brought by the water cutting technique in the hall had not dissipated. The water line that flashed by like light just now left an indelible mark in everyone's mind. They had no doubt that even the best enchanted steel shield in the kingdom could not withstand this attack. Sophia did this just to prove that she was a magician. He pointed at Jesus and looked at Bruno. At this moment, I can sense that Jesus is full of dark energy. He is a witch soul. There are no other magicians here who can prove that what you said is correct. And I have the dark attribute myself. You can't say that those with dark energy are witch souls. Right? Jesus was panicking. But he still sat down calmly. If you really want to say that, that's great. My niece Blanche, Ronan's future wife, is a necromancer. Is she also from the Witch Soul clan? Bruno's face darkened. Few people knew about necromancers, but Jesus actually brought it up in public. This time, Duke Varghese' face twitched unnaturally. Necromancer? Is Blanche's curse real? His poor eldest and second grandsons. Sophia looked at Ronan. She wanted to say that Ronan was also a mage to prove her words, but thinking that Ronan did not reveal his magician's strength, and Jesus had already bound her and Mullins together, even if she told Ronan's strength, the other party would not admit it. So the word stopped at the tip of her tongue. So the key now is how Bruno handles this matter. Your Majesty, I believe you already know the evil and horror of the Wuhuan clan. Their existence is a huge threat to your kingdom. Even if my accusation alone cannot convince you completely, please take necessary measures to control him first, and then ask other magicians to verify it. But at this moment, His Majesty the King was not thinking about this matter. He was thinking about the top combat power of Wushan territory. In addition to the 2 silver moon-level Lulins and Ronan, it is known that Wushan territory also has the Meteor Knight Malonika, and the great magician Miroslav, who stands on the side of Wushan territory. It seems that Wubei territory also has a great magician of light attribute. Such a lineup is already very luxurious and top-notch. Bruno did not expect that Wubei territory also has such a strong man as a magician, with so many top combat forces. Even if the royal family wants to move Wushan territory, it will be a pain in the ass. And he frowned and looked at Jesus. He even began to doubt whether the whole thing was really as his brother said, that everything was Roland's conspiracy to use the Wuhuan clan to eradicate Moonlight Valley. Bruno wanted to support Wushan territory to balance the 3 major forces east of the capital, but he didn't want Wushan territory to dominate the area. Moonlight Valley can fight Wushan territory, but the royal family will never get involved. If Roland's framed Jesus as a Wuhuan clan, the royal family would have a reason to send troops to suppress Moonlight Valley. Moreover, if the news that the king's brother was a demon got out, the dignity of the royal family would inevitably be affected. Garrett, who had not spoken all the time, might know what his father was thinking, but there were some things that the latter was not convenient to say. So he, the crown prince, took the initiative to speak up to help. It is not very credible to classify my uncle as a demon's pawn based on unverifiable evidence. Garrett glanced at Sophia calmly, then shook his head. In addition, your origin is only what you said, and we cannot be sure whether there is another continent. I agree with Garrett's statement. Duke Farron supported it. I have also heard about the matter of Wushan territory Orson, and know the weirdness and threat of the Wuhuan clan. But I think it is a bit unreasonable to use such a weak reason to identify Jesus. Jesus smiled slightly. Thank you, second brother, for speaking for me. Farron smiled slightly. He was not speaking specifically for Jesus. He had his own thoughts. Now that the kingdom of Trisha is in civil strife, the kingdom of Alduin is no longer under pressure from external wars. If the kingdom of Alduin also had civil strife, would he be able to avoid sending troops to Trisha and thus achieve some results within the kingdom? There was no source of civil strife before, but now there is. At this time, Andrea also spoke. I also agree with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The accusation needs to be based on evidence that everyone can see. If only you know. Then today you say Jesus is from the Wuhuan clan. Tomorrow you say Melon is from the Wuhuan clan. And the day after tomorrow it will be my fault. He smiled slightly. Rulons can just use the royal army to eliminate the three major sources of conflict around Wushan territory in one fell swoop. Randall hesitated. Perhaps I can ask my grandfather to come to Jinyu City and let him feel it? Melon smiled and said, Is it necessary to trouble Lord Belola for such a thing? And even if he really sensed the dark energy in Jesus, how can you tell whether it is Jesus' dark attribute fighting spirit? He spread his hands. There is still no way to prove it. Brawl also expressed his opinion. I saw Orson transformed into a witch soul on the battlefield that day. His demeanor and way of speaking were completely different from normal times. This was a sequelae of becoming a witch soul. He frowned, but Count Jesus was fine today. And there seemed to be nothing suspicious. Jesus looked at Sophia. You are openly accusing the royal family. Are you ready to take the punishment? Chapter 432 Joint Investigation. Ronan believed in Sophia's origins and experiences, because he really knew something. On the one hand, he did use his mental power to sense the strange dark energy of the Wuhuan clan that was different from the dark elements. On the other hand, he learned about another continent and information about demons and lords from Retta, Elrond and Makin. So Ronan believed what Sophia said, and Lilland believed everything. But for Bruno, Ferenc and others, they were completely unfamiliar with Sophia and her origins, and the latter accused Jesus, who behaved normally. It was normal for them to have doubts and distrust in their hearts. What's more, coupled with the conflict between Lillands and Moonlight Valley, they wondered if Sophia was someone Lillands had found to manipulate politics. Ronan could accept this situation, but Sophia felt a little blocked in her heart. In the Crescent Continent, they regarded the Star Continent as a land of hope. She came with hope, hoping to bring a turnaround to her hometown that had been threatened by the demon for thousands of years. But she didn't expect that the people here had not only forgotten the demon long ago, but also didn't even investigate her public identification of the demon, and instead accused her of false accusations. It's so hard to catch a demon. How can you expect this group of people to risk their lives to cross the storm sea to support the Crescent Continent in the future? Sophia suddenly felt that her request for help was a bit unrealistic. However, at least so far, the ruler here has not spoken. Okay, everyone be quiet. Bruno on the throne finally spoke, and everyone looked at him. I have also talked to Jesus privately for a long time these days, and there is no change in his personality, tone, or other aspects of his behavior. I don't quite believe that he is from the Wuhuan clan. He paused, then changed the subject, but I have always respected magicians, especially powerful magicians like Sophia. I will listen to your opinions. Bruno pondered for a moment. Well, I will arrange for Dean Fastley of the Royal School of Magic to come and check Jesus today. He did not convict Sophia like Jesus did, because she was a magician after all. Although there were enough people in the hall to catch her as long as he gave an order, there was no need to do so. It would be difficult to explain to Lillands and Ronan if Sophia was caught directly. So he chose to deal with this issue in a way that would not offend either side. As for whether Jesus was from the Wuhuan clan, when Brawl came back, he described the Wuhuan clan on the battlefield as very bloody and terrifying. But now if Jesus was, Bruno did not feel bloody and terrifying. Garrett, take your uncle to your study and wait. His Majesty the King arranged, Philemon. Go and ask Dean Fastley to come to the Golden Feather Palace. Yes. Father. Yes. Your Majesty. The two of them acted separately, and Jesus did not argue or struggle, and left the Alduin Palace with Garrett. Bruno exhaled a foul breath. Okay. Before Dean Fastley's inspection, let's continue to talk about how to send troops to the Kingdom of Tricia. Next, Bruno made a plan for the war. He planned to give the nobles 1 or 2 years to prepare. But before that, he could consider sending a night squad or even a night group to the border first, and they could attack immediately when the time was right. As for the distribution of borders, Ferensburg and Justana are responsible for the western defense line, Wushan territory and the royal family. Ivan, Willis and other families are responsible for the central defense line, and the Principality of Vera is responsible for the eastern part. Screaming Island supports the Principality of Vera from the water and attacks the eastern islands of Tricia. As long as the time is right, these 3 directions will be launched at the same time. The plan is very good, but there are not many people who listen carefully and are ready to execute it. Lowlands and Ronan are thinking about how to solve the Moonlight Valley, because they know the danger of Jesus. And keeping him will only become more and more dangerous. Farron's is thinking about how to use Jesus to provoke a civil war. He always thinks that the throne should be his, not Bruno, who has no strength. Screaming Island and the Principality of Vera are thinking about how to use the contradiction between Jesus and Wushan territory to expand their territory. The most disappointed person present is Sophia. The king of the kingdom of Alduin did not give her a surprise. The other party took Jesus down for inspection. Even if they really found out something, they had no way of knowing. And Sophia could feel that even if Bruno knew that Jesus was from the Wuhuan tribe, he would probably protect him, and would not kill his relatives unless it was a certain degree. After all, in history, there were countless cases of cooperation with the minions of the demon. She couldn't help but glance at Ronan beside her. Sophia knew that Ronan's fiancée was Blanche. And in her eyes, he was half a royal family member. But even if Ronan had this identity, he still chose to tell Sophia about Jesus' situation, which was enough to show that Ronan had a different position from the king, Duke and others in the Hall of Alduin. She thought to herself, maybe helping Ronan is a good choice. At least the other party will really take action against the Wuhuan clan. And he has the talent and qualifications to become a legend or even a sage. For the new moon continent, one more sage will change the situation a lot. So even if she cooperates with the royal family, she must have a good relationship with Ronan. Instead of that, why not just stand on Ronan's side? On the other side, Garrett took Jesus out of the Alduin Hall, and the two walked in the empty back garden. Uncle, is what Sophia said true? Garrett looked Jesus straight in the eyes and asked seriously, are you the Wuhuan clan she mentioned? Jesus smiled slightly. What do you think? Garrett shook his head. He couldn't tell. The Wuhuan tribe is not as scary as the rumors say. Jesus said as he walked, Sophia and the Wuhuan tribe are just a power struggle. Garrett's heart moved, and his aura burst out. Does that mean you are a Wuhuan tribe? No. I just mastered the power of this race. I am still me, the king's younger brother. Your uncle, Jesus Alduin, Jesus said, and his aura also emanated. Garrett was surprised and said, you are a gold knight? I remember you were a silver before. This is the benefit of mastering the power of the witch soul. It can strengthen my strength and let me break through from the silver level to the gold knight in one fell swoop. Jesus said, you also know that if I only rely on my own practice, I may never be able to advance to gold in this life. It is the power of the witch soul that gives me a strong opportunity. A gleam of light flashed in Garrett's eyes. What is the price of obtaining this power? Jesus spread his hands. After mastering the power of the witch soul, my strength is basically fixed at the gold level, and there is no potential for advancement. But for me, this price is not great. But you are different. You have great potential, and are not suitable for mastering this kind of power. He looked at Garrett and smiled seductively. But I know there is a kind of power that is more suitable for you. Chapter 433, Seeking the Skin of a Tiger. In the back garden of the Golden Feather Palace, Crown Prince Garrett was talking to Jesus. After a long time, Garrett sneered. With my qualifications, becoming a proud son is just a matter of time. Why should I risk my life to try the kind of power you said? Jesus looked regretful and explained again, this just makes you more explosive. And it has nothing to do with whether you can become a proud son. And even if you become a proud son knight in the future, this power can still allow you to use stronger power. I heard that many knights in the palace talked about your battle with Ronan, although the latter took the initiative to admit defeat. From my understanding of Ronan, he is likely to hide his strength, so he deliberately lost to you. If we really fight, Garrett narrowed his eyes. Do you think I am not his opponent? Facing the Crown Prince's burning eyes, Jesus is. He paused. Then he said what he wanted to say. In fact, Ronan has taken away your title of a genius rarely seen in a century. Hasn't he? Garrett snorted. My dear uncle, you still can't change the habit of stirring up trouble. You should know that Ronan will be my brother-in-law, and his strength will only make Alduin more stable. It is said that the first Emperor Orlant also married the princess of the Star Kingdom. But in the end, when the knight's strength reaches a certain level, he is no longer bound by the noble terms and tacit understanding. Although Ronan has not reached this level yet. A 19-year-old silver moon level. Don't you think it's scary? One of the purposes of Jesus coming to the Golden Feather Palace to participate in this founding celebration is to stir up trouble. He knew Garrett's character. He was a man who was so proud that he was a little conceited. Although he was the crown prince, he already regarded himself as the king. What he said now, even if it could not take effect immediately, had already been rooted in the other party's heart. In the Alduin Hall, the king and the nobles who had been talking for more than an hour began to disperse. Although this meeting did not determine the full-scale war with the kingdom of Trisha, King Bruno had already sent the signal of active preparations to several major duchies and Wushan territory, and these nobles would increase troops on the front line. As long as there was some good news from the kingdom of Trisha, Alduin could go to war at any time. Sophia looked back at the magnificent Alduin Hall, her eyes full of disappointment. Although the king explained when he left that he would let people inform everyone of the results of the investigation of the magician Fazlay later, and promised that if Jesus really had a problem, he would not let him go. But Sophia seemed to have known the result. She came with high expectations, but returned disappointed. Why? Feeling disappointed? Ronan, who was walking beside him, comforted him. This is normal. Apart from the fact that Jesus is the king's younger brother, as rulers, they would probably consider whether Jesus, who possesses the power of the witch soul but behaves normally, can use this power for the royal family. This is undoubtedly seeking death, Sophia said coldly. The witch soul clan is just a demon with a human body. They are no longer human. If they are not eliminated in time, they will spread rapidly like wildfires on the grassland. Sophia seemed to have made some kind of decision. She looked at Ronan. Although a witch soul pearl can only create 100,000 witch soul clan, if Jesus, as the Lord, is affected, then Moonlight Valley must have fallen. If the king still protects Jesus, are you willing to go to war with Moonlight Valley for the sake of the human race? The power of the witch soul has tortured Washenbeo for nearly 30 years. Both me and my grandfather hate this evil power to the core. Ronan said firmly, even if the entire kingdom is willing to use the power of the witch soul clan to strengthen its own strength, I will not. Although there are slaves and serfs in my territory, I have gradually given them basic human rights. But these people turn people into walking puppets, cannon fodder on the battlefield, and nutrients to absorb nutrients. This is something I absolutely cannot accept. He greeted Sophia's eyes looking directly at him. I will take action against Moonlight Valley, and this day will not be too soon. Ronan was attracted by the power of Sophia and her group, and wanted the 5 of them to join Wubei territory to plan for his future career. However, he said these words from the heart, without any artificiality. Although he did not have a lofty ideal to build a society where everyone is equal and free, he could not stand this kind of inhumane behavior of directly using people as puppets and materials. This is no different from those experiments on living people. Unit 731? So no matter what Bruno chooses, he has decided to go to Moonlight Valley. Sophia nodded. She was very optimistic about Ronan. Now it depends on what His Majesty the King chooses. But no matter what the other party chooses, she doesn't mind cooperating with Ronan. After I go back this time, I will ask Uncle Simon to write down the construction method of the Dawn. And when you need to build a ship, I will ask him to assist you. Ronan showed a happy look. I want to build a ship now. Although the navy of Wubei territory is not needed to attack the kingdom of Trisha, this thing can't be built only when it is needed temporarily. Moreover, putting aside the Screaming Island, if Wushan territory has any disputes with the Principality of Vera in the future, the fleet of Wubei territory can go south along the east coast to the Principality of Vera and open another battlefield outside the Purple Thunder territory. Sophia smiled and said, Okay, you can find enough assistance for Simon after you go back. Prepare the iron ore, and I will help. All she can do is use magic to purify, strengthen, and shape the iron ore. Speaking of which, one of the reasons why the Crescent Continent Human Alliance sent her here was that she saw her fire magic ability to assist Simon in shipbuilding. On the other side, Bruno, who left the hall of Alduin, came directly to Garrett's manor. At this time, the magician Fastly had completed the inspection of Jesus. How is it? Bruno asked. Fastly said in surprise, I did sense a strange dark energy in Count Jesus. What is it? Obviously, Philemon did not tell Foz what happened in the palace. Bruno's breath became heavy and his heart became confused. Although he hated this brother very much, he still couldn't accept the thought that he was not a human being. Thank you for the trip, Fastly. Now you can go back. Bruno made a gesture of invitation. If someone asks you about this, just say that Jesus is fine. I will, Your Majesty. Fastly took off his hat and saluted, then left the room. Bruno sighed heavily. Brawl told me the horror of the Witch Soul tribe. Not only did they lose their humanity, but they also spread like a virus. Since Jesus is a Witch Soul tribe, he can't stay. It's just that this matter must be done in private. Otherwise it will damage the prestige of the royal family. I don't think so. Father! Garrett put forward his opinion. Jesus has told me all the characteristics of the Wuhuan tribe. They can only produce 100,000 Wuhuan tribe at most. Although 90% of these 100,000 are cannon fodder transformed from ordinary people, they still have considerable deterrence when they fight hard on the battlefield. Bruno frowned. He always supported what his son did. But this matter was too dangerous. If we cooperate with the devil, we will easily fall into his trap, he reminded. Garrett was somewhat confident. Whether it is Jesus or the source behind him, Mephisto, they can only have a chance of survival if they cooperate with us now. 100,000 cannon fodder is far from enough in front of the Knights of the Kingdom. Bruno nodded slightly. Which was true. Due to the previous propaganda, the Wuhuan tribe was almost a target of public criticism. Without the protection of the royal family, they really have no soil to survive. But I still think the risk is great. Bruno was still a little apprehensive. Garrett shook his head. Father, you are too cautious. Only absolute power can achieve our wish to unify the continent and establish the Aljuan Empire. He said seriously, this power is not only our own strength, but also the use of other forces. The Wuhuan tribe is like a mad dog. As long as we use it properly, it will bite whoever it points to. Moreover, the current Wushan territory is a little beyond our expectations. We can't let them develop steadily. Bruno sat on the sofa and thought for a long time, and finally sighed. Okay, you succeeded in convincing me. But if one day it is out of control and threatens Aljuan's rule, we must immediately unite with other nobles to eliminate these guys. Garrett said confidently. Father, don't worry. The initiative is in our hands. Chapter 434 Cooperation. In the evening, the knights in the palace brought Ronan and Sophia the results of Fasliai's examination. Jesus was fine. Ronan, what are you going to do? Lowlands has been busy these 2 days buying a manor in Jinyu City as a station for Wushan territory. After returning, he came to Ronan to ask about the situation. Moonlight Valley is close to Shore City. In order to prevent the infiltration of the Wuhuan clan, we need to strengthen our defense there. Lowlands nodded. Shore City is okay. Mainly because the villages and towns outside the city are relatively scattered. If we disperse the night team to various towns, there is a risk of being defeated one by one. Ronan said, then we will directly establish an isolation zone at the border. Cut off contact with Moonlight Valley, and push out the defense line. Anyway, this is not the era of globalization, and the connection between each region is not that close. Severing contact with Moonlight Valley may cause some trouble to Shore City, but it can also be supplied from other places. And according to Retta's report, the number of caravans from Moonlight Valley has been decreasing recently. Lu Lans nodded and said with a smile, young people are still quick-witted. Toru always said that you have good decision-making ability, and I have experienced it today. Having said that, he actually thought of this method. However, it would be more troublesome to build a defense line outside. He prefers to let the farmers in the villages and towns outside directly abandon their fields and bring them all into the Shore City. The difference between these two methods is that the former takes into account the survival of the farmers in the villages and towns, while the latter does not take this into account too much. Lowlands is a natural noble, and Luo Ning is a soul that has traveled through time and space and lives in the modern world. It is normal for them to consider things from different perspectives. The defense line is only the first step. The existence of Moonlight Valley is a huge hidden danger for us. The key is the attitude of His Majesty. He actually suppressed this matter by force. If Jesus is allowed to return to Moonlight Valley, he will be suspected of using the latter to intimidate us. Lowland sighed. He had just recovered, and it was time for intrigue again. When would this day end? Luo Ning wanted to laugh. This king, on the one hand, married his daughter to himself to strengthen the relationship between the two parties, and on the other hand, he was afraid of Wuxinling and placed a bomb next to him. Although this operation seems contradictory, it is also a way to balance forces and maintain rule. But Luo Ning is more convinced that those who seek the skin of the tiger will eventually be bitten back. Don't let the kingdom become unstable because of cooperation with the Wuhuan tribe. I have heard the footsteps of chaos. Grandpa, I am afraid that peace will not last long. Wushan territory needs to develop and stockpile enough food and materials to cope with the chaos that follows. Yeah. Lu Lans nodded. Now the 3 major granaries of Wushan territory are in our hands. So food is not a problem. We have several strategic materials, iron ore and copper mines, and we have to increase production capacity. Wushan territory is large enough and has relatively rich resources, so self-sufficiency is not a problem. Luo Ning only hopes that peace can last a little longer so that he can have better development. If possible, I want to go to the front line, which is what you call the shore city. Sophia made a decision. We have fought against the demons for many years and have a lot of practical experience. And I can also make sensors that react to the power of the witch soul, which can issue warnings within 100 meters, which is helpful to prevent infiltration. Ronan was stunned, and then said happily, "It is our honor to get your help. I believe that with the reactor you mentioned, our defense of Moonlight Valley will be more solid." Lu Lancy smiled and watched his grandson and Sophia talking. The other party changed his mind and decided to help Ronan when he saw that Bruno did not make the right choice. Sophia made a choice, and the other 4 people who followed her would naturally support her. In other words, Wushan territory has one more powerful partner of a magician, a Silver Moon Knight, and 3 Meteor Knights. I arranged 2 newly formed knight groups in Shore City a while ago, but I didn't find a suitable leader. Lu Lancy said, "Ms. Sophia, if you are interested, I can let you or your followers serve as the leader of the knight group. Relying on your experience, train them into an army that can fight against the minions of the devil. It is my honor. Your Excellency the Marquis." Sophia showed a charming smile. "This is also what we are good at." Ronan stood up and shook hands with Sophia. "Welcome to join." Sophia, please rest assured that I will keep my promise. Once I have enough strength, I will definitely lead the team across the Storm Sea to support the Crescent Continent. Sophia's delicate hand held Ronan's hand. "I look forward to that day coming as soon as possible." The luxurious Earl's mansion. Jesus returned directly to his own mansion after coming out of the Golden Feather Palace. This was the property he owned when he was still a prince. "My dear brother, can you tell me what's going on with you?" Ferenc came to visit under the moonlight, and as soon as they met, they hugged each other warmly, followed by this sentence. Jesus pretended not to know. "What's going on?" Ferenc laughed. "Is the woman in the hall's identification of you true? You are no longer my brother?" "Of course," Jesus said. "Of course I am your brother." Ferenc restrained his smile and restored his attitude towards his brother in the past. He sat down on the sofa next to him and crossed his legs. "Don't cover up Jesus in front of me. You and Bruno. Your tricks are naked in front of me." Ferenc, who was the most powerful prince at the time, had vague signs of being pushed to the throne when Bruno suffered a serious illness, although he did not take the throne in the end. This matter has been rooted in his heart since then, although he was later made a duke by his father, Alduin IV, and had a large territory. His ambition did not die, especially as his own strength grew. He felt that Bruno was inferior to him in every aspect. That's why he came here today. "Well, my dear brother, what do you want me to do for you this time?" Jesus also sat down. "You know, between you and Bruno, I prefer playing with you." A cold light flashed in Farron's eyes. "Whether it's Wushan territory or other nobles around Moonlight Valley, I need you to create chaos, or even provoke war." He paused and continued, "I will support you. Chaos is a treasure, and it is my favorite thing." Jesus showed his white front teeth. "Don't worry. I will do it even if you don't say it. Of course, the more you support me, the better I will do." For a moment, Ferenc felt that he was not talking to Jesus. He couldn't figure out whether the man in front of him was his brother, or if he had completely changed and only retained his brother's memory. "Okay." Ferenc stood up. "Then it depends on your performance." He looked at Jesus deeply, then strode away. He still had to go to Andrea's mansion. "Great." Jesus picked up the crystal glass beside him, shook the sweet wine, and then drank it in one gulp. Garrett thought that Jesus could only live with the support of the royal family. And there was a prerequisite. That is, Jesus wanted to live. In fact, Mephisto came to the kingdom of Alduin to create chaos. He sacrificed his 2 subordinates, Black Scar and Madman, without even blinking an eyelid. And he didn't care about Jesus' life either. Therefore, Garrett was still using human thinking to speculate about the Witch Soul clan, which was his assumption. Chapter 435 Selecting Griffins. After the meeting of high nobles, the nobles gathered in Jinyu City basically began to return to their fiefdoms one after another. What will happen next depends on the specific operations of the nobles. Anyway, the time of peace is shortening visibly. Lowlands and Ronin did not return immediately. They still had some things to do in Jinyu City. This marriage was reached, and a group of officials were going to enter Wushan territory to develop a large iron mine with Wushan Castle. And there were many matters that needed to be finalized. Ronin's main task was to go to the Griffin town north of Jinyu City under the leadership of Brawl, the deputy leader of the Griffin Knights, to receive the 15 adult Griffins and 5 young Griffins presented by Bruno. In theory, such things usually need to wait until the iron mine is officially finalized, or wait until the end of the year for the wedding to be handed over. However, Griffins are not like other goods. They can be shipped on the wedding day. If nothing else, Wubei territory must at least build a nest for the Griffins. Therefore, considering that everyone was a noble who wanted to save face, the royal family allowed the Griffins to be sent to Wubei territory in advance. When Ronin arrived at the Griffin town, he knew that the so-called royal family had only a 36-man Griffin Knight corps was false information, because he saw at least 100 or 200 Griffins. He couldn't help asking, "Brawl, how many Griffin Knights does the royal family have?" "It's a secret." Brawl smiled and shook his head. He didn't want to tell the specific number. However, given his good impression of Ronin, he still revealed a little bit. In fact, the number of Griffins has increased slightly every year, but the number of Griffin guards has not increased synchronously. After all, those who can become Griffin Knights not only need to have ground strength, but also need to be able to adapt to high-altitude riding. He shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "Some people get dizzy as if they were drunk when they go up to the sky. Such people are destined to have no chance of becoming Griffins." Of course, in addition to these factors, the selection of Griffin Knights also needs to take into account the knight's identity and background, and they are generally selected from the descendants of nobles. Ronin suddenly realized that these factors combined together led to the number of Griffin Knights being lower than the number of Griffins. But no matter what, the number of Griffin Knights in the royal family is definitely more than 36. Next, under the leadership of Brawl, he spent a whole morning selecting Griffins. Although Bruno made restrictions and only allowed the selection of adult Griffins equivalent to level 2 or 3 magic beasts, Ronin still picked those with large heads and good spirits. At the same time, in order to facilitate breeding in the future, most of the Griffins he selected were female. Brawl asked his accompanying assistant to mark and register the Griffins. According to what His Majesty said, you can choose a Griffin Knight to go to Wubei territory for 2 years of guidance. Brawl handed the list of Griffin Knights under his command to Ronin. "This is the personnel I listed. Who do you think is more suitable?" Ronin took over the list, which listed more than a dozen people, including name, gender, strength, background, and other information. He had already planned for this candidate. "Missy Cox? I chose her." Breer laughed. "I knew you would choose her." "What? Are you looking for a partner for your subordinate Karada?" Ronin laughed. "Ubi Ling is very unfamiliar with Blanche. After she marries, she will feel bored without someone familiar. Missy is not only Blanche's good friend, but I am also familiar with her. It is the most appropriate choice to have her come to Wubei territory." Of course, he chose Missy to help Karada. "You are thoughtful. If Her Royal Highness knew that you were thinking about her, she would be very touched." Brawl took back the list with a smile. "Since you have decided, I will explain it to His Majesty. After you return to Wubei territory and arrange the Griffin's nest, I will send the Griffin with Missy." He reminded, in addition, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince also hopes that you can prepare the first batch of enhancement potions and awakening potions. He wants to see the effect. Garrett is very concerned about this matter, but it seems that he has become Ronin's party. Potions are not a problem, but remember to provide the corresponding magic potions. Without those things, we can't make these 2 potions. Loyalty is loyalty. Cooperation is cooperation. The royal family did not provide materials, and he would not provide magic potions. I will tell you truthfully, Brawl is very optimistic about this young man who is less than 20 years old. In the future, Ronin will definitely have a place in the Orient continent. "Ronin, there is a question I have always wanted to ask you." Brawl signaled the accompanying assistant to leave, and talked with Ronin on the way back. Ronin looked at the other party's actions, and was a little confused about what the other party was going to say. Is what Sophia said in the hall of Alduin yesterday true or false? Is Jesus a member of the Wuhuan clan? Brawl had experienced the battle between Wushan Territory and Black Python City, and personally felt the madness and terror of the Wuhuan clan. He knew the danger of these things better than Bruno, Garrett and others. If Jesus is really a witch soul, and the royal family excuses him, there will definitely be trouble in the future. Ronan didn't know whether this was Brawl's own problem, or the royal family was asking him about his attitude through him. He had no choice but to say, "Your Majesty has asked the magician Fastly to investigate, and count Jesus as a normal person." Maybe Sophia sensed it wrongly. After all, the power of the witch soul is somewhat similar to the extraordinary energy of the dark attribute. Brawl frowned, puzzled by Ronan's answer. He felt that Sophia didn't seem to be wrong. Moreover, the other party has the strength of a magician. If it were in the past, the royal family would definitely treat such a powerful person as a guest of honor politely. And even if they didn't try to win him over, they would have a good relationship with him. Unlike this time, the royal family ignored this magician. Ivan passed me some information from the kingdom of Trisha. It is said that the people in the suddenly rising Sacred Storm organization have special abilities. Ivan Talancey is the leader of the Royal Griffin Knights, and the Count of the Border Twin Peaks. Brawl and Ivan are old friends, who have known each other for many years, and communicate privately through letters. Oh! Ronan became interested. What ability? There are two types of people in the Sacred Storm organization. They usually look no different from ordinary people. But as long as the ability is activated, some people can grow black wings on their backs, and have the ability to fly in the sky. The other type has a golden solar flare on the forehead. After activation, they will gain powerful power in a short time. Brawl looked at Ronan and said with a heavy expression, "I suspect that these two types of people are aliens, like the Wuhuan clan." This was the first time that Ronan had received accurate information about the Holy Storm organization. Before that, he had only heard that this organization had defeated several counterattacks by the Trisha royal family. Brawl's guess was correct. These two types of people were the Wind Slaves and Flame Slaves created by the servants of the Storm Lord, and the Flame Lord in addition to the Shadow Lord mentioned by Sophia. Although the way of creation and performance was different from that of the Wuhuan clan. Like the Wuhuan clan, those who became Wind Slaves and Flame Slaves would become the minions of the Storm Lord and the Flame Lord. Being able to fly, fight, and quickly expand in scale were the abilities of the three servants of the three lords. The Wuhuan clan was fine now, and it had not expanded completely. But the Wind Slaves and Flame Slaves of the Trisha kingdom had already become powerful. It seems that the day of chaos in Trisha is not far away. Chapter 436 Task Arrangement. Ronan conveyed the news about the holy storm he learned from Brawl to Sophia. The mage from the Crescent Moon continent gave a more detailed introduction to the Wind Slaves and the Flame Slaves. The Wind Slaves are transformed from high-level knights of the Wind attribute. This rigid requirement directly limits the number of Wind Slaves, and it is impossible for them to be as large as the Wuhuan clan. Although the Flame Slaves carry the fire, they represent explosive power, not just the fire attribute knights. The production of Flame Slaves must rely on the Golden Knights, and the process of branding the Flame Seal is very painful. Even the Golden Knights with strong physiques have a very high risk of sudden death, and almost only 1 in 10 survives. This leads to fewer Flame Slaves than Wind Slaves. But as long as it succeeds, the Golden Knight will have the strength comparable to the Meteor Knight. The Wind Slaves have the advantage in the air. Although you have dragons, and will have Griffin guards in the future, it is still necessary to form an archery guard. Sophia suggested, "I can make magic arrows, and with a longbow, I can attack the Wind Slaves." Ronan couldn't help but smile bitterly. When he was besieging the Bolant bandits, he got an ironclad oxbow and more than 30 magic arrows, which are still in the space ring and have not been used. On the one hand, it is because his strength no longer needs such a bow and arrow. On the other hand, there were few intermediate and higher level knights with wind attributes in the territory before, and he didn't know who to use them. However, the number of intermediate and high level knights in the major territories has increased a lot now, and it should not be a problem to form a magic archery guard. "I will arrange this matter after returning to the territory," Ronan said. In addition, "if you need any materials to make magic arrows, you can ask my commander, Reda, and he will arrange for someone to prepare them for you." Sophia nodded. Although she is the daughter of the Lord of Dawn City in the Human Alliance of the Crescent Continent, and is called Her Highness, since she has decided to stand on Ronan's side, she will not be idle. Sorting out the chaotic situation here, as soon as possible is also in line with their purpose of coming from afar. A few days later, Lowlands handled the affairs here and arranged for people to stay in Jinyu City. And it was time to set off back to Wushan territory. For Wushan territory, the top priority of this return is not to raise food and prepare for war, but to hold a wedding for Ronan and Blanche at the end of the year in Wushan Castle. Originally, Ronan wanted to delay for 2 years, build a slightly more decent castle in Wubei City, and then marry Blanche. It's a pity that this idea was rejected by Bruno and Garrett. In 2 more years, Blanche will be 22 years old. In this world, it is hard to find a noble lady who is not married at the age of 22. Moreover, they are worried that if Ronan encounters any accident in the past 2 years, it will be even more difficult to say. So the time is set on December 28th of this year. Although it takes half a year to prepare, it is not long, but it is not short either. Ronan does not need to worry about this matter. The officials of Wushanbeo will handle the guest invitations, clothing preparation, venue selection, event arrangements, etc. And he only needs to send one person. Ronan's main focus is still on development and attack. This development is not the development and management of the territory, because in the past 2 years, Ronan has laid a good foundation for the food, clothing, housing and transportation of Wubei territory. And the next step is to develop step by step. Swamp Town and Black Soil Town will sooner or later become the 4th and 5th largest food production bases in Wushan territory. What he wants to develop now is magic technology, Elrin's pharmaceutical industry, ships that combine magic and steam. And he even wants to build a steam train to transport the excavated coal mines to Wubei port. As for the attack, it is mainly aimed at Moonlight Valley. The dragon galloped, and on July 1st, Ronan, Sophia and others returned to Swamp Town. As soon as they arrived here, Sophia took Inalu and Harmon to Wubei port, and their 5-member team also held an internal meeting to make arrangements for the next step. If nothing unexpected happens, Uncle Simon will stay in Wubei port, repairing the ship while also making more dawnbreakers for Ronan. The remaining 4 will all go to Shore City, and Sophia will serve as the head of the 6th Knights of Wushan Castle. Luo Ning summoned Wilson, the Minister of State, Chahar, the Minister of Finance, Rig, the Defense Officer of Wubei Territory, and Ragna, the Transport Officer. Before the troops move, the food and grass must go first. In order to ensure that Wubei Territory has sufficient food, Luo Ning needs to transport the food to Qishan Town, Jushur City, and Zilei Territory for storage. When the battle starts in the future, it will also save the trouble of transporting a large amount of food and grass in a short period of time. After some arrangements, it was already evening. Ragna and Chahar left Luo Ning's study side by side. Are you preparing for war by transporting food and grass this time, sir? Ragna was a little puzzled. Maybe. Chahar was also worried. The order he just received was to financially support Simon's shipbuilding and Sophia's magic arrows, which was also related to the war. Now that Wubei territory is thriving, he doesn't want this situation to be broken by war. But they also know that sometimes war is beyond their control. All they can do is to support the Lord's decisions wholeheartedly, just like they did all the way. In the study, Rig and Wilson have not left yet. In order to welcome the Griffin back earlier, Ronan needs to build a house for the Griffin as soon as possible. In fact, it doesn't need to be too troublesome and luxurious. It just needs to be able to shelter from the wind and rain, solid and reliable, and then lay hay for them to rest. In comparison, preparing sufficient meat is the challenge. Fortunately, there is a Warcraft mountain range in the west, and Carlos will take them to forage when the time comes. In addition, Wubei territory now has a large population. Various animal husbandry industries have started, and the number of cattle and sheep raised has also increased greatly. Providing some rations for the Griffin is barely enough. In addition to building houses for the birds, the housing of the 100,000 people that Bruno is about to send over also needs to be solved. It is difficult to put all of them in Wubei territory. So Ronan plans to distribute these 100,000 people to Wubei territory, Boulder City, and Purple Thunder territory. I hope that these 3 places can become large cities, with a population of 100,000 as soon as possible in the future. Wilson knew that he would be busy again. To be honest, following the Lord, he has seen more and more of the world. And now he has to build a house for the symbol of the kingdom, the Griffin. Rig. This is the first batch of Griffin Knights I selected. Ronan handed the list to Rig, which included the names of Elrin, Rig, Ragna, Karada, Lucen, Joffrey, Tom, David, Reese, and Yusef. The 10 people he designated, except Elrin, included nobles who had surrendered to him, civilians from the people, powerful knights, and good seedlings with weak strength but great potential. When Rig saw his name, he was suddenly excited. He didn't expect that he, a down-and-out nobleman, would one day be able to ride a griffin that symbolizes noble status. Thank you, sir. He couldn't help but bow. It's not too late to thank you when you are sure you can adapt to the high altitude, Ronan said, and assigned the other party's task. There are 5 more adult griffins coming this time. I will organize a competition for the night teams from Wubei territory, Boulder City and other places. The top 5 winners will have the right to use the remaining 5 griffins. This matter is left to you. This is also a kind of competition for honor, which can inspire the fighting spirit of the knights in the territory. Yes, sir, Rig said confidently. I promise to select the most suitable person. Ronan waved his hand to signal the other party to leave, and then asked Wilson, how has the population changed in the territory recently? Sir, the population under your rule has exceeded the 300,000 mark, Wilson said excitedly. During this period of time, the Marquis has successively sent more than 70,000 people to Wubei territory. In addition, Linchuan City, Muma City, Brilliant City, Lake Town, and Sharp Corner City, etc., may have followed the actions of the Marquis and have successively sent more than 20,000 to you. Ronan nodded slightly. Lu Lan still fully supported Ronan as always, and one person gave him the population of a large city. So many people, plus the thousands of people brought by the birth of Wubei territory, and the 78,000 people of Zile territory, are indeed close to 300,000. However, he did not expect other nobles to send population as well. Let Elrin give a few bottles of the next batch of potions to the nobles who support me. This is to express my gratitude for their help, Ronan said. Also, I remember that the population management officer is called Omer, right? Ask him to give me the list of new population as soon as possible. Wilson bowed and said yes, sir. I will notify him right away and ask Omer to send the list as soon as possible. Chapter 437. The Grown Dragon. The setting sun, like a huge ruby, slowly sank into the distant horizon, covering the swamp castle with a layer of golden afterglow. The small town with limited development in the past, with the arrival of Ronan and his investment in development at all costs. Now the swamp town has not only more people living there, but also more cultivated land, and even merchants coming and going in an endless stream. Unknowingly, the swamp town has become an outpost of Wubei territory and the most lively place in the north. Omer, the population officer who has been in office for several months, brought one of his assistants to move the thick population list that was recently sorted out to the swamp castle. Mr. Omer, why do you think the Lord wants us to collect this information? The 16-year-old assistant Neil has asked himself this question many times in his heart. If these papers are sold, they can be exchanged for a lot of food. How could our Lord be short of this little paper money? Omer knocked on the other's head and taught in a serious tone. As long as we can count the detailed data of population size, structure, and distribution, the Lord can better formulate and adjust various territorial policies, strengthen territorial security management, etc. In fact, he also heard these from Wilson, and Wilson learned from Ronan. Omer looked up and looked at the golden mountain flag flying on the castle. I don't know when he started to feel very close to this flag. There is a lot of knowledge in it. Study hard, Neil. As long as you have the ability, you will have a good life following Lord Ronan. Neil hummed. I take time to recognize more words every day now. The two walked and talked, entered the castle, and under the leadership of Tom, came to the Lord's study with trepidation. Ronan encouraged him a few words, and then checked the results of Omai's statistics. Now he has 9 towns under his jurisdiction: Shanlin Town, Sanfong Town, Black Soil Town, Swamp Town, Boulder City, Chishan Town, Jilia Island, Wubei City, and Zile Territory. Now it seems that Zile Territory with nearly 80,000 people has the largest population, and Chishan Town with only 12,000 people is ranked last. After some calculations, the number of people living in his territory has reached 304,000. There is development only when there are many people. which is a considerable number. At this time, a line of numbers appeared in front of Ronin. Population prosperity achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 5,000. Energy essence plus 10,000. He quickly checked the attribute panel and found that there were 5,420 attribute points and 10345 energy essence. Although he could not break through to level 9, he could promote the dragon to level 7. In this way, Wubei territory has one more high-end combat force. And it is not an ordinary person. The population of Wubei City is only 24,000 at present. Ronin looked at the population of each town in Wubei territory. The largest one was Swamp Town with more than 40,000 people. Oh, I said seriously and respectfully, yes, sir. During this period, a large number of people have poured into Wubei territory, which has brought great pressure on food, clothing, housing and transportation. In particular, Wubei City relies entirely on the outside towns for food and water, and cannot arrange too many people in a short period of time. The water source in Wubei City was polluted a while ago, and there was a disease, and more than a dozen people died. Fortunately, Lord Elrin was here, and stopped the spread of the disease in time. Ronin nodded. The people sent by Lulans were dispersed to several towns, probably for this reason, sending these tens of thousands of people in. The pressure on food, drink, defecation, urination, and hygiene is indeed not small. To be honest, Elrond, Wilson, Omer and others have put a lot of effort in settling so many people. You did a good job. Omer and his assistant Neil were in a very good mood after receiving affirmative praise. But Ronin's next sentence made them feel a huge pressure. In the near future, 100,000 people will be sent to Wubei territory one after another, and they should be from Wubei port. Ronin said, go find Wilson and Chahar, and you should be prepared to welcome them. The route from Pointed Horn City to Wubei territory is too long, and the consumption is too great. If we take the sea route instead, using more ships, and running dozens of times more should save a lot of resources. Of course, in order to accommodate these 100,000 people, Wubei territory still has to prepare a lot of things. And food is the primary problem. Although the grain production of the entire Wubei territory has increased, the cultivated land has expanded, and potatoes and rice have been added, it is still insufficient to face the skyrocketing population. So this year, we need to buy a lot of food from Linchuan City and other places. Omer left with great pressure. Ronin used the wings of wind to come to the sky above the swamp castle, calling Carlos while adding points for himself. After he used up all his attribute points, the progress of the magician was improved to 9561/15,000, which was more than 5,000 attribute points away from the breakthrough. Ronin looked at the achievement task. Currently, only the two achievements of killing a level 9 extraordinary unit and having a population of 500,000 can give 10,000 attribute points at one time, and the others are a bit lacking. Level 9 extraordinary unit. Ronin searched his mind, and it seemed that the only level 9 he had encountered so far was Belola Silva, and he was not hostile. If we take down Moonlight Valley, I wonder if we can break through the 500,000 population mark. While thinking, the dragon rushed over from Shanlin town. Master, what do you want me to do? Ronin smiled mysteriously. You will know soon. He didn't say anything more. Took a look at Carlos's attribute panel, and then used 2,282 energy essences on him. In an instant, the water and fire elements in the sky became extremely violent. Carlos seemed to have become the eye of the vortex, absorbing all these violent water and fire elements. Bang! Bang! Ronin heard a strong and powerful heartbeat, and at the same time, Carlos's body grew rapidly. It was really long. Carlos used to be a little over 13 meters long, but at this moment, its trunk alone reached 12 meters, plus the 18-meter tail. Its body length reached 30 meters. Ronin used his mental power to collect the fallen dragon scales, and couldn't help but rise in height, looking down at the behemoth whose wingspan had grown to 72 meters, and was shocked. He originally thought that the other party's breakthrough would only increase slightly in length, but he didn't expect the change to be so big. This is like a dwarf who has been malnourished for a long time, suddenly transformed into a national basketball player. This breakthrough completely freed the dragon from the shackles brought by the tragic experience of the past few hundred years. Fortunately, we are in the sky now. Otherwise, such a big wing would definitely cause a big commotion. Before Ronin finished secretly rejoicing, Carlos seemed to be unable to suppress the pleasure brought by the bulging intensity And he opened his bloody mouth and roared loudly. This sound resounded throughout the swamp town like thunder in the sky. And people stopped their work and looked up at the sky in horror. What is that? Is this an eagle? Will the 5 chickens I raised be eaten? Do you have any brains? Have you ever seen such a big eagle? Although it was high in the sky, people still saw a big black shadow. As the current guard officer of Wubei territory, Rig looked at the black shadow in the sky nervously. His intuition told him that this was a monster. And it seemed to be the Lord's dragon. But he had seen giant dragons, but none this big. Huck Carlos not only roared, but also spewed out flames like magma. This flame rushed thousands of miles, burning a large area of the sky red, as if it was a sunset fire cloud. This scene made the people panic, and they dropped their hose and looked for shelter. Okay, Carlos, put away your anger. Ronan landed on Carlos's head. Go to the deserted swamp. Yes, Master. Chapter 438, The New Ability of the Dragon. Ronan carefully sensed the speed of Carlos after the upgrade and found that it had improved significantly compared to before. The current dragon's flight distance per hour should be able to exceed that of an ordinary small passenger plane. But it should not reach 800 kilometers. Although it is not as fast as most civilian passenger planes, it is already top-notch in this world. At least faster than Ronan's wind wings and Sophia's magic carpet. While sensing the change in speed, Ronan counted the number of dragon scales in the space ring. The number of dragon scales dropped this time has decreased. Only 86 pieces. A full 50 pieces less than last time. The number is less, but the quality is higher. Its strength and hardness are much stronger than the 5th level dragon scale. Sophia mentioned that Uncle Simon is good at casting, and maybe he can be asked to help make some dragon scale weapons. Well, Sophia can also study how to make a dragon scale magic shield. It didn't take long for a man and a dragon to arrive at the uninhabited swamp. Master, is this okay? Ronan nodded and flew to one side of the sky. Let me see the ability you have gained. Carlos hummed and immediately began to use it. Before level 6, it could only breathe fire and breathe frost, as well as fireball, water arrow, etc. After this promotion, Carlos gained 2 new abilities, Flame Control and Ice Shock. Flame Control allows the dragon to not only spray flames, but also finely control flames, such as creating flame barriers, creating flame whirlwinds, compressing flames into high-temperature rays, etc. Ice Shock is similar to Ginny's ice arrow. But when Ronan saw the huge 5-meter-long ice arrow condensed in front of Carlos's bloody mouth, he knew that this move was extremely powerful. This is indeed the case. Ice Shock can not only bring huge bombardment damage, but also produce fragments when it explodes when hitting the target, hitting the surrounding targets. Even the impact of the explosion fragments is powerful enough to dent the knight's armor. If there is no defense, the person will probably be directly beaten into a sieve by the fragments. When the real battle begins, Carlos can use his skills to plow the battlefield first. If the opponent does not have a meteor knight or a great wizard to resist this round of attacks, it will suffer heavy losses. A level 7 dragon is almost crushed in a general battlefield unless there is an opponent who can match it. But there are also disadvantages. Once the battle begins, the 2 sides will come into contact, and the dragon will not be able to perform well. After all, such an attack is prone to accidental injuries. There are still 8,063 energy essences. Ronan looked at Carlos's 0/20,000 progress bar and fell into deep thought for a while. Should the remaining energy essence continue to enhance the dragon's strength? Or should it increase the strength of Rydar and McCann? Master, I didn't expect that I would become a level 7 dragon so soon. Carlos finally calmed down after venting his anger, and his tone became more respectful and obedient to Ronan. It was this young master who led him out of the darkness, ushered in a new life, and allowed him to enjoy a carefree dragon life again. Level 7 is not your end, Carlos. Ronan smiled and said, I will make you a legendary dragon like your parents. Carlos's cold blue eyes flashed with excitement and expectation. After wasting nearly 300 years of critical time, can it also become the terrifying creature that covers the sky and the sun in the inherited memory? I have something I want to give you, Ronan said, but it may be a little difficult for you. Master, you said that I can overcome the difficulties. Carlos showed a very human side. I need you to use your high-temperature flames and your ability to control flames to assist Simon in building a steel giant ship for Wubei territory as soon as possible. Carlos blinked his dragon eyes. It thought it was a difficult task. But it didn't seem to be that difficult. Don't worry. I will help him well. Ronan nodded. Although the dragon can't speak, it can control the flames to form text. And Simon can understand it. Let's go. Let's go to Wube Port. At this time, Sophia had brought Inalu and Harmon back to the Dawnbreaker, and they were discussing the next arrangements. The 4 people who followed Sophia were not ambitious, nor were they admirers of Sophia. They came together to Orland to bring reinforcements to the Crescent Continent. Therefore, they had no objection to Sophia's decision to help Ronan after comprehensive consideration. After some discussion, Simon stayed in Wube Port, and the rest went to Shore City. Although Ronan is young, he can be seen to be sensible in doing things. And I can also feel his ambition. Sophia said, if he was just greedy for pleasure, he would not be able to spend money like water to support so many people and build such a large project. Simon nodded in agreement. He smiled and said, there is water and a port here. As long as the materials are sufficient, I can build a fleet in 10 years. Then we can go back and raid the soul-suppressing bay directly. Everyone laughed. Although a fleet was a bit exaggerated, they all hoped that they could achieve their wish when the critical note of 10 years came. Suddenly, Sophia frowned and her expression tightened. Simon restrained his smile. What's wrong? Sophia stood up and glanced at the perception pendant on her neck. The wind told me that there are powerful creatures approaching here. Everyone immediately walked out of the cabin and came to the deck. At this time, the people outside had already knelt on the ground, shouting and begging for mercy, as if they had seen a scene of fear. Dragon! Such a big dragon! Sophia and others were also shocked. The wingspan is more than 70 meters, which is about the same length as the Dawnbreaker. If this dragon does not have a strong bloodline, it must be powerful to a certain extent. I am your lord, Ronan Wushan, and this is Carlos Frostfire Wing, the guardian dragon of Wube territory. Ronan flew down from the dragon's back. Don't panic. Do what you need to do. The panicked people were stunned. The Lord's dragon was so big, although there was no danger to their lives. Looking at the huge monster so close, it was impossible not to panic. The contractor? Oh no! Amon, who was in charge of the construction of the port, mustered up the courage to stand up and shouted for everyone to cheer up and work, which made everyone slowly calm down and devote themselves to work. Ronan landed on the deck. Ronan, how did your dragon become so big? Sophia asked in surprise. It has been promoted, so its size has grown rapidly. Ronan explained, Uncle Simon, this is the helper I found for you. Carlos's ability to control fire is very strong. I believe that with its help, we should be able to build a suitable ship faster. At this time, Carlos condensed a line of words in the air with fire. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Simon and others were stunned, and then laughed. I didn't expect that I could work with a dragon. Simon said proudly, don't worry, Ronan. With such a powerful helper, you only need to provide enough iron ore, wood and other materials, and I will definitely build a fleet for you within 10 years. Transporting iron ore from Chishan town was originally a time-consuming and laborious task. But now Carlos has grown rapidly and his load capacity has been greatly enhanced, so it can be completely handed over to him. Carlos is strong, and he is more and more like a tool dragon in Ronan's hands. Ronan smiled and showed his white teeth. 8 Dawnbreakers in 10 years. That will make Uncle Simon suffer. This is my fun, Simon emphasized. Ronan took out a stack of design drawings. If possible, I want to add something to the Dawnbreaker. Can you help me think about it? Simon was surprised. You also know how to build ships? What do you want to add? Steam engine. Ronan said these 3 words. This thing can not only be used on ships, but also on the ground. Everyone showed curiosity. There is also this thing? Simon took the drawings. Then I have to take a good look. Chapter 439 exposed. The steam engine converts the energy of steam into mechanical work. Simply put, it boils water and uses the expanding steam to push the piston to do work. Based on the knowledge of the principle and structure, the most critical factor in manufacturing is precision. In the past, it was impossible to complete it with the craftsmanship of the blacksmiths in this world. But now it is different. With Ronan and Sophia, 2 magicians with fire attributes, they can use mental power and magic to produce high-precision structural parts. Combined with Simon's casting ability, it is completely feasible, although it can drive the blades of the ship just like the magic power. In comparison, The magic power consumes too many resources, and is too inconvenient. Simon held the blueprint, with an incredible look on his face. But your steam engine consumes common fuels. Even charcoal. He looked at Ronan and exclaimed, "You have opened a new door. This thing will definitely be popularized in the future. And you will be the father of the steam engine." Sophia looked at Ronan with surprise and respect. It is also a common phenomenon in life. Others can make good use of it to make steam engines. Why don't they have any ideas in this regard? Ronan was so happy with this sudden big name that he couldn't close his mouth. All this requires our cooperation. Then everyone discussed the specific cooperation method and finally decided that Simon and Carlos would be responsible for the main structure, while Ronan would be responsible for pistons, cylinders and other parts with high precision requirements. That night, a grand banquet was held in the swamp castle, and all knights and officials were invited to attend. This was not only a welcome to Sophia and others, but also a team building for Wubei territory once in a long time. After all, the subsequent construction of the territory and other matters still depended on them. The next morning, Ronan rode Carlos and flew to the shore city with Sophia, Anilu, Petro and Harmon. Before, it was a bit crowded to carry 5 people at a time on a 13-meter-long dragon. Now Carlos's trunk is 12 meters long. Not to mention 5 people. 5 more people can sit. Sophia, are there dragons in your new moon continent? Yes, Sophia said, black dragons with bad tempers, blue dragons who like gems, elemental dragons who like to compete, etc. Really a lot. Ronan was a little surprised. And he also understood why the other party didn't look particularly surprised when he said he had a dragon. Sophia smiled and said, "There are just more species. But the number of dragons is still very small. Especially in the Great War 1,000 years ago. Almost all high-level dragons were killed or injured. And the remaining young dragons grew slowly." She looked at Carlos. "If your dragon reaches the Crescent Continent, its strength will probably be ranked in the upper middle level. Although the lifespan of a dragon is long, its growth is indeed very slow. If Carlos had not received the help of Ronan, this legendary dragon would probably not have been able to enter the legendary level at the last moment of its life." Carlos was very fast, and arrived at the shore city in less than an hour, and landed at the shore castle. Because there was no cover for the dragon, the figure of the dragon was seen by many people, including Rydar, who was deploying defenses in the south. He rode a griffin and arrived at the castle in a moment. Retta saluted. "My lord, long time no see." Ronan greeted with a smile, and then prepared to start the introduction. But Sophia asked first, "Ronan, is this the Sun Knight you mentioned?" While speaking, she looked Retta up and down, with a puzzled look in her eyes. Retta nodded politely. "Welcome to you, madam. I am your follower, the commander of Wubei territory, and the leader of the 5th Knights of Wushan Fort, Retta Main." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. Sophia's eyes widened, and her slender fingers covered her slightly open mouth, still unable to hide her shock. Ainalu and the other 3 beside her were also shocked. "Retta Main, the commander of the Flame Expeditionary Force?" Petro said in an incredible tone. "My God, what have I encountered? If it was just a coincidence of names, Sophia and others would not have associated it with the Flame Expeditionary Force. But the Riedel in front of him was not just a name. He had the same strength, the same fiery red hair color, and even the same appearance. With so many similar information intertwined, it was hard for them not to think of the commander who died in battle. Riedel was a little at a loss. He had received a letter from Ronan before, and roughly knew the origins of Sophia and others. So when he introduced himself just now, he did not show any abnormality because of the other party's origins. But he never expected that it would be like this. Riedel looked at Ronan helplessly, and his eyes seemed to ask, "My lord, what should I do?" Ronan scratched his head awkwardly. And now, it was his turn to be shocked. In his opinion, there were many strong men in the New Moon continent back then, and Retta was just a Knight of the Sun. Although he was a bit powerful, he was not the kind of person who was recorded for thousands of years. So Ronan didn't think that Sophia and others could see through Retta. After all, when they met Elrin, they didn't show any familiarity at all. "Ronan, please tell me what's going on." Sophia pointed at Retta and said, "How did Commander Retta, who led the Flame Expedition to kill Shadow Lord Elliot, become your subordinate?" At this moment, Ronan seemed to understand why they could recognize Retta. The record of killing the Shadow Lord is indeed worth recording. His brain raced. How could this situation be explained? Do you believe in the 7 gods? Unable to bring out his own abilities, Ronan had to pull the matter to the gods. Sophia shook her head. I don't believe it. Ronan was speechless. Why did everyone say that the 7 gods protected them? But Sophia didn't believe it. The 7 gods are just people's worship of the 7 elemental forces. Rather than calling them the 7 gods, they are the heart of the world. Ronan spread his hands. Well, it's hard to explain anyway. He changed his mind and made up a new story. To put it simply, a space-time rift suddenly appeared in front of me, and Retta walked out of the rift. I saved him. And then he followed me. Space-time rift? The hero from more than 1,000 years ago did not die in battle, but was caught in the space-time rift, and then appeared more than 1,000 years later? Although Sophia was skeptical about this statement, there seemed to be no better explanation. Space magic is a field that can only be involved in legends, and it is indeed full of mysteries. Sophia and others looked at Rydar, as if to verify. What the Lord said is true. Rydar said honestly, I did travel through time and space, and then came here unexpectedly, in order to convince people. He further said, at first my memory was incomplete, and as my strength gradually recovered, I gradually remembered what happened in the past. In the Battle of Flame Canyon, although Elliot was killed, the expeditionary army was completely wiped out. It was a tragic battle. When the Flame Canyon came out, they were completely convinced. Your sacrifice bought us precious time. Sophia's eyes were full of respect. You are heroes. Chapter 440, Action. Ronan was very curious about why the Sun-level Retta was remembered by Sophia and others. In the following communication, he finally knew the answer. First, this battle was very tragic and memorable. Second, the record of this battle was very impressive. Although Shadow Lord Elliot was only a legend, she was also a well-known figure under the Demon King Nightmare, and it was not easy to kill her. Finally, Retta was also good enough. In addition to his strong strength, it was the flame battle formation he researched that achieved such results. In addition, after Retta died, his teacher, Sage Lefo, created a statue, wrote an article, and painted a portrait for him, which was passed down to later generations. Sophia is the princess of the City of Dawn, and the other 3 are also very outstanding. They have all received a good education, so they can recognize Retta. I am very glad that I chose to stand on your side, Ronan, Sophia said with a smile. Her smile was more relaxed than before, and she seemed to be more integrated into the world here. Regardless of how Retta appeared, with this ancient figure, they had a great help when they returned to the New Moon continent. Unfortunately, Retta did not remember the specific use of the flame battle formation. Ronan laughed. If I had known earlier, I should have told you about Retta earlier. So you knew about the New Moon continent a long time ago? Ronan shook his head. Retta only arrived in Jiayang not long ago, and I have known this information for only a few months. He glanced at Retta, then looked at Sophia and others, and said with a smile, since we are all acquaintances, it will be much easier to cooperate in the future. Back to the point, Rydar reported, Sir. There is no communication between Moonlight Valley and Shore City at present. After receiving your letter, I have arranged for the 5th Knights to be stationed at the border of Wushan territory and set up 3 camps on the side close to Moonlight Valley. As he spoke, he took out a map. There were 3 red circles on the side close to Moonlight Valley. The 3 camps are not far from each other. Cavalry can reach them in 10 minutes, and even infantry will not take long. With your telescope, we have enough time to mobilize after discovering the enemy and realize the 3-way siege. Everyone nodded. Rydar's 3 camps do have a mutual cover, and they are guarding the 3 roads leading to Moonlight Valley. We need to continue to arrange for civilians to expand the size of the camp. Ronan said, there are still 2 night groups in the Shore City. After Sophia and the others have finished training, leave a few night teams to guard and pull the rest to the front. The border between Moonlight Valley and Wushan territory is at least 10 or 20 kilometers away from the Shore City. Since we have to fight anyway, we might as well get closer to facilitate the battle later. Sophia smiled and said, Rydar was once a commander-in-chief and led an army of 10,000 people. My ability is completely insignificant in front of him. She originally said that she had combat experience with the minions of the demon god and could better lead the Wushan Fort Knights to fight against the Wuhuan clan. But now that Rydar is here, she doesn't have to worry about training the knights at all. No one is more suitable than Rydar. How about this? I'll let Petro and Harmon be your deputies. They are both meteor knights with good combat power. As for the training, Retta will be in charge of it. Retta hesitated. It's okay. But it's a bit against the Marquis's intention. All of a sudden, the 3 knights of Wushan Castle were handed over to Retta, which was equivalent to giving them to Ronin. This doesn't seem to be appropriate. It's okay. I will explain it to Grandpa. And I don't think he will care. Rulon supports Ronin in all aspects. Let alone 3 knights. He won't frown even if Ronin is asked to control 3 more. Sophia, I heard you say. Do you have an instrument to detect the Wuhuan tribe? If possible, I will check the situation in the shore city with you first. If there are undercover Wuhuan tribe in the city, we can find them. No problem. Sophia said, I have materials here. I will make a few more sensing stones in the next 2 days. At that time, each team leader will have one to prevent the Wuhuan tribe from sneaking in. The Wuhuan tribe relies on transformation, and they walk into the team in the skin of teammates. It is difficult to find them without the 2 magicians, Ronin and Sophia. In the next 2 days, several people started to proceed according to the designated plan. Rydar asked Petro and Harmon to go to the camp outside first, while he continued to train the remaining 2 knight groups. It is worth mentioning that after the original leaders of the 2 knight groups were demoted to the captains of the knight squad, although they did not dare to question the arrangement of the Marquis, nor did they dare to express disrespect to Ronin, they were still a little dissatisfied in their hearts. But after seeing Sophia's magic carpet and the scorching fire magic, they shut up one by one. Ronin and Sophia circled around the city, using their mental power to look for undercover agents. If they hadn't checked, they would have found 2 members of the Wuhuan clan, one of whom was discovered by Eneli using the induction stone. Unfortunately, the 2 men were rather dull. According to Sophia, they were the lowest grade shadow mist of the Wuhuan clan, and they couldn't get any information out of them even after torture. After a round of interrogation, it was indeed the case. So Ronin could only send the 2 men on their way. Although they didn't find out anything, they were sure that the people in the border city on the other side of the Moonlight Valley, and even in Wushan territory, were still alive. At the same time, in the Moonlight Castle, Mephisto, who was pale and covered in a black robe, looked serious. He took out the Wuhuan pearl and sensed it. The 2 nails that sneaked into the shore city have been pulled out. I didn't expect them to be so fast. Haha. Shi Luo from the City of Dawn. I didn't expect you to let your daughter risk crossing the storm sea to come here. Mephisto took a deep breath, and 2 soul fragments flew out of the witch soul bead and drilled into his nostrils. It's a pity that your daughter's vision is not very good. She chose to ally with a lord whose territory is about to be divided. This is destined to make you gain nothing on the Star Continent. He gleamed. Orland will be our territory. Jesus walked in from outside. My lord, I have followed your arrangement and asked all the teams close to Wushan territory to retreat. This time, Jesus came back with very good news. Mephisto didn't expect that when he came to this new continent, there would be humans who would support him. This was impossible in the Crescent Continent. He could only lament that the people here were so stupid, while happily accepting the funding. Now, he was not in a hurry to act, but patiently waited for the arrival of the troops from Ferensburg. That was the best time to act. As for what Jesus said, the kingdom and the crown prince wanted him to obey the orders of the royal family to balance and check other nobles. To be honest, Mephisto just thought it was a joke. He never considered doing such a boring thing. He came to the kingdom of Alduin with 2 tasks. One was to find the dragon, and the other was to create chaos. Now that the dragon has been found, it has become someone else's property, and Mephisto can only give up the idea of controlling the dragon. So all he can do is create chaos. Go, Jesus. Go and assist Viscount Milk and bring all the valuable people in his territory here, he ordered. Jesus touched his chest. As you wish, Lord Messenger of God. Chapter 441. Killing into the enemy group. The black magic carpet floated in the air. Since Carlos is now quite large and cannot be shrunk, in order not to expose his whereabouts, Ronin can only take Sophia's carpet. Below them is the town of Tars, the closest to the shore city in Moonlight Valley, as the connection point between Moonlight Valley and the border of Wushan territory. This town has developed very well because many vendors stop here. This can be seen from the number of houses in the town center. Ronin and Sophia both have wind attributes and are magicians. Their mental power and wind of detection have a very large range. Even at an altitude of 500 or 600 meters, they can sense the situation below. This town has been shrouded in the aura of darkness. Although there are still normal humans below, almost 80% of them have become witch souls. As I expected, Moonlight Valley has fallen, and there seem to be 2 strong guys below. Ronan looked solemn. It seems that Jesus or Mephisto has begun to deploy defenses, and is even waiting for the opportunity to launch an attack. Sophia nodded slightly. The Shadow Lord can use the Witch Soul Orb to inject soul power into the designated person, so that he can be promoted to the first level of strength. The 2 below should be evolved from the Golden Knight. At the beginning, Orson absorbed at least 50,000 soul power to go from Meteor to Silver Moon. Although the 2 below are a little weaker, it still takes 15,000 soul power to force them to improve. In other words, these 2 people consumed the lives of 30,000 people. Ronan was angry. No wonder they kept those women and girls. It turns out that they are used as production tools to create more humans. The Shadow Lord has always done this. Sophia knew a lot, so she was not surprised by this phenomenon. Humans are equivalent to nutrients for them. They need humans to expand their camp, and at the same time, they need to retain a certain amount of humans to continue their offspring and provide them with nutrients continuously. Ronan took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. He took out a piece of black cloth from the space ring and tied it on his face to cover his body. "What do you want to do?" Sophia asked in surprise. "Although there are many enemies below, with my strength, I am enough to kill these 2 people. But I have to hide my appearance because Jesus is still protected by the royal family." As he spoke, he had already used the wings of wind, and a pair of hazy wings grew behind him. Sophia reminded, once surrounded by the Wuhuan tribe. The Wuhuan power they jointly cast will infect the elements of heaven and earth, which can affect the difficulty of magicians to mobilize the power of elements. Ronan smiled and said, "Fighting skills do not require the power of heaven and earth elements." Sophia was stunned for a moment. That's right. The opponent is not only a magician, but also a Silver Moon Knight. Then you use this. Sophia threw a glass bottle over. Use it to apply it on your face. Ronan was a little surprised, but he still poured the liquid in the bottle into his hands, and then applied it to his face. He just felt his face burning. Sophia handed over a mirror. Ronan's appearance in the mirror had changed. His handsome face was gone, replaced by a rough man with a dark face. Ronan looked around and smiled and said, "This thing is good." Disguise water? A simple camouflage potion. The effect can only last for an hour. An hour? Ronan looked at the house in the center of the town, where the 2 powerful Wuhuan tribe were. Whoosh! The wind wings trembled slightly, and Ronan rushed down like a cannonball. It is said that the more a person lacks something, the easier it is to do something to prove that he does not lack it. The Wuhuan tribe is the same. They cannot reproduce, and in order to cover up this disadvantage, they are very enthusiastic about the reproduction process, which leads to the Wuhuan tribe's overall lust. Natalia and others in the strange valley of Wubei territory are like this, and so are the people here. In the house, 2 meteor knights are wantonly abusing human women and venting their lust. But suddenly, they stop their actions. Someone is attacking. The 2 of them quickly dodged to the side, grabbed the knight's long sword thrown aside, and picked up the shield. Boom! Ronan landed in the courtyard, and his huge momentum directly overturned the witch soul knights guarding the courtyard. He waved his hand to release the flame slash, and the hot fighting spirit immediately turned several of them into ashes. If Ronan had not sensed that there were innocent people inside, he would have used magic to smash the house in front of him when he rushed down. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The survivors roared loudly, and the surrounding witch soul knights rushed over here like mad dogs. At this time, the 2 people in the house also came out. Ronan was stunned for a while, and then sneered. He didn't expect to meet 2 familiar faces here. These 2 meteor-level witch soul knights were none other than Idrissa, the leader of the 2nd Knights of Jesus, and Trip, the leader of the 4th Knights, who he met earlier in the Shore City. Earlier, Ronan had killed Ramsey and Angus, the leaders of Jesus' 1st and 3rd Knights, but he didn't expect to meet these 2 again. This time, Ronan was going to kill all the leaders of the other side. Kill! Ronan stepped forward, activated the wind flash step, and appeared in front of the 2 people, slashing them with a sword. Idrissa and Angus obviously retained their combat experience. They were not dull at all. The 2 crossed their swords and actually joined forces to take Ronan's move. The Meteor Knight, who was just forcibly promoted, was no match for Ronan, who was at the peak of the Silver Moon level. The huge force pressed the two to retreat again and again. Ronan took advantage of the situation and stirred the long sword in his hand, picking up the joint efforts of the two, and then turned and slashed at Idrissa. No! Idrissa screamed in fear. But he had already been cut by the flowing flame sword. A long wound. Although there was no bleeding. But the hot fighting spirit was eroding his body. If this blow was deeper, it would probably make him disappear into ashes. Debris flow. Trip thrust his sword into the ground, and the ground shook, as if it had come alive. Under Ronan's feet, the soil turned into quicksand, no longer able to support Ronan, and he sank downwards. You're so stupid. Didn't you see the wings behind me? The effect of the wings of wind had not yet dissipated, and Ronan leaped in front of Trip. The latter wanted to pull the sword out of the ground, but Ronan's flowing flame sword had already pierced into the opponent's heart. As the fighting spirit on the sword burst, Trip's body cracked inch by inch, and he looked up and roared, and exploded. Take care of one. Ronan turned around and looked at Idrissa, who was running away in a hurry. You're the second one. Quick! Stop them! Siege! Idrissa roared wildly. Mephisto gave him the right to command. He could command the Witch Soul Knights and many cannon fodder soldiers here. This place was heavily guarded, and Ronan was surrounded by a group of Witch Soul Knights at this moment. They rushed up like mad dogs regardless of life and death. If roars could kill people, Ronan would have been torn to pieces. He sensed that the power of the Witch Soul covered the sky and the sun, and indeed affected the elemental power between the surrounding heaven and earth. But this does not mean that he was directly silenced and could not use magic. But it increased the difficulty of casting magic and increased the time for magic to form. The Silver Moon Knight is known as the enemy of 10,000 people. Ronan clenched the flowing flame sword in his hand. He has always disliked charging alone, mainly because he is considered too much and does not like to take risks. He cherishes his life. But now that his strength has risen, he also wants to experience the excitement of fighting against 10,000. Ronan used his fighting spirit to condense into a flame armor, holding the flowing flame sword, and rushed towards the Witch Soul Knights who were rushing in. Come on! Show me my limits. Chapter 442 10,000 Enemies. In terms of individual strength, Ronan is not inferior to anyone on the scene. But fighting one against 10,000 is not as simple as just talking about individual combat power. Yes, Ronan can kill a large number of enemies with fighting skills and turn them into dust. But after killing one batch, the second batch will rush up and surround him fearlessly. If Ronan uses lower-level fighting skills, there are many high-level bronze knights among the enemies, and they can resist them together. If you keep using fighting skills of level 7 or above, the consumption of fighting spirit will be very large. Therefore, after several fighting skills bursts, Ronan chose close combat, relying on the strength of his body and the power of the Luyan sword. He killed the enemies one by one. In this process, he was always facing joint attacks from multiple directions and multiple enemies, which tested his reaction ability, judgment, and ability to seize opportunities. At this moment, Ronan finally understood where the gap between him and Rydar was, because the opponent had charged into battle and fought in an army of tens of thousands. He had developed such superb body movements and swordsmanship. When practicing with Rydar, Ronan also admired his ability to seize opportunities. If he showed a slight flaw, the latter would seize the opportunity. If he didn't deal with it well, Ronan would be defeated. Only by experiencing real battles can one truly improve his combat skills. Ronan is not weak, but he can be stronger. He jumped among the enemy groups with the power of his legs, like dancing, dodging attacks continuously, stabbing out his long sword or extending his fist at the right time, either knocking the enemy away or piercing it. Sometimes, with a fierce kick, a large number of enemies were knocked away, and he could take advantage of the situation to attack and expand the results. Fighting! High intensity, high concentration fighting. Gradually, Ronan had forgotten the importance of saving his life, and his original plan to kill only the two meteor knights. The flowing flame sword could not stop, and his fighting became more and more vigorous. At this moment, the Silver Moon Knight's strong physical strength, endurance, speed and power burst were perfectly demonstrated. Sophia used the light refraction to hide her figure, and slowly descended from the air to a place 20 to 30 meters above the ground. She had originally thought that if Ronan had an accident, she would lend a helping hand in time. But she didn't expect the latter to fight so happily. Sophia couldn't help thinking, how can a quiet-looking pretty boy fight so crazy? If Ronan knew that he was a pretty boy in the other party's heart, I wonder what he would think. However, although Ronan is very strong, there are too many Witch Soul Knights here. Sophia turned her head and looked around. Although the leaders here, Idrissa and Trip, were dead, they gave orders to besiege Ronan before they died. So until now, the Witch Soul Knights stationed in the town of Tars are still coming one after another. Ronan killed at least 8,000, not to mention tens of thousands. But looking around, they are still densely packed, connected into a piece. At least 30,000 or 40,000. Although most of them are cannon fodder. The large number of people is also an advantage. No matter how powerful the Silver Moon Knight is, it is not a perpetual motion machine after all. And there will be a moment of fatigue. Sophia raised her left and right hands. One hand water element, the other hand fire element. And she cast two separate magics at the same time. This is a unique ability of the Seer's family, which is difficult for other magicians to do. Fire element, water element. With Sophia's two shouts, 7 or 8 meters high fire and water elements appeared out of thin air, landed on the ground, and trampled several Witch Soul Knights to death. The two elemental summons have both ordinary attacks and low-level magic, and they immediately created a piece of open space. Sophia controlled the magic carpet to climb a little higher, and then came to the tail. The fire elements in the air became more and more violent. Under her slender hands, a super huge fireball with a diameter of 30 meters condensed in the air. Flame God roars. Buzz, the huge fireball covered the sky, and those cannon fodder Witch Soul Knights were burned by the fierce fire elements before they touched the fireball, and turned into powder. Boom! The huge fireball hit the ground, and the fierce power made the earth tremble and crack. The deafening explosion brought a fierce gust of wind, and directly destroyed everything around. The sky and the earth were hazy. After the extreme, calm was restored. Looking around, with the explosion point as the center, there was nothing left within 100 meters around. Not even a piece of wood left after the house collapsed, and the ground was burned into scorched earth. Sophia panted, casting 3 high-level magics in a row, which consumed her magic power and mental power. She felt exhausted. However, the roar of the flame god plus the water element and the fire element should be able to kill 10,000 or 20,000 witch souls. After all, they are not strong. The rest is up to you, Sophia whispered, controlling the magic carpet to fly back to the sky above the battle site of Ronan. Ronan also felt the power of the magic just now, and knew that it was Sophia who cast the spell. Magic is still strong in group attacks, but there are also disadvantages. Just like Carlos, if the two sides' troops come into contact, using large-scale magic such as the roar of the flame god will hurt friendly forces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The killing continued, and Ronan's fighting skills were rapidly improving. But he finally felt his physical strength was draining. Sure enough, the Silver Moon Knight is not invincible yet, and can still be exhausted to death. This is still the case that there are no meteor level in the enemy group, and there are not many gold level ones. If there are more meteor level ones, or Idrissa and Trip are not killed by Ronan in advance, but attack together with these Witch Soul Knights, it will cause Ronan a lot of trouble. On the other side, on the high tower of Moonlight Castle, Mephisto is staring at the Witch Soul bead in front of him with wide eyes. What happened? What happened? Why are the troops deployed in the town of Tars dying out at such a fast speed? He could sense that the number of Witch Soul Knights in the town of Tars had been decreasing rapidly since 10 minutes ago. Especially, more than 10,000 people died in a flash just now. He suddenly became alert. Oh no! Did the people from Wushan territory take action in advance? Mephisto immediately thought of Sophia. To be able to kill so many Witch Soul Knights in one blow, this must be the use of high-level magic. In the Shore City, Wushan territory, it seems that only Sophia has this ability? There was a sinister light flashing in his eyes. He hated the human race, and hated the people in the City of Dawn even more. The Soul Calming Bay and the City of Dawn had been fighting for who knows how many years, and who knows how many people had died. Mephisto thought he would be able to show off his skills when he came to Orlante, but he didn't expect to meet his mortal enemy again after thousands of miles. Damn Seer's family. He put away the Witch Soul bead. I will never let you go. Mephisto stood up and left the tower. He needed Jesus to do something for him. Time passed slowly, and Ronan's fatigue became heavier. In the previous battle, He didn't know how many times he used low and high-level fighting skills to create favorable conditions for himself. And now, he has consumed most of the fighting spirit in his body. Although the magic power is still full. With his fatigue, he can only barely cast 1 or 2 high-level spells such as the Roar of the Flame God. Fortunately, the battle is coming to an end. Puff the flowing flame sword pierced the last Witch Soul Knight who pounced on him. And the fighting spirit turned the opponent into powder. Ronan sat on the ground with his buttocks. And he felt that his arms and thighs were sore. It's been a long time since I felt tired and had sore muscles. He let out a long sigh. It's finally over. Chapter 443 The Crown Prince arrives. After the fierce battle, the powerful fighting spirit and powerful magic left a devastated battlefield in the central area of Tar's town. Ronan looked around in a daze. He had just killed so many Witch Soul Knights. But now there were only him and Sophia around. There were no corpses on the ground, making it seem like they were fighting fiercely. How is it? Are you exhausted? Sophia asked. Ronan nodded, then stood up. Although I am exhausted, this battle has improved me a lot. It also made me realize that in the face of a large number of Witch Soul Knights, the strength of the Silver Moon level is still a little insufficient. At any time, you need your own subordinates, Sophia said, relying on one person's strength. It may be possible to kill the general and seize the flag, but eliminating all evil forces will tire you to death. Ronan agreed deeply. Let's go. We have to leave here. The two got on the magic flying carpet again and walked towards the shore city. When leaving, Ronan noticed that there were still many survivors who had taken the opportunity to escape from the town of Tars. Without the guards of the Soul Knights and soldiers, these people finally had a chance to escape torture. Ronan used his fighting spirit and shouted loudly, Yuedwan Valley has become the territory of the devil. If you want to survive, go northeast. The shore city in Wushan territory accepts all the unfortunate people. His voice was like thunder, and it spread clearly to every corner of the town of Tars like a huge bell. Those who escaped were stunned in place. After dozens of seconds, some people reacted and fled in the direction of the shore city. Sophia looked at Ronan closely, and her heart had a better understanding of the latter's kindness. You are willing to accept them. Aren't you afraid that there may be spies from Moonlight Valley among them? Ronan smiled and said, They are basically innocent victims. It is a simple task for me to help them survive. As for the spies, he thought for a moment and added, I will settle them in Boulder City, far away from Shore City. Even if there are spies, they will not be able to pass on the news. Sophia nodded slightly. This is a good arrangement. I will also help you check these people to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. When the two of them returned, they passed by the temporary camp set up by Retta on the border. Ronan informed Petro and Harmon, who were in charge of the camp affairs, and asked them to release the refugees who fled from the town of Tars, and asked several soldiers to escort the refugees to Shore City. In addition, after returning to Shore City, Ronan wrote a letter to Saran, the political officer in Boulder City, asking him to prepare to receive these refugees. 3 days later, several griffins arrived over the town of Tars, and one of them was a golden griffin that stood out the most. Gold is the symbol of the king among griffins, representing that this griffin has reached the level of a 6th level magic beast. The owner of the golden griffin was none other than the Crown Prince Garrett, who came from Golden Feather City. In addition to his 5 knights, there were also Brawl, Count Jesus of Moonlight Valley, and his 2 knights. 10 griffins were hovering over the giant pit. Your Highness, look, this is what my town looks like after being attacked, Jesus said with a cold face. The murderer not only destroyed my town, but also slaughtered tens of thousands of people in the town. This kind of extremely cruel criminal. I hope the royal family can stand up and safeguard the authority of the kingdom's laws and the dignity of the nobles. Garrett frowned, drove the griffin down, and landed on the edge of the giant pit. He carefully examined the situation of the giant pit. All the ground within a radius of 15 meters from the center of the explosion was burned and charred. This should be caused by fire magic, Garrett judged, if my guess is correct. This pit should be caused by the 8th level fire magic flame god's roar. Others also landed. Brawl was slightly absent-minded and said, There are only 2 known fire mages, but one is far away in the Principality of Gistana, and the other lives in the Earldom of Amethyst all year round. Obviously, there are other fire mages. Jesus sneered. The nearest to the town of Tars is the shore city of Wushan territory, as far as I know. Sophia, who identified me in the hall of Alduin, has come here. No need to guess. This is definitely her masterpiece, he said in a deep voice angrily. Wushan territory? This is invading other noble territories. Ground. Brawl frowned. But Sophia used water magic at that time. Multi-attribute magicians are very common. My deputy captain. Okay. No need to argue for the murderer here. Garrett jumped onto the back of the griffin. Why don't we go to the shore city to interrogate? Jesus immediately followed. That's how it should be. Such an invasion. Those who commit the crime of massacre should be executed. Brawl looked at the direction where everyone flew, and helplessly jumped onto the griffin and followed. When he came, Garrett did not tell him the purpose of this trip, but he seemed to understand it now. This is probably a trick to unite with Moonlight Valley to suppress Wushan territory. After all, there are too many top fighters in Wushan territory now. It would be great if Sophia could be separated from Wushan territory. Faced with the pressure from the royal family, Wushan territory, as a vassal, seems to have no choice but to agree to this path. Right? If Wushan territory is labeled a traitor, the situation will not be good. But Brawl looked down from the sky and saw that there was indeed a fierce battle in the town of Tars, and the central area was razed to the ground. But in such a battle, no corpses were seen. This is very strange. Brawl did not think that Jesus cleaned up the battlefield so quickly. So, Jesus is indeed a witch soul tribe. And the people in the town of Tars are also witch soul tribes. He had experienced the war with Black Python City, and knew that these witch soul knights and soldiers would not leave corpses after death. Your Highness is cooperating with the devil. Brawl's heart was heavy. Reason told him that doing so would easily backfire and lead to an unmanageable situation. But as a knight loyal to the Alduin family, Brawl had no way to change this situation. It seems that the peace in the kingdom is about to be broken. Brawl asked the griffin under him to speed up and catch up with the team. He was very curious about what choice Ronan would make later. Soon, 10 griffins flew over the border between Moonlight Valley and Wushan territory. Look! They have deployed their troops at the border. They are obviously ready to attack Moonlight Valley, Jesus said, openly invading the territory of other nobles. And this territory is also named Alduin. This is betrayal. Garrett. This is betrayal. Garrett narrowed his eyes. He knew why Wushan made such an arrangement. But since they chose to keep Jesus, there was no reason to give up easily. Could it be that Wushan really had the courage to openly challenge the authority of the royal family and start a war? Why? Just relying on 2 Silver Moon Knights and a magician? On the ground, the knights in charge of guarding the camp saw the griffins flying by. Look! It's a griffin. And a golden griffin. It's a griffin from Moonlight Valley. Quick! Report it. A horn sounded in the camp. And then 2 war horses galloped out. The people on the horses were Petro and Harmon, the 2 meteor knights who were transferred to the camp. Others, be alert. The 2 issued orders while rushing towards the shore city. They knew what Ronan and Sophia did a few days ago. And now there were 10 griffins in Moonlight Valley. With such a big battle, they were very worried about Sophia's safety. Chapter 444 Hand over the person. Although the residents of Shore City are used to seeing griffins, it is the first time to see 10 griffins flying into the city and over Shore Castle at once. The 10 strange griffins landed in the castle uninvited, which immediately aroused the guards' vigilance. They immediately rushed in and surrounded Garrett and others. But facing these people, they did not dare to attack rashly. Griffins are not mounts that ordinary people can own. The captain of the guards is a senior knight. He summoned up the courage to shout, "Who are you? Do you have a visiting card?" Garrett glanced at him contemptuously and did not respond. The guard officer Gaman beside him shouted, "This is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Why don't you go and inform the owner here to come out to greet him?" The guards looked at each other, and they didn't know what to do for a while. The title of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is a bit intimidating. Whoosh! Just then, a strong wind blew, and Rydar, who was training on the training ground next to the castle, came in the air and landed in front of everyone. Garrett narrowed his eyes, and his heart sank. He had never seen the red-haired man in front of him. But he came in the air, clearly with the strength of the Silver Moon level. In addition to Ronan and Roland, there was actually a Silver Moon Knight in Wushan territory that he didn't know about. Brawl was also surprised. He had seen Rydar in Black Python City at the beginning, and thought that he was just a meteor knight. But he didn't expect that he was a Silver Moon Knight. The water in Wushan territory. No. The water in Ronan. seemed a little too deep. At this time, the captain of the guards was happy. Finally, someone who could make the decision came, and they didn't have to embarrass themselves. Mr. Deputy Captain. They broke into the castle directly, and said that this is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Rydar waved his hand, signaling the guards to retreat. And then he looked at Garrett, without the invitation from the adults, nor your visiting cards. They openly broke into the castle of the nobles. What kind of behavior is this? Although there is a saying, my vassal's vassal is not my vassal. But Rydar was so calm when facing 10 people alone, which surprised everyone. What a courage! Garrett sneered. Why? Wushan territory can openly attack the territories of other nobles. But we can't land in your castle. Rydar was about to say something, but was interrupted by a sound of footsteps, followed by Ronan's voice. When did Wushan territory openly attack the territories of other nobles? Ronan was originally learning with Sophia in the backyard how to use the fire of the earth's core to forge strong steel. But he didn't expect to be interrupted by these 10 griffins. He stepped forward. Your Highness, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want without any evidence. Can I understand that you are openly slandering Wushan territory? Garrett glanced at Ronan, then at Rydar, and finally at Sophia behind Ronan, feeling a little stressed. In front of him were 2 Silver Moon Knights and a magician. Such combat power should be treated with caution wherever it is placed. But Garrett was not afraid. After all, his strength was not bad. In addition to himself, there were 2 of his men, Brawl and Jesus, who were Meteor Knights, and the remaining 4 were gold level. If a real fight breaks out, the magician's ability to perform will be limited. They only need to deal with Ronan and Rydar. The town of Tars was bombarded by the magic flame god's roar, causing countless casualties. Looking around, who else has such strength except for Miss Sophia behind you? Sophia frowned slightly. She didn't expect that her magic would cause a big trouble for Crown Prince Garrett. She should have changed to a magic that would not be seen. It's too far-fetched to judge that it was her work based on just one magic. She opened her red lips slightly and asked indifferently, Am I the only magician in the Orlan continent? Ronan took over the conversation. Everything should be based on evidence. If a crime can be convicted based on speculation alone, will the laws of the kingdom become a joke? I agree with what you said. Garrett nodded and said, So for the fairness of the law, and to give an explanation to the people who died in the town of Tars and Jesus, the Lord, I ask Wushan Castle and you, the Baron of Rapids Island, to hand over Sophia and let me take her back to the capital for trial. Sophia said coldly, No one can force me to do anything. At this moment, Sophia's impression of the royal family became worse, and she was ready to take action. After all, Ronan was the other party's vassal, and he didn't turn against him, so she could understand that it was inconvenient for him to come forward. But Ronan raised his hand slightly, asking Sophia to stay calm. He looked at Garrett. Sophia is my follower now. I don't agree to take her to Golden Feather City without any evidence. At this time, Jesus sneered, Why? You dare to openly disobey the royal order? Ronan, do you want to commit treason? Ronan narrowed his eyes and said sarcastically, You bastard of the Wuhuan tribe. You should thank me for my kindness to you. If it weren't for the face of the royal family, you would have died from the first step you took into the castle. After hearing this, Garrett's face darkened. Mage Fozley has already tested that Jesus is not the Wuhuan tribe you are talking about. Ronan, you are slandering Alduin. Hee. Everyone knows it. Ronan didn't give Garrett any face at all, even though the other party was his brother-in-law. Since Sophia and her group chose to stand on the side of Wubei territory, he, as the Lord, naturally had to show his attitude. If he was bullied and stood behind and did nothing, letting the person who came to him solve it himself, it would be a loss of status. What would other followers think? So, you won't let me take her away today? Garrett said coldly. Ronan nodded slowly. I said, unless there is evidence, no one can take Sophia away. Garrett, not even you. Arrogant! Garrett's body was flashing with lightning, and he activated his body activity in an instant, attacking Ronan at a very fast speed. He wanted to see if Ronan, the leader of Wushan, dared to openly confront him and the royal family. Sizzle purple lightning flashed, and Garrett's fist hit Ronan's face, but the latter did not move. Just when the fist was less than 1 meter away from Ronan, Rydar appeared on Ronan's side. He suddenly stretched out his left hand and pinched the opponent's wrist. Instantly, The attacking fist was blocked. You? Garrett's face was ugly. He couldn't resist the huge power from the opponent's hand. The Crown Prince shouted in a deep voice. And the lightning surged. And he turned to attack Rydell with his left fist. Rydell raised his fist to fight back. The fists flashed, collided, and made a loud bang. The force of the impact directly repelled Garrett. But Rydell only took a step back. He did not choose to pursue the victory. After all, Ronan did not break with the royal family. And the other party was not a real enemy. Okay. Garrett laughed angrily. Ronan, are you going to betray the kingdom of Alduin? Ronan said coldly. Excuse me, Crown Prince. You should learn from Blanche how to communicate with others politely. At this moment, Garrett was just as Blanche said. Not only extreme and arrogant, but also not very smart. In addition, I am currently loyal to your father, King Bruno. Not you, Crown Prince Garrett. And you can't represent the kingdom. He didn't think that the royal family would really break with Wushan territory. After all, His Majesty the King had just announced that he would marry the Wushan family. And the cooperation was in progress. Suddenly announcing that the latter was a traitor was a huge blow to the king's prestige. Okay. Everyone calm down your anger. At this time, Brawl stood up. Ronan is about to become the husband of Her Royal Highness the Princess. After all, we are all family. How bad is it to fight and kill each other? He walked between the two of them. I think it's better for everyone to sit down and talk. Chapter 445. Nothing to talk about. Although Ronan felt that there was nothing to talk about, since they were old acquaintances and gave everyone a way out, he couldn't refuse to give them face. So he invited Garrett and his party into the castle hall as the host and asked the servants to bring fruits and drinks. The atmosphere seemed to be relaxed, but it was not. After a while, Garrett spoke again. Ronan, what will it take for you to hand over Sophia and let me take her back for interrogation? Jesus didn't speak, but rubbed the porcelain cup in his hand. He has a curious personality, and this special cup aroused his interest. As for the negotiation between Ronan and Garrett, he seemed more like an outsider at the moment. In fact, for Jesus, he was successful in provoking the relationship between Wushan territory and the royal family, creating a rift, and laying the seeds for future instability. Ronan peeled a fresh grape and ate it in one bite. The quality of these fruits in the castle orchard was very good. Your Highness, I invited you to come in and sit down. But it was only out of courtesy and respect for the royal family. But some things cannot be resolved by negotiation. Ronan's voice was steady and firm. This kind of boring slander involves the honor of Wushanbao and my dignity. I can't give it at all, unless your Highness can provide conclusive evidence to prove that Sophia is related to this matter. Otherwise, I will not hand her over to anyone. Garrett's face became more gloomy. He didn't expect Ronan to be so tough. Although he was angry in his heart, he also knew that it was not appropriate to take action at this moment. After all, the opponent's lineup strength exceeded his expectations, and it was related to the face of both Wushanbao and the royal family. If a fight really broke out, I am afraid that things would get out of control. Jesus sneered at this time. Garrett, you are the crown prince. Don't you have any face at all? Ha. A baron of a kingdom, who is about to become your brother-in-law, has become so arrogant. Enough. Garrett stood up suddenly. In this case, Brawl, you should report the situation here to your father. He snorted coldly, and stood up and left the hall directly. And his 5 men followed immediately. Jesus saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly followed, but was stopped by Rydell. What do you mean? Killing my people is not enough. And now you want to kill me? Garrett's steps paused. He turned around and looked at Rydell, and then turned his angry eyes to Ronan. Don't go too far. And don't think I won't do anything to you. Ronan smiled slightly, raised his hand and waved, indicating Rydell to let Jesus go. Leaving Jesus behind is just leaving a gold-level soul knight behind. As long as Mephisto is not caught, killing such a golden knight will not only have no effect, but will also provoke Garrett's nerves, who is on the verge of exploding. Rydell made way. Jesus sneered, then strode after Garrett and walked out. In the hall, only Brawl was left with a bitter smile. Ronan, you may not know the temper of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. No one has ever given him such a face. Ronan spread his hands. I have no choice. Brawl sighed and looked outside the door. Jesus and the others had already boarded the griffin and flew away from the castle. Brawl is a soul knight. Right? And in the town of Tars. I didn't see any bodies there. So those you killed were all soul knights? Ronan smiled and sat down again. Deputy Captain. We are all honest people living in the shore city recently. And we have never been to the town of Tars. Brawl was stunned for a moment. Then realized that his identity made the other party wary. And sighed helplessly. Okay. I am presumptuous. He also stood up. Garrett has gone south to the border. And I have returned to Jinyu City to report. I don't know what the situation of the royal family and Wushan Castle is in the future. But at least there will be no problem this year. Well, goodbye. Ronan stood up to see him off. After everyone left, Sophia said apologetically, Sorry. I have caused you trouble. Ronan said seriously, as a partner. I should protect you. And even if it wasn't the fault left by the roar of the flame god, they would find other excuses to bring the conflict to me. Sir, when will we attack Moonlight Valley? Rydar has asked this question many times in a row. Keeping them will only cause more innocent humans to suffer. Ronan frowned slightly. And he was also thinking about this question. He and Sophia had caused such a big trouble by attacking secretly once. If they attack Moonlight Valley openly, then the sophistry like today would be useless. As for letting only those above the meteor level to attack secretly, how could they take down such a huge moon valley with just a few people? Luo Ning pondered for a moment. I will go to Wushan Castle to ask what the old man means. Before that, you should focus on training. Let the 6th and 7th Knights form as soon as possible, and pass on the experience brought by Sophia and others as soon as possible to ensure that the losses are reduced after the war. After all, he still has Wushan Castle behind him, so he has to ask Lulins for his opinion. At this time, 2 figures walked in quickly, and it was Petro and Harmon who returned to the castle. Both of their war horses were of good quality, but compared with Griffin's, their speed was much slower. If they conquered Moonlight Valley and took all of Jesus' Griffins for themselves, they could give one to Sophia and others. Why did you come back? Sophia asked. Petro and Harmon explained that they were worried about Sophia's safety and rushed back. After all, in their hearts, Sophia's safety was the first priority. And then other things. Ronan frowned slightly. You don't believe me? Petro and Harmon were embarrassed. The former explained, We didn't mean that. But we didn't think too much at the time. Rydar said seriously, Your current responsibility is to take care of the safety of the border. But you left at will, leaving a huge hidden danger. If this team of Griffins is followed by a group of enemies, our camp will be in danger of being overwhelmed. He said in a deep voice, If you are my subordinates, you will be punished. Petro shrank his neck, and Harmon looked very embarrassed. Although they were out of consideration for Sophia's safety, they had to admit that what Rydar said was very likely to happen. Ronan smiled and said, Rydar has always been serious. You don't have to take it to heart. He looked at Rydar and said, Petro and the others have just come from the Crescent Continent after all, and they are not used to their current identities and responsibilities, so you don't have to be too strict. No. It's right to make a serious request. Sophia was the one who spoke. She said to Petro and Harmon seriously, Since you are arranged as Reda's deputy, you must obey his command in everything. Leaving without receiving the transfer order is equivalent to abandoning the city and the land, which is a serious crime. Don't think that there are few strong people here, and you can be careless. Don't forget that our opponents are not ordinary people, but the Wuhuan tribe. We just changed the battlefield to Orlan, and our enemies have not changed. Petro and Harmon both lowered their heads, as if they were students being scolded by their teachers. Sophia's tone softened a little, and she said softly, Don't worry. We have our hero, the Sun Knight Rydar here, and my safety is guaranteed. I understand. Your Highness. The 2 of them touched their chests and bowed. We were wrong in this matter, and we are willing to accept the punishment. Ronan patted their shoulders. Okay. No punishment. If you 2 are not tired, go back to the defense line as soon as possible to prevent them from being disappointed and doing something extreme. Yes, Petro and Harmon said seriously, then nodded to Rydar and strode out of the hall. Ronan also walked outside. I also have to go to Wushan Castle to discuss with my grandfather. Rydar, the things here are left to you. Don't worry. Sir. Chapter 446 Battle Plan. Ronan called Carlos to transport a batch of iron ore prepared in Qishan town back to Wubei port. These are wrought irons refined by Fengs and others. After further processing by Simon and Carlos, using fighting spirit, they can be used in the construction of ships. It is much faster to transport these ores by dragons than by carriages from land. Carlos put Ronan down when he passed Wushan Castle, and then continued his journey. Although the transportation work is not technical, it enjoys it, because the master it follows is so powerful. Master, you are back. Most saw Ronan appear and respectfully welcomed him. The master is not in the castle now, and it is estimated that he will be back in the evening. What is Grandpa busy with? The large iron mine behind Wushan City has started construction. It happened that the person in charge sent by the royal family came here today, so the master accompanied him to take a look. Ronan nodded. This royal family, while cooperating with him to open a mine, is trying to make trouble for him. Is this what is called both cooperation and suppression? Let me know when Grandpa comes back. Luckily, Luo Ning was fine, so he went to the front yard to visit Wiggins. By the way, at the end of last year, Luo Ning did not give the other party his share of the Qishan iron mine, and the latter did not seem to continue to ask for it. Wiggins is now happy to be free. He does not need to worry about the castle, the Wushan territory, or even the future of the Wushan territory. Although his leg was broken, he was happy to live a carefree life again, and he did not have to force it like before. His attitude towards Ronan changed from disdain at the beginning, to familiarity and understanding later, to high regard later, and now admiration and pride. This change of mentality can be said to be tortuous. Occasionally when he went out to drink with some friends, Wiggins couldn't help bragging that he had a good son. No, there are two. Although Breton in the future is not as strong as Ronan, he is definitely stronger than those young masters of the duchy. In the evening, the castle held a banquet to welcome Luther Cox, the Minister of Finance of the kingdom. That night, after the dinner of 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren, Ronan came to Lulin's study and told him everything that happened in the shore city. This included him and Sophia's extermination of tens of thousands of witch soul knights. And later Garrett and others wanted to take Sophia away. Old man Lulins listened quietly, his eyes deep and bright, as if he could see through everything. You seem to have become stronger again. Ronan, he sighed, you can kill 2 meteor knights and more than 20,000 witch soul knights by yourself. How strong is your knight? I have reached the peak of Silver Moon. Ronan said, if I follow the plan, I can become a Sun Knight and a great mage in another 14 months. When Lulins heard this, the light in his eyes became brighter, and he laughed. It seems that the era of our Wushan family is coming. He took a deep breath and said slowly, Ronan, the shadow of war has shrouded the land under our feet. Since His Majesty the King let Jesus go and disguised him, we have been in a situation where we must unite and be guarded against. Ronan understood what Lulins meant. From the moment his strength, as well as the strength of Lulins, Malonica and Carlos, was exposed, it would attract suspicion and vigilance from others. And now, Ronan has 2 more level 8 transcendents, Sophia and Retta, around him, and their top strength is too strong. So, Grandpa, do you think they will take the initiative to attack us? Ronan asked. Yes, Lulin said affirmatively. The Principality of Vera, Moonlight Valley, and Screaming Island will all take action, but they will not openly use the banner of the nobility. Ronan understood. So, the Black Gold Brotherhood, the Palanti Thieves group, and the pirates on the sea are going to take advantage of the situation again? That's it. Lulins took a deep breath. It's a pity that the location of Wushan territory is not good. Although it has history, it is always feared, resulting in us having no allies and having to rely on ourselves for everything. He pondered for a moment. I have asked Malonica to lead the team to Black Python City in advance, together with the 8th Knights led by Homer, plus your team in Purple Thunder territory. Guard the east. Once the war starts, Kabir will come to the rescue in time. As for the remaining 2 knights, I will let Toru go to Pointed City and Sandro go to your Wubei port. Wubei port is not important, Ronan said. If they attack from the sea, they are more likely to attack Rapids Island. I will let Carlos defend and Sandro's knights go to Zile territory. It is just right to attack first and wipe out all the Black Gold Brotherhood that retreated to the Black Pine Mountains. This is actually a war of attrition. The Knights of Wushan territory are limited. The 3 of them together have a stronger foundation than us. They can bleed us a little at a time. If they bleed too many times, we will die, Lulin said. So if this battle starts, We must win with the strongest attitude and the fastest speed, so that they can evaluate their strength when they come to bleed again in the future. When they are strong to a certain extent, even if the royal family wants to move Wushan territory, they have to weigh the price they need to pay. So Moonlight Valley. Ronan looked at Lilins. The latter stretched out 2 fingers. 2 months of mobilization time. When the time is up, we can take the initiative to attack. And I will go to help at that time. Ronan laughed. 1 Jiayong. 2 Inu. A magician. Plus 3 meteor knights. With such combat power, we will definitely be unstoppable in the Battle of Moonlight Valley. Golden Feather Palace late at night. After Brol returned to the capital, he reported everything that happened in Shore City to Bruno. As a knight loyal to the royal family, Brol is loyal. Although he has a good relationship with Ronan and Lilins, he did not deliberately conceal it. 1 magician is not enough. And there is another Silver Moon Knight. Why do so many powerful people suddenly appear? Bruno rubbed his eyebrows. His intuition told him that the current Wushan territory is very powerful, and it is not easy to restrict it. I don't know either. Brawl shook his head. Your Majesty, how are you going to deal with Ronan? After all, he openly violated your orders. If he violated, then what else can I do? Bruno smiled bitterly and said, now the palace is preparing for the wedding of Blanche and Ronan. I can't suddenly announce that Ronan has betrayed the kingdom. Right? He thought about it for a while, and came up with an idea. I originally wanted to cooperate with Wushan territory to curb the ambitions of Screaming Island, Moonlight Valley and Vera Principality. But I didn't expect it to be the other way around now. Bruno looked at the bright moon outside the window and thought, this is good. Let them fight each other. The royal family will focus on the battle on the border, and will not get involved. Brawl, write a letter to Garrett, and tell him that he doesn't have to worry about things here. He thought for a while, and said, by the way, write a letter to Ronan at the same time, since he guarantees that this matter was not done by Sophia. I choose to believe him. The friendship between the royal family and the Wushan family should not be affected by this little thing. Chapter 447, Divide the Forces to Attack. After leaving Wushan Fort, Ronan began to arrange the deployment of combat forces in the territory. Due to the special location of Wubei territory, the enemy can only land through the Wubei port under construction if they want to launch a large-scale attack, although the possibility is not great. For the sake of safety, Ronan still asked Rig to station 3 night teams here to prevent accidents. However, even if there is an accident, Ronan does not have to worry. After all, Uncle Simon, the Silver Moon Knight, is still at the port. The only thing that worries him is the isolated Rapids Island. At present, there are less than 2 night teams stationed on Rapids Island. Even if Reese trains 1 in Wubei port, there are less than 3. If a large-scale pirate comes, it may not be able to defend. Both Rydar and Elrin are going to Moonlight Valley, and McKen is guarding in Purple Thunder territory. The only one left who can take on this important task is Carlos, the Tool Dragon. Moreover, the sea is very suitable for dragons to perform. Imagine that the enemy ships are still a few miles away from the port, and Carlos uses his fire breath to burn their ships. It is a problem for them to land. So what can they use to fight? Unless Screaming Island dispatches enough warships to disguise as islands so that Carlos can't handle it. Otherwise, it can only be a gift. The only inconvenience is that without Carlos, Ronan can only rely on the wings of wind to travel between places, which is much slower in speed. The next period of time was spent on mobilization. During this period of time, the outside of Wushan territory seemed to be calm, but the inside was turbulent. Roland's and Ronan's large-scale arrangements for mobilization have long attracted the attention of other nobles. The Viscount, Baron and knights from the manors all went to Wushan Castle to inquire about the situation. Although Roland's did not say it clearly, he asked them to go back and stock up food and weapons. Now everyone knew that Wushan territory was going to fight. Time passed like water, and it was a month and a half later in the blink of an eye. After completing all the arrangements and making preparations, Ronan asked Carlos to go to Rapids Island, and he stayed in Shore City. During this period, he consumed all the attribute points and energy essences he had accumulated recently. A large part of the energy essence was invested in McKin. After all, he faced the threat from the Principality of Vera in Zile territory, and his strength could not be too low. With 6,000 energy essences consumed, McKin's strength progress reached the Silver Moon level 9025/10,000. There were 2,633 points left, and Ronan allocated 1,000 points to Elrin to let him treat more wounded in the battle. And the rest were all invested in Carlos. And the dragon's body made further progress. The tent of the temporary camp at the border of Wushan territory was crowded with people. Sitting on the top was Marquis Lulins, the owner of Wushan territory. And standing on his left was Ronan. And on his right was the commander of the coalition forces of Wushan Castle and Wubei City, Rydar. Opposite them were the main leaders of the team: Elrin, Sophia, Petro, Harmon, Annalou, Joffrey, and nearby Philip, Baron Thorstein, and Viscount Marvin Ironhoof, who did not want to stay out of it. Looking at this group of people, especially the powerful knights and magicians in front, Lulin sighed infinitely in his heart. Such a lineup is too gorgeous. He had never thought that the Wushan family would have so many powerful knights and magicians one day. "Grandpa, can you say something?" Ronan said with a smile. Lulins put away his feelings and waved his hand with a smile. "Ronan, you are the commander this time. As for me, you can treat me as a mascot." Everyone couldn't help laughing. Ronan nodded. And there was no need to be hypocritical and modest. He took out the map and asked Tom and David to spread it out in front of everyone and hold it up. The main city of Moonlight Valley is Moonlight City, located southwest of us, with 2 roads leading to it. The upper road passes through Nazca Town and is longer. The lower road passes through Pisa Town and is shorter. Ronan pointed to the 2 roads on the map. After the 50,000 Witch Soul soldiers in the town of Tars were annihilated last time, Jesus contracted his defense line. After Harmon's investigation, these 2 towns are garrisoned by 70,000 to 80,000 Witch Soul knights and soldiers, among which there should be 2 or 3 meteor knights, who were forcibly promoted. Now we are divided into 2 groups. The upper road is led by me, Elrin, and Harmon, and the 6th and 7th knights are responsible for the upper road. The lower road is led by Retta, Sophia, Annalou, and Petro, and the coalition forces composed of the 5th knights and the knight squads of Joffrey, Viscount Marvin, etc. are responsible. Although there are 70,000 to 80,000 enemies, most of them are converted from ordinary people. In addition to their large numbers, they have weaknesses such as dullness and slow movements, which cannot be compared with well-trained regular troops. Moreover, besides knights, Ronan also had infantry, archers, and recruited militia, and the number was not small. With this arrangement, both sides had magicians who directly used magic to blast open the town's defenses, cooperated with archers to launch the first wave of attacks, and then knights charged, followed by infantry and militia. I think everyone who has experienced the Battle of Black Python City knows the evil and terror of the Wuhuan clan. So, even if the enemy is a member of the royal family, a noble earl of the kingdom, we can only be forced to fight for the safety of mankind and ourselves, Ronan said solemnly. In order to prevent accidents and interference from external forces, we must be quick in this battle and make a quick decision. So, at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, the army will set out. Everyone will only bring 1 meal of rations, without any other supplies, and try to arrive at Nazca Town and Pisa Town before 10 o'clock, and take the town before noon. Elrin, calculate your magic power, and get ready to cheer up the 3 armies. Elrin responded with a smile. Don't worry, sir. The amount of magic consumed by the first-level magic is very small for me now. After a communication, most of the people in the battle dispersed, and they had to implement the action plan. What about me? Lulins asked with a smile. Where should I go? Ronan couldn't help laughing. We are strong enough to take care of the 2 towns. Will you be responsible for ensuring the safety of the grain transport team in the rear? Okay. I'll do whatever you say. Lulins didn't care. The key battle was in Moonlight City, and these 2 towns could definitely be taken. I have also arranged for people to spread the news that Jesus became a witch soul in Jinyu City. I believe it will be widely known in the next 2 days. Lulin said, the day after tomorrow morning, Albert will take my letter to Jinyu Palace in person and hand it over to His Majesty the King, and let the world know that our battle is not a betrayal, but to let the King see the evil face of the alien race clearly. Ronan nodded and smiled. We are clearing the court and fighting for mankind. His Majesty the King will not send troops to attack Wushan territory. Right? Clearing the court. Lulins murmured. This is a good word. But both of them knew that these were actually just excuses. They can only be safe if they show their strong side. Make others afraid? and let others know that even if they defeat Wushan territory, they will have to suffer a lot. What they need to do is to take over Moonlight Valley in a very short time and arrest Jesus, and hand him over to the royal family. This is the most powerful deterrent method. Chapter 448 successfully conquered. In Moonlight City, a cavalry team of 50 people arrived outside the city. This was a knight team from Farinsburg. It was led by the Meteor Knight Honason Holden, with a Gold Knight, 3 Silver Knights, and 8 Bronze Knights. The remaining 37 people were all middle and high-level knights. Farins did not transfer these people to the front line, but sent them to Jesus, which was enough to show his determination to create chaos. Sir Honason. Long time no see. Jesus came out of the city and gave him a warm hug. Honason is an old man over 60 years old, a native of Gregorian Plains. He has never been to the capital, and people here hardly know him. Jesus has been to Farinsburg, so the two have met once. Mr. Count, long time no see. Honason knew the purpose of his visit, but he didn't know the real situation of Jesus, which Duke Farins did not tell him. He was a more direct and purpose-oriented person. So the second sentence began to ask about the situation here. I heard that your town was attacked by Wushan territory, and the battle has already started? While welcoming people into the city, Jesus exaggeratedly described Ronan's arrogance and domineering. In a word, Wushan territory needs to be suppressed. Otherwise, they will not have the royal family in their eyes. While the two were discussing, Honason did not notice the black-robed man standing on the city wall, the which sole bead in his hand emitted a dark light. Very good material. Thank you, Farins. At 3 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Elrin performed several large-scale excitation spells, which made the soldiers who were well-fed and well-drinking not tired at all, and also eliminated their frustration and pessimism about the war in their hearts, and became extremely excited. Afterwards, the army of Wushling was divided into 2 routes. Along the plain road, heading straight for Nazca town and Pisa town, the cavalry was very fast, but the infantry and archers were not fast. Fortunately, they did not carry much supplies and equipment, which reduced the burden along the way, which increased the speed. Fortunately, the distance from the camp to the town was not very long. They rushed all the way, and with Elrin casting a few inspiration spells along the way, Ronan and his party arrived in the woods 5 miles away from Nazca town before 9 o'clock. Ronan used the wind of detection, and found that there were no Witch Soul Knights patrolling around, which saved a lot of trouble. He let everyone eat and drink enough, rest for a while, and then crossed the 5 miles of land in one go and attacked the town. At the same time, due to the short distance of the lower road, the team of Retta and others had already arrived outside the town of Pisa. It was just a small town, with only a low earth wall at the entrance. It was obvious that there was not much defense. The Soul Knights guarding Pisa town knew that the enemy had come from outside the town, and immediately blew the horn, gathering everyone to prepare to meet the enemy, and all rushed to the town gate. Sophia, it's up to you, said Rydar. Sophia hummed, and directly used the Flame God Roar to attack. After a while of shaking, the first wave of Soul Knights who rushed over were all blasted into dust. He summoned the water element and the fire element again like last time, and directly stunned the enemy. This time, the knights who had never seen the world couldn't help but feel a little dry in their throats. The magician is so powerful. Marvin recalled the huge flame just now. If he was on the opposite side, he would definitely be blasted into dust. Archers, attack! Rida ordered loudly. The archers, who were still in shock, reacted and quickly drew their bows and shot arrows. Dense arrows shot over, disrupting the opponent's formation. But this kind of killing was not painful for the Wuhuan tribe. Even if they were shot through by arrows, they would not die with their physique. At this time, the opponent also reacted, and a team of archers shot arrows here. Sophia used the magician-level Qi Feng technique, and a gust of wind blew over, directly making most of the opponent's arrows lose their accuracy. Only a few magic arrows were still shot. Rida drew out his long sword, swung the sword light, and cut off the arrows. Everyone, charge! He bent his legs, and then kicked the ground hard. In an instant, the soil on the ground was blown up, and Rida rushed over like a cannonball, and in the blink of an eye he flew over a distance of 200 meters. The fighting spirit surged, and all the enemies who rushed towards him were cut open by the sharp sword energy before they could clash with his blade. Charge! At this time, Enelu and other talents followed. The cavalry immediately began to charge, followed by the infantry, militia, and archers who put away their bows and arrows and took out their swords to harvest. There were 70,000 to 80,000 witch soul knights and witch soul soldiers. But the battle was completely one-sided. Sophia was watching the battle from above on a magic carpet. Her eyes fell on Rydar, as expected of the expeditionary commander who killed the Shadow Lord in the past. Rydar looks a little stronger than Ronan, especially when facing siege. His response methods are more straightforward. Her feeling was right. Before the 1 on 10,000 battle in the town of Tars, Ronan's combat level was lower than Rydar's. But now even if there is a gap between the two, it will not be that big. As the Sun Knight, Rydar led the team into Pisa town. The resistance of the Soul Knights was easily torn apart like fragile paper, and the battle came to an end soon after it began. On the other hand, in Nazca town, the Battle of Ronan and others had already begun. He and Rydar adopted basically the same combat style, first using magic to attack the first wave. Then the archers disrupted the formation, and the knights began to charge. The 3 meteor knights had no capital to resist at all, and under the attack of Ronan and Harmon, they were quickly handed over on the battlefield. The battle also went very smoothly, and it ended in less than 40 minutes, and it was about an hour before noon when Ronan and Sophia swept the town of Tars. It took much longer than this. There is strength in numbers, and it is absolutely true. Harmon glanced around the battlefield and smiled. There is one advantage of fighting with the Soul Clan. You don't have to clean up the battlefield. It's all turned into powder, and there is nothing to clean up even if you want to. However, although there were no corpses of the Witch Soul Clan, there were corpses of their own people. Although the battle went smoothly, casualties were inevitable. According to Ronan's rough estimate, the number of knights and soldiers killed by the Witch Soul Knights was at least more than 2 digits. Fortunately, with Elrin, as long as the injuries were not fatal, they could be treated to a certain extent, which reduced the mortality rate to a certain extent. Ronan jumped onto the roof and shouted loudly, "There are no injured people. Carpet search the entire town. Kill all the aliens, and capture all the surviving humans. Do not kill them indiscriminately." In this way, the 2 towns were captured effortlessly by Ronan and others. At this time, inside Moonlight Castle, Mephisto's face was gloomy and dripping with water. Damn Wushan territory. He had originally thought of attacking after the people from Farensburg came, but he didn't expect that the other party was one step ahead of him. From the information sent by the Witch Soul Pearl, he could clearly sense that the troops he deployed in Nazca town and Pisa town had been destroyed. So much soul power was wasted in vain. A Marquiate actually divided its troops into 2 routes to attack at the same time, and won so quickly. How could they be so strong? With the previous experience of the town of Tars, Mephisto contracted the defense line while strengthening the arrangement of troops and overall strength. The result was that he died faster than last time, which made him unexpected and unacceptable. Ronan, Lilans, Sophia. They must have powerful knights or magicians that I don't know about. Mephisto frowned. And what he didn't expect was that Wushan territory actually dared to openly invade Jesus territory. I wonder what the royal family will do after knowing this. A sinister look flashed in his eyes. No matter what the royal family does, the main force of Wushan territory is here, and the other places must be weak. It's time for them to attack. Mephisto suddenly laughed, as if the loss of troops from 2 towns was not a big deal to him. It's finally getting chaotic. Chapter 449: The King's Decision. After taking over Nazca town and Pisa town, Ronan and Retta entered the rest period as planned. Many empty houses in the town were just right for the soldiers to stay. Even the food and grass did not need to be transported from the shore city, and the food reserves in the town were enough for them to consume for a while. Ronan used the wings of wind to travel back and forth between the 2 towns to discuss and determine the time to attack Moonlight City. Although they won a great victory in the battles in the 2 towns, the rapid march and fierce fighting caused huge consumption. The army would need at least 2 to 3 days to recover before they could cope with the more difficult battle of Moonlight City. So the time, they finally determined, was to join forces outside Moonlight City on August 24th. Of course, this was only assuming that the other party would hold on. If Jesus took the initiative to lead the team out of the city to attack, then their strategy and attack time would have to change accordingly. However, according to Ronan's guess, Jesus would most likely not leave the city. After all, they had a greater advantage by relying on the city. Golden Feather Palace, Alduin Hall, Mel. the intelligence minister of the kingdom, was reporting to Bruno the news that had been circulating in the streets and alleys of Jinyu City in the past 2 days. The news that Earl Asen of Wushan territory became a foreign race in the first half of the year has spread to every corner of the kingdom. And all the nobles know the evil and terror of the Wuhuan clan. Mel bowed and reported, based on this understanding. The fact that Jesus is a Wuhuan clan is simply a hot spot. Wandering swordsmen, wandering bards, and many mercenary groups have marked Moonlight Valley as dangerous. There are even voices asking the royal family to find out the truth of the matter. Bruno frowned, and the faces of the high-ranking nobles in the hall flashed through his mind. Who could have leaked this matter? He rubbed his brows and felt worried about his guess. This news came from the people of the Wushan family. Right. Your Majesty is wise. And you guessed who spread the rumor at once. Among the nobles present that day, the most likely one is Wushan Castle. Mel smiled and said, to be precise, the people of the Wushan family are not rigorous enough. I found the source without much investigation. Bruno pondered for a moment, wondering if the other party deliberately. Is it rigorous? What is their purpose in doing this? Just as he was thinking, a royal knight came in and saluted, Your Majesty. Albert, the political officer of Wushan Castle, is outside asking to see you. He said he is carrying a very important letter from Marquis Wushan. Bruno had a bad feeling. Go. Bring him here to see me immediately. Tap. 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 There was a hurried sound of footsteps. But it was another royal knight running over. Your Majesty, the intelligence department received a letter from Moonlight Valley. And the letter is of the highest level. Bruno's heart was a little panicked. Mel took 2 steps at a time and came to the knight to take the letter. He immediately opened it and read it. And then his face changed drastically. Your Majesty, Marquis Wushan led his troops to attack Moonlight Valley, and has already taken over Nazca Town and Pisa Town. Rulons. Bruno's eyebrows twisted into a river. Walked down the throne and took the letter. And the more he read, the more angry he was. Law Wushan. How dare you? In his expectation, Moonlight Valley, Screaming Island, and the Principality of Vera would definitely invade Wushan territory in the form of pirates and bandits. And the latter would send troops to suppress them as before. In the end, under the joint efforts of Moonlight Valley and other 3 parties. Even though Wushan territory had a lot of high-level combat power, its low and middle-level combat power was always in a state of loss. Without good low and middle-level knights as a foundation, the threat to the kingdom with only a few high-level extraordinary people was limited. In this process, Moonlight Valley, Screaming Island, and the Principality of Vera must have suffered losses. The royal family was the final winner in the 4-way struggle. But Bruno never thought that Wushan territory would take the initiative to attack and openly invade the noble territory. Go. Let brawl come immediately. Bruno roared. Mel looked at the knight who ran out and turned back to ask, Your Majesty, are you going to send the Griffin Knights to help Moonlight Valley and attack Wushan territory? Bruno did not answer, but turned around and sat quietly on the throne. If this happened before the announcement of the marriage between the royal family and Wushan Fort, he could consider sending troops to force Wushan Fort to withdraw its troops and pay the price for violating the royal nobles. Even if Wushan Fort did not listen to his negotiations, he could order a trial on the charge of treason. But now, to be honest, his situation is a bit embarrassing. Ronan and Blanche will get married in less than 4 months. And the Golden Feather Palace is preparing for it. Isn't it funny that Bruno turned around and announced that the Wushan family was traitors? In that case, where would he put his face? While thinking, the royal knight took Albert into the hall. As the Minister of State of Wushan territory, Albert had seen a lot of things. But this was the first time for him to enter the palace to pay respect to the king. Although he was nervous, he did not lose his manners. Albert, the Minister of State of Wushan territory, pays respect to His Majesty the King. Bruno's face was cold and his voice was cold. Get up. Albert smiled slightly. He knew that he was in danger when he entered the palace this time. Even when he left Wushan City, he had already written a suicide note and made a good explanation. He took out the letter from his arms. Your Majesty, this is a letter from my master, the Marquis of Wushan territory. Mel took the letter. Since it was not sent by the intelligence agency, he did not open it, but directly handed it to the kingdom. When Bruno opened the letter, Albert said, The Marquis told me that Count Jesus has become a minion of the Wuhuan clan and is endangering the nobles around Moonlight Valley. This Count Milk Lucio of Langtao Castle was persecuted by Jesus. And that's why Jesus owns the port of Langtao Castle. But at the founding ceremony, he continued to pretend to be your Majesty's brother, deceiving you and many nobles. Albert said solemnly, for the honor of His Majesty the King, for the safety of Wushan territory, and for the safety of all nobles and civilians in the kingdom of Alduin, the Marquis brazenly decided to lead the team to attack Moonlight Valley. Even if he has to use all his strength, he must kill the aliens and capture Count Jesus and hand him over to your Majesty for trial. Bruno read the letter while listening to Albert's story, and the expression on his face was visibly solemn. Mel stroked the ring on his finger and thought to himself, no wonder Lilins wants to spread the news that Jesus is a member of the Wuhuan tribe. It turns out that it is for this matter. Such propaganda will only make Wuxinling stand on the moral high ground, even if His Majesty the King wants to oppose it. He can't avoid the issue of finding out Jesus' identity. So, is Jesus an alien or a normal person? I'm afraid that by then, Dean Fastley of the Royal Magic Academy will not have the final say. It is estimated that it will be convincing to ask the great magician Belola Silva to come forward to confirm. Belola is not loyal in the traditional sense. In addition, he seems to have a good relationship with Ronan. Maybe he will speak fairly at that time. Bruno's face changed again, and finally slowly put away the letter. When he raised his head again, his previous indifference was restrained a lot. Rollans detailed the evidence that Jesus is a member of the Wuhuan tribe in the letter, and listed the crimes Jesus committed. It's unbelievable that my brother has become an evil alien. He looked at Albert and regained some smile. I am moved by the loyalty of the Marquis of Thunder to the royal family, and his determination to maintain the honor of the royal family. He knew that Jesus was an alien. When he decided to cooperate with Jesus, he was a little worried. After all, there is a risk of being hurt by the tiger, from the recent actions of Moonlight Valley against the surrounding nobles. This tiger is indeed restless. Aliens cannot be restrained by pure aristocratic etiquette and laws. Bruno saw the chaos in the kingdom of Tricia. He might become a great emperor. He did not want to do something that would damage his prestige, such as the king colluding with aliens. Therefore, it was time to abandon Jesus. Now that Rollans had made this clear, and had given him a step, he could just go down the step. Moreover, if Wushan territory alone took Moonlight City, it would definitely cost a huge price. This was consistent with Bruno's goal of weakening Wushan territory's strength. It is very difficult for Wushan territory to clear Moonlight Valley alone. I am ready to let Deputy Captain Brawl of the Griffin Knights go to support. Bruno said, Albert, you are tired after rushing all the way here. Go down and rest. Albert was a little surprised. He could feel that His Majesty the King was unhappy before. Why was he so kind all of a sudden? This kind of thing was not something he could ask. Anyway, for him, this level was passed. After returning, his status as an honorary baron was settled. Your Majesty, are you going to support Wushan Castle? He thought that the Griffin Knights were going to support Moonlight Valley. Bruno nodded. Support is definitely needed, but it is uncertain when it will arrive. They have to fight the battle between Wushan territory and Moonlight Valley on their own. Chapter 452 Yellow Birds. The central manor of Screaming Island. The acting patriarch of the Fleming family, Melon, gathered the power of ice and tore the letter in his hand into pieces. He had a conspirator's smile on his face. I thought it was Jesus who took the initiative to attack, but I didn't expect that Wushan Castle took the initiative. Sir, what should we do? Nightjaws asked. Melon came to the window and looked at the sea in the distance. Wushan territory has been mobilizing troops 2 months ago. Most of them went to the shore city, and some went to the Purple Thunder territory and the Pointed Corner city. Now there are very few people left in Wubei territory, let alone the Rapids Island. In his eyes, the entire northern part of Wushan territory is almost defenseless. Arrange a ship with a magic cannon to go to Ronan's Wubei port and blow up the newly built port for me. Sir, are we going to land and occupy that area? No. There is nothing to grab in a poor place like Wubei territory, and we can't occupy that land for a long time. The Black Gold Brotherhood has a large land as a buffer behind it, and the north of Wubei territory is all sea. Even if he sends people to occupy that land, he can't send many people. Once Ronan returns to the territory, he will definitely send people to attack, and then his people will have to retreat. Let Viscount Partridge lead the remaining 5 ships. Camouflage them well, and all go to Rapids Island. Jaws slapped his chest heavily. Yes, sir. Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly. Rapids Island was the island he wanted to get, but it was accidentally given to Ronan by Bruno as a barren fiefdom. Now, after going around in circles, it still has to return to his hands. Although Larn on the island has probably been dealt with by Ronan, he has revealed to me the island's combat power. Ronan only arranged a knight squad led by Kurata to garrison 5 warships, all carrying magic cannons. Even Kurata probably can't bear it. On the other hand, Andrea received a letter from Jesus a little later. Farron's team has arrived in Moonlight City, and Screaming Island is also expected to take action. Lilans, even if you win the battle in Moonlight Valley in the end, you and your precious grandson will pay a heavy price. He summoned the Herald Zack. Tell the Black Gold Brotherhood that it's time for them to act. Yes, sir. Recently, he has strengthened the Black Gold Brotherhood that retreated to Black Pine Mountain, and many wild knights and soldiers have been sent there. Above Black Pine Mountain is Ronan's Purple Thunder territory. Andrea is still very interested in this land suitable for growing crops and raising horses. Hey, Lulancy, as an old acquaintance, I naturally have to give you a big gift. Whether it is Screaming Island or the Principality of Vera, they do not have the determination and courage of Wushan Fort. Whether it is the Pirates or the Brotherhood, they are organizations that cannot be put on the table. Although their scale and number have been expanded, they are basically the same as the regular army in terms of quantity and quality. If they really want to divide Wushan territory, they should show the courage like Ronan and Lulancy, risk the infamy of invading the noble territory, and lead most of the territory's forces to attack, so that Ronan's arrangement cannot be defended. It's just that they like to use the tactic of adding fuel. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was the time that Ronan and Rydell had agreed to attack Moonlight Valley. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the 2 groups of people met on the plain outside Moonlight City. 5 knight groups, ordinary cavalry, infantry, etc. There are more than 600 knights who have awakened the seeds of fighting spirit, plus Ronan, Rydell and other 7 powerful high-level extraordinary people. Although the number of the coalition forces is small, the combat power is strong. Everyone knows the details of the battle with the Wuhuan tribe, so everyone is discussing how to attack. Ronan had a plan for this. Mephisto has left 70,000 to 80,000 Wuhuan soldiers stationed in the 2 towns, not to mention their base camp Moonlight City. Ronan looked at the solid city wall in front of him. If this prosperous city is attacked by ordinary means, it will be very difficult. And the number of enemies in the city is at least hundreds of thousands, which is a huge number. Once trapped, Ronan and others are fine, but other weaker knights will be in great trouble. They may even be besieged and killed by the witch soul soldiers transformed from ordinary people. So Ronan has to solve 2 problems. One is to blast open the city wall, and the other is to suppress the number of enemies. In this battle, Sophia and I will lead the charge. Rydar and Grandpa, you will be responsible for leading the charge in the second wave. Lilans frowned slightly. What are you going to do? He would rather charge himself than let Ronan take risks. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm just fainting. And Sophia is the main one. Oh! Lilans looked at Sophia. The latter smiled slightly and said, the key to the attack lies in my forbidden magic. Sophia told everyone the plan she and Ronan had discussed, and everyone had a plan in mind. The so-called forbidden magic refers to the spells used by legendary magicians, which is the key ability of Sophia to protect herself. The confidence she had when she entered the Golden Feather Palace alone also came from it. On the other hand, countless witch knights and witch soldiers have already filled the walls of Moonlight Valley. This is the human wave tactic. In addition, magic archers and magic cannons are already in place. On the high mountains in the distance, Jesus couldn't help but grin at the battle of this scale. Hodison has been promoted by you to the Silver Moon Knight. He leads so many witch knights and soldiers to guard the city gate. With Lilans and Ronan's few people, it is estimated that they can't even climb the city wall. Mephisto gave a sinister smile. For him, winning is the best. If he loses, he can just run away and move to another position to develop again. Therefore, whether this war is won or lost is not so important to him. It's okay to create chaos in war. Time passed slowly. Ronan and his party ate their dry food, drank water, and came to a place about 600 meters away from the city wall. Rydar, Lilans and others stood in the front row to prevent the other side from using magic cannons. Ronan looked above the city wall and saw the Soul Knight. It seemed that he was quite powerful. It's up to you later, Sophia. Go ahead, Sophia said. Leave it to me. Ronan took a deep breath, and the battle armor covered his whole body. The wind wings lit up behind him. Whoosh! He rushed directly into the sky and flew towards Moonlight City. Shoot! On the top of the city wall, Hodison raised his sword and roared. Suddenly, the magic archers in the city drew their bows and shot arrows at Ronan. Swish! 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 Hundreds of magic arrows were densely shot at the area where Ronan was. And the speed was so fast that they rubbed the air and made a bursting sound. Ronan flew less than 300 meters high. Although he was within the range of the magic arrows, he was already at the edge of the maximum distance. He held up the wall of size to block all the arrows in front of him. And suddenly there was a constant ping-pong sound. But no magic arrow could penetrate the 6th level magic wall of size. And it was completely unable to hurt Ronan. Come on. Let me show you my spells. Ronan began to cast a spell, feeling the changes in the elemental power between heaven and earth. Hodison on the top of the city wall ordered again, all magic cannons. Bombard him. Boom! 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 The magic cannons exploded, forming a continuous sound like rolling thunder. Ronan smiled, stopped casting spells, and immediately raised his altitude to avoid the attack of the magic cannon. At this time, Sophia, who heard the sound, used her mental power to control the magic scroll to spread it out in front of her, facing the city wall hundreds of meters away. Ronan's feint attracted the attention of the witch soul knights above, so that they had no time to defend against Sophia's attack. She was holding a light blue pendant in her right hand. As the mental power penetrated in, violent energy began to surge out of the ice blue pendant and sank into Sophia's body. This was enough magic power to transmit to her. Sophia raised her left hand and pressed it on the suspended spell scroll. But all the fire elements between heaven and earth swept towards the spell scroll at this moment. The rich fire elements could be clearly seen even by ordinary people. Sophia opened her red lips and whispered, "Forbidden magic. Dragon breath." Boom! The terrifying pressure descended. And even Lou Lands, who had experienced many vicissitudes and seen all kinds of scenes, changed color. The legendary pressure made everyone feel like a lonely boat caught in a whirlpool in the sea, which could be torn apart at any time. Whoosh! The red flame broke free from the scroll, forming a raging firestorm. And it was like the dragon breath spewed out by a legendary dragon, crossing a distance of 600 meters in a hair-raising manner, and fiercely bombarding the city wall. Chapter 451 Locking. The forbidden magic dragon breath carries a terrifying storm of flames, bombarding the walls of Moonlight City at lightning speed. If Ronan hadn't attracted the attention of witch soul knights, such as Hodison on the wall, they might have been able to use fighting skills, magic cannons, and other means to weaken the power of dragon breath to a certain extent. Unfortunately, there is no if in reality. They had no time to react to Sophia's sudden attack. This tall and solid wall, which was built only more than 20 years ago, became as fragile as paper burned by flames in front of this magic. Rumble wherever the dragon breath went. Bricks and stones collapsed. The walls collapsed. And the earth shook. The witch soul soldiers who held onto the wall were scattered like dust blown up by a hurricane, and turned into dust in a scream and wail, after receiving the order to come to Moonlight Valley for support. Hodison, the old knight, felt that he could make great contributions on this battlefield in his later years. Even after being transformed into a witch knight by Mephisto and gaining more powerful strength, he still felt that a new life and new glory were beckoning to him. Unexpectedly, in this war, he was turned into ashes by the rage without even using a single fighting skill. After breaking through the city wall, this forbidden magic still swept the streets and buildings behind the wall with unstoppable power until it was nearly 1,000 meters away, and the power gradually disappeared. The prosperous East District of Moonlight City was directly turned into ruins under the destruction of a magic. This is the power of forbidden magic. Ronan in the air overlooked the scene brought by this attack, and his heart was extremely shocked. In his expectation, the dragon breath technique was already very powerful enough to tear open the city wall and slaughter thousands of Wuhuan people. But he never expected such a spectacular and terrifying scene. This is the power of the extreme force above the elemental force. Not only Ronan, but also the knights such as Lou Lands, who have not experienced the style of legendary strongmen, are in a state of extreme shock. Even people like Rydar and Petro, who have seen legends and even sages, were shocked by this blow. But soon, Rydar raised his sword. Everyone, charge! Others also reacted. and the shock on their faces disappeared, replaced by endless excitement. It is an honor to be able to participate in a war of this level. Not to mention that in their opinion, this war has been won for the most part. Rydar took the lead, took a big step, and the fighting spirit under his feet exploded. The whole person jumped directly onto the ruins of the city wall, and then took a few steps in the air and landed in the center of the battlefield. The strength of the scorching sun level was released without any scruples at this moment, rushing left and right, as if entering an empty space. Those shocked witch soul knights and soldiers were pierced by the fighting spirit and turned into ashes before they could react. At the same time, Lilens, Petro, and other knights followed closely. On this scorched earth full of flames, a thrilling battle unfolded. Sophia panted violently, and the rapidly drained spirit and magic made her feel very tired. "Your Highness, how are you?" Annalise supported her. As Sophia's personal guard, she did not follow up to charge and kill the enemy. Although I can barely use the Dragon Breath spell scroll with the help of the extreme Yuanbao pendant, the side effects are still too great. She looked up at the black spot in the sky with difficulty. The next step is to deal with Mephisto, and it will be up to Ronan and the others. For Sophia, it is worth it to fight for the opportunity to kill the Shadow Messenger at the cost of energy. Mephisto saw this scene on the distant mountain. He felt a little cold on his back and thought, "Fortunately, I am not standing on the city wall. Otherwise, I would not be able to resist the forbidden spell." He was almost dead. Let a magician use the forbidden spell scroll without dying. This is probably something that the immortal Ryan in the City of Dawn has created. Mephisto was still very afraid of Sophia in his heart. He didn't have these treasures on him. On the side, Jesus was also scared to death by the scene in front of him. He was also glad that he was not with Hanasan. Lord God, the attack just now was too strong, almost destroying half of our forces. And most of them are elites. The rest are no match for them at all. Attacking a city is a very complicated operation that is easy to pay a heavy price. Jesus and his men thought simply. That is, to use elites and heavy troops to defend the city walls and make the enemy pay a heavy price. As a result, the current situation where high-level combat forces are almost wiped out has been created. Mephisto locked his eyes on Rydar. That person. That is Rydar, the commander of Uped, a follower of Ronan. Last time, when Garrett and I went to Shore City, we met him. He was also a Silver Moon Knight. Mephisto frowned. Is this man just a Silver Moon Knight? Why does he look a little bit different? But he couldn't judge. After all, the Witch Soul Knight who fought with Retta was at most a gold level, not even a meteor level, and couldn't use his full strength at all. Just then, Lilens rushed through a group of enemies and jumped onto a corner of the remaining high-rise building. He took out the Black Soul Horn and blew it by mobilizing the special energy in the Sea of Chi. The low voice spread throughout the battlefield. Exactly the same as the scene when he fought with Orson. All the Witch Soul Knights and soldiers who heard the voice stopped their actions and let their opponents fight. Mephisto sneered angrily. I knew he would use the Soul Horn. But unfortunately, the horn is useless in front of my Witch Soul Pearl. Effect. He took out the Witch Soul Orb from the space ring, and there was no movement. Only a flash of black light was seen, and all the Witch Soul soldiers on the battlefield resumed their actions, and their eyes turned red, and they entered a state of anger. In this case, let the gold and silver level Witch Soul Knights on the battlefield devour more souls, and move up a level. Mephisto knew that this war should not be won, but not winning does not mean he lost. As long as Wuhan County is severely damaged, the goal can be achieved. As for the death of these people, and the loss of the Moonlight Valley base, he did not feel sad at all. Just when Mephisto controlled these witch souls through the Witch Soul Orb, Ronan, who was no longer attacked in the air, took out a purple instrument shaped like a pocket watch. This is a special and extraordinary item called Soul Power Sensor given to him by Sophia. Its function is to sense the fluctuations of the soul within a few miles nearby, control the fluctuations of the soul, and indicate the direction. It is said that in order to target the difficult Shadow Lord, Ryan Sears, the leader of the City of Dawn, specially made this gadget. This time, the sage asked his descendants, who have not known how many generations to come to Orland, carrying this item with them. As Ronan poured magic power into it, the soul power sensor was activated, and a pointer appeared on it. After a rotation, it pointed to the direction of the mountain where Mephisto was. Ronan turned his body and adjusted the direction, and found that this sensor was like a compass. and the direction pointed by the pointer never changed. On the mountain? With the wings of wind flapping, Ronan rushed to the top of the mountain, and the censer in his palm became hotter and hotter, which meant that he and Mephisto were getting closer and closer. The wind of exploration swept across the entire mountain, and Ronan soon sensed the two people on the top of the mountain. Not good. Mephisto was startled, and quickly put the witch soul bead into the space ring, and then turned into a ball of black mist, trying to escape. Where to escape? Ronan's voice came from far away, and the whole person smashed into the mountain with a storm of fighting spirit. The huge explosion power formed a considerable shock wave, which dispersed Jesus, who had not reacted, and the black mist that was about to escape, and fell heavily to the ground. Ronan locked his eyes on the man in black robes, and said coldly, "Mephisto, you can't escape." Chapter 452 Mephisto's Summoning Power. Mephisto got up from the ground in a panic. He really didn't expect that he would be discovered by the enemy, and come to his door. He could not care about any losses, because as long as he was not in danger, he could make a comeback. But now, the dangerous hammer has hit his head. Jesus also struggled to get up, and he roared angrily, "Ronan, don't forget that my brother is the king of the kingdom of Alduin, and the Duke of Farensburg. You dared openly." Ronan glanced at him coldly, and the look of the magician's mental suppression made Jesus shut his mouth. Jesus swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In his memory, the first time he saw Ronan, the other party was still so weak. Now the other party's eyes made him feel trembling, and the words he wanted to say were stopped abruptly. Ronan retracted his gaze. He was not going to kill Jesus. Otherwise he could have killed him when he came down just now. He turned his gaze back to Mephisto. "I know this is your real body. In fact, your real body was also there on the plain outside the Black Python City last time. Right?" These are all the information revealed to Ronan by Sophia and others. They told Ronan the characteristics of the Wuhuan clan. Even with the Wuhuan pearl, the other party cannot control it from a long distance. It's just that Ronan didn't know this information at the time. Otherwise, after solving Orson, it would be very likely to find Mephisto and solve him. Hee. I've heard your story. Mephisto showed a mouthful of white teeth under the black robe, and his voice sounded cold. "You are so young. Not only a Silver Moon Knight, but also a magician. Your talent is at the top level even in the City of Dawn." Ronan urged his fighting spirit, and the flowing flame sword in his hand burst into brilliant flames. For these innocent lives, die! He did not give the other party a chance to breathe, and did not want to waste words. He flashed and rushed to Mephisto. The flowing flame sword was swung out, and the hot flames enveloped Mephisto. As if to melt him, the dark aura around Mephisto was surging, and a dark barrier was born to block Ronan's attack. At the same time, the ground under his feet shook violently, and a huge bone dragon crawled out from the ground. This bone dragon was not a flying dragon like Carlos, but a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Mephisto stretched out his hand, and a black staff fell into his hand, and the top of the staff emitted a black light. "Come out, servants!" The space trembled, and two golden skeleton knights walked out from the summoning array. Ronan had seen this from Blanche, and it was the skeleton summoning technique that was biased towards the undead in the dark attribute magic. As Blanche's strength increased, the strength of the skeleton knights she summoned would also become stronger. With Mephisto's strength, he summoned two Silver Moon level skeleton knights. This was Mephisto's strength. Facing such a lineup, Ronan frowned slightly, and it was not easy to deal with. But although the enemy was strong, he had no intention of retreating. He knew that if he didn't completely defeat Mephisto today, then this evil guy would definitely find a new piece of land, and let more innocent lives die. Ronan took a deep breath, and clenched the sword in his hand. Kill! The wind flash step was activated, and the whole person had come to the side of the skeleton knight. Explosive flame slash. The flowing flame sword increased the power of the explosive flame slash, and this attack was intended to blow up the opponent's head. The skeleton knight's movement seemed slow, but at the critical moment, he raised his shield and blocked it. The explosive flame slash hit the shield, and smashed it directly. The strong impact force even shattered the skeleton knight's arm, causing it to fall into the woods beside it like a kite with a broken line. Whoosh! A huge sword fell down, and Ronan suddenly became alert and dodged to the side. The huge sword of another skeleton knight just slashed the place where he had stood. I don't know what kind of energy explosion it was, and a big hole was blown out on the ground. If Ronan hadn't dodged in time just now, he would have been injured. Mephisto on the head of the bone dragon waved the magic wand in his hand, and dark claws appeared under Ronin's feet, wrapping around his thigh. Goyulu the skeleton knight made a creepy sound and attacked. At the critical moment, Ronin raised his long sword and slashed into the soil under his feet. The flame fighting spirit purified the evil shackles, and then barely raised the sword to block the shocking collision. The huge force rushed over. Ronin staggered and flew backwards, hitting the tree behind. Die! Jesus couldn't hold back and raised his sword to kill. Get out! Ronin shouted and punched out. The huge flame fist shadow hid Jesus' body and knocked him away. At the same time, he quickly retreated and quickly drew the spell pattern to summon the fire element. Soon, a 7 or 8 meter tall fire element appeared in front of him. As soon as the fire element appeared, it sent out a storm of flames, burning the space in front of it, and confronted the skeleton knight who was coming to kill it. Where are you looking? Although the bone dragon was huge, it was very fast. Mephisto controlled it to come to Ronin's side, and the dark element condensed into a flying bat and rushed over. It's really annoying to fight against summoned enemies. Ronin compressed the wind attribute fighting spirit in his mouth and abdomen, and then blew out a huge storm, smashing the dragon. Boom! The two forces collided, making a deafening explosion. Mephisto's magic attainments were very good. What kind of hell claw, corrosion spear, dark bat, etc. were used one after another, and even the summoned bone dragon would spray corrosive dark gas. However, all these moves were avoided by Ronin without any danger, relying on the speed bonus brought by the speed of the Aurora Shadow spell scroll. Ronin was not inferior to the opponent at all. On the top of the mountain, the sound of explosions continued. After the fire element and the skeleton knight died together, the lush forest suddenly turned into a barren mountain ruin. In the shock wave of the explosion, Ronin found an opportunity and stepped into the void to the sky. The secret skill of the scorching ray penetrated the world from top to bottom. Mephisto snorted coldly and jumped off the head of the bone dragon without daring to stay. Puff! The scorching ray penetrated the head of the bone dragon and extinguished the ghost fire in the latter's huge eye sockets. The bone dragon wailed, scattered all over the ground, and then turned into ashes. Ronin slowly exhaled. He consumed a lot of energy from fighting skills and magic. What other abilities do you have? Use them? It was the first time for him to fight with others to this extent. Whoosh! A rapid sound of breaking through the air came, and the figure of Rydar appeared on the barren mountain. My lord, how is it? Ronin smiled. No problem. What's next? It's basically coming to an end. The Marquis and Petro are enough to deal with the remaining Witch Soul Knights. Very good. Ronin looked at Mephisto. In this way, how many days will it take to deal with one of the 3 great envoys from the distant Crescent continent? The flowing flame sword pointed at Mephisto. I know you have the ability to temporarily increase your rank. Why? Don't you need to come out now? At the beginning, Orson absorbed the soul power of the Witch Soul Knight, and then he crossed the border to become the Silver Moon Knight. Ronin thought it was permanent at first, but later he got detailed information from Sophia. The level increased by directly absorbing the soul power is temporary, and it is only permanent if it is fed by the Witch Soul Pearl. For example, Hodison. The improvement brought by absorbing the soul power in the Witch Soul Pearl is permanent. Knowing that I can cross the border, you still give me time. Mephisto sneered. Your arrogance will make you pay the price. He took out the Witch Soul bead and stuffed it directly into his mouth, then swallowed it violently. Gudong. Accompanied by the sound of his throat rolling, Mephisto's dark aura surged, and his momentum rose steadily. He roared wildly, Come out! Destroyer from hell! A huge summoning magic circle appeared above Mephisto's head. Roar! There were roars from the space connected to the back of the magic circle, and a huge bone bear more than 10 meters long appeared in front of Ronin. This bone bear was wearing steel armor and wielding a huge mace in his hand. When he clenched his fist, the air trembled, and when he stomped his feet, the ground trembled. It slapped its chest and raised the mace to smash it down. The fighting spirit of Rydal's sun level burst out and gathered on his fist. Heavy blast. This was his specialty fighting skill after becoming a Sun Knight. Although its power was lower than the secret skill of Burning Heaven Flame, it was enough to deal with this big guy. He punched out, and the flame fighting spirit on his fist seemed to be condensed to the extreme, forming a beam of light that broke through the breastplate of the destroyer and poured into its body. The overwhelming impact entered from the front chest and exited from the back, penetrating the opponent's chest. The unparalleled impact force directly brought this huge bone bear to the ground, and immediately raised a huge smoke and dust. However, after all, it was a dead creature, and this blow was not enough to kill the opponent. Ronan dodged and came directly above the bone bear. The wind element gathered towards him, forming a translucent ripple in front of him. Piercing wave. The extremely penetrating magic pierced the skull of the bone bear, extinguished its ghost fire, and sent the newly summoned behemoth back to its world. At this time, a line of text appeared in Ronan's vision. King of Killing achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 10,000. Energy essence plus 20,000. Chapter 453 The Prince arrives again. As a magician who had crossed levels before, Mephisto had already captured a level 9 undead creature. It was just that he could not summon the bone bear due to the strength constraints in his normal form. If the number of sacrifices not killed this time was not enough, he would not have devoured the witch soul bead to protect himself. He originally thought that after upgrading, he could punch Ronan and kick Rydar with the bone bear. But he did not expect that this undead creature had just appeared and had not even finished showing its signature moves before it had returned to its hometown. Mephisto fell into a state of deep self-doubt. Is this really a level 9 creature? Ronan slowly fell back to the ground, stepping on the bone bear's dry bones, and the attribute panel appeared in front of him. At this time, he had 10,009 attribute points and 20,000 energy essence. The last time he was so rich, he completed the last level with Belwara and got the achievement of good fortune. He no longer hesitated and invested 4,749 attribute points in the progress of the magician. In an instant, Ronan broke through the knight's consciousness wheel and the magician's aura wheel, and his spirit and physical strength increased rapidly. At the same time, a faint will of heaven and earth was bestowed on him. This is... Mephisto was shocked. He could feel the obscure but unfathomable fluctuations coming from Ronan. This was the sign of becoming a sun knight and a great mage. This young man in front of him actually upgraded in the battle? How is this possible? Rydar also sensed this change and was very envious. This blessing of the will of heaven and earth is a slight enhancement on the basis of the breakthrough. It should be because he has returned to the strength of his previous life. When he broke through a while ago, there was no will of heaven and earth, including when Mephisto in front of him upgraded. There was no will of heaven and earth. Ronan sensed the changes after the upgrade. He felt that not only his strength soared, but also after being strengthened by the will of heaven and earth, he became more integrated into this world. He closed his eyes, and in addition to being able to sense the power of elements, he could also see that there seemed to be a more refined and powerful energy ocean above the elemental power. Although no one told him what this energy ocean was, he had already understood that this was the power of the extreme element. In addition, he now doesn't even need to use the wind of detection. He can sense the state of creatures within a radius of 3 miles with his mental power alone. In the past, he could also emit mental power, and even control objects with mental power. But this has never happened. It's amazing. Ronan's spirit returned, and he looked at the 5,260 attribute points left on the attribute panel. Considering the role of mental power and his recent research on magic with Sophia, he chose a point-adding plan that leans towards the magician direction. Level 9 Sun Knight, 2260/20,000. 9 Grand Mage, 3,000/30,000. He opened his eyes, with a satisfied smile on his face. Finally, he stood at the top of the power of the Orlan continent. He didn't know if there were any level 9 transcendents in the kingdom of Trisha, but at least in the kingdom of Alduin. It seemed that besides him and Retta, there was only Barala Silva. Oh, I forgot. There was also Mephisto in front of him. But he would be gone soon. You? Mephisto took a step back. His pale skin now looked terrifyingly pale. What do you want? All the summons he could summon were shattered. In this situation, he had no chance of winning against 2 Knights of the Sun, one of whom was also a great magician. Mephisto regretted it very much now. He should have left when the other party attacked the city. He really didn't expect that he would be discovered even though he had hidden far enough. A hint of amusement flashed in Ronan's eyes. The other party actually asked such a low-level question at this time. How the light on the Luyan sword lit up again, and Ronan was ready to kill the other party. But at this moment, a loud cry sounded in the sky in the distance. Several griffins stayed in the sky for a short time, and then quickly pounced towards the hill where Ronan was. Ronan narrowed his eyes slightly. He had seen the golden griffin in the lead. It was the vehicle of Crown Prince Garrett, who had been to the shore city a while ago. He thought the royal family would let Brawl come. But he didn't expect that the person who came would be Garrett. The expression on Mephisto's face eased a little. And Jesus' letter for help seemed to be effective. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who was at the border of the kingdom, came. But why did only 5 people come? The griffin circled down, bringing huge wind pressure and raising dust all over the ground. And the top of the mountain was hazy. Ronan instantly cast a wind spell, and his eyes suddenly became clear. Garrett jumped down from the back of the griffin with a gloomy face. He looked around and glanced at Mephisto. Without asking, he knew the identity of this black-robed magician. At this time, Jesus, who was hiding in the distance, saw his nephew coming and ran over. Garrett, you came at the right time. Wushan territory betrayed Ronan and Lulans. They betrayed the kingdom of Alduin. Jesus shouted, "Go and ask your father to issue a siege order to eliminate the Wushan family." Garrett's cold eyes met Ronan's calm eyes. He suppressed the anger in his heart and shouted, "I warned you last time in the shore city. But I didn't expect you not only didn't listen, but even became more rampant. Ronan, what do you want to do?" "What?" Ronan pointed to the war that was coming to an end in the distance, and then pointed at Jesus and Mephisto. "Of course, it is to maintain the prestige of the royal family, for the peace of the kingdom, and to eliminate these aliens who have become the minions of the demon god." Garrett was in a very bad mood. Now, it is not so important for him whether it is an alien race or not. The important thing is that Ronan did not give him the face that the future king should have. Whether Jesus is the so-called Wuhuan clan you are talking about. Mage Fozley has already checked it. Enough. Garrett, you know the truth better than me, and I don't want to waste time talking to you. Ronan glanced at the people around him. They gave Ronan a feeling that they were much stronger than those people last time. However, no matter how strong they were probably only at the meteor level at best. "Tell me your purpose for coming here, Garrett." Garrett's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. From childhood to now, who was not humble and respectful to him? No one had ever talked to him as rudely and impolitely as Ronan. He suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth and said, "Leave Jesus and him to me. Wushan County doesn't need to worry about the Moonlight Valley anymore. Now take all your troops back to the shore city and wait for the king's order." "Oh!" Ronan was curious. "Is this your idea or the king's idea?" "Of course it's my idea." Garrett did not shy away. "But my idea is what my father meant." Ronan smiled contemptuously. "Bruno is in his prime. Although the position of the Crown Prince is solid and reliable, no one can shake it. The Crown Prince is only the Crown Prince after all, and he has no right to make decisions directly on behalf of Bruno. Garrett wants to exercise the king's power now. If it were placed in the ancient feudal dynasty, this would be a very dangerous behavior. In 9 out of 10 cases, he would even lose his position as the Crown Prince. As for how Bruno decides, I believe Albert has already passed the information to the other party. If the king wants to interfere with Wushan Castle's actions, the Griffins of Jinyu City should come to stop it before the project. Now that Moonlight City is about to be captured, there is no sign of Brawl or anyone else, which at least means that Bruno has acquiesced to this action. Of course, no matter what Bruno's attitude is, or what Garrett asks, Mephisto must be here today. If he is allowed to leave, there will only be endless troubles. He took a deep breath, and his aura emanated from him. What if I reject all your proposals? Garrett's eyes suddenly became sharp. Then accept my challenge. Whoever loses, leaves. Chapter 454, The New Ability of the Flowing Flame Sword. Ronan had a brief sparring match with Garrett during the founding ceremony. At that time, in order to save his brother-in-law's face, and to preserve his strength, Ronan ended the match by admitting defeat. He did not expect that this action would make Garrett mistakenly believe that his strength was inferior to that of the other party. Since His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has proposed a solution, I have no choice but to follow it. Ronan looked relaxed. Rydar, keep an eye on Mephisto. Don't let him take the opportunity to run away. Yes, sir. Rydar flashed, and came not far behind Mephisto. His speed made Garrett, and the knights who followed him change color, and the pressure in their hearts increased suddenly. Garrett was secretly glad in his heart. Fortunately, Ronan accepted his challenge. As long as he won like last time, the other party would not break his promise in public. He drew out the long sword handed over by the sword officer. Come on, Ronan. Let me see your arrogance. Swoosh! As soon as the voice fell, Garrett turned into a purple shadow and rushed towards Ronin. As soon as he came on the field, he opened fire at full power and used his strongest strength. Ronin concentrated on responding, and he could take this opportunity to test his current strength. There was a loud clang, and the long swords collided. Ronin only felt that the Luyan sword in his hand was more convenient than before, and with the infusion of fighting spirit, the bonus from the sword seemed to be greater. In addition, he seemed to have a sense in the dark, and the Luyan sword contained special abilities waiting for him to discover. The fighting spirit roared. Ronin's feet stood still, but Garrett was shaken back by the huge impact. Impossible. Garrett's face changed wildly. He felt the pressure that was so strong that it could not be shaken by the attack just now. How could Ronin have such strong strength? The knights who followed the crown prince were also shocked. They did not expect that Garrett, who was known as the first of the younger generation, would be at a disadvantage. Thunder roars. The purple thunder was almost out of control. Wherever the electric fox passed, the ground was bombed directly into a huge pit. Garrett slashed with a sword, and the violent thunder almost covered Ronin's entire vision in front of him. At this moment, Ronin seemed to hear the voice transmitted to him by the flowing flame sword. This voice told him that he could eliminate the thunder in front of him by swinging a sword. So, Ronin followed this feeling and swung his sword. In an instant, the space in front of him turned into a sea of fire. The flames rolled up, forming a terrifying and violent killing god, which swallowed up Garrett's thunder in an instant, and then rushed towards Garrett with the remaining power. The crown prince, who was always proud and conceited, seemed to sense the death waving at him. He was cold and felt a fear he had never experienced before. Protect his highness. Quick! All 5 of his guards stepped forward and wanted to rush up to block the remaining force of Garrett's attack. Unfortunately, they were still half a beat slower. The blazing flames had already wrapped Garrett and smashed him into the distance. The 5 knights showed their fighting armors one after another. 2 of them caught Garrett's body that was severely injured and flew away. But the huge impact force caused the 2 to fly away. The same happened to the remaining 3 people. They were all severely injured and flew away, falling on the deserted mountain. Puff! The flowing flame sword stabbed into the ground fiercely, and Ronin could not help but gasp violently. This sword just now not only drained his fighting spirit, but also consumed a lot of magic and mental power. At this moment, he even had a hard time moving his fingers. If I had known earlier, I would not have used this trick. Although Ronin cursed himself for being a little rash in his heart, he praised the power of this trick. This trick is called Heavenly Fire. He gave it a name in his mind. After the extreme, the 5 follower knights stood up with difficulty. But Garrett lay on the ground, staring at the sky with his eyes blankly. On his body, a layer of energy crystal cover slowly shattered. This is the 8th level Earth attribute Magic Guardian Saint Kai. If it weren't for this life-saving ability, Garrett would probably have been seriously injured and unconscious at this moment. But even so, he felt burning pain all over his body, and his bones seemed to be falling apart. Of course, the physical pain is secondary, and the mental trauma is the most serious injury Garrett suffered in this contest. He had never thought that he would lose to Ronin, and lose so thoroughly. 2 moves. The opponent only used 2 moves. Not only defeated him, but also defeated all 5 of his followers. You know, there are 3 meteor knights among these 5 people, and the remaining 2 are both peak gold level warriors who have been famous in the border for a long time. In the other direction, Mephisto was so scared after seeing this scene. With such a terrifying strength, even if he absorbed some more soul power and consolidated his strength, he couldn't compete. He saw Ronin holding the sword and panting, and thought this was an opportunity. Run! Suddenly, Mephisto turned into a black light and fled madly. But before he walked a few dozen meters, a heavy punch knocked him back, and he rolled on the ground for who knows how many times before he stopped. "You can't kill me!" Mephisto screamed, and suddenly pointed at Jesus. "If you kill me, he will die too. He is the king's brother, and a member of the royal family of Alduin." Rydar stopped and glanced at Ronin, who gently uttered the word kill. A great mage at the end of his strength met the Sun Knight, who was almost in full state. Although Mephisto still used spells such as Dark Bat to struggle, they were all easily resolved by Rydar. With a sharp piercing sound, Rydar's long sword pierced Mephisto's body. The fighting spirit invaded the opponent's body through the wound and ran wild in Mephisto's body. The shadow envoy who endangered hundreds of thousands of lives had his eyes wide open, his mouth wide open, and dense cracks appeared on his pale face. Just like a dry earth, the crack grew bigger and bigger, and finally with a bang, it exploded and turned into powder and dissipated between heaven and earth. The witch soul bead that was melted into Mephisto's body floated in the void. And then the light surged and shattered. Ugh! Jesus, who was still fine, struggled frantically as if someone had grabbed his throat, and finally couldn't escape the fate of death. But compared to other witch soul knights and soldiers, he was lucky to have a complete body. Garrett had already been helped up by his subordinates, watching this scene quietly, and did not say anything to stop it. His main thoughts were still on his failure, and he couldn't accept it. At the same time, the knights who were still fighting in the city below the mountain stopped one after another. Finally, the few thousand remaining witch soul knights actually struggled and fell to the ground, without any movement. Won? Someone asked in disbelief. Won! We won! As a cheer sounded, followed by the second and third. In a blink of an eye, the whole battlefield cheered. Lu Lanzi panted heavily. He hadn't fought like this for a long time. He felt like he had re-experienced the excitement of more than 30 years ago. He looked at the distant mountain. The last guys who died should have been caused by Ronan. So, Mephisto should be dead? He jumped into the air and rushed to the top of the mountain. At the same time, a group of griffins flew over from the distant horizon. This was the Royal Griffin Knights, who arrived late. Chapter 455. The Belated Griffin Squad. Brawl had learned from Bruno the day before yesterday that Wuxian Lord was attacking Moonlight Valley. He also received an order from His Majesty the King to lead the Griffin Squad to Moonlight City to support Wuxian Castle, and capture Jesus, and bring him back to Golden Feather City. However, he left a day late according to the instructions. They should have arrived at the front line yesterday, but they did not arrive until the battle in Moonlight City was over. From the air, Brawl looked down at the ruined city walls and the long scorched earth gullies below, and was extremely shocked. What kind of battle had happened here to make the battlefield like this? My lord, there are golden griffins over there. His men pointed to the top of the mountain and said, Golden Griffin? Brawl looked over. It's His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Let's go over there. More than a dozen Griffin Knights all landed on the mountain. Brawl felt that the atmosphere was not right. Garrett, who was always high-spirited, seemed to be wilted at this time. Your Highness, where is Ronan and Count Jesus? Garrett did not respond. Ronan put away the flowing flame sword and explained, Mephisto, the creator of the Witch Soul clan and the source of chaos, has been killed by me, and the bead that controls all the Witch Soul Knights has been broken. Hearing this, Brawl had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Ronan's next words confirmed his guess. Jesus and other Witch Soul Knights were all controlled by the bead. After the bead was broken, they also lost their lives. As he said, he pointed to Jesus' body lying on the ground not far away. Brawl was shocked and strode over to turn the body over to face up. Although the face of the corpse was distorted beyond recognition, it was indeed Jesus. Brawl didn't know what to do for a moment. After all, the dead man had not changed his surname, and was the king's younger brother. At this time, Roland also came to the top of the mountain. Seeing Ronan and Rydar standing there safely, his heart settled down. Count Brawl, Wuxian territory has successfully cleared the evil aliens for His Majesty, and brought stability to the kingdom. I wonder what instructions His Majesty has asked you to come here. Your Excellency the Marquis, His Majesty is deeply moved by your and Ronan's loyalty to the royal family, and your determination to maintain the honor of the royal family. He specially sent me to help you eradicate the aliens, eliminate Mephisto, the source of evil, and bring Jesus back to the Golden Feather Palace. He looked at the corpse on the ground with some embarrassment. I just didn't expect that we were late. Garrett was finally moved, and his thoughts were pulled out of the defeat just now. He frowned, stared at Brawl, and asked uncertainly, You mean? My father said to support Wuxian territory? In his opinion, it would be more advantageous for the royal family to stand on Jesus' side. Yes, Your Highness, Brawl repeated. His Majesty was worried that Wuxian territory's troops were not enough to eliminate the aliens, so he asked us to come for air support. But I didn't expect that the battle was better than we expected. Wuxian territory actually defeated the alien army. Garrett hummed, with no expression on his face. After a brief silence, he broke free from his men's support. I'll leave the things here to you. I'll go back to Geneva City first. Garrett jumped onto the griffin's back. He glanced at Ronan, as if he had memorized the latter's face, and then gave an order. The griffin soared into the sky and turned into a dot in the air in the blink of an eye. His 5 knights also followed on the griffin. "What's wrong with His Highness?" Brawl frowned and asked. "Was he injured in the battle just now?" Rollins was also very curious. Garrett's arrival was purely accidental. He didn't know what happened on the mountain, but he was sure that His Highness the Crown Prince should not have been injured in the fight with Mephisto. Ronan smiled slightly and explained. "I just had a sparring match with His Highness the Crown Prince. I won by a narrow margin. I guess he is unhappy because of this." Brawl was stunned. He thought of Garrett's character. Not to mention, if he was really defeated by Ronan, the other party would definitely not be in a good mood. But he didn't understand. What was Ronan and Garrett fighting for in this battle with the Wuhuan clan? On the contrary, Lolan's eyes showed indescribable joy and pride, as well as deep satisfaction and relief. His grandson's strength finally surpassed the youngest genius in the kingdom. Brawl came back to his senses. Although Mephisto is dead now, Jesus also died because of him. I need to take his body back to Geneva City to report. I don't know what you are going to do next. Marquis and Ronan? This should be Bruno's attitude to test Lolan's and Ronan. The two looked at each other, and Lolan's laughed and said, "We launched a war against Moonlight Valley for the stability of the kingdom and the safety of the human race. Now that the source of the disaster has been eliminated, the army of Wuxianling will naturally retreat to the shore city." Although Jesus, his wife, and children all died in the war, Moonlight Valley had no direct heir. But this piece of land did not become theirs just because Ronan and his men conquered it. According to the inheritance law, the grandfather of Jesus' son, Duke Varghese, has the right of inheritance. However, above Varghese, there is also King Bruno, Jesus' brother, who also has the right of inheritance. According to the previous discussion between Lolans and Ronan, this piece of land is likely to be taken back by Bruno. But no matter what, Wuxian territory has no qualifications and reasons to share a piece of the pie unless it is occupied by force. Brawl Lolan said this, secretly relieved in his heart. He turned and smiled. "This time you paid such a big price to solve a big problem for the royal family. His Majesty will definitely not let you work in vain." "Why does this sound like a pie in the sky?" Lolan smiled and said modestly, "It is our duty to be loyal to His Majesty." The three of them briefly exchanged the battle situation. And then Brawl took Jesus' body on the griffin and headed straight for the capital. The war between Wuxian territory and Moonlight Valley will also be officially spread throughout the kingdom. After Brawl left, only his own people were left on the top of the mountain. And Lolans asked, "Ronan, how did you and Garrett have a conflict?" Ronan recounted the cause and effect. Lolans nodded slightly. "Garrett's cultivation talent and strength are very good, but he is very clumsy in dealing with things. The defeat of the alien race is inevitable, and he actually wants to change the result by himself." He commented, "He can be a general, but he lacks too much in politics, and is destined to be unable to be a good king." At this point, he looked at Ronan. "What I didn't expect the most is you. Ronan, you are actually a Sun Knight and a great mage. If one day you follow the example of Emperor Orlan to unify this continent, I won't be surprised at all." Ronan laughed. This was the first time that Lolan said it so bluntly. "It's too early to say this now." Ronan turned and looked at Rydar. "Let Joffrey lead the team to search Moonlight City to see if there are any survivors. If there are, tell them that I am willing to provide them with housing, fields, and a stable living environment to see if they are willing to move to Wubei territory. It is still hard to say whether the land can be obtained in this battle. And Ronan, who may get it, will not be modest. What he is most concerned about now is population, which is the key factor in achieving population prosperity and conquering cities. As a Sun Knight and a great mage, Ronan is increasingly aware of the benefits of strong power. In the past, when facing Garrett, he still needed to consider it. But now he can think less, or even say no directly. This is the confidence brought by strength. "Don't forget to have people search Moonlight Castle," Lu Lanxi reminded with a smile. "Your Majesty did not directly let the Griffin squad take over Moonlight Castle. This is clearly giving us a chance. Jesus has accumulated a lot of wealth over the years. Don't let others get it cheaply." Rydar laughed. "I understand." Chapter 456 Operation on Screaming Island. Wubei Port. With the continuous investment of manpower, the port now has a rough shape. According to the estimate of the person in charge, Eamon, As long as the construction period is more than 1 year, it will be almost completed and can be used in advance. The simple dock was extended, and the dawn from the Crescent Continent dock here. Now the ship has become Simon's office. After so many days, the foundry master has adapted to the life in the port. In addition to repairing ships and presiding over the construction of new ships every day, the rest of the time is either practiced or eating barbecue with Rig and others who have been stationed here recently, and drinking the unique distilled liquor of Shanlin Town. Many people are not used to this spicy taste, but he feels very enjoyable, especially when he takes a bite during forging. He feels energetic all over. At noon that day, Rig boarded the Dawn with barbecue and fine wine. He knew that the Dark Uncle on the ship was a distinguished guest of Wubei territory, and he also knew that the other party was a strong man. Whether it was to entertain distinguished guests or to get close to the strong out of selfishness in order to get advice, it was reasonable for Rig to do so. Here comes Rig. Simon rubbed his palms and put down the polished parts in his hands. Did you bring the wine? Rig raised the white porcelain bottle in his hand. Haha. Anything can be forgotten, but this thing will not be forgotten. Simon hurried over to take it. Too little. It's better to give me a jar. I asked the winemaker. This kind of wine has just been developed by the Lord, and it will probably take some time for large-scale production. The two set up a small table on the deck and started eating and drinking. Not long after, a knight who was patrolling on the shore quickly boarded the ship. Captain, there are ships approaching on the sea. Reg quickly threw away the meat in his hand and stood up. Their team was stationed here to prevent the enemy from attacking. It was just that the sea was calm these days, and it seemed that no enemy was thinking about this place. He took out the telescope and saw the flag hanging on the ship at a glance. He was shocked. It's pirates. The Ghost Tide pirates? After the shock, he was happy. It's good to have enemies, and there are military merits if there are enemies. He didn't have the opportunity to participate in the battle to attack Moonlight Valley this time, and he was still feeling anxious. Go. Everyone listen to the order. All gather and prepare to meet the enemy. Let me see. Simon came over and took the telescope handed over by Reg. It is indeed the pirate flag that Reg said. But why is there only one ship? Reg frowned. He was just happy just now, but didn't notice that the other party only had one ship. One ship wants to attack Wobbling. The other side really looks down on us. Soon, the ship arrived 100 meters away from the port, but it did not move forward, but stopped where it was. Ryger on the shore had already led his men to prepare for battle. But faced with this situation, he was embarrassed. Since Reese took the trained navy to the Rapids Island, they had no available ships here. If the other side did not land, they really had no way to deal with it. For a long time, the pirate ship did not move. Ryger was surprised and said, could it be that they were just passing by and not coming to attack us? But soon, the ship lit up with fire. With a buzzing sound, a fire snake about 20 to 30 meters long sprang out of the pirate ship, carrying flames and huge impact force, bombarding various facilities made of iron and wood in the port. Rig's eyes widened suddenly. It's a magic cannon. They are specifically attacking the port. At this moment, he realized the other party's purpose. He leaped up and wanted to intercept the red flame fire snake before it arrived. But it was obviously not as fast as magic. Just when the fire snake was about to destroy the port building, Simon's figure appeared in front of the fire snake and smashed it with a punch. Ronan's prediction is really accurate. I didn't expect you to really come to the port. He took a step and flew directly in the air, coming to the pirate, who was about to fire the second shot, but was frightened by the scene in front of him. Simon kicked the gunner away directly, confiscated the magic cannon, and then pulled out the opponent's sword and put it on the opponent's neck. If you don't want to die, dock the ship at the dock now. The pirates originally wanted to fire a shot and leave, so the most powerful person on the ship was the gunner of the Silver Knight. In front of Simon, the Silver Moon Knight, they were no different from chickens. The crisis of Wubei Port was resolved calmly. At the same time, the Rapids Island was also not peaceful. On the vast sea, 5 warships traveled together, aiming directly at the Rapids Island. Standing on the bow of the middle warship was a tall knight, Viscount Partridge of Crescent Island, who was loyal to the Fleming family. As a meteor knight, he did not take this mission seriously at all. In his opinion, conquering Rapids Island was as easy as going out for a trip. It was a bit of a waste to dispatch 5 warships. My Lord Viscount, the mountain ahead is the Rapids Island. The captain pointed to the protruding land on the sea ahead. Patridge held the railing with both hands. Full of vigor and vitality. Order all ships to prepare landing tools and get ready for battle. Just then, a strong wind blew, and the originally clear sky suddenly became cloudy, as if the sun was blocked by dark clouds. Patridge subconsciously looked up at the sky, and just this one glance, he was in a state of astonishment. 7 gods. What the hell is this? The huge black shadow in the sky is as long as a warship, and its wingspan is 70 to 80 meters long, which can be said to cover the sky and the sun. Patridge is also a man who has seen the world. But facing Carlos, who is flying over, he admits that he is terrified. Is it a passing monster? Patridge prayed in his heart. But the outside world says that Ronan seems to have a giant dragon. In the air, Carlos is gliding. On its back, Kurata sat trembling, holding a telescope and looking at the 5 warships below. Mr. Dragon, I know the man standing on the bow of the middle ship. He is Meteor Knight Patrick, a vassal of Screaming Island, and should be the commander of this pirate group. As the voice fell, the flames in front of him formed a string of words. I know. This is the way Carlos communicates with outsiders. I saw Carlos suddenly turn the direction in the air, and the airflow was suddenly chaotic. If Kurata was not restrained by the other party, he would probably fall directly. It's coming. Patrick's eyes widened. Sure enough, it's coming for us. He roared wildly. Everyone, aim your magic cannons at the monster in the air. And fire. Faced with such a huge monster, everyone was scared out of their wits. But it was Patrick's voice that made them take action subconsciously. Suddenly, on the 5 warships, a total of 10 magic cannons fired at Carlos like fireworks, with a deafening momentum. This scene made Kurata's back cold. If there were no dragons, the Rapids Island would definitely be bombarded to pieces by magic cannons in this battle. Faced with such a bombardment, Carlos's nose sprayed white mist to express his anger. Immediately afterwards, it opened its bloody mouth, and a majestic, magma-like flame poured down, which was controlled by Carlos to intercept the attack of the magic cannon. It spun in the air and spit out a 5 or 6 meter long ice arrow, which slammed into the ship in the middle, in front of the dragon's maneuverability. No matter how Patrick controlled the ship, he could not escape the fate of being bombed. They were like targets placed on the sea. The huge ice arrow enlarged in his pupils, and finally fell on the deck and exploded, and the solid warship began to fall apart. Patrick jumped up and wanted to jump to another ship, but he only felt a hurricane blowing past, and then his body tightened. When he looked around, he found that he had been held in the claws of the dragon. As long as Carlos wanted, he would explode with a little pinch. This was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. At the same time, on the Rapids Island, Reese and Lucen left the port with the warships. Each of these warships was worth 5 or 6,000 gold coins. It would be a pity if they were all burned. So they planned to board the ships and fight after getting rid of the troublesome guys, and take as many of these warships as possible. Chapter 457. The Black Gold Brotherhood is destroyed. Not only Wubei Port and Gilia Island broke out in the battle, but Zile territory was also attacked by the enemy. Although this territory leads to the Principality of Vera to the east, the enemy is not from the Principality of Vera, but from the Black Pine Mountain, the most border area in the southeast corner of Wushan territory, below Zile territory. In the early days, Black Pine Mountain was the territory of Wushan territory, because it is located at the junction of Wushan territory and the Principality of Vera like Zile territory. The trade here is very good. However, since the rise of the Black Gold Brotherhood and occupied this land, Wushan Castle has not taken it back until now. Even in the last war, Malonica and others defeated the Black Gold Brotherhood, but did not continue to attack and eliminate this force from the territory of Wushan territory in one fell swoop. And this time, because Wushan Castle took the initiative to send troops to Moonlight Valley, and Screaming Island also took action, they felt that the opportunity had come. To be honest, they have been coveting this land for a long time. If Count Orson and Andrea had not been in a cooperative relationship, they would never have left this land alone and went deep into Wushan territory. So this time, the Black Gold Brotherhood changed its posture of retreating and took the initiative to come out of the territory with its men and horses to raid Zile territory, wanting to take over this horse farm and farmland. The reason for this change was that Andrea gave them enough men and food, allowing the Brotherhood to return to the scale of 5 knights. Moreover, in addition to the Golden Knights, This time there were 3 airborne meteor knights led by David, Kurt, and Mason, according to their understanding, with the large force of Wushan territory going to Moonlight Valley. Even with the 2nd, 3rd, and 8th Knights of Wushan Castle, it should be no problem to take over Zilei territory. As for Ronan's knight squads, they were not within his consideration at all. After all, in their opinion, a newly rising Earl, although personally strong, has a low overall quality team. The 3 teams marched on the plains. They did not see the other patrolmen, nor did they see any guards, let alone a merchant or farmer. If you ask me, it is enough for me to raid Zilei City alone. You too. One takes 2 teams to Black Python City, and the other takes 2 teams to Wushan Town. Yes, in this way, we can take down 3 cities at the same time. I think you should stop thinking about it. Malonica is not an ordinary meteor. We may not be his opponent alone. We just need to follow the instructions of the adults, and do things safely. Haha. After so many years. Mason, you are still so timid. The 3 knights chatted with each other. Judging from their relaxed tone, they all felt that they could take down Zilei without any effort. Unfortunately, before they entered the Purple Thunder territory, they were attacked by 4 teams from the east, north, and west. To the north were the 3 knight teams of the Purple Thunder territory led by McKin. To the west were the 2nd and 3rd knights led by Malonica and Kabir. And to the east was the 8th knight led by the new leader Homer. The 3 leaders of the Black Gold Brotherhood were stunned. They didn't expect that the other party would not choose to defend the city, but take the initiative to attack. Did they think they were not dying fast enough? Both sides had no intention of getting to know each other. As the sound of charging and killing sounded, both sides began to charge. Although the warhorse was fast, it was not as fast as McKin. Although Purple Thunder Lord had not yet formed a knight group, his Silver Moon level governor was no less important. McKin came to the center of the battlefield in a flash, slapped the ground with both hands, and the ground shook violently. A 7 or 8 meter high and several meter thick earth wall suddenly rose in front of the battlefield. In an instant, the battlefield was divided. This was a fighting skill that could only be used by the earth-attributed meteor knight. Its solidity was not comparable to that of a low-level earth wall. The cavalrymen of the Black Gold Brotherhood, who rushed over, had never expected such a scene, and were immediately confused by this move. Kill! McKin jumped onto the earth wall, and stood at the highest point, and roared loudly. The battle started completely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I don't know how many arrows shot at McKin. He did not dodge or evade. His body suddenly turned black, like steel. These arrows bombarded his body, but they could not even hurt his skin. With the help of the hardened skin of the 8th level fighting skill, McKin jumped down and flew towards David, looking for death. David snorted coldly and flew up from his warhorse, wanting to hit his opponent hard in the air. Just when the two approached, McKin took a step forward, moved his body horizontally to one side, and then with a flash of sword light, he directly cut the opponent's neck, and the big head flew away, and blood spurted. David's eyes on his head opened wide, and he didn't realize until he died that the opponent was actually a Silver Moon Knight. With David's death, the soldiers of Wushengling were in high spirits. Malonica held a long sword, and wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the people of the Black Gold Brotherhood fell one after another. His swordsmanship was as smooth as flowing water, and every strike was accurate and deadly. Kabir and Homer also led their own knights to engage in fierce battles with the enemy. Although the Black Gold Brotherhood still had Kurt and Mason, 2 meteor knights, they had already thought of escaping the moment they saw David's death. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape just because he wanted to on the battlefield where they were charging each other. The fierce battle lasted for more than an hour. Under the strength of McKin and Malonica, Wushengling defeated the 5 knights of the Black Gold Brotherhood with more than 3 knights. Compared with Moonlight City, the battlefield here is more bloody and cruel. Broken limbs and bodies, blood flowing like a river, and the bloody smell drifted for miles without dissipating. McKin looked back at the 3 knight teams he had worked hard to form. After this war, almost half of them were lost. Simon, count the casualties, and let those who are not injured clean up the battlefield. Malonica, Kabir and Homer, the 3 captains, came over, and there was obvious respect in their eyes when they looked at McKin. What shocked them the most was Ronan, the young lord, who had another Silver Moon Knight under his command. No wonder Ronan specially transferred McKin from Boulder City to guard the border. Melanica's low voice sounded. We are going to take a team of cavalry to Black Pine Mountain to take back this territory that has been taken away for more than 10 years. Will you go? McKen pondered slightly. He is now the governor of Purple Thunder Territory. Although Ronan has given enough financial support, he also needs to seek resources on his own. Black Pine Mountain City is the base camp of the Brotherhood, and there must be many houses and wealth left. If he doesn't go, wouldn't he give up the money he has obtained in vain? Go! McKen made a decision and smiled. Such a good opportunity. I don't want to miss it. Chapter 458 Spoils of War. Moonlight Valley. After the fierce battle, the knights occupied Moonlight Castle and plundered it, except for some scattered properties that they took as spoils of war. Most of them were handed over and distributed by Rulons. For the nobles, the winners in the war are often synonymous with getting rich, especially in the battle of conquering the castle. After 2 days of statistics, Rulons figured out Jesus' wealth and distributed it according to the merits of the war and the losses of each noble. Others don't know that in addition to obtaining more than 120,000 gold coins, Ronan also received 7 magic cannons, more than 300 sets of armor and protective gear, and more than 1,000 weapons. Just from this part, you can know how rich Jesus is. In addition to these, there are 2 things that are very special, rare and expensive. One is 5,000 kilograms of mithril. Ronan needs to make a ship that combines magic power and steam power, and mithril is a necessary material for making magic circles. 5,000 kilograms of mithril solved a big problem for Ronan. The second one was the griffins. If the few killed on the battlefield were counted, Jesus had more than half 100 griffins. However, more than half of these griffins were cubs, and they had to be raised for another 2 years before they could be trained as mounts. Under Lullan's distribution, Ronan obtained 8 adult griffins and 4 cubs. For the rest, in addition to some for Wushenbeo, Lullan's also planned to reward 1 or 2 to Marvin, Kabir, the Torino, Sandro, Melanica and others. These people have made a lot of efforts recently, and it is reasonable to give them some special rewards. Ronan looked at the list in his hand, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Sophia, you can pick a griffin later. He smiled and said, the speed of the magic carpet is still a little slower than that of the griffin. Thank you so much. The magic carpet also has its advantages. It can carry more people than the griffin. Of course, with more people, the consumption of magic power is also higher, and the speed will be slower. In the end, Sophia will have to collect materials and make magic props everywhere, so it is necessary to have a faster vehicle. Ronan, what are you going to do next? For Sophia, being able to solve a big disaster in such a short time is something she didn't expect. Through this battle, she once again realized the correctness of joining Wubei territory. I know you want to get rid of the remaining 2 envoys as soon as possible, but although Wushan territory won this battle, the losses were not small. In addition to the knights, there are a lot of well-trained cavalry and infantry, and it will take some time to recover. Moreover, if you go on an expedition, you need to prepare a lot of things. If nothing else, food is the key. Ronan analyzed and concluded, so in the next period of time, Wushan territory and my Wubei territory will rest for a while. Sophia nodded. She was not in a hurry because she felt that the dawn was closer. She took out 3 books from the space ring. I can feel that you have become a Knight of the Sun and a great mage. This is a gift for you. Oh! Ronan was a little surprised. He did not publicize the fact that he defeated Garrett, nor did he reveal his strength to the outside world. Unexpectedly, Sophia saw it. What is this? Ronan took it curiously. Sophia introduced. These 3 magic books are the 9th level Wind attribute Magic Wind Shadow and Destruction Storm, and the 9th level Fire attribute Magic Fire Rain Star Drop, which are very suitable for you. Wind Shadow can be regarded as a magic that combines the wings of wind and speed, and the speed bonus it brings is very high. When it is fully activated, it can even be comparable to Carlos now. And the 2 magics of Destruction Storm and Fire Rain Star Drop are both large-scale offensive magic, which are very suitable for destruction at all costs. This is a rare thing. Ronan thanked with surprise. These 3 magic books are very valuable, and he didn't expect the other party to give them to him directly. Sophia smiled and said, before you told me that you would become a legend within 10 years, I was very skeptical, but now I think it is entirely possible. Since you promised to help me, I naturally hope that you can become stronger. She looked at the 3 magic books and smiled. Although these things are precious, only people with strength can bring out their value. Although they helped Ronan selfishly, this selfishness was not out of their own interests. To a certain extent, the word noble can be used to describe Sophia and the other 5. Ronan promised. Don't worry. Sooner or later we will cross the storm sea and stand on the land of the Crescent Continent again. In the Golden Feather Palace. Garrett, who was worried all the way, took more than 4 days to return to the palace. As soon as he came back, he went straight to the hall of Alduin. At this time, in addition to Bruno, there were also a group of officials of the kingdom in the hall, who were discussing the funeral for Jesus. Father! Garrett stepped forward. I don't understand why you suddenly indulged Rollans and Ronan, and even asked Brawl to support him. Bruno frowned, then smiled and waved his hand. That's it. Arsenault. Luther. You will announce the death of Jesus according to the content just agreed. Go and inform Duke Varghese that his daughter Dana also died in this disaster. Yes, Your Majesty. Arsenault and others bowed and responded, and then left the hall. Bruno turned around and looked at his son. I heard from Brawl that you lost to Ronan? Garrett's face became not very good, but he still nodded. Bruno took a deep breath. Then what is the strength of this Ronan? Garrett shook his head, thinking back to the 2 moves in the battle. He still didn't figure it out. I don't know his specific strength, because I was defeated too quickly. He looked up at Bruno. Father, Ronan is less than 20 years old. If he continues like this, he will definitely be a threat to the kingdom in the future. We must find a way to deal with him. Too late. Bruno shook his head. We have lost the chance to kill him. What do you mean? Garrett didn't understand. Can't we deal with him even if we gather all the troops? Although Ronan is strong, the kingdom is not so weak that it has no power to resist. With magic bombardment, magic arrows, several Silver Moon level, many Meteor level and several magicians working together, it is impossible not to win. Even if Ronan can run, his territory and his men can't escape. Garrett didn't believe that the other party would choose to give up these things and live alone. We can deal with him, but the price is too high. Bruno said sadly. I have received news in the days when you didn't come back. This Count Partridge of Screaming Island led 5 warships to besiege Rapids Island, and he should have been defeated. In addition, the Principality of Vera armed the Black Gold Brotherhood with 3 knights. They wanted to invade the hinterland of Wushan territory, but they didn't expect to be directly destroyed. To be honest, when he got the 2 pieces of information, he was stunned for a long time. In other words, while Wushan territory was attacking Moonlight Valley, it still retained the ability to fight on 2 other fronts. The combat effectiveness of this Marquis was beyond his expectations. Garrett was also stunned after hearing these words. After a while, his face became more determined. Father, if this is true, we should unite with him, destroy Wushan territory, kill Ronan, and not let him continue to be strong. Bruno still shook his head. If we really want to launch such a war, it will definitely be a life and death battle. Our losses will be very great, and even you and I are at risk of being assassinated. Now the civil strife in the kingdom of Tricia is intensifying, which is the opportunity for our Alduin royal family to become stronger. Child, I don't want to waste the opportunity on internal friction. He said, the kingdom, after all, is composed of many large and small forces. When we conquer this continent, such a vast land, are we afraid to give part of it to Ronan? Bruno has already thought about it. What's more, I can see that Ronan is a principled person. As Blanche's husband, my son-in-law, and your brother-in-law, he will not betray us without an absolute reason. The king shook his head slightly and brought the topic back. I was not optimistic about cooperating with the Wuhuan tribe. It is better to give it up now, so as to avoid problems in the future, which will affect our ruling prestige. Listening to this, Garrett was stunned for a long time. His intuition told him that this approach was appropriate. However, he still found it difficult to accept that a kingdom had to compromise with a boy under 20 years old. He also found it difficult to accept his failure. Bruno patted Garrett's shoulder and said earnestly, now we want to unify the continent, and we need to rely on Ronan's power. Garrett took a deep breath, exhaled heavily, and then nodded. Okay, father, I understand.